I had been chasing the school beauty for many years and would deliver breakfast to her on time every day. He even worked 3 part-time jobs to earn money to buy her the brand-name bag she wanted. I gave everything I had for her. However, when I mustered up the courage to confess my feelings for her for the 999th time, she still ruthlessly rejected me in public. My classmates laughed at me crazily, and even my teachers started to advise me to give up. I died heartbroken. However, fate gave me a chance to be reborn. After my rebirth, I decided for the 1000th time not to pursue her. But the school beauty was anxious. Hi everyone. If you enjoy this story, please follow me and let me know you want next part in the comment section. Thanks for your support. Chapter 1. As dusk gradually fell, I staggered into the cemetery. A funeral had just been held here, and the air was filled with a depressing atmosphere. My eyes were fixed on a new tomb with my name engraved on it, Yi Lin. At that moment, my heart seemed to be heavily pressed down, and I couldn't breathe. I knew I would never see him again. She put on makeup, removed the bangs that blocked her beauty, dyed her hair a beautiful color, and lightly permed her hair to frame her face. Who would have thought that the ugly duckling would be so beautiful now? How could I have noticed her when I was obsessed with Ling Facua all my life? She put on sexy clothes, just like Ling Facua. I like this kind of dress, and she also want me to see her in this way, even if it's just a glance. I floated in front of the tomb in the form of a soul, and the girl in front of me shocked me deeply. Her beauty was beyond my imagination, even more beautiful than Ling Facua. She's like an angel on earth, but I can't remember who she is. Suddenly, she pulled out a glass bottle from her arms, which contained dozens of small paper stars. Seeing these paper stars instantly brought my memory back to the past. I once folded love words out of cardboard and made them into colorful stars for Ling Facua. But because I folded so many, the glass jar I bought couldn't hold them all, so I gave the extra paper stars to her. Lan Yuyu. This girl turned out to be Lan Yuyu. I couldn't believe how beautiful she was before my eyes. She seemed completely different from the Lan Yuyu in my memory. My heart ached so much that I couldn't breathe. Lan Yuyu whispered, Yi Lin, you must want to know why Xiao Duya is not afraid, right? Because you are here. How can I be afraid? Her voice was filled with endless sadness. Yi Lin, I like you. I really like you, but I never understood it until now. I know that it is love. Why did you leave? I didn't have time to tell you. She burst into tears. At that moment, my heart was broken. I used to think that Lan Yuyu was just a tool by my side, helping me run errands, delivering love letters, and bringing me snacks. I never cared about her love. But now, when I see how much she suffers for me, I realize what I was missing. She unwrapped the paper stars one by one, each of which had a love message from me to Ling Facua written on it, even though she was afraid that opening them would destroy the secrets within. She smiled, but her eyes were full of tears. Yi Lin, I really hope these words are written for Xiao Duya. She carefully pasted the stars on my tombstone and said, This is what you said to the little bean sprout. Her smile was a little bitter, tears welled up again, and her makeup was soaked with tears. She began to shout loudly. Yi Lin, wake up. Xiao Duya can't live without you. Please, wake up. She took out a few steaming chicken drumsticks from her pocket and placed them in front of my grave. She used to use chicken drumsticks to cheer me up when I was unhappy. She hoped that this time she could use chicken drumsticks to wake me up. Although she knew that all this was impossible, she was unwilling to believe it. My heart was broken and I wanted to rush up to hug her, but I was just a soul and could not touch anything. I rushed to her frantically, but it was all in vain. I began to recall the past. 10 years ago, Lan Yuyu transferred from the number 1 middle school to our school. Because there was only one seat left in the class, I sat with her. At that time, she was very thin, and I impatiently gave her a nickname, Little Bean Sprout. In high school, I often asked her to help me send love letters to Ling Facua, and even send some things that Ling Facua didn't want. But I never noticed Lan Yuyu's thoughts. I always treated her as an insignificant person until she accompanied me silently. Until now. When Ling Facua ended up with a rich second-generation guy, I was heartbroken and started to work hard. Lan Yuyu always supported me and helped me silently. After 6 years of hard work, I finally became the richest man in Jiangnan province. However, Ling Facua still didn't even look at me. Her cold attitude made me extremely painful, but Lan Yuyu was always by my side. Until her death, she still did not receive my cherishment. All this made me realize that Lan Yuyu was the one who deserved my protection. I deeply regretted why I never took her love seriously. It was late at night, and Lan Yuyu was still in tears. Grief and hunger tortured her, and her body was already crumbling. She took out a small medicine bottle with the words paraquat written on it. I suddenly realized that something was wrong. She swallowed the medicine without hesitation, smiled, and closed her eyes. Yilin, in the next life, can you chase me once like you chased Ling Facua? She fell asleep, peacefully hugging my tombstone. At that moment, my soul collapsed. I cried out in pain. Ah, how I wish time could go back. I am willing to protect her all my life and make up for the love I owe her. At this moment, a white light flashed across the night sky, and my soul disappeared into the cemetery. In my life, who did I miss? I missed Lan Yuyu, the one who loved me the most. Chapter 2. I suddenly opened my eyes, looked around, and found myself back in the classroom of grade 3-1 again. I was stunned by the familiar faces around me. Why am I here? Wasn't this in the cemetery? Could it be I was reborn? At this time, my English teacher Manhwa stood on the podium and glared at me, saying in a harsh voice, Yilin, what's wrong with you yelling like that? I opened my eyes suddenly, and the scene around me stunned me instantly. Where's this place? Why am I in the classroom? I remember clearly being in a cemetery. Am I reborn? Is this my high school days? Was that person Manhwa? My mind was in a mess, but when I came to my senses, I realized what had happened. I was really reborn. I was pleasantly surprised and returned to this familiar, yet strange moment. Manhwa was giving a lecture. She looked at me with impatience as I remained silent. Yiding. She angrily stepped down from the podium and walked straight to me. I've been teaching at Qingyuan Middle School for so many years, and this is the first time I've met a jerk like you. I felt a burning pain on my face, and Manhwa slapped me directly in the face. It really hurt, but strangely, I actually laughed. The pain was so real, it seemed like everything was real. I was reborn, I was back. In this era, when teachers occasionally use some effort to discipline students, parents often stand on the side of the teachers and even support the teachers in giving them a lesson. But it is rare for parents to dare to hit a troublemaker like me. My classmates all thought I was going to lose my temper, and the boys were ready to protect the teacher. But I actually calmed down and even bowed my head to apologize to Manhwa. I'm sorry, Mr. Pan. I just had a nightmare and was scared. I really didn't mean to disturb your class. The atmosphere in the classroom froze instantly, and everyone looked at me in disbelief. I am usually a typical little bully, but today I am actually apologizing. The sun must have risen from the west. Manhwa was obviously stunned. After giving that slap, she felt a little regretful. She was so angry just now that she didn't expect to be retaliated. Last time, the director of the political and educational department, Li Jianya, deliberately made things difficult for me in math class. As a result, my tires got punctured every day. It was not a good thing to make me angry. Just when she felt it was difficult to end the situation, I suddenly apologized, and Manhwa could only awkwardly kick me out of the classroom. I don't care if you sleep, but I won't tolerate you shouting and disrupting the class, she said, and asked me to stand outside the classroom. I glanced at the messy table next to me, thinking that shouting might not have transferred to the school yet, so I obediently walked out. The eyes of the students in the classroom were focused on me again. No one expected that the little bully would be so well behaved today. As soon as I walked out of the classroom, Huang Bai at the next table couldn't help it. He imitated my voice and shouted, "Ah!" The eyes of the whole class instantly turned to him. Manhwa raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, "Huang Bai, is there water in your head?" Huang Bai smiled playfully. "Teacher Pan, I also had a nightmare, but I didn't have time to shout." Manhwa was stunned for a moment, then yelled, "Get out!" Huang Bai slipped out of the classroom as if he had stolen something, walked over to me, and stood there with a smile on his face. "Fatty, what day is today?" I asked in a low voice. Huang Bai looked at me in shock, raised his hand to lift my bangs, and touched my forehead. "You don't have a fever, Brother Lin. Did your head get caught in the door?" My heart tightened, and I quickly pushed his hand away. "I asked you what year and month it was." "September 22nd, 2008, he replied. I was shocked for a moment and then asked, "What class is it now?" Huang Bai looked at me and seemed to have not reacted yet. I was anxious and kicked him. "Brother Lin, are you stupid because of sleeping? It's the first class now." He answered aggrievedly. At this moment, I finally realized that today was a day I would always remember. On this day in my previous life, I did something stupid that I would never forget. Huang Bai saw me in a daze, sighed, and even giggled from time to time, completely ignoring him. After a while, the bell rang for the end to get out of class. He immediately grabbed my arm and said, "Brother Lin, now is your chance to express your love to my sister-in-law." Let's go, let's go. I secretly brought my dad's camera with me. I was stunned for a moment and shook my head. No. Huangbai was shocked. Brother Lin, didn't you say this morning that you would confess your love to Ling Facua for the 999th time? You said today was very important. Why didn't you go? I was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I had done so many stupid things in the past. I bought flowers and gave gifts for her at every turn, treated Ling Facua like a dog, and I had even forgotten how much living expenses I'd spent. No, I have more important things to do, I said calmly, and returned to my seat to pack my things. Huangbai looked confused, obviously not understanding why I would not go. At the same time, in the senior 3-5 classroom, Ling Facua looked very upset and sat quietly in her seat. She didn't know why she was in such a bad mood today, and she always felt like something was missing. At this time, her desk mate Zhao Rongrong returned to her seat, saw her expression, and asked with concern, Facua, what's wrong? Did that bastard Yi Lin bother you again? Ling Facua suddenly realized and felt uncomfortable. It was Yiwa, that's right. She was used to him running to class 5 to confess his love and send gifts and snacks every day after the first class. But the first class today was almost over. Why hadn't he shown up yet? Yesterday, he had said that today would be the 999th time he confessed his love to her and give her a big surprise. Ling Facua doesn't like me, but she likes the feeling of being licked by me. Seeing me wagging my tail in front of her, she always feels satisfied that she is in control of the situation. But today, I didn't come, which made her feel very bad. Chapter 3. I didn't know about Ling Facua's rage, and even if I did, I wouldn't care now. I walked back to my seat and started to tidy up the tables and chairs. Huangbai saw this and looked confused. Brother Lin, are you possessed by a ghost? Class is almost time. You really don't want to confess? 999 times, did you have a fight? I explained calmly. Fatty, I've thought it through. I won't chase Ling Facua anymore. Huangbai's eyes widened, totally unable to believe it. You are not pursuing Ling Facua? Are you kidding? He obviously didn't believe it, and thought we must have had a fight. Huangbai continued to watch me carefully tidying up the desks and chairs, and suddenly asked, Brother Lin, why did you suddenly tidy up the desks and chairs so cleanly? I replied casually, a new student will transfer to our class later. Is it true? How do you know? I just saw Lan Yuyu leading a new-looking girl outside. She should be a new student in our class. There is only an empty seat next to me in our class. I will clean up and welcome the new students. Huangbai was puzzled. New students? Why didn't I see them? I saw her. It must be her. I explained briefly. Suddenly, Huangbai reacted. You like the new classmate? You didn't confess your love to Ling Facua. Is it because you like this girl? When I threw the crumpled garbage into the trash can, suddenly, the labor committee member Li Junwei came over and looked at the full trash can, frowning. Yilin, the duty student just threw out the garbage. Can you please not throw it randomly? I looked up and glared at him. Did I litter? Li Junwei was so scared of my glare that he didn't dare to speak anymore. Huangbai interrupted from his side. Li Junwei, is it wrong for Brother Lin to throw the garbage into the trash can? How about you arrange for the students on duty to take it out? Li Junwei was speechless and returned to his seat angrily. Huangbai laughed. You are such a coward, and you still dare to control my Brother Lin. The break was finally over. I put away the desks and chairs, cleaned the window chair, and changed positions. I left the best chair for my new classmate Lan Yuyu, and sat on the broken chair myself. Everything is ready. I sit back and wait for class. The bell rings, and students enter the classroom one after another. Today is Chinese class, and it is the class of our homeroom teacher, Lan Yuyu. Even a school bully like me has to give her some face. Lan Yuyu is not only strict, but also known as the female devil. When the second bell rang, Lan Yuyu walked into the classroom with a little girl. With light steps and timid eyes, she stood in front of the podium. Lan Yuyu introduced, Classmates, there is a new student transfer to our class today. Yo-Yo, come in quickly. Lan Yuyu walked to the podium with her head lowered. When I saw her figure, strong emotions surged in my heart. She was the girl who had cried at my grave. I wanted to rush over and hug her, but my mind told me that we didn't know each other now. I had to take my time and not scare her. Let the new students introduce themselves. Li Junwei suddenly started to make a noise. The whole class started to make a noise, and Lan Yuyu was obviously frightened, lowering her head and hiding behind Lan Yuyu. Quiet! Lan Yuyu yelled, and the whole class instantly quieted down. Yuyu is a bit introverted, so everyone should help her more in the future. Lung Yinxiu glanced at the classroom and noticed the empty seat next to me with a slightly surprised expression. I didn't sleep today and my desk was tidy. She pointed to the empty seat next to me and said, Yuyu, sit here first. Lan Yuyu walked over with her head down, not daring to look around. Suddenly she stopped, and I reminded her, hey, classmate Lan here. She blushed, turned around, and said, thank you. She sat next to me and glanced at me secretly. She might have been thinking that I didn't look like a good person. Huangbai looked at Lan Yuyu, stunned. This is the new classmate? Brother Lin, do you think she's good enough? I heard Huangbai's question. Although I felt a little reluctant, I still didn't want to admit it. What do you think about all day long? My dad doesn't care about me as much as you do. Huangbai then asked in a low voice. Brother Lin, is it because of her? I ignored him, but he continued to provoke me. Finally, I couldn't help but pull him hard, and Huangbai fell down because of his unstable center of gravity, and there was a noise in the classroom. Lung Yinxiu immediately turned around and asked with a stern face, Huangbai, what are you doing? Huangbai replied awkwardly, Teacher, I was sleepy and accidentally fell down. Stand outside. Lung Yinxiu instructed. Huangbai looked at me with resentment and walked out of the classroom. At this time, the classroom finally returned to peace. Chapter 4. I looked at the cool Chiu on the podium, and my heart was excited, but she was obviously no longer paying attention to me. I suppressed my inner fluctuations and decided to take the initiative to say hello to Lan Yuyu. Hello, my name is Yilin. I said softly, trying to look calm. Lan Yuyu was obviously stunned for a moment, not expecting me to take the initiative to talk to her. After a little surprise, she responded in a low voice, hello. Then she lowered her head to look under the table, as if trying to avoid my gaze. I couldn't help but laugh and said in a more relaxed tone, You are so thin, like a bean sprout. From now on, I will call you Little Bean Sprout. I also thought this was a bit funny, but it was also very intimate. Seeing her lower her head and not daring to refute, I couldn't help but feel complicated. In my previous life, I never treated her like this. I even criticized and ridiculed her every time I saw her. However, now that I've been reborn, I have the opportunity to choose again, and I don't want to be that person again. Okay. Lan Yuyu. I could understand her feelings. She must not be used to such a change. Is she afraid? Afraid of my words, afraid of my sudden concern. I began to observe her carefully. Her clothes were washed pale. Her school uniform looked plain. She was thin, as if she lacked nutrition, and there was a sense of inferiority in her eyes. Seeing this scene, I felt a pang of bitterness in my heart. I secretly lowered my head and continued to do the test paper in my hand. Compared with the simple questions in front of me, Lan Yuyu seemed to be still worried about them. If I were to take the college entrance examination now, getting 40 out of 100 in Chinese would not be a problem for me at all. This is not because I have superpowers after my rebirth, but because of the time in my previous life when I worked very hard to study in order to pursue Ling Facua. At that time, although I was busy selling sweet potatoes every day, I still worked hard to study. In the morning, I sold sweet potatoes on the street, and in the evening, I sought knowledge among the piles of books. I used to live across from Peking University and Tsinghua University, and the academic atmosphere there inspired me almost all the time. Every day, there are countless students graduating from these two institutions, and their knowledge and abilities are much better than mine. Although I once felt ashamed of my identity as a sweet potato seller, I still gained knowledge over the years. Gradually, I transformed from an ordinary small vendor into a top student. All these efforts come from my thirst for knowledge and my pursuit of Ling Facua. I looked down at Lan Yuyu again. Her eyes were weak and full of insecurity. The invisible pressure from her made me feel heartbroken. I secretly vowed to give her a better future and let her no longer live in the shadow of inferiority. Hey, Xiaoduya, how are your grades? I asked casually, trying to break her silence. She obviously didn't expect me to ask this question suddenly and was stunned for a moment. She must have been thinking, how did Yilin know my grades? Did he want to copy my homework? I couldn't help but laugh. My grades are average, she answered in a low voice, with a hint of insecurity in her tone. She was afraid that I would look down on her and that she would expose too many of her shortcomings. That's definitely better than mine. My grades have always been in the bottom 10. Little Bean Sprout, can you help me with my lessons? No one is willing to teach me, I said, pretending to be pitiful with desire in my eyes. Makeup lessons. She was stunned, obviously not understanding why I suddenly asked for makeup lessons. She lowered her head, as if she was hesitating. You don't want to? I pretended to be disappointed and sighed. Why is there no one willing to teach me? I also want to go to university. Seeing her hesitate slightly and her eyes gradually softening, I knew that she must have been touched by my loneliness. In her eyes, I might be the kind of lonely person like her who no one is willing to help. No, I do. She responded hastily, even raising her hand to swear. I swear, I really do. At this moment, my heart almost melted. She was willing to help me and become my friend. I felt warm inside, as if I'd found a friend I could really rely on. I showed a happy look, although people couldn't see it clearly because my hair was too long. But I was secretly happy in my heart because this was the first real conversation between Lan Yuyu and me. Friends, she whispered to herself, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. This seemed to be a new experience for her, especially that a boy was willing to be friends with her. She hesitated for a moment, then looked up and asked me, Yilin, what subject do you want to make up? I smiled and replied, I take extra classes in all subjects. After that, I looked into her eyes and felt her momentary discomfort. She lowered her head again, not daring to look me in the eye. At this time, I noticed that Ling Facua on the podium had been paying attention to our interaction. She looked a little unhappy, with dissatisfaction in her eyes, probably because of Lan Yuyu's raising her hand just now. Ling Facua's eyes never left us. She whispered, Yilin, don't talk. There was a hint of unkindness in her tone. I knew she was unhappy. She continued teaching, but I could feel that she had decided in her heart that she must talk to Lan Yuyu after class and ask her if she had been bullied by me. Chapter 5. As soon as the bell rang, the melodious athlete's march was heard. Huang Bai, who was standing outside the corridor, was almost the first to rush to the playground. He didn't want to squeeze in the crowd. The curriculum of Qingyuan Middle School is very tight. In the morning, there is morning reading and 2 classes followed by a long break, and then 3 classes. In the afternoon, there are also 3 classes, and in the evening, there are 2 evening self-study classes. Senior high school students have a harder time. Boarding students have to attend 3 evening self-study sessions, while day students can choose whether to attend the 3rd session. There is a flag-raising ceremony today. All students must gather in the playground. The class monitor must remember to call the roll. Please gather after class. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, stand up. The students responded in unison. Goodbye, teacher. Teacher Ling Facua picked up the materials and prepared to leave, and the students stood up and walked out of the classroom. Xiao Dia, there's a flag-raising ceremony today. Let's go. I said softly to Lan Yuyu. Yilin, you go first. Lan Yuyu said hesitantly that she didn't like to trouble others, especially since we were not very familiar with each other. How can that be possible? Teacher Lung asked us to help you more. I said with a smile, you are so skinny. What if you get squeezed when you go downstairs? And you don't even know where the class is, right? Let's go together. I'll protect you. Hearing the word protect, Lan Yuyu felt warm in her heart and showed a grateful look on her face. She whispered, it's okay, Yilin. You go first. I'll go down when there are fewer people. That won't work. Even if there are fewer people, it will take 5 or 6 minutes. By the time you go down, you'll be late. The student union will write down your name, and the class will be deducted points. You don't want to make Teacher Lung unhappy, do you? I pretended to be helpless. Oh, is that so? Well, then let's go together. Thank you. She finally agreed, with a hint of reluctant gratitude in her eyes. We went downstairs together. There were many people in the corridor, so it was a bit crowded. But surprisingly, no one dared to push me. Everyone took the initiative to make way for us. I laughed in my heart. After all, I was still somewhat famous in school. When they walked downstairs, Lan Yuyu asked curiously, Yilin, why would they rather squeeze together than give way to us? I replied with a wry smile, it's all my fault for my poor grades. They think I'm holding the class back, so they avoid me. I secretly glanced at her and saw her complicated expression, which warmed my heart slightly. The flag-raising ceremony began. Raise the flag. The students of the national flag team marched towards the flag-raising platform with sonorous and powerful steps. More than 4,000 teachers and students sang the national anthem in unison, and the entire playground was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Lan Yuyu was shocked when she saw all this. She couldn't help but think of the flag-raising ceremony at number 1 middle school in the city, where everyone's singing was weak and powerless, which was completely different from the atmosphere here. After the ceremony, student representatives took the stage to give speeches, followed by speeches from school leaders and the presentation of civilized class awards for each grade. Then, Director Li Jianya walked up to the podium and announced that he was going to criticize a student. Student Yilin, please go up to the flagpole. The whole class focused their attention on me. I walked towards the flag-raising platform, feeling very dissatisfied. Li Jianya's words made me angry, but I knew he was targeting me on purpose. Student Yilin seriously violated school discipline by sending love letters to female classmates and puncturing my tire in class. Li Jianya announced loudly and sternly, "We have decided to give Yilin a disciplinary punishment of probation and to criticize him throughout the school." I felt a little bit unwilling to hear this. Class 1 of Senior 3 was originally qualified to win the red flag, but because of him, all the efforts of the class were wasted. Li Jianya's words made me feel very uncomfortable. "Student Yilin, do you have anything to say?" Li Jianya asked. I took a deep breath, suddenly grabbed the microphone, and bowed to Li Jianya and the whole class. "Thank you, Director Li, for giving me the opportunity to reflect on my mistakes. I feel deeply guilty." I said, "I apologize to Mr. Li Jianya for my behavior, and I will compensate him for the trouble he has caused me." Then I said to the whole class, "Our class has lost collective honor because of me, and I feel deeply guilty. I apologize to my head teacher and classmates for this and volunteered to take on the duty for a month." I paused, feeling the gazes of countless eyes. I used to slack off, but today I was awakened by Teacher Lee's scolding. I can't go on like this. I have to study hard, try to get into college, and bring honor to the school. The whole audience was silent, and everyone seemed to be unable to believe that I would say these words. Li Jianya was stunned and quickly grabbed the microphone back. "Student Yilin has a good attitude. Everyone should supervise him more in the future." The microphone was taken back, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Li Jianya whispered to me, "You are already on probation. If you make another mistake, you will be expelled." "I know. Uncle Li, I will be a good student in the future." I deliberately teased him. "Don't call me uncle in school. Get out," Li Jianya said angrily. I walked down the flag-raising platform obediently, but my heart was full of fluctuations. All this was unexpected, but also made me make up my mind. Ling Facua from class 3 to 5 looked at me with disappointment. She thought I would react violently, but she didn't expect me to just admit my mistake. Her dissatisfaction was clearly revealed. Yi Xuan, the first-year team, said coldly to her classmates, "Yilin is not worthy of being my brother." Her heart was filled with anger, and she wished I would disappear from her world. As Li Jianya announced the disbandment, the flag-raising ceremony ended. Everyone left and returned to their respective classes with heavy hearts. Despite this, my criticism in the notice was still the focus of everyone's discussion. Chapter 6. Lan Yuyu quietly walked to the side, pulled over a stool, and gently placed it next to Lan Yuyu. She knew Lan Yuyu and knew that this little girl was very talented and had always had excellent academic performance. But her family's poverty cast a shadow on her future. Lan Yuyu's parents worked hard, and her father was injured in a construction accident, leaving the family without a single source of income. In order to reduce the burden on her family, Lan Yuyu decided to drop out of school and go home to farm. Although her teachers at school had repeatedly advised her not to do so, she had made up her mind. Lan Yuyu's grades were once the pride of the school, but as time went on, her grades gradually declined. She knew her future was limited, and even if she was admitted to university, her family would not be able to support her to continue her studies. So, she decided to give up everything and her dream to return home. After Lan Yuyu knew about Lan Yuyu's predicament, she decided to do her best to help her and finally brought her to Qingyuan Middle School. Although the school leaders of Qingyuan Middle School were surprised, they also supported Lan Yuyu's decision. The school exempted Lan Yuyu from tuition and accommodation fees, but she still had to take care of her living expenses. Lan Yuyu applied for funding from the government for this purpose, but as there were several orphans and 5 guarantee households in the village, the funding quota was full and Lan Yuyu failed to successfully apply. In desperation, Lan Yuyu decided to pay for Lan Yuyu's living expenses herself. Although Lan Yuyu would definitely not accept this aid, Lan Yuyu believed that she could change her fate through hard work. After class that day, Lan Yuyu found Lan Yuyu and asked with concern, "Yuyu, did Yilin do something again just now?" Lan Yuyu quickly shook her head, appearing a little nervous. "No, Teacher Lung, Yilin is a nice person. Nothing happened." Lan Yuyu felt a little doubtful. This reaction was too abnormal. Was she afraid to tell the truth? I was a little uneasy at the side. Lan Yuyu stared at him closely. "You said you taught Lan Yuyu to study? Yilin, is this true?" I hurriedly explained, "Yes, Teacher Lung. Lan Yuyu was indeed helping me. I just asked her a few questions." Lung Yinxio's eyes became sharper. Did you disturb her in class? I answered nervously, no. Teacher Lung. Lan Yuyu wanted to do it herself. Lung Yinxio still didn't believe it, and her tone became serious. You can't affect her studies. I nodded, feeling relieved. At least this matter wouldn't get any more complicated. Lan Yu lowered her head when she saw Lung Yinxio's attitude. I'm sorry, Teacher Lung. I understand. Seeing this, Lung Yinxio patted her shoulder gently and said, it's okay. It's a good thing to be helpful. Just be careful about the occasion. Lan Yuyu raised her head and looked at Lung Yinxio with gratitude in her eyes. Lung Yinxio's tone also softened a lot. Lung Yinxio then changed the subject. Your school badge is not ready yet. I will take you to lunch at noon today. Wait for me in the classroom after class. Okay, Teacher Lung. I thought to myself that there seemed to be some changes in the next few days. After the flag-raising ceremony, I walked out of the playground and saw Huang Bai standing next to me. He obviously wanted to ask something. Brother Lin, are you serious about what you said just now? I nodded and said firmly, of course, I'm not kidding about studying, especially you. You have to be serious. Huang Bai smiled bitterly. I know. Are you provoked by Ling Facua? I couldn't help but frown. Don't mention her. Studying is entirely my own decision. Huang Bai was stunned. Obviously didn't expect me to be so serious. Why did you suddenly decide to study? I sighed, knowing that he didn't understand. Huang Bai, you don't know. I had a dream. I dreamed that you were too fat and died in the dormitory due to breathing difficulties when you were in college. Huang Bai was frightened. His eyes widened. Is this true? You dreamed that I died? I nodded. The fortune teller said that you have this disaster in your life. If you want to avoid it, you have to lose weight and you must be admitted to a university, not a junior college. Huang Bai looked panicked. You scared me to death. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, but you must lose weight, study hard, and you can't be unrepentant. I looked at him and said in a firm tone. Huang Bai was skeptical at first, but seeing how serious I was, he started to get scared. Okay, Brother Lin, I'll listen to you. I'll go find a fortune teller after school tonight. We chatted as we walked towards the store. Huang Bai actually only bought a bottle of mineral water today. I smiled and said, it seems that the thread of fate really works. When we walked back to the classroom, we suddenly saw a familiar figure standing outside the corridor. Ling Facua. Her eyes were cold and provocative, which made me stop in my tracks. Chapter 7. Ling Facua slowly walked into the corridor of Class 1, and the whole space seemed to freeze. The boys around her stopped what they were doing, and their eyes unconsciously focused on her. Some boys walked back and forth, staring at her, eager to get a glimpse of her. Huang Bai saw Ling Facua standing at the door. A flash of surprise flashed across his face, and he hurriedly pulled me and whispered, Brother Lin, look, your sister-in-law is here to see you. Is she moved by you and agrees to be with you? I helplessly stuffed the fried vegetarian chicken leg in my hand into Huang Bai's mouth to interrupt his chattering. Sister-in-law? I have nothing to do with her. Stop talking nonsense. Be careful, or I'll tell your dad that you stole the camera. I said coldly. Huang Bai was stunned and smiled bitterly in his heart. His stealing of the camera actually became a handle for me to threaten him. He couldn't figure out what Ling Facua had done to make him so angry. After all, after chasing the goddess for so long, he just said he didn't like her. How decisive and manly. Huang Bai glared at me, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, but he still took the fried vegetarian chicken leg and prepared to eat it, but then stopped. He suddenly remembered what I said, swallowed his saliva, and finally stopped eating. When we walked to the classroom door, we saw Ling Facua standing there with her chest puffed out and a proud temperament. She seemed to be waiting for me to kneel down and lick her, but I didn't even raise my eyelids and walked straight to the classroom. Ling Facua was so angry that she trembled and shouted angrily, Yi Lin, stop! I stopped and looked back at her, pretending to be puzzled. My classmate, is there something wrong? Ling Facua was stunned, her face flushed with anger. Why didn't you come this morning? I raised my eyebrows and pretended to be puzzled. Why didn't you come? She was so angry that she didn't expect me to answer her like that. She gritted her teeth and continued to question. You were obviously doing that for me. Tell me quickly, what surprise have you prepared? If you don't tell me, I won't forgive you and I won't talk to you anymore. I responded coldly. Then don't talk to me anymore. There was a flash of anger in her eyes, as if she felt provoked. Yilin, you bastard. Is this the surprise you mentioned? If I pay any attention to you, I will be a puppy. After saying that, she ran back to the classroom in a rage, tears welling up in her eyes. Huang Bai stood beside me, stunned. I actually confronted Ling Facua in person and made her run away in anger? Normally, I would have to bow my head and beg for mercy. This made Huang Bai completely convinced that I no longer liked Ling Facua. He was secretly proud of himself and wanted to teach Ling Facua, who had ignored me, a lesson. I smiled silently, thinking to myself, I just got rid of the role of a licking dog. She's so angry. What's the big deal? With one less liquor, she could just change to a new one. Just as I was thinking, Qin Tianzhu suddenly stood in front of me, blocking my way. He originally thought Ling Facua was looking for him, but she ignored him completely. It was obvious that she was mad at me and was crying. Qin Tianzhu couldn't stand this and asked angrily, Yilin, what did you do to Ling Facua? I raised my eyebrows and replied coldly, what does it have to do with you? Huang Bai said bluntly, mind your own business. Give way to Brother Lin. Qin Tianzhu was almost furious, but Huang Bai was not afraid of him. Looking at Qin Tianzhu's angry expression, I just found it funny. He was just a one-sided lover and didn't even have the courage to confess. Compared to Qin Tianzhu, Ling Facua and I had some ambiguity. I can't be considered a bootlicker, but at least I'm more useful than him. Qin Tianzhu stood on the moral high ground and severely criticized me. I'm a class cadre. Isn't it shameful for you to bully the goddess of our class? I didn't want to pay any attention to him and planned to walk around into the classroom, but he blocked my way, obviously wanting to cause trouble for me. I frowned. I really didn't feel like arguing with such a person. You have a problem with your brain, I said coldly, turned around and walked around him into the classroom. Huang Bai was upset and wanted to attack me, but when he saw that I didn't do anything, he held back. The students around me witnessed this scene and were all shocked. In the past, I would have attacked without hesitation if I had encountered such a provocation. Today, I was able to endure it, which was really surprising. Qin Tianzhu returned to his seat triumphantly, as confident as a winner. Wang Xiaoqing at the table in front of him gave him a thumbs up. Qin Tianzhu, you are awesome. You actually dared to confront Yilin directly. Qin Tianzhu smiled and responded, I've long been fed up with him, a parasite in the class and a piece of trash in society. Xiaoqing, aren't you friends with Zhao Rongrong? Please ask for me later what I did to make Ling Facua angry. You like Ling Facua so much, why don't you confess? You are so outstanding, she will definitely accept it. Qin Tianzhu smiled. Confessing now will affect Facua studies. Wait until after graduation to confess. You are really sensible. People like Yilin who are shameless are totally unworthy. Qin Tianzhu smiled confidently. There are many outstanding men in the world. Facua is lucky to have someone I like. At this time, Ling Facua had already run back to the classroom, lying on the table, sobbing softly. Chapter 8. Ling Facua lay on the table, tears falling down. She looked depressed. Zhao Rongrong hurried over and asked anxiously, Facua, what's wrong? Ling Facua wiped away her tears and said angrily, I want to find Yilin and asked him why he didn't come to see me today and what surprise he had prepared. In the end, he told me to never talk to him again. Zhao Rongrong was stunned for a moment and felt a little puzzled. Why did you still go to find him? She knew that Ling Facua usually complained that I was too annoying when I confessed my love to her. But now that I ignored her, why did she take the initiative to find him? Ling Facua sighed and explained, I'm curious about what surprise he has prepared. He behaved so well at the flag-raising ceremony today. Obviously, he wanted me to see it. Zhao Rongrong listened, his eyes a little puzzled. Are you saying that he behaved well today to attract your attention? Ling Facua nodded. Yes, I rejected his confession because his grades were too poor. I told him that I would only consider him if he could get into the top 10 in the school. Zhao Rongrong looked at her thoughtfully and continued. I see. I heard that some boys will deliberately become better after their confession fails, in order to make the girl regret it. Ling Facua said angrily, Yes, he must want to make me regret it this way. I just told him that if I pay attention to him again, I will become a puppy. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Zhao Rongrong was stunned, puzzled. Logically speaking, since Ling Facua took the initiative to find me, he should have catered to her like a little puppy. Why did he suddenly become so determined? At this time, Huang Bai came over, looking somewhat relaxed. He looked at Ling Facua and Zhao Rongrong and smiled. Fatty, do you want me to be expelled? I am on probation now. Huang Bai was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, when did this guy become so sinister? Huang Bai joked again, don't pay attention to him. He's just a self-indulgent fool. After that, He picked up the math book and started a preview. Yin Haoqing was a little surprised to see Huang Bai's actions, but soon he noticed that Huang Bai took out a fried vegetarian chicken leg from his pocket and handed it to him. "I'm not trying to bribe you this time, don't worry," Huang Bai said with a smile. Yin Haoqing looked at the chicken leg, and although he had some doubts in his heart, he still took it and started eating. Not long after, Lan Yuyu walked out of the office. The bell for class rang, and she hurried into the classroom, looking a little tired. I saw that she looked pale, so I handed her a bottle of drink and said, "What's wrong? You look so tired, drink something." Lan Yuyu looked at me and waved her hand, saying, "No, I'm not thirsty." I pretended to be disappointed and asked, "Don't you want to be friends with me?" She was a little stunned and seemed a little confused. Seeing her reaction, I secretly put the tube of the beverage bottle in her mouth, gently squeezed the bottle, and a stream of sweet liquid flowed into her mouth. She was stunned for a moment, and a blush appeared on her face. "Is it delicious?" I asked. Lan Yu nodded. "It's delicious." Although she usually doesn't like to drink snacks and drinks, this bottle today made her feel a little refreshed. I took out some more snacks from my pocket and showed them to her proudly. "See which one you like." These snacks were originally intended for Ling Facua, but now I gave them all to Lan Yuyu. Lan Yuyu took a look and frowned. "I don't like snacks. My mother said snacks are not good." I was stunned for a moment, then understood her family situation and said with a smile, "That's okay. Next time tell me what you like and I'll buy it for you." Lan Yuyu replied shyly, "No need to buy it. Yilin, I can buy it myself." I joked, "No, you help me with my lessons. I have to give you some compensation." She was a little angry. "Don't mention it if you don't need it." I laughed and teased her. "Okay, I won't buy it next time, I swear." She finally nodded. "Okay, it should be okay to eat it once in a while, but you are not allowed to buy it next time." As Li Jianya walked into the classroom, everyone started the class. We sat in the back row, eating snacks while studying. The atmosphere was relaxed and happy. Other students saw us enjoying snacks together and couldn't help but envy us. Just as I was tearing open a bag of spicy strips, Qin Tianzhu couldn't help but get angry after seeing it and turned around to report to the teacher. Chapter 9. When Li Jianya was concentrating on explaining the math problems, Qin Tianzhu suddenly shouted in dissatisfaction, "Teacher Li, Yilin ate spicy noodles in class. The smell is too strong. It's really unbearable." This caused a commotion in the class, and everyone turned their attention to me. Li Jianya raised his eyebrows. Although he also smelled the spicy strips, he was explaining an important knowledge point and didn't want to be interrupted. The classroom atmosphere was tense, and other students didn't dare to speak out. After all, it was my snack. Qin Tianzhu couldn't help but complain loudly. "Yilin, eating spicy strips is so smelly. How can you let everyone attend class?" I quickly lowered my head and handed the spicy strips to Huang Bai, who was sleeping next to me, and wiped the corners of my mouth. Li Jianya saw this scene. His face was serious, and he ordered me to stand up. My heart tightened, and I realized that I might be in an awkward situation. At this time, Lan Yu also ate snacks, and her mouth was bulging. Seeing her appearance, I couldn't help laughing. Li Jianya said angrily, "You are still laughing? Not only do you eat snacks in class, but you even eat spicy strips, which disturbs others' classes." I quickly explained, "Teacher Li, you are wronging me. It's the spicy strips that Huang Bai eats." Huang Bai came to his senses immediately after hearing this, took the spicy strips without hesitation, and ate them with gusto. Li Jianya was furious and slammed the podium. "You either sleep or eat snacks in class. Hurry up and stand outside. Write a self-criticism and hand it to me tomorrow." Huang Bai lowered his head and walked out of the classroom in a huff. Qin Tianzhu then reminded Li Jianya, "Teacher Li, it was Yilin who ate the spicy strips." Other students also echoed. So, I could only retort, "Qin Tianzhu, don't say anything nonsense. I have been listening to the class the whole time. How can I eat snacks?" Qin Tianzhu laughed. "Shuabai, why don't you tell me what the teacher just said?" Li Jianya interrupted at this time. "Quiet. Yilin, since you are listening to the class, then come and solve this problem." I walked up to the podium, picked up the chalk, and started to solve the problem. Qin Tianzhu looked at me, obviously not believing that I could solve it, and said sarcastically, "If you don't know how to solve it, get off quickly and don't waste your time." I ignored him and concentrated on solving the problem. I solved the problem using 3 methods, 2 methods in the textbook and another method I learned from a college textbook. When Qin Tianzhu saw my solution, he was stunned and asked in confusion, "This is not right. Why is it different from mine?" He began to doubt his own solution. After checking my solution, Li Jianya seemed a little surprised. Yilin, you got it right. This problem uses 3 methods, and the third one is only learned in college. Come, let me explain it to you. I started to explain, and the classmates gradually understood it. Li Jianya said to me, don't eat snacks in class next time. I breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to go back to my seat. After class, Huang Bai found me, looking aggrieved. Yilin, I am really wronged. How come I became a scapegoat? I patted him on the shoulder. Brother, it's not your fault. Huang Bai smiled, and the feeling of grievance disappeared instantly. At the same time, Qin Tianzhu ran to find Lan Yuyu, intending to ask her to adjust the seats of the new classmates, thinking that I always affected other studies. Lan Yuyu was displeased after hearing this, and expressed her disagreement with Qin Tianzhu's statement, and was ready to talk to me. Qin Tianzhu left the office triumphantly, thinking that his plan had succeeded. After class, Qin Tianzhu came to me and told me, Teacher Lung asked you to go to the office. I couldn't help but wonder what happened. But I still followed him to the office, vaguely feeling that this guy definitely had no good intentions. Chapter 10. Lan Yuyu looked at me, standing upright, her heart full of doubts. This student, who usually is lazy, dozes off in class, and has poor discipline, was out of character today. Not only was he serious in class, he also took the initiative to apologize when he was criticized during the flag-raising ceremony. She couldn't help wondering, have I really changed? Or is there something else going on? Yilin, I heard you were eating snacks in class just now, she asked straight to the point. I quickly shook my head. I didn't eat it. Lung Yinxio's eyes were sharp. You didn't eat it? Your words now smell like spicy noodles. I was speechless for a moment, so I had to smile and said, I only ate a little bit. She didn't let me go. It's fine if you eat by yourself, but you drag Lan Yuyu into violating the rules? If you don't want to go to college, don't hold her back. Could she be like you? The atmosphere in the office suddenly became tense. Although she often criticized me before, she had never been so sincere as today. I suddenly began to wonder if Lung Yinxio and Lan Yuyu had any relationship. Could they be relatives? I had to be careful in the future, in case she really became my future mother-in-law. I quickly bowed my head and admitted my mistake. I'm sorry, teacher, I didn't mean it. I just wanted to treat Lan Yuyu to some snacks. She took a deep breath and calmed down. Why did you treat her snacks? She has been helping me with my studies recently, and I wanted to express my gratitude. I answered carefully. Is it that simple? She was obviously a little skeptical. Really, teacher? She suddenly asked. Then why do you suddenly want to study? I was stunned. I didn't dare to say it was for Lan Yuyu. I could only say vaguely, I've realized it. I don't want to live a mediocre life anymore. Lung Yinxio nodded. That's good. I hope you don't get carried away. Work harder. There is still hope for you to pass the undergraduate exam. Although I heard the encouragement in her words, I felt a little skeptical. My goal is not to get into a college or university, but Peking University or Tsinghua University, especially where Lan Yuyu is going to go in the future. I answered, I will work hard and try to get into college. She said earnestly, don't affect Lan Yuyu's studies. You can give her extra lessons, but don't force her and don't waste her time. I suddenly thought of a question and asked cautiously, Teacher Lung, is Lan Yuyu's family poor? She immediately became alert. Why are you asking this? I quickly explained. I saw that her clothes were faded and she was thin. She might not be well nourished. Her eyes were complicated. You observe very carefully. Do you care about her for some ulterior motive? Teacher, I am a gentleman. I quickly expressed my opinion. She snorted coldly. Her family is indeed in financial difficulty, and studying is her only way out. If you lead her astray, I will never let you go. I quickly raised my hand and swore. I swear if I lie, God will punish me with lightning. She smiled helplessly. Okay, I believe you. Go back and remember to do your classwork during class time. I said gratefully. Thank you, teacher, for arranging such a good deskmate for me. After turning around and taking 2 steps, he suddenly saw Li Jianya walking towards the office. An idea suddenly occurred to him. So he turned around and said, by the way, teacher, I have to remind you that Qin Tianzhu calls you old maid behind your back, and he also calls Li Jianya Li Tapeo. Li Jianya happened to hear these words, and his face immediately darkened. There's a story behind this nickname. 10 years ago, he farted 18 loudly during class. Since then, the nickname Li Tapeo has spread throughout the school. Every time the nickname is mentioned, he feels extremely embarrassed. I pretended to be nonchalant and said hello, teacher Li. He smiled, but his face was not happy. Lung Yinxiu didn't care at all and asked Li Jianya directly. Directorly, what can I do for you? I think Yilin is different today. Li Jianya asked in confusion. Lung Yinxiu nodded. I noticed that too. He said he doesn't want to waste his time anymore and wants to study hard. After the two chatted for a few words, Li Jianya added before leaving. Qin Tianju yelled in class, and Huang Bai was either sleeping or eating snacks. I have asked him to write a self-criticism, and I will notify his parents tomorrow morning. Please help to monitor the class meeting. Lung Yinxiu smiled bitterly. Qin Tianju just gave me a report today, and Yilin planted a landmine for him again. These two usually don't have much hatred for each other. Why are they suddenly fighting? Chapter 11. The bell rang, and I walked into the classroom. Qin Tianju's smug look made me feel a little uncomfortable, as if he was mocking me for daring to fight him. But I was too lazy to pay attention to him and found a seat to sit down. Huang Bai saw me and asked me with concern whether I had been criticized. He was relieved to see that I was fine. If a fight really broke out, I would definitely not show mercy. People like Qin Tianju cannot be spared. But I felt a little uneasy in the following time. Lung Yinxiu was right. Lan Yuyu's tutoring no longer meant much to me. I understood. I didn't need to waste her time anymore. I was indifferent to her in my previous life. And if I keep pestering her for tutoring now, it might cause her grades to drop, and she would miss the chance to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. So I decided not to push her any further. In the next two classes, Lan Yuyu continued to listen attentively, even though she had already mastered the content. Seeing how serious she was, I felt a little guilty, but I also felt that this might be better for her. After school at noon, I invited her to have lunch together, but she refused, saying that Lung Yinxiu would come and take her. I had no choice but to leave with Huang Bai. Although I'm a day student, Huang Bai and I usually eat in the school cafeteria, not for the delicious food, but to save time to grab the machine. After finishing my meal, I plan to go back to the classroom to take out the trash. After all, I had promised in front of the whole class in the morning that I would keep the classroom clean for a month. When Li Junwei heard my promise, he directly threw the task of being on duty to me. Huang Bai didn't seem very happy. After all, he never thought that I would really go to clean. Just after leaving the cafeteria, I saw Lung Yinxiu leading a group of leaders out of the school gate, but Lan Yuyu was not with her. Did she forget to take her to eat? I was a little upset, so I turned around and went back to the cafeteria. Huang Bai saw this and asked in confusion, Brother Lin, didn't you go to take out the trash? Why did you go in again? Wait for me. I answered, and then lined up to get a meal. Huang Bai looked at me eagerly. I knew that you cared about me, Brother Lin, and knew that I was not full. He stretched out his hand to take my meal. Get out of the way. I push him away. This is for my desk mate. Huang Bai's eyes widened, his face full of shock. You serve food to others? It's always been others who serve you food. Why are you serving food to others today? What's so special about her? He explained it impaciently. I am just helping. Huang Bai still didn't understand and said, half-jokingly, Brother Lin, did Lan Yuyu find anything wrong with you? I rolled my eyes and said, You think too much. I will turn over a new leaf and become a good young man of a new era. Huang Bai obviously disagreed with my statement of being a good student, but he didn't say anything more and continued to walk toward the classroom with me. When I returned to my seat, I saw Lan Yuyu sitting there, looking towards the door from time to time, obviously waiting for Lung Yinxiu. However, Lung Yinxiu did not come, and Lan Yuyu looked a little disappointed. She came from the countryside last night and had not eaten anything until now, so she was already very hungry. She seemed afraid to go looking for food, fearing that Lung Yinxiu would suddenly come and not be able to find her. Seeing her exhausted look, I couldn't help but feel pity for her. So I walked up to her with a bowl of rice and said, Little bean sprout, I made this for you, eat it. She was stunned for a moment, looked at the bowl in my hand, and hesitated. Yilin, didn't I say I would wait for Teacher Lung to take me to dinner? Why did you give me a bowl? I smiled and said, Teacher Lung had to attend a meeting today, so she asked me to get you some food. Teacher Lung asked me to get you some food? She seemed a little surprised. Yes, she is busy today and asked me to call you. I confirmed. Thank you, Yilin. She lowered her head, took the bowl, and started eating. I smiled at her. Eat quickly. Don't let the food get cold. She lowered her head and ate with a shy look on her face. She ate every bite of rice carefully, as if she cherished every bit of food. I couldn't help but feel touched when I saw her eating so seriously. She ate slowly, obviously reluctant to eat quickly. Seeing her shyness, I couldn't help but get closer to her, and when I saw that there were grains of rice stuck on her face, I reached out and gently helped her remove them. My fingertips accidentally touched her face. She shrank back and looked at me with surprise and a hint of fear in her eyes. I was stunned for a moment and explained with a smile, "You ate too fast and the rice stuck to your face." Her face turned red instantly, and she was obviously a little embarrassed. Seeing that she was embarrassed, I stood up and took the broom to clean up the garbage. Huang Bai was sitting nearby, stunned. "Brother Lin, you two look like a young couple." I rolled my eyes and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Go take out the trash." Huang Bai looked confused. Take out the trash? What? Don't you want to lose weight? How can you lose weight if you just eat and don't move? I urged impatiently. Lose weight? Huang Bai was shocked when he heard it. Stop talking nonsense and go take out the trash. I was a little annoyed. After hearing this, Huang Bai immediately became excited. Okay, I'll take out the trash. I'll rely on this to lose weight. After saying that, he picked up the trash can and ran away. Finally, no one disturbed me, and I watched Lan Yuyu eat quietly. She cherished every bite she ate, as if she knew what the beauty of life was. I secretly decided in my heart that I must protect this girl in the future. Just as I was immersed in this tenderness, Lan Yuyu walked into the classroom in a hurry. Chapter 12. I am glad that I did not act impulsively. Otherwise, Lan Yuyu would really beat me to death. Even if she didn't come, I wouldn't do anything excessive. I consider myself to be rational and will not let my emotions control me. After all, I have just established a little affection with Lan Yuyu, and it would be more troublesome if I scared her away because of my impulse. In fact, I am not in a hurry to have her. I want to give her a lifetime of happiness, be her protector, and prevent her from suffering any grievances. Her last words before she died. In the next life, can you chase Xiao Duo once like you chased Ling Facua? Have always been imprinted in my mind, reminding me like a brand to make her life better. Lan Yuyu returned to the classroom and saw that Lan Yuyu had already eaten. The county leaders suddenly came to the school for inspection, and she was temporarily pulled to receive them. But she did not forget Lan Yuyu, but turned down the opportunity to have dinner with the leaders on the grounds of feeling unwell. In fact, Principal Li Jianya had been considering her and wanted to use this dinner to introduce some young leaders with good conditions to her. Lan Yuyu is popular and has a good image in school, and is the ideal type in many people's minds, but she does not intend to accept pursuit easily. Li Jianya reluctantly agreed that she would not attend, and she immediately rushed back. Teacher Long. Lan Yuyu stood up when she saw her coming back. Yuyu, I just went out for something, and I was worried that you wouldn't have a meal. Lan Yuyu explained with a smile. Yilin has already prepared food for me. Lan Yuyu. Lan Yuyu was stunned and looked at me subconsciously. I immediately replied, "You told me to go to the office and get lunch for my desk mate at noon. Did you forget?" Although Lan Yuyu grumbled in her heart that she had never said this, she could only say, yes, the teacher forgot. She was secretly aware that I seemed to be too enthusiastic about Lan Yuyu. This child was not a good student before. He climbed over the wall to skip classes, secretly roasted ducks from the lotus pond at night, and even used smelly socks to soak stinky tofu to play a prank on people, almost causing a serious food poisoning incident. Although she had not investigated these matters in depth, he was notorious. Now he suddenly acted like a good student and was very concerned about Lan Yuyu, which really puzzled her. After dinner, Lan Yuyu led Lan Yuyu to get her luggage. She asked casually, "Yuyu, did you know Yilin before?" "Well, no." Lan Yuyu was increasingly puzzled. What was he trying to achieve? He had become so diligent and responsible, like a completely different person. When they arrived at dormitory 202 in Shangmei building, several girls were hanging clothes at the door. When they saw them coming, they all greeted them. Suddenly, a rough shout was heard in the dormitory. "Wang Xiaocheng, stop pretending. Who are you trying to fool?" It was Gao Mengmeng's voice. Lan Yuyu coughed twice. Gao Mengmeng was like she was paused and hurriedly stuffed her phone into her pocket. "Lung, teacher Lung." Her voice was weak. "Give me your phone." Lan Yuyu's tone was calm but oppressive. Gao Mengmeng was stunned for a moment and had to take out an old mobile phone from her pocket, pretending to be reluctant to say, "Teacher, this is the new one I bought." Lan Yuyu took it and said coldly, "This is not what you were playing with just now. Take out the other one as well." Gao Mengmeng lowered her head and took out her newly bought iPhone 3G again, trying to act cute. "Teacher, I promise I won't bring my phone with me anymore. If you bring it again, you can forget about living on campus." Lan Yuyu didn't say much, but every word he said was very meaningful. After handing over the phone, Lan Yuyu took Lan Yuyu into the dormitory to make the beds. There were 6 beds in dormitory 202, and 4 people were currently living there, with 1 lower bunk vacant. In the dormitory, except for Gao Meng, who was in a low mood because of just being scolded, the other girls were very enthusiastic and helped to make the beds and move the luggage. The atmosphere was harmonious. The dormitory atmosphere was harmonious, without any intrigue or cliques, and Lan Yuyu finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this. She knew that such an environment was suitable for Lan Yuyu, and it also made her feel more at ease. At the same time, Huang Bai and I finished our cleaning task, and were chatting as we left the campus and prepared to go to the barber shop. Chapter 13. Huang Bai's fancy big Ram motorbike looked like a circus vehicle, and passers-by couldn't help but take a few more glances at it. The colorful lights on the wheels were blinding as they turned, and there was a subwoofer hung on the rear of the car, so loud that the sound of phoenix dances in the sky could be heard from the alley to the street corner. He wore reflective sunglasses and lifted his windshield, looking like the most handsome guy in Xingyun, and drove his motorcycle like a fighter plane. As for me, I sat behind him with my head lowered like a kidnapped young wife, so embarrassing. My ears were nearly blown up by the subwoofer along the way, and I seriously suspected that if I rode for another 5 minutes, I would hear drum beats in my head. 2 kilometers later, we finally arrived at the barber shop on the edge of the square. The moment I got off the car, I felt like I was reborn. Tony Huzi at the door was immediately happy when he saw us, and waved at us like he was welcoming 2 gods of wealth. Master Yi, Master Huang, what new look do you want to create today? He smiled so hard that his face was about to bloom. Huang Bai was too lazy to pay attention to him. He just said, "I don't do it," and walked into the store, sitting down on the boss chair behind the cash register. Huzi hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Huang, be gentle. The chair is going to fall apart. If it breaks, I'll compensate you with a new one." While turning on the computer, he continued to immerse himself in his handsome guy fantasy. I followed him in and said with a smile, "Huzi, I'm here to get a haircut today." Huzi's eyes lit up. "Okay, Tswillian, quickly wash Master Ye's hair." He turned around to watch Huang Bai playing the game, with a look of disdain on his face. "Your skills are too bad. You got shot in the head as soon as you showed your head." Huang Bai was not convinced. "I was just warming up. Wait, watch me show off in the next game." As a result, as soon as he changed to a sniper and jumped out, he was killed instantly by the opponent's cannon. He was so angry that he threw his headphones and cursed. Hu Zi sneered. "The way you move is so slow, even a turtle would think it's too slow." Huang Bai was unwilling to give in. "Come on, let's try again." Unfortunately, he was beaten back home in the 3rd round before he could even aim. "There's something on the other side," he finally said with a convinced tone. Hu Zi grinned. "Do you believe me when I say he's a rookie? I can kill him in 1 shot." Huang Bai immediately became excited. "How do we bet?" "If I win, you give me Furong King. If I lose, I will treat you to a card." Hu Zi was full of confidence. "Deal." Huang Bai slammed the table to make way. Hu Zi shot the opponent in 1 second. I had just finished washing my hair, and as soon as I walked out the door, I heard Huang Bai shouting, "Has it started? Did I miss it?" Hu Zi rolled his eyes and said, "I just called you 3 times. That doesn't count. I wasn't ready." Huang Bai was shameless. Hu Zi immediately made a rule. If you keep shirking your duty, you won't be allowed to play games next time. In the next round, Hu Zi took the lead with 1 shot again. I smiled and said, "You can do it. Give me a haircut quickly." "Mr. Huang, remember to bring cigarettes." Hu Zi reminded me while putting away the mouse. Huang Bai replied casually, "I'll bring you a pack of Huazi from my dad's drawer later." The 2 of them always loved to gamble, but no one dared to gamble with me, saying that I was too steady and had never lost. I sat down, and Hu Zi took out a book of non-mainstream hairstyles while blowing my hair, as if presenting a treasure. "Young Master Yi, look at this style. Permit and dye it purple. Ling Facua can't take her eyes off it when she sees it." I replied calmly, "Cut my hair short." Hu Zi's hands trembled. "A short hair? Are you serious? I'm in a hurry. I have to go to class soon." I said very calmly. He was stunned for a few seconds before coming back to his senses. "Your hair is so beautiful. It's such a waste to cut it." I frowned. "Do you want to cut it or not? If not, I'll go to another place." When Hu Zi saw that I was serious, he immediately shut up and started cutting, sighing distressfully as he did so. After I finished cutting, I went to wash my hair. Tswillian was stunned when she saw me. Her eyes widened, and it took her a long time to react. "Can you wash my head?" I reminded her softly. Yes, just lie down." Her face was red, and she didn't know where to put her hands. After I came out of the shower, I looked in the mirror and felt refreshed and comfortable. Fuck. Huzi's first reaction when he saw me was to swear. Huang Bai came over to take a look and was shocked when he saw my face. "Oh my God, when did you become so handsome?" He almost shouted. Then the next second, "Huzi, give me a buzz cut too." Huzi almost threw away the scissors. "Are you serious?" "Stop talking nonsense. Cut it," Huang Bai said firmly. But after the haircut, he almost cried when he looked in the mirror. The two pieces of flesh on his face were shaking, and with the short hair, he looked like a villain. I almost got a stitch in my side laughing, and Huzi shook his head helplessly. Not everyone can pull off a buzz cut. We were getting ready to leave. I dragged Huang Bai to school. He kept cursing along the way. "I'm going to meet Shinsini in this state. I don't want to live anymore." As soon as we left, Chui Lian ran out and asked Huzi cautiously, "Boss, do you have Yishao's penguin?" Huzi was shocked and thought, "It's over. The hair was just cut and the corner was pried open." He shook his head and pretended to be stupid. "No. His girlfriend is the campus beauty. Do you remember the fairy-like girl last time? That's his girlfriend." Chui Lian was silent for a few seconds, nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. She lowered her head and whispered, "I know." Then she turned around and went back to the house. Even though she could be considered pretty, she knew she was far inferior to that fairy. Chapter 14. The first class in the afternoon was physics class. When the second bell rang, Huang Bai and I ran to the classroom door in panic. Actually, there was more than enough time, but this fat guy wasted a lot of time by dawdling and trying to be cool. I grabbed him and pulled him together and shouted, "Report." The physics teacher stood on the podium, staring at the two of us with a frown, with a hint of strangeness in his eyes. After 3 years of teaching, even if he couldn't remember our names, he should be familiar with our faces, but he obviously had never seen us. When he heard that there were new students in the class, he narrowed his eyes and thought, could it be us? When the students in the classroom saw me walk in, they immediately went crazy, especially the girls in the front row. I had just had my hair cut, and my face was as clean as if it had been filtered, and the blue and white school uniform made the effect perfect. Huang Bai next to me is already strong, and this comparison has become the background wall of my handsomeness. "Oh my God, my idol!" Gao Ming Ming in the front row held her face and moaned like a fangirl. "Who is this? Is he new? He's so handsome. Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. I'm in love." I looked at them in a state of horniness and was speechless. Is it that serious? I'm not a trainee in the entertainment industry. The faces of the boys in the back row of the classroom turned black, and their eyes were full of hostility. Especially Qin Tianzhu, who used to be a potential stock because of his looks, but now he is completely crushed by me. The physics teacher didn't say anything for a long time, so I had to remind him, "Teacher, can we go in?" He nodded. "Come in." There was some hesitation in his voice. I walked back to my seat, and all my classmates kept their eyes on me. They finally recognized who I was. Yilin? The troublemaker from before? Wasn't that the one who hung out with Huang Bai every day? Some girls start to regret. What's the point of being handsome? I just don't have good character. Some girls don't care about that. They just look at the face, and the more they look, the more they fall for him. Lan Yuyu kept staring at me until I sat next to her. "Little bean sprout." I called her softly. "Ah." She was startled as if she had been electrocuted and quickly lowered her head. Her face was as red as an apple, and I felt a little happy for some reason. "Why is your face red?" I asked knowingly, and her hesitation made her look even cuter. E. She was so anxious that she couldn't speak. I teased her. "Did you eat spicy noodles secretly?" "Yes, No, I didn't eat them secretly." She was so flustered that she spoke incoherently. This reaction was so real that I couldn't help laughing out loud. "I'm just kidding. I bought those snacks in the drawer for you, Xiaodia. You were staring at me just now. Do you think I'm handsome? You cut your hair, and it looks nice." She whispered, almost hiding under the desk. "Do you think I look like a bad person with long hair before?" I continued to ask. Yes. She nodded. "Then I'll cut it, and you don't have to be afraid of me anymore." Her eyes lit up instantly, as if she saw the spring sunshine, and she looked at me happily. "Listen to the class carefully," I said softly, and she immediately sat down obediently. On the other side, Huang Bai sat back in his seat, looking depressed, as if he had eaten a fly. I leaned over and asked, "What's wrong? You look like you lost a few 100 pounds of fat." "Brother Lin, we both have buzz cuts, but why do you look like a celebrity after the cut, while I look like a security guard at hair salon?" I almost burst out laughing and patted his shoulder. Do you want to be more handsome? Nonsense. Which man doesn't want to be more handsome? Then I will arrange a wave for you. From now on, the transformation plan will start. How can I change it? I don't want plastic surgery. I'm afraid of the knife. He shook his head quickly. Plastic surgery, bullshit. Your facial features are good to begin with. You're just too fat. Just lose some weight. Huang Bai's face instantly fell when he heard about losing weight. Didn't you say this morning that I was going to have a disaster? You want to ask me to break the disaster by losing weight, right? Yes, if you lose weight and get into college, your life will be safe. I nodded seriously. Take the college entrance examination? Brother Lin, stop being ridiculous. With my brain, it's hard for me to even get into junior college. I cursed in my heart. When did this guy become so good at taking advantage of loopholes? You don't believe it, right? Fine. After school, I'll take you to see a fortune teller to verify it. Okay, I'd like to see what this master has to say. Huang Bai looked dissatisfied. While doing eye exercises, I slipped into the toilet, firstly to be quiet, and secondly to deal with business. I turned on my phone, logged into Penguin, and after searching for a long time, I finally found the contact information of the fortune teller in Xiangshan. To be honest, I also consulted this guy when I was pursuing Ling Facua, and he cheated me out a lot of money. But now that I am reborn, I can use those tricks that I was cheated by to cheat him back. I sent him all the information about Huang Bai, from his date of birth to his family situation. I also made a special note. I need him to believe that there's a calamity in his fate, and he must listen to me and lose weight and go to college. I will give him a red envelope after he succeeds. Chapter 15. I came out of the bathroom and just walked to the stairs when I was bumped into by a hurried girl. The pain came instantly, and I subconsciously covered my chest and held back the pain without making a sound. The girl hurriedly apologized. "Excuse me, classmate. Are you okay?" She suddenly stopped. A flash of astonishment flashed in her eyes, as if she had seen a rare treasure. She whispered to herself, "Oh my God, who is this?" Her eyes were gentle and obsessed, as if she was imagining some happy ending. Maybe she was playing out a Korean drama-style encounter in her mind. The two people's hearts beat faster, and they eventually fell in love. I signaled that I was fine and continued walking toward the classroom. Her eyes followed me until I disappeared into the depths of the classroom. She murmured in a low voice, "He is a student in class 1. She seemed to have never seen such a handsome boy before, and secretly wondered if he had just transferred here. She returned to her seat, still keeping that infatuated smile. Ling Facua walked in, and seeing Zhao Rongrong like this, she couldn't help but ask, "Zhao Rongrong, what are you laughing at?" Zhao Rongrong's face was full of excitement. "Facua, I just saw a super handsome boy. I even bumped into his arms." Ling Facua looked at him disdainfully. "Look at you, you're such a fangirl. Are you really that handsome?" Zhao Rongrong answered seriously. "Of course, he's super handsome. Even more handsome than Lin Jishi. He looks neat and tidy, and his grades must be good too." Ling Facua raised her eyebrows. "He is such a good student. He should have been famous a long time ago, right?" Zhao Rongrong was confident. "He should have just transferred here and entered the first class today." Ling Facua was somewhat helpless. "Okay, let's go and have a look after class, but don't fall in love with him, okay?" Zhao Rongrong covered her face in embarrassment. "He is different, Facua. You don't understand the feeling of falling in love at first sight." The bell rang for the end of get out of class, and Zhao Rongrong excitedly pulled Ling Facua out of the classroom. "Let's go, Facua. The handsome guy is coming out." Ling Facua had no choice but to follow her, curious about how handsome the boy was. The two walked to the corridor, and Zhao Rongrong pointed at a figure in the distance. Look at that boy." Ling Facua looked in the direction she pointed. Although there was a distance of several classes between them, she could still feel the man's extraordinary temperament. Zhao Rongrong pulled her to the door of class 2. Ling Facua finally saw the man's face clearly and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. He is even more handsome than Lin Jishi. However, what is the use of being handsome? Lin Jishi has outstanding talents and excellent grades, and almost no shortcomings. Ling Facua sighed secretly. If Lin could be half as good as Lin Jishi, maybe I would consider him. But to her, I will always be a bastard. Suddenly, Ling Facua felt that the face seemed familiar and asked Zhao Rongrong in a low voice, "Don't you think he looks like Lin?" Zhao Rongrong shook her head. "I don't know him." Ling Facua had a guess in her mind. "I think it's really him." Zhao Rongrong was shocked. "It's impossible. How could such a handsome boy be Lin?" Ling Facua said nervously, "I think it's really him." Zhao Rongrong didn't believe it and went to ask Wang Xiaocheng. Wang Xiaocheng frowned and said, New classmate? That's Yilin. Don't you recognize him after he cut his hair? There was some disgust in her tone. Yilin. Zhao Rongrong couldn't believe it. How could he be Yilin? Wang Xiaocheng sneered. It's Yilin. You don't think he's handsome and want to get to know him, do you? Zhao Rongrong shook her head. How is that possible? I'm just curious about the new student in your class. At this time, Ling Facua walked towards me, anger rising in her heart. So it's really you, she shouted angrily. Yilin. I turned to look at her, frowning. Did you call me? She sneered. Is there another person named Yilin here? He raised the corner of his mouth slightly. What does the beautiful Ling want from me? She became even angrier and blurted out, I will never forgive you. Don't think you can get my forgiveness by cutting your hair and pretending to be a good student. After that, she turned around and left angrily. The classmates around me suddenly seemed to understand that my change was actually to apologize to her. Lan Yuyu looked at my angry expression and asked in confusion, What's wrong with her? Yilin, did you bully her? I smiled and said, Little bean sprout, how could I bully someone? She was just being sentimental. Lan Yuyu said naively, Oh, so she was sick, but she still came to school. How pitiful. Ling Facua was angry and amused when she heard it. I am really a person who makes people angry and amused. Wang Xiaocheng saw Ling Facua leaving, full of questions in her heart, and turned to Zhao Rongrong. Rongrong, how did Yilin make Facua angry? Chapter 16. Zhao Rongrong whispered to Wang Xiaocheng, I didn't go to confess my love today. Wang Xiaocheng frowned. Yilin used to confess his love every day, but he didn't go today. Could it be that Facua already has him in her heart? She analyzed. Zhao Rongrong seemed to be thinking. Maybe she is used to Yilin's confession. She felt empty when he didn't confess today. Nothing. Wang Xiaocheng smiled. This is playing hard to get. Yilin is deliberately letting Facua take the bait. Zhao Rongrong suddenly realized. So that's it. Facua must be feeling uncomfortable. So she took the initiative to come to him. Wang Xiaocheng nodded proudly. I've seen this trick in novels. Facua will pursue him sooner or later. Zhao Rongrong hurriedly ran to tell Facua not to be fooled. Wang Xiaocheng was very proud of herself, thinking that this little trick would not escape her eyes. At this time, Qin Tianju saw Ling Facua leaving angrily and chased after her angrily. Yilin, why are you pestering Facua? He glared at me, and I was confused. What do you mean? Lan Yuyu didn't understand either. What are you two doing? It's time for class. She reminded them softly. I walked into the classroom and saw Qin Tianju staring at me in anger. I ignored him and pulled Lan Yuyu to sit down. Seeing my indifferent expression, she couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. I really don't know how to describe these people. Qin Tianju suddenly turned around and walked in front of me. Who do you say is sick? Wang Xiaocheng stopped him in time. Old Qin, don't bother with this kind of person. Qin Tianju looked at Wang Xiaocheng and said, Have you asked about that? Wang Xiaocheng smiled awkwardly. I asked, but it's hard to say. She seemed to hesitate and didn't respond in the end, which made me even more confused. Qin Tianju raised his eyebrows. Did Yilin do something out of the ordinary? Wang Xiaocheng spoke slowly. Actually, it's nothing serious. It's just that Yilin didn't go to confess his feelings to Facua today, and Facua was angry, so she came to find him. Hearing this, I laughed in my heart. Facua's reaction was too fragile. Qin Tianju's face turned ugly. She actually cares about Yilin? He obviously couldn't believe it. Wang Xiaocheng explained the saying of playing hard to get, and Qin Tianju finally fell silent, as if he realized that Facua might come to me on his own initiative. Qin Tianju decided, I have to write down Yilin's evil deeds and get it to Facua after school. His determination surprised me a little, but I had nothing to worry about because the final outcome was under my control anyway. The class meeting began. Lung Yinxiu saw that Huang Bai and I were dressed neatly and asked, Why are you two so neat today? I was secretly happy, thinking that this small change might help me stand out in the competition. Lung Yinxiu continued, The sports meet after National Day will be your last one. I hope everyone will actively participate and not leave any regrets. Hearing this, I was excited. The sports meet is my chance to show myself, and I must make everyone remember me. Qin Tianju was obviously looking forward to this moment. His eyes were shining. After all, basketball was his home court. But he knew that most boys in the class were not good at playing basketball. Lung Yinxiu handed Qin Tianju a form and said, Go write down the competition items on the blackboard. He took the form and quickly walked to the podium. Registration started. People signed up for track and field, long jump, long distance running, and other events, but no one signed up for the 1,000-meter long distance running. I stood up and walked to the blackboard and wrote my name after 1,000 meters without hesitation. People in the class talked about it. 1,000 meters, Yilin, can you do it? I hit back. If you can do it, why don't you report it? Qin Tianju had nothing to say and had to write his own name after mine. There were still not enough people signing up for the basketball game. So Qin Tianju said anxiously, "There are so many boys in the class. Can you be more manly?" As soon as he said that, the class became even quieter. I walked up again and wrote 2 names behind the basketball, me and Huang Bai. The class was in an uproar, and everyone was discussing my sudden decision. Huang Bai was still sleeping, totally unaware of what was going on. Yan Haoqing smiled and reminded him to look at the blackboard. Huang Bai was stunned when he saw his name. "Who wrote my name?" Yan Haoqing replied mischievously, "Of course it was you, Brother Lin." Huang Bai looked at me and was obviously not good at basketball, but I smiled and said, "What are you afraid of with me here? You know how to block people and pass the ball, right?" He nodded in agreement and no longer complained. Yan Haoqing felt helpless when he saw Huang Bai no longer objected. Huang Bai proudly added a name after his own name, Yan Haoqing. Yan Haoqing was completely helpless and could only accept it. Lung Yinxiu saw the registration list for the basketball game and sighed. This year's basketball game is probably the last one again. She reminded, ranking is not important, as long as everyone can participate. After the class meeting, Qin Tianju hurried out of the classroom with a petition, apparently ready to send Facua the evil deeds he had recorded. He obviously didn't dare to do such a thing in school, for fear of being caught in a relationship. Chapter 17. Ling Facua felt upset. She had clearly said in the morning that she would not take the initiative to look for me again, but she went anyway, feeling full of self-blame. She couldn't understand why she was like this. Was she really an easily hurt puppy, as others said? Zhao Rongrong saw that she was unhappy and walked over to ask. Ling Facua complained that her words in the morning were slapped in the face, and she blamed Zhao Rongrong for asking her to see a handsome guy, but the one she met was me. Zhao Rongrong was also a little frustrated because the Prince Charming she had been dreaming of did not show up. She smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect that handsome guy would be me." Ling Facua suddenly thought, if Zhao Rongrong had known it was me, she might have approached me earlier. Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? She angrily thought of my playing hard to get look, and her heart was filled with anger. Zhao Rongrong reminded her, "Don't be fooled by Yilin." This made Ling Facua even more angry. She recalled that she had taken the initiative to find him twice, but got no response, and her heart was full of doubts. During the class meeting, Ling Facua still couldn't calm down her anger, and her anger continued to spread. When registering for the sports meet, the head teacher Li Xingfeng spent almost an entire class persuading her to sign up for volleyball, and she finally agreed reluctantly. After class, Ling Facua left the school in a hurry, still feeling uneasy. Just as she walked to the school gate, a strange boy ran up to her. "Facua, do you recognize me?" Qin Tianju asked shyly. Ling Facua didn't know him and replied coldly, "No." Qin Tianju continued to introduce himself as the class sports commissioner with disappointment, then took out a piece of origami and stuffed it into Ling Facua's hand, asking her to open it and take a look. Ling Facua was disgusted, thinking that this action was disgusting and abrupt. Just as Qin Tianju turned to leave, he bumped into the electric pole in front of him, causing laughter from the students around him. When Huang Bai and I walked towards the motorcycle, we saw Ling Facua putting away Qin Tianju's love letter, and I couldn't help laughing. I knew she had known for a long time that I'd seen it all. Although she didn't say it, she must have been secretly proud of herself and felt that she had the upper hand. After the motorcycle started, I felt irritated, thinking that these meaningless arguments always made me exhausted. We soon arrived at the foot of Shangshan Mountain, one of the famous scenic spots in Qingyuan County, with a pleasant environment. Huang Bai and I walked into a small shop area, hoping to find a fortune teller we met last time. Huang Bai was a little curious and asked me if I believed in fortune-telling. I didn't answer him, but dragged him to find a stall. The old man took one look at me and immediately recognized me. "My 2 friends, are you here to pray for peace?" he asked with a smile. Huang Bai couldn't wait to take over the conversation, wanting to show off his sense of humor. The old man began to pretend to tell fortunes by pinching his fingers. He said that Huang Bai's forehead was black, indicating that he needed to pray for peace, while I was said to have a face full of blessings. Huang Bai was a little surprised and asked me if I was really so lucky. I was a little speechless. The old man continued to make up stories about my past that sounded miraculous. Huang Bai believed them completely and began to ask for more details excitedly. The old man kept making excuses and finally said some vague words. Huang Bai actually thought that the man was referring to Chin Sini and was very excited. When we were leaving, the old man suddenly asked us for sincerity and asked for 100 yuan. Huang Bai's face twitched, and he obviously didn't expect that the old man would ask us for money directly. I was a little shocked. What a fox. The old man took out his phone and started typing, and then my phone vibrated. I looked down and saw that the message was from the old man. Boy, you are very good to your friends. Let Fatty pay for it. Anyway, you can come to me if you have similar problems in the future. When I saw this message, I suddenly laughed in my heart. For the first time, I felt that this old man was quite kind. Chapter 18. I walked into the house and was greeted by the aroma of food. The air was filled with a familiar warm atmosphere. The table was full of food, and I was stunned, feeling something was wrong. I turned to my father in the kitchen and asked, Oldie, what festival is today? Why is it so grand? My father's voice came from the kitchen. Shaolin is back. What festival could it be? Your uncle he told me this morning that you decided to study hard and that you solve a difficult problem in math class. I was so happy that I specially made some extra dishes to nourish your brain. When I heard this, my heart was slightly shaken, and my father's smile moved me a little. Looking at the table full of dishes, I couldn't help but choke up. My father came out and was stunned. You have a buzz cut? I smiled and replied easily. Buzz cut is good. It looks handsome. In fact, I know in my heart that the person I used to be is no longer the person I am now. The regrets of my past life have always weighed on my heart. Because of my incompetence, my family was broken up, my parents divorced, my sister Yishui died, tragically on the eve of the college entrance examination, and my mother Su Qing also died in a gas leak. I tried to hold back the tears in my eyes and vowed to myself, this time, I will put my broken home back together. Even starting with such a simple meal can give me tremendous motivation. It's okay, there's sand in my eyes. I forced a smile and wiped away my tears, but I was thinking in my heart, this time, I will never let anyone down. You've finally grown up? It seems Oldie wasn't kidding me. There was relief in my father's eyes. Oldie, don't worry. I will study hard and never bring shame to our family. I responded confidently, having made up my mind. My father smiled and said, okay, study hard and try to get into college. If you can't make it, it's okay to repeat a year. It's not too late. Oldie, don't worry. I will get into Peking University or Tsinghua University and bring honor to your family. I said firmly. My father was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, if you can really get in, Mom will probably be very happy. As we were chatting, my father suddenly mentioned my desk mate, the girl who transferred to our school. What does she look like? She's from the country, thin, and her face is a little unclear, Lowly replied. I felt a little uncomfortable. My father's words made me feel that something was not right, but I didn't say anything and just nodded. After the meal was ready, I suggested not eating at home and preparing to take 2 meals to school. My father was a little puzzled. Isn't there still an hour before school starts? I smiled and explained, I'm going to read a book. Eating at home is a waste of time. My father didn't ask any more questions and helped me pack the food. However, when he watched me leave, his eyes were a little complicated. After leaving home, I quickly handed the lunchbox to Huang Bai. Help me hold it. Remember to eat more, he eats a lot. Huang Bai took the lunchbox and looked at me with a puzzled look. Why is this lunchbox so big? I made more because I was afraid you wouldn't have enough. I explained casually. When I walked out the door with my lunchbox, my father picked up his wine glass again and called Li Jianya. The two seemed to have met again after a long time and began to discuss wine and past events, with laughter echoing in the empty house. Huang Bai did not go home immediately, but stayed in the classroom to review. At this time, I was ready and came to Lan Yuyu with dinner. Little bean sprout. Here is a midnight snack for you. Iva eaten. Lan Yuyu hestita. Don't worry, my dad made them all, especially for you. I quickly explained. She hesitated for a while, but finally took the lunchbox and lowered her head to eat. The whole classroom was filled with the aroma of food. I couldn't help but smile as I watched her wolfing down the food. She ate with such relish that I was touched and thought to myself that she deserved such warmth. This is for you, I don't like it. I picked up the dish I liked and gave it to her, but she just ate it without any resistance. At that moment, I suddenly felt that this simple dedication could bring such warmth. I looked at her silently, feeling a little uneasy. She seemed to be a little distressed about all this, and might think I was doing too much, but I didn't care. She was able to have this meal, and I felt a little comforted. How great it would be if one day her family could also eat such meals. Chapter 19. After the evening self-study, I accompanied Lan Yuyu back to the dormitory, and then went back to the classroom to help Huang Bai clean up. I thought to myself, there are already enough troubles today. How can I not help her? As soon as she arrived at the dormitory, Lan Yuyu was surrounded by the 4 hooligans from class 202. The 4 girls were all aggressive, and Lan Yuyu stood there in a daze like a lamb to be slaughtered, not daring to move at all. The 4 of them looked at her, obviously a little stunned, and felt that it was a bit too much. Wang Xiaoqing quickly explained, Lan Yuyu, don't be afraid. We're just joking and want to ask you a few questions. Then go ahead and ask. Lan Yuyu's voice was almost inaudible, and her eyes were full of vigilance, as if she was ready to run away at any time. Gao Mingming said, Lan Yuyu, have you known Yulin before? She asked as a matter of course, as if she had already expected Lan Yuyu's answer. Lan Yuyu was stunned and shook her head quickly. I don't know him. I've never seen him before coming to school. Really? Gao Mingming's eyes were sharp, as if she wanted to find out something from Lan Yuyu's eyes. The more she looked, the more nervous Lan Yuyu became, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. Wang Xiaoqing didn't believe it. You don't know each other? And you're still so close. I bought you snacks, gave you meals, and sent you back to the dormitory. Isn't this what boyfriends do? Her words startled me. Could it be that they had noticed something? Huh? Only boyfriends do this. But Yulin is really not my boyfriend. Lan Yuyu hurriedly explained, her voice flustered but firm. I couldn't help but sigh secretly. It seemed that she was really afraid of being misunderstood. Wang Xiaoqing disagreed. If he's not a boyfriend, who would be so considerate to a girl? Unless he's a bootlicker. Her tone was teasing, and she didn't quite believe that I would be that kind of person. Lan Yuyu hurriedly explained, You misunderstood. I helped Yulin with his studies, so he was so nice to me. His father asked him to bring those snacks and meals. Her words eased the atmosphere a little, but I was still confused in my heart. Why was I so nice to her? Oh, so that's how it is. Wang Xiaoqing's tone softened, as if she didn't want to delve into it any further. That's good. But the doubt in her eyes still hadn't completely disappeared. Just when the atmosphere was silent, the dormitory head, He Xiaowei, spoke up. Yo-yo, you two are not in love, are you? Did you transfer here because of Yulin? Her words made me nervous and my heart beat faster. Lan Yuyu quickly denied. No, that's not true. I didn't transfer here just for Yulin. Then why? He Xiaowei asked curiously, her eyes full of questions. Lan Yuyu's face suddenly darkened, with a hint of hidden pain in her eyes. Nothing. Lan Yuyu whispered, obviously not wanting to talk about the pain of the past. Gao Mingming quickly tried to smooth things over. Don't ask. Everyone has their own privacy. Her words made the atmosphere relaxed. He Xiaowei did not ask any more questions and changed the subject. Yo-yo, don't be sad, come, have some snacks. She handed Lan Yuyu a bag of snacks with a smile on her face. Wang Xiaoqing also interrupted. Yo-yo, you are also very beautiful. Although she said this, there was a hint of disdain in her eyes, and she obviously did not think highly of Lan Yuyu. Lan Yuyu looked at these classmates and felt a warm current in her heart. She found that unlike her experience at number 1 middle school, the people here were not prejudiced but enthusiastic. However, Wang Xiaoqing had already made up her mind about Lan Yuyu. She thought that I didn't really like Lan Yuyu, but was using her to attract Ling Facua's attention. She firmly believed that I did this to anger Ling Facua, make her reconsider him, and maybe even arouse Ling Facua's jealousy. Wang Xiaoqing has decided to protect Lan Yuyu and prevent her from becoming a victim of my emotional games. She wants to stop all this from happening and prevent Lan Yuyu from falling into this emotional whirlpool. After evening self-study, Ling Facua returned home and couldn't wait to open her phone, looking forward to checking the messages. She stared at the screen and found that I hadn't sent any messages. Her heart instantly fell to the bottom, and disappointment surged in her heart. Ling Facua felt even more upset when she saw messages from other boys. She thought I would be anxious because I saw other people sending her love letters, but I did nothing and didn't even send a message. She comforted herself by imagining that I might not be home yet, or that my phone might be turned off. However, the more she stared at her phone, the more uneasy she felt. She couldn't help falling asleep, her phone still on, waiting for a message that she didn't know if it would come. Chapter 20. That night, I went home and lay on the bed, thinking about how to get rich overnight. The times are getting faster and faster, and whoever can seize the opportunity will be one step ahead. My plan was simple. Food delivery, designated driver services, and Didi were not yet fully popular, and short videos were also a field that had not yet entered the market. I decided to make plans first and seize the opportunity when smartphones became popular. But developing these softwares requires funds, and I only have a few thousand yuan in pocket money, which is not enough. So I thought of opening a milk tea shop. Most of the milk teas on the market were ordinary, so I decided to develop a brand new milk tea that would definitely attract customers. I rented a small shop near the school and established a company, which was convenient for management and laid a foundation for future chain expansion. After all, brand advantages can make products stand out. I stayed up late to come up with a lot of new milk tea recipes, including lemonade, lemon green tea, jasmine green tea, and some sweet and sour lemon fruits and roasted milk. Although it was just a preliminary idea and the specific taste still needed to be tested, at least I had a direction. It was late at night, and I had to go to school the next day, so I had to go to bed quickly. The next day, when I arrived at school in the morning, I noticed that Lan Yuyu ignored me for 2 whole classes and even kept her distance from me. I was a little confused, thinking that I didn't seem to have done anything to make her angry. I called her softly, "Little bean sprout." She was startled and seemed a little uneasy. "Are you deliberately distancing yourself from me?" I asked directly. She hastily denied it. "No, really not." But I could tell from her nervous expression that something must have happened. Did she hear some bad news? I continued to ask. "Did anyone say bad things about me?" She reacted nervously and finally whispered, "No one said bad things about you." I knew in my heart that someone must be behind this. So I decided to explain, "Little bean sprout, I know that I didn't like my classmates very much before, and everyone didn't like me very much either. At that time, no one was willing to help me with my studies. I always ranked last in exams, and I had almost no friends. When I said these words, I felt helpless." After hearing this, Lan Yuyu showed sympathy in her eyes. "Yilin, you are not a bad person. I can feel that you treat me very well. If you were really a bad person, how could you be so good to me?" My heart warmed up, and I almost laughed. "Really?" She nodded seriously. "Really? The book says that everyone makes mistakes sometimes, and as long as you know your mistakes and can correct them, you're a good child." Her words touched me. I took a deep breath and said with a little grievance, "I know I was wrong. I apologized in front of the whole class last night and punished myself to clean the class for a month. I have changed my ways. You must believe me." She responded gently. "I believe you." I felt relieved and almost laughed. "Thank you, Xiaodia. From now on, you will be my best friend." She suddenly asked, "Yilin, the meal you gave me yesterday, wasn't it soaked in smelly socks?" She was obviously frightened by the rumors in the dormitory. I was stunned for a moment and almost laughed out loud. "Little bean sprout, don't listen to other people's nonsense. How could I do such a thing? The meal we had together last night, how could it be soaked in stinky socks?" She breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good," I went on to explain. "In fact, those stinky tofu were not soaked in stinky socks, but I deliberately let those people eat them. Because they treated me badly, fatty, and I deliberately told Lan Yuyu that it was caused by stinky socks, just to disgust them. If it was really caused by stinky socks, they would have been admitted to the hospital long ago." Lan Yuyu was a little stunned. "Then why don't you explain it clearly? Then everyone will forgive you." I smiled and shook my head. "Little bean sprout, once others have a prejudice against you, no matter how much you explain, it will be in vain." She was silent for a while and finally nodded. "I understand. Yilin, I won't tell them." I felt relieved, and in the next few classes, our relationship finally returned to normal, and Lan Yu no longer felt afraid of me. After school at noon, I hurriedly took the fat boy Huang Bai out of school. I originally planned to ask Lan Yuyu to have dinner together, but Lan Yuyu had already taken her there, so we didn't have dinner. I just wanted to accompany the fat boy to lose weight. Chapter 21. "Brother Lin, are you serious? You want to open a store?" Huang Bai was incredulous when he heard my plan. "After all, is this what high school students should do? It's just opening a store. Why are you making such a fuss? Are we still brothers?" I responded nonchalantly. Huang Bai looked a little uncomfortable. "Brother Lin, I only have 2,000 yuan left, which I saved after years of frugality. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back. Would you consider investing in my milk tea shop?" I asked again. Huang Bai shook his head and said, "What a joke. I don't want to waste $2,000. He obviously didn't trust me and thought it was unrealistic for a high school student to start a milk tea business. I had no choice but to give up. I couldn't tell him that my milk tea shop would definitely be a hit, right? To be honest, I wasn't even sure if it would be successful. Then, Huang Bai and I walked to the shop opposite the school gate. The shop had a sign saying shop for sale, hanging on it, and business was bleak. A woman in her 30s, Qin Hui, came up to greet us. What would you like a drink? Handsome guys, she asked enthusiastically. We are not here for milk tea, I said directly. Qin Hui was stunned for a moment. What do you want? I asked. Boss, are you going to transfer the shop? She was a little surprised that it was a student who asked. Yes, it's for sale. Do you want to rent it? Yes. I nodded. She was a little puzzled. You're a student. Why do you rent a store? She obviously thought it was unreasonable. Do business, what else can you do? Huang Bai answered for me. Qin Hui smiled and said, I want to ask you what kind of business you want to start and see if you can use the things in the store. I can sell them to you at a low price. I looked around the store and saw that the equipment was very practical, such as ice machines, tea buckets, refrigerators, cups, etc. However, my current funds are limited, so I could only rent the store and forget about the decoration. I replied somewhat awkwardly. I plan to open a milk tea shop, and these equipment can be used, but I don't have that much money now. Qin Hui was stunned for a moment after hearing this. You want to open a milk tea shop? Looking at her expression, I knew she thought I was too naive. Yes, if possible. Can you give me these equipment on credit first? I will pay you back when I make money, I suggested cautiously. She was obviously suspicious. Do your parents know that you were doing this? She was obviously worried that I was just a student, and what would happen if something went wrong later. I replied, I started my own business with my own money, so there won't be any trouble. Besides, I am an adult and can take responsibility for myself. She seemed convinced by me and began to consider. This shop is 30 square meters. The minimum rent is 1 year, and the payment is quarterly. However, since you're a student, I will rent it for 1 month first. The rent is 1,000 yuan, and the deposit is 1 month, and the payment is 1 month. If your business is not doing well, you can stop the loss in time. Thank you. I agreed gratefully. She then mentioned, if you can't afford the equipment in the store, give me a deposit of 2,000 first, and then pay it off later. Okay. I agreed immediately. I just had the 2,000 deposit and 4,000 rent. After signing the contract, I gave Tan Hui 4,000 yuan, which was almost all my savings. If Huang Bai hadn't borrowed 2,000 yuan, I wouldn't even dare to think about decorating the house. I didn't plan to do much in terms of decoration, just change the sign and put up some wallpaper. Tan Hui looked at me and said, you may need to find someone to help you take care of it. After all, you are a student. She suggested, if you are hiring, I can help you with the work. I thought about it for a while and said, okay, the base salary is 1,500 and the commission depends on performance. The first month is a probation period, and I will only pay 80% of the salary. It's okay if you can accept it. She didn't refuse. Okay. I asked her, sister, what's your name? My name is Qin Hui. Then I will call you Sister Qin from now on. You don't have to call me boss. Just call me Lin, I said with a smile. Then I asked her to move all the unnecessary things in the store, including the milk tea powder. The next day, I registered a company named Yoka Beverage Company Limited. This was done to prevent theft and avoid infringement of the product. On the third day, the words Yoka were installed on the shop sign. On the same day, Qin Hui and I made our first product, lemon fruit. She took a bite and was shocked by the freshness of the taste, which was sour and sweet and tasted particularly good. As the weekend approaches, our store is finally ready to open. Banners and flowers have been placed in front of the door for several days, and the whole store is filled with mystery. I'm looking forward to the moment of opening, and my heart is full of anticipation. Chapter 22. On Saturday, Yoka's opening time was approaching, and there were still 2 hours before the opening. Tan Hui and I arrived at the store at 6 in the morning and were busy cutting fruits. All 6 tea buckets were filled with prepared tea, and they only needed to be mixed with purified water before they could be sold. After all the preparations were completed, I made 2 cups of fruit tea and hurried to school. Why did I have to go to school on the weekend? Because I had an appointment with Lan Yuyu for tutoring, and the store opening was not an urgent matter for me. Although I was busy with my career this week, I did not miss any time to spend with her. After leaving the store, Qin Hui couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the pile of cut fruits. Can we sell all these fruits? She asked doubtfully. But her doubts were soon dispelled. By 8 o'clock, there were already dozens of people queuing outside the door. The business was so booming that she was a little surprised. I stood outside the classroom, feeling proud. Today was not only the day to open the store, but also a special plan. I arrived at school early, bringing fruit tea with me, thinking of giving Lan Yuyu a surprise. However, when I got downstairs, the situation was a little different. The girls' eyes were already focused on me. When I approached with the fruit tea, they began to talk among themselves, their eyes full of curiosity and envy. Maybe it's because what I brought today is not just fruit tea, but also some special thoughts. Is this Yilin? Wow, so handsome. A voice came from behind me. He brought fruit tea to give to that girl, so thoughtful. Handsome. Do you have a Penguin account? The girls around me started asking, some teasing, some asking for my contact information directly. I could only smile in response and continue walking towards the dormitory building. Soon, Lan Yuyu finally ran down. I saw her tidying up her school uniform while running, and it was obvious that she didn't sleep well last night. She ran to me in a hurry, with foam from brushing her teeth hanging at the corners of her mouth. At that moment, I thought she was so cute. Why haven't you finished dressing yet? I chuckled and reached out to help her wipe off the foam. She was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized that she was wearing her school uniform backwards, her cheeks slightly red. Ah, I put on backwards? She lowered her head in embarrassment. I couldn't help but smile and reached out to touch her head. Why are you in such a hurry to come out? Don't you even look at yourself? Her face turned redder, and she quickly pulled off her coat. At this moment, her shyness made me feel warm. The girls around them whispered, "She's so lucky to be treated so gently by such a handsome guy. She blushes so cutely. I want a handsome guy to do that to me too." Lan Yuyu's face became redder and redder, and I felt a warm current in my heart. "Okay, get dressed. Hurry up. Let's go to makeup lessons." She whispered back, "Well, Yulin, I'll do it myself." She took the coat and put on carefully. At this time, the girls around her also dispersed, leaving behind a quiet moment. We walked into the classroom, which was empty and as quiet as an empty space. I was about to start today's makeup class, and when I picked up the textbook, she suddenly asked, "Yilin, is it true that kissing won't result in a baby?" I almost laughed out loud. This question was too straightforward, and I didn't know how to answer it. I patted her shoulder gently and said, "Little bean sprout, don't worry. You will know later." She looked at me innocently and nodded. "Then you must tell me." A warm current surged in my heart, and I couldn't help but smile. Perhaps, in the days to come, we will spend more simple but beautiful times like this together. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the door, and several people walked into the study room. It was Ling Facua and Zhao Rongrong and several classmates. They were obviously unhappy to see me and Lan Yuyu sitting together. When Ling Facua saw me, her brows furrowed and her eyes were full of anger. I knew she was still angry, and she whispered, "Even if he gave me fruit tea, I wouldn't forgive him." Her voice was cold and resolute. I sighed. It seemed that this matter was not over yet. Chapter 23. Ling Facua walked up to my side, silently expecting him to say those familiar words. "Facua, I bought fruit tea for you. Please forgive me." However, the reality was crueler than I had imagined. I barely noticed Ling Facua's presence and directly handed the lemon fruit in my hand to Lan Yuyu. "Little bean sprout, this is for you. Drink it, it's really delicious." Lan Yuyu's eyes lit up, as if she couldn't believe it. "For me?" I smiled and said, "I made this myself, specially for you." A warm feeling welled up in her heart. It turned out that I made the drink for her personally. A little joy arose in my heart. However, all this made Ling Facua so angry that she almost exploded. In recent days, I always seemed to deliberately make her angry. She couldn't help but angrily said, "Yilin, why did you give the fruit tea to this ugly girl?" It was only then that I noticed Ling Facua. I always bump into her. It was really a narrow road for enemies. Our world, that originally belonged to two people, was broken by her. I suddenly felt a little unhappy. When Lan Yu heard Ling Facua's provocation, she couldn't help but lower her head, feeling a little inferior in her heart. It turned out that this fruit tea was meant for that fairy sister, and she was just a transfer student. She felt a little disappointed because I was the one who made it, so how could I be the recipient? Lan Yuyu was about to hand the lemon in her hand to Ling Facua, but I grabbed her wrist and whispered, "Don't give it to her." She was startled and turned to look at me. I whispered, "Who is ugly Xiao Dia is much prettier than you." After saying that, I turned to Ling Facua. "Also, who said this fruit tea is for you? You're being too conceited. If you want to drink it, go buy it across the street. Xiao Dia, let's go." After saying that, I pulled Lan Yuyu and left without looking back. "Yilin, you bastard." Ling Facua shouted angrily, "I won't forgive you. Don't think I don't know your little tricks. Who wants your fruit tea? Go buy it yourself." She cursed in her heart. I'm not angry with you. You've dared to play tricks on me? You are really looking for death. Zhao Rongrong couldn't help but remind him. Fei Shue, Yulin knows that you all come here on weekends, so he brought that ugly duckling here to annoy you. Ling Facua sneered. I know he likes to play this kind of trick. Do you really think I will be jealous of him? That's ridiculous. Ren Xinghong stepped forward, his tone slightly flattering. Facua, I know that fruit tea. It's called lemon fruit. It's the specialty drink of the new milk tea shop opposite the school. There's a long line outside today. People outside are lining up for that glass of lemon juice. Zhao Rongrong asked in surprise. Yes, I heard it's really delicious. Why don't we go buy one too? Ren Xinghong suggested. Then go ahead, Ling Facua replied, thinking to herself. Since Yilin won't buy it for me, someone else will definitely be willing to do it. So, several people left the school gate and went to buy lemons. The task of buying was given to Ren Xinghong, while Ling Facua and Zhao Rongrong stood by and chatted. After waiting in line for nearly half an hour, it was finally Ren Xinghong's turn. He ordered 3 cups of lemon fruit. The cashier Qin Hui said coldly, 3 cups of lemon fruit, a total of 24 yuan. Ren Xinghong frowned. What? For yuan a cup? Did you calculate it wrong? Qin Hui was obviously impatient. Who told you 4 yuan a cup? 8 yuan a cup. Ren Xinghong looked down at the price list and found that it was indeed 8 yuan a cup. He asked in confusion, why do people say 4 yuan? Qin Hui responded coldly. They have a half-price coupon. You don't have it, so you can only pay the original price. Ren Xinghong felt a little embarrassed, as he only brought 20 yuan today, which was not enough. A few days ago, our store issued 100 half-price coupons. If you can save, you will earn money. If you don't have coupons, you have to pay the original price. Qin Hui said unkindly. The people behind began to urge. Those in front, hurry up and buy. Hurry up, don't waste time. Ren Xinghong looked at Ling Facua in the distance awkwardly and whispered, Facua, can you come over here for a moment? Ling Facua came over and saw that he had not paid yet. She couldn't help but get impatient. It's been so long and you still haven't bought it? Ren Xinghong felt a little ashamed. It's almost done. I didn't bring enough money today. Can I? Before she finished speaking, Ling Facua took out 100 yuan and handed it to the cashier. Sister, these 2 cups of lemon fruit are mine, and he can pay for the rest. Ren Xinghong felt his face burning. Facua, this is not good. Ling Facua ignored him and looked at the cashier coldly. Ren Xinghong had no choice but to pay the rest of the money, and he became even angrier. He was already embarrassed enough, and Ling Facua's actions only made him more embarrassed. At this moment, several boys gathered around a table not far away, and they were obviously interested in Ling Facua. It's shameful to have no money to take a girl with you. How can you live without money and have such a bad temper? Sister, come on, I'll buy you a drink. The yellow-haired man walked towards Zhao Rongrong and wanted to tease her. Zhao Rongrong took a few steps back in fear, her face pale. Ling Facua was furious and yelled at Ren Xinghong. Ren Xinghong, are you just going to watch Rongrong being bullied? Don't you plan to do anything? At this time, the 3 cups of lemon fruit were finally ready. Ren Xinghong hurriedly grabbed the fruit tea and pulled the 2 of them back to school quickly. After entering the school gate, Ren Xinghong breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help complaining in his heart. If he hadn't been smart enough to run away with them, the consequences would be unimaginable. But Ling Facua's eyes were full of contempt. She thought, if it were me, he would have taught that yellow-haired guy a lesson long ago. Even if he didn't have money, he would have tried to buy it for me, instead of shirking even the most basic responsibility like Ren Xinghong. As we were walking towards the library, we happened to see Lan Yuyu and I sitting on the side of the road, chatting leisurely. Chapter 24. I held the book in one hand and the lemon in the other hand and brought it to Lan Yuyu's mouth. She bit the lemon, her cheeks puffed up, and pointed at the knowledge points in the book attentively, and occasionally picked up a pen to mark it for me. We sat side by side on the bench, with almost no distance between us, very close. Lan Yuyu was completely immersed in the explanation, focusing on explaining every knowledge point. I had already mastered the content, but I always felt a special pleasure when listening to her explanation. Suddenly, I noticed Ling Facua not far away, with anger flashing in her eyes. She had been teased by the boys outside, and now she saw me and Lan Yuyu being so close, and she burst into anger. Zhao Rongrong held her and whispered to comfort her. Facua, don't be angry. He did it on purpose for you to see. If you are angry, he will succeed. Ling Facua seemed to realize something and followed Zhao Rongrong away. I looked at her back, feeling a little confused and not understanding why she was so angry. At the same time, Ren Xinghong stood in the distance, his eyes full of disgust. He couldn't stand the intimacy between me and Lan Yuyu, and was full of jealousy, thinking that I was just a bad student who didn't deserve the attention. He became even more upset about the relationship between Lan Yuyu and I, and vowed to make me pay the price. I didn't care about the disturbance, and continued to focus on Lan Yuyu's explanation. She spoke seriously with a soft voice, occasionally accidentally touching me, and my heartbeat accelerated. Lan Yuyu seemed a little confused about my grades. While teaching me, she muttered to herself, "How come you are so smart? Why do you always rank last in the exams?" Her voice was soft, but I could feel her concern. After studying for an hour, we finally had a break. I quickly sent a text message to my father, telling him that I would not be home for lunch, and to bring some food over, and also to bring one for Lan Yuyu, because she was not used to eating alone. After receiving the text message, Yi immediately prepared 2 box lunches, including braised spare ribs, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, boiled eggs and vegetables, which looked very tempting. After finishing the meal, he hurried to school in a happy mood, thinking that maybe he could see Ling Facua when delivering the meal. After I received a call from my father, I hurried to the school gate to pick up the food. When I saw him, his eyes revealed a little disappointment, as if he was looking forward to seeing Ling Facua. I smiled and answered, "Huang Bai, who else could it be except him?" My father thought to himself that I was hiding it very well, but on the surface he pretended not to know. Back under the tree, I handed the lunchbox to Lan Yuyu. "This is the lunch my dad made." She hesitated and wanted to refuse, but I smiled and said, "I can't finish it anyway, and my dad will scold me if I throw it away." She hurriedly took the lunchbox. "Okay, I won't waste it." Her words reminded me of what my mother once said, "Food should not be wasted." I felt a little uncomfortable, but I also knew that what she said made sense. Seeing the piles of leftovers in the cafeteria being thrown away, Lan Yuyu looked at the food with distress. She said in a firm tone, "It can't be thrown away, it has to be eaten." She seemed to be really upset about the wasted food. I smiled helplessly and said, "Could you please help me eat it?" She reluctantly agreed. "Okay, then I'll eat it." I was secretly proud of myself, thinking that this small exchange seemed quite worthwhile. "Next time, if you continue like this, I won't help you with your studies." Lan Yuyu teased with a smile, but her tone was unquestionable. I promised, "Okay, I will definitely tell my dad." Lan Yuyu took the lunchbox, and I walked her back to the dormitory. She turned around and smiled, and the warmth in that moment made me feel warm in my heart. In the dormitory, girls were waiting for her to come back. Gao Mingming heard some gossip and rushed back to the dormitory to eat melons, and brought 5 cups of lemon fruit. Chapter 25. In the morning, Lan Yuyu and I went out together. He Xiaowei glanced at us in a sarcastic way, then went back to the dormitory and said to Wang Xiaoqing, "Xiaoqing, I found a huge secret." Her tone was provocative, and it was obvious that she had some explosive gossip. Wang Xiaoqing asked curiously, "What secret?" He Xiaowei said mysteriously, "Who in our dormitory is most likely to have something wrong?" Wang Xiaoqing guessed, Gao Mingming. "No, she is straightforward. What could happen to her?" He Xiaowei shook her head. "What about Wu Jia?" Wang Xiaoqing continued to guess. At this time, Wu Jia's confused voice came from the bed. "Is it dawn?" He Xiaowei ignored her and continued, "No." Wang Xiaoqing guessed that the only one left was Lan Yuyu, and immediately asked, "Lan Yuyu?" He Xiaowei nodded frantically. "Yes, Lan Yuyu and Yi Lin are in love." Wang Xiaoqing was surprised. "Impossible. How is this possible?" He Xiaowei said proudly. "Do you know who Yi Lin was waiting for downstairs just now?" "He was waiting for Lan Yuyu?" Wang Xiaoqing asked. "That's right, and I brought fruit tea. Who doesn't have a relationship? Why would you go downstairs of the dormitory to buy food and wait for someone in the morning?" He Xiaowei said excitedly. Wang Xiaoqing said calmly, "In fact, Yi Lin has always liked Ling Facua." "Ling Facua?" He Xiaowei was surprised. Wang Xiaoqing nodded. Yi Lin has been chasing Ling Facua every day since he entered high school, but recently he hasn't looked for her. Instead, he's been getting close to Lan Yuyu. "Why did you change suddenly? After liking Ling Facua for so long, can you give up?" He Xiaowei wondered. "Of course not." Wang Xiaoqing said. "Yi Lin is making a plan. He will change his image and pretend to be in love with Lan Yuyu. The purpose is to attract Ling Facua's attention and let her take the initiative to find him." He Xiaowei was puzzled. Ling Facua has disliked Yilin for a long time. Isn't it a good thing for Ling Facua that Lan Yuyu and Yilin are in love? Wang Xiaoqing smiled. Ling Facua is used to being chased. She will definitely not be used to it if Yilin doesn't chase her. Yilin's tactic is called playing hard to get. So that's it. He Xiaowei suddenly realized. Now that Yilin's plan has succeeded, Ling Facua has taken the initiative to look for him. Wang Xiaoqing continued to analyze. Poor Lan Yuyu has been treated as a tool. He Xiaowei was indignant. Lan Yuyu is so kind, but she was taken advantage of by Yilin. Wang Xiaoqing teased. Yilin doesn't care what others think. They decided not to let Lan Yuyu be taken advantage of again. When Wu Jia got up, He Xiaowei and Gao Mingming went to Lan Yuyu to discuss my topic. They became more and more angry and scolded me to pieces, thinking that Lan Yuyu was an ignorant girl who was deceived. At noon, Lan Yuyu entered the dormitory, and the four girls looked at her with sympathy. He Xiaowei asked, Yuyu, are you and Yilin in love? Lan Yuyu was stunned. No, Yilin and I are not in a relationship. He Xiaowei looked at her denial, seeming not to believe it. Really? Really? Lan Yuyu not that for me, Li. Gao Mingming interrupted. Then why does Yilin often buy food for you? Did he bring you this lunchbox as well? Lan Yuyu explained, I am tutoring him, and he always buys food for me. I would waste it if I don't eat it, so I accepted it. Wang Xiaoqing said disdainfully, who dares to eat Yilin's food? Lan Yuyu was a little helpless, but insisted on defending me. Yilin said that the stinky tofu he gave you before was not soaked in socks. He just said that on purpose. Wang Xiaoqing sneered. How abominable. He actually asked you to speak well of him. Lan Yuyu insisted. Yilin is a good person, but you don't understand him. He did something wrong, but he has changed now. Everyone felt it was ridiculous. He Xiaowei said angrily. Yilin treats Lan Yuyu as a tool. How shameless. Wu Jia asked. Yo-Yo, do you like Yilin? Lan Yo-Yo was confused. Like him? No. Wang Xiaoqing advised. It's best not to like him. Yilin always likes Ling Facua, not you. He Xiaowei also advised, don't be fooled by him. Wu Jia added, there are many handsome guys, Yo-Yo. Don't be fooled by Yilin. Seeing Lan Yuyu in deep thought, Gao Mingming handed over a glass of lemon fruit. Let's not talk about this, Yuyu. Drink some fruit and help me with my lessons later. At this moment, Lan Yuyu was thinking, I like Ling Facua. Lan Yuyu silently remembered the name Ling Facua and decided to speak more good words for me in the future so that she would not misunderstand me as a bad guy. Chapter 26. As soon as I left the school gate, I went straight to the store. I wore a mask so that people at school wouldn't recognize me and affect business. Although it was only noon, the store was already full of customers, and Qin Hui was very busy. When she saw me come in, she complained, Little ancestor, you are finally back. I'm almost exhausted. I didn't expect the business to be so good. It seems that the reputation of lemon fruit is really good. The South is still hot in autumn, and sweet and sour fruit drinks are particularly popular in such weather. After drinking, customers would spread the word, so I didn't need to do any advertising. The business was so hot that Qin Hui was very busy. She sold more than 200 cups in the morning and earned nearly 1,000 yuan. I joined her in the afternoon and relieved her stress a little. At the end of the day, the turnover after deducting the cost was more than 1,800 yuan. Even if the popularity decreases in the future, I can still earn 600 to 700 yuan a day. This gave me confidence, and I decided to hire a few people. I can afford to support 4 or 5 employees. If there are branches in the future, the staff must be trained in advance. At 9:30 in the evening, Qin Hui was getting ready to leave work. I called her, Sister Qin, wait a moment. She turned back tiredly. Little boss, is there anything else? I smiled and said, Sister Qin, don't always call me the little boss. I will be the big boss in the future. She smiled and said, it's called getting used to it. If the big boss is fine, I will go home. I am really tired today. Of course I have something to do. This is a red envelope for you. Wishing you a happy opening today. I handed her a scribbled red envelope. Since I didn't buy a red envelope, I just found a piece of red paper and wrapped 200 yuan in it. This was also what I changed from the change I had that day. Qin Hui took the red envelope and said with a smile, oh, boss, you are so generous. I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow. She calculated as she walked, thinking that the store could earn several thousand yuan a day, and, after deducting the costs, it could earn at least 10,000 yuan. She felt a little envious, because her own milk tea shop was not as successful as mine. She decided that this store must be hers, so she just had to endure it. After walking a few hundred meters, she stopped and opened the red envelope. Although she guessed that there were only 20 or 30 yuan at most, after opening it, there were actually two 100 yuan bills. She was pleasantly surprised, and her fatigue instantly disappeared. When she got home, she couldn't wait to tell her husband. He was shocked. He originally thought that I couldn't do it, but now it seems that there is no need to worry at all. Instead, he began to think that this profitable store should be his own. He asked Qin Hui, "What if the lease expires and Yi Lin doesn't leave?" Qin Hui smiled and said, "Then raise the rent and take away the money he earns. He will definitely move out." The two smiled at each other, as if they had already seen how popular the store would become in the future. The next day, I put a small blackboard at the door of the store with recruitment information written on it. I only recruited girls for a simple reason. Most of the customers in the milk tea shop were girls, and although recruiting handsome guys could attract girls, it was not stable. Girls are more practical in this kind of work, while boys are too mobile. Moreover, mixing men and women is prone to emotional problems, which can cause constant trouble. I'm still a student and don't have time to deal with emotional problems, so I only recruit girls. I told Qin Hui that if there were any girls applying for the job, she should ask them to come to the store and wait for me at noon. After saying this, I rushed to school to find Lan Yuyu for tutoring. Lan Yuyu did not distance herself from me because of the bad things those people said. She still treated me as usual. Seeing is believing. She thought I was a good person. At noon, I brought 2 more boxes of lunch. Yilin, I really don't want it. Yesterday, I told you to ask Uncle to take only 1 copy. She was a little embarrassed. I pretended to be innocent. Little bean sprout, you wronged me. I told him, but he didn't listen. He even said that if you don't eat, he will pay you. In fact, I hoped she would accept the salary, but I knew she would never agree. She said helplessly, "Then I'll help you eat." Although she thought the meal was delicious, she felt uneasy while eating. I know she is a girl with a strong sense of self-esteem, and she helped me with my lessons on her own accord, without asking for anything in return. She felt guilty when she accepted my meal. She suddenly thought, I am so good. Maybe I can help him pursue Ling Facua. Her thoughts fell into confusion. But will Ling Facua accept him? Her thoughts became more and more complicated, and she even fell asleep while thinking about these. After I sent her back to the dormitory, I returned to the store, and the interview had already begun. A dozen young girls were waiting in line for the interview. Most of them were in their teens and had just graduated from high school. Some of them are pretty, some are average. I know that the milk tea shop business depends on appearance, but I can't just reject those girls with average looks. Interview is a procedure, and I still have to go through it. I go into the warehouse, clear out space, and interview the girls one by one. I ask them what they plan to do in the future and how long they plan to work here. I directly eliminated those who had lofty ideals. After all, people who do this kind of work need to be down to earth, and being too idealistic is not suitable. After the interviews, I finally selected 5 girls and informed them to report the next day. I also sent text messages to those who failed, wishing them good luck. My goal is to make the store better and stabilize the team. There's still a long way to go in the future. Chapter 27. On Monday morning, I arrived at school early, as usual. Today was the day of the monthly exam. Although today is September 29th, which should be the National Day holiday, the school has specially adjusted the holiday time due to the monthly exams. The monthly exam for the first and second year of high school are scheduled for the 27th and 28th, while our third year will have the exams on the 29th and 30th, followed by a 3-day holiday. Lan Yuyu, who arrived at the classroom early, was already waiting for me at her seat. Although I wanted her to rest for a while, she insisted on tutoring me and was still focused on reviewing. We both sat down and began to concentrate on reading. We were not the only 2 in the classroom. Other students were also seizing the time to review, especially those in the top class. Everyone is serious, except Huangbai. He has been completely devoted to fortune-telling and self-improvement recently. If I hadn't forced him to memorize every day, I'm afraid he would have returned to his lazy state long ago. However, Huangbai did lose a lot of weight this week. Under my supervision, he ran every day, changed his diet, and lost 10 kilograms. This morning, he woke up naturally, which was rare, and walked into the classroom slowly, just before the exam. As soon as he got to his seat, he smiled and said to me, "Brother Lin, you have worked hard this week. Can you do well in the monthly exam?" I smiled and said, "It should be no problem to be in the top 30 in the class." He said top 30. He obviously couldn't believe it. At this time, Qin Tianzhu came over from the back of the classroom and laughed when he heard this. Yilin said he wanted to be in the top 30 in the class. The whole class turned to look at me. Those whose scores were below 30th place had contempt on their faces. Are you crazy? Someone who has always been at the bottom of the class actually wants to be in the top 30. I don't care about their looks, and I'm used to other people's prejudice against me. At this time, Lee Junwei interrupted and said, Yilin, you are so awesome. Do you dare bet with me? If you can make it into the top 30, I will take care of all the duties for you. If you can't make it, you will have to sweep for a month. He obviously wanted to see me make a fool of myself. I had always found various excuses to avoid duty, and he had long been dissatisfied with me. Qin Tianzhu also came over. I'll bet too, Yilin, if you can make it into the top 30, I'll call you Grandpa. If you can't do it, you kowed out to me 3 times. I smiled and replied, I'm not interested in having you as my grandson. I deliberately whispered in a joking voice, and Huang Bai couldn't help but laugh. Qin Tianzhu was stunned and was obviously choked. In the end, he awkwardly decided not to continue the topic and hurried to the examination room. Li Junwei saw that I didn't bet with Qin Tianzhu, and he was ready to leave. At this time, I suddenly said, Li Junwei, I want to bet with you. He was stunned for a moment, with a surprised expression on his face. Li Junwei always thought that I was a poor student who was easily despised, and he didn't expect that I would take the initiative to challenge him. He seemed to think I was too confident, saying, Are you sure? If you don't pass the exam, you'll have to do more duty in the class. As he said this, he thought in his heart that I would never be able to make a comeback. The classmates around us looked at us, and no one seemed to doubt the result. If I really failed the exam, everyone would be happy to see me pay the price for it. With noisy discussions, the exam finally began, and everyone headed to the exam room. Lan Yuyu came to my side and encouraged me in a low voice. Yilin, come on, I believe you can do it. I patted her head and responded in a relaxed manner. Little bean sprout, you have to do well in the exam. If you don't do well, I won't ask you to tutor me in the future. She nodded, with a gleam of determination in her eyes. Yilin, I will definitely do well in the exam. As I walked her out of the classroom, I gradually calmed down. Although it was not easy along the way, I knew that as long as I had a goal in mind, everything could be solved. Today, it was no longer Huang Bai who accompanied me to the examination room, but Lan Yuyu. Seeing her assigned to class 4, I couldn't help but notice the different looks the girls around me gave me. Perhaps this was the change. After sending Lan Yuyu to the examination room, I felt an unprecedented peace in my heart. Watching her sit down quietly, the eyes around me made me realize that at this moment, my life was quietly changing. Next, I walked towards class 5 and saw my seat. I was slightly shocked. On my left was Ling Facua, and on my right was the recognized school hunk, Lin Jishi. He is almost invincible in school, and I, who have just changed my image, don't know whether I can find my own light under his shadow. When Ling Facua saw me, the corners of her mouth lifted unconsciously, as if she felt that this seat was very advantageous to her. I ignored her and sat down directly. Before the exam, Ling Facua deliberately pressed down the answers very tightly, fearing that I would copy them. Chapter 28. The exam lasted 2.5 hours. I finished the difficult questions early and solved all the complex questions within an hour. I was too lazy to do the remaining simple questions. It would be unnatural if I scored too high. After writing a few lines of the composition, I put down my pen and lay on the table to take a nap. Ling Facua next to me seemed to notice me. She pressed the test paper tightly and suddenly turned her head to look at me and found that I was actually sleeping. There was a hint of doubt in her eyes, as if she regretted not copying the answers for me. Lin Jishi saw me sleeping with disdain in his eyes, obviously thinking that I was good for nothing except being handsome. Huang Bai in the back row kept stretching his neck to try to catch a glimpse of other people's answers, but unfortunately, that only led to a warning from the invigilator, who was standing behind him. Huang Bai simply lay down and gave up the idea of peeking. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw Huang Bai also started to sleep on the table. It seemed that everyone had an easy time in this exam, except Ling Facua, who probably wanted to maintain a high score. Lan Yuyu seemed more anxious than anyone else. She was not worried because the questions were difficult, but because she was worried that a high score would bring unnecessary trouble. She struggled with the issue for a long time and finally decided to just get a passing score to avoid attracting too much attention with a high score. When the invigilator announced that we could leave early, Lan Yuyu walked out of the examination room without hesitation. I was a little slower than her and followed her out. She was startled when she saw me coming over. Yilin, why are you out too? I smiled and said, I guess you must have come out. I was afraid that you would wait too long, so I followed me out. She asked in a low voice, "Well, have you finished the test paper?" There was concern in her eyes. I touched her hair and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I have finished writing everything that can be written." Lan Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief, and a relaxed smile appeared on her face. Coincidentally, Ling Facua also came out of the examination room. When she saw us, our eyes met, and a complex emotion instantly emerged on Ling Facua's face. She seemed a little angry, and when she saw me touching Lan Yuyu's head, her face darkened. I pulled Lan Yuyu and quickened my pace to leave, wondering why Ling Facua was angry. She hadn't done anything wrong. As we walked out of the school gate, I felt a chill on my back. Looking back, Ling Facua was still glaring at us. Walking to the school pond, I sat on the stone seat and opened the book. Lan Yuyu suddenly asked, "Yilin, who is the most outstanding student in our school?" "Ling Facua, a girl from class 5. I answered. "Is she that good?" Lan Yuyu seemed a little surprised. I nodded. "She always scores above 670, sometimes even over 700. Hearing this number, Lan Yuyu showed a relieved expression. "Then I'll try to get a score below 650 to avoid ranking too high." I didn't say anything. I just looked at her quietly. The sunlight shone through the branches onto her face. Her thick bangs partially covered her face, and I couldn't help but gently lift her hair. "What's wrong with you?" She suddenly stood up, a little surprised. I smiled shyly. "Little bean sprout, you've been in school for so long, but I haven't seen your complete appearance yet. I can't help but be curious." Lan Yuyu's face instantly turned red, and her ears began to heat up. "Yilin, I'm not pretty," she whispered. "Who said you're not pretty? You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen," I said softly. There was a hint of doubt in her eyes. "Really?" "Of course." I smiled. "I didn't look carefully just now. Let me take another look." I gently lifted her bangs and admired her beauty. Just as I was immersed in this moment, I suddenly heard a cough. I turned around and found that teacher Li Jianya was looking at us. Li Jianya coughed twice coldly, and the scene was awkward for a moment. I quickly smiled and said, "Teacher Li, are you sick?" Lan Yu also asked with concern. "Ah, Teacher Li, are you sick?" Li Jianya frowned. "Why am I sick?" "You two are not in the examination room during the exam. What are you doing here?" Lan Yuyu hurriedly explained, "I'm not sick. Teacher Li, Yilin and I have finished writing and are preparing to review the next subject." Li Jianya was still unhappy. "Next time, pay attention to keep a distance between boys and girls to avoid misunderstandings." I couldn't help but say mischievously, "Teacher Li, how did the misunderstanding happen? We were just discussing study." "Stop talking," Li Jianya responded coldly, and I felt helpless. Finally, I smiled and sent Li Jianya away. "I know. Teacher Li, take care." As I watched the teacher leave, I breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little embarrassed. This little episode was over. Chapter 29. Huang Bai suddenly opened his eyes. Everything in front of him was blurry, and he realized that he had fallen asleep during the exam. When the exam bell rang, he got up in a hurry and tried to find me. Meanwhile, Lan Yuyu and I were reviewing by the pond. When the exam bell rang, the canteen door opened. I took her to the cafeteria, feeling relieved. Her father wasn't coming to deliver food today, so at least I didn't need to worry about her exclusive lunch. When I lined up at the food window, I saw Lan Yuyu was nervous, so I smiled and said, "Little bean sprout, I'll treat you to a meal." She quickly refused. "No, I'll swipe my card myself." She ordered 2 vegetarian dishes, swiped her card hastily, and stood aside waiting for me. Seeing that she only spent $4 on a meal, I felt a little distressed. Then, I ordered 2 meat dishes and sat down with her in a quiet corner. I started putting food on her plate. She looked at me in confusion. I smiled and said, "I like to eat vegetables." She didn't ask any more questions and started eating the rice in silence. I took the opportunity to take the vegetables from her plate and continued to eat contentedly. She looked at me wolfing down the food, stopped eating, and gave me the rice. I quickly finished my meal and pretended to burp. "Little bean sprout, you're really full." She smiled, took my meat dish, and continued eating. At this time, Huang Bai walked into the cafeteria and saw me and Lan Yuyu. He quickly glanced over and saw Yin Haoqing in the queue, so he immediately went over. "Haoqing, good brother." He patted Yin Haoqing on the shoulder and stepped in front. Yin Haoqing was a little stunned. "Old fatty, what do you want me to do?" Huang Bai replied easily. "Nothing. I just want to tell you to let me cut in line." A few minutes later, he got the meal. Seeing Huang Bai's plate, the Annie took the initiative to add some more rice. Huang Bai said he didn't want more rice, saying he was trying to lose weight. Although the ant was puzzled, she still added less rice and put a few more fried chicken legs and some semi-meat dishes on the plate. Huang Bai walked towards us with a fried chicken leg. I was eating with Lan Yuyu when he suddenly sat down, which scared me. I complained, "Can you sit down more gently?" Huang Bai shrugged and asked me how the exam went. "Just okay. 100 points won't be a problem," I replied with a smile. Huang Bai was half believing and half doubting, and reminded me not to relax. "You made a bet with Li Junwei, so don't relax in the next exam." I was a little confused. "Why do you suddenly care about me so much?" Huang Bai was a little embarrassed. "Of course I care about you. We are brothers, and it is not okay to not do well in the exam." Lan Yuyu suddenly looked up and said to me, "Yilin, I believe you can be in the top 30 in the class." I patted her head and felt warm. "Thank you for believing in me." Then I took a fried chicken leg from Huang Bai's plate and put it in a Lan Yuyu's plate. Huang Bai was stunned. "That's my chicken leg." I smiled coldly. "You want to lose weight and still eat so much?" After dinner, Huang Bai and I sent Lan Yuyu back to the dormitory and then left school together. When we arrived at the store, we saw a group of beautiful girls busy at work, and Huang Bai's eyes lit up immediately. Qin Hui saw me coming in and joked, "The boss is out of school." I ordered 2 glasses of lemonade. Qin Hui had just taught a few new girls how to make fruit drinks. Although they learned quickly, they were still not fast enough. I picked up the lemonade. Huang Bai took a sip and frowned. "Can we have a sweet lemonade instead?" I refused directly. "If you don't want to drink it, forget it. If you really want to lose weight, don't always think about drinking sweet things." I picked up my math notes and threw them in front of him. "Go to the corner and memorize them." Huang Bai took the notes reluctantly, but thought to himself that as long as he was admitted to university, he would have the opportunity to meet Shinsini. So he finally gritted his teeth and memorized the notes. I asked the new girls to attend the meeting, actually just to motivate them. I stood in front of them and said in a high tone, "As long as you follow me, you will have your own branch in the future and earn more than 10,000 yuan a month." Their eyes lit up instantly, and they were filled with excitement. Seeing their hopeful eyes, I felt proud, but I also reminded myself that idealism is very common in the early stages of entrepreneurship. However, I believe that as long as they persist, their promise will be fulfilled in the future. This is my business philosophy. To draw a rosy picture, people must believe it in order to inspire motivation. I have accumulated a lot of experience, and now I can use this experience to help them realize their dreams. Chapter 30. The math test in the afternoon is finally over, and I feel inexplicably relaxed. Ling Facua pressed the test paper tightly, and every time she glanced at me, her eyes were a little proud. Of course, I knew she wanted to see me anxiously copying the answers, but I didn't care. Instead, I felt a little bored and occasionally looked around and happened to meet her eyes. She snorted coldly and quickly turned back to continue writing the test paper. She thought to herself, "Let me piss you off to death and continue to rank last in the school." On the second day's science and foreign language exams, Ling Facua was still very serious, as if I really wanted to copy her answers. In fact, she was just being sentimental, and I ignored her at all. My head is full of plans for the upcoming National Day holiday. I plan to ask Lan Yuyu to go out and play together. With only half an hour left in the exam, I decided to leave the exam room early and wait for Lan Yuyu downstairs. As soon as she saw me, she hurried over. As usual, after the exam, Lan Yuyu would always review with me. "Yilin, what subject do you want to make up for later?" she asked. I looked at her distressingly and replied, "Little bean sprout, I just finished the exam, so I won't be taking extra classes these days." She was obviously stunned for a moment. You're not going to make up for it?" She really wanted to help me, and I could feel her worry. Seeing that she was unhappy, I was a little confused. "Little bean sprout, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy?" She forced a smile and said, No, I'm just worried about your grades." I felt warm inside. It was so nice to have someone care about me like that. I knew she was worried about me. Seeing her like this, I wanted to hug her and spin her around. "I just finished my exams. I feel a little tired and can't study anymore. Let's catch up after the holiday," I said softly. She was a little worried, but quickly responded, "Then Yilin, you must have a good rest these days." I agreed to her, but in my heart I was thinking about how I could take advantage of these few days to ask her out to play. Lan Yuyu was silent for a while, as if she was thinking about something. She had originally planned to use the holiday to continue to help me with my studies, but when she saw that I was tired, she didn't know what to do. Before the holiday, her life was just reading and cleaning. She was used to this daily routine, but now, whenever she has free time, she always wants to be with me. She thought silently in her heart. Do I like Yilin? She quickly denied this idea. Impossible. We are just friends. She looked at me, her heart full of contradictions. She was afraid of her own emotions. We walked downstairs to the dormitory and saw the door. Lan Yuyu finally smiled. She said happily, Yilin, I'm here. You should go back soon. I looked at her and suddenly decided, Little bean sprout, are you free tomorrow? She replied, yes. Okay, let's go play tomorrow. She hesitated. Do you want to go? She was afraid of spending too much money, but she didn't want to refuse me. Seeing her hesitation, I smiled and said, I'm just talking casually. It's okay. If you don't have time, then don't go. She quickly responded, Yilin, I have time. I breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll pick you up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. After saying that, I was full of anticipation, with an excited smile on my face, like a teenager who had just fallen in love. When I got home, I immediately borrowed a camera from Huangbai and planned to take Lan Yuyu out to take photos tomorrow. I thought to myself, is this our first date? After Lan Yuyu returned to the dormitory, she began to rummage through boxes and drawers looking for clothes, preparing to go out and play with me the next day. Wang Xiaoqing and her friends had finished their meal and returned to the dormitory. When they saw Lan Yuyu's actions, they were a little surprised. Wang Xiaoqing teased, Lan Yuyu, what are you doing? Lan Yuyu was startled and hurriedly explained, I'm looking for clothes. Seeing how nervous she was, Wang Xiaoqing smiled and said, just looking for some clothes? You look so nervous. Gao Mingming noticed something unusual and thought it was not simple. Hey, did Yilin ask you to go out and play? Do you want to dress up nicely? She asked with a smile. Lan Yuyu blushed like an apple. No, Mingming, you can't say that. Her heart beat faster and she felt like she was exposed. Gao Mingming could tell that the situation was not simple and smiled even more brightly. Okay, Yo-Yo, why is your face so red? Seeing that Lan Yuyu was a little flustered, she took the opportunity to give her a set of JK uniforms. This is something I can't wear anymore, so it's just right for you. You should dress up nicely for your date tomorrow. Lan Yuyu was a little surprised and hesitant, but finally decided to accept it. Thank you, Ming Ming. She picked up the clothes and looked at herself in the mirror. She didn't seem so ugly anymore. She thought to herself, Yilin won't mind, right? Chapter 31, Running Wildly. At night, because Lan Yuyu was the only one left in the dormitory, she was afraid to fall asleep. Finally, she fell asleep automatically because she couldn't hold on any longer. The next day, she got up early, washed and dressed, then waited for Yilin downstairs of the dormitory. She was so sleepy that she yawned continuously. Nearing 8 o'clock, Yilin came downstairs. Although there was a girl standing at the door, he didn't recognize it was Lan Yuyu. So he walked to the girl and waited for Lan Yuyu. Yilin always felt that this girl looked familiar, but I didn't recognize him for a moment and didn't say anything. Lan Yuyu didn't sleep well the whole night and was a little sleepy, so she didn't notice Yilin beside her. After standing there for a few minutes, she realized there was someone next to her. It was Yilin. She said happily, Yilin, you're here. Yilin was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that this voice was Lan Yuyu. She looks really good today. I couldn't recognize her just now. Did this little girl dress up like this especially for me? Yilin was a little surprised, as this meant that Lan Yuyu had started to have feelings for him. Little bean sprout, you look so good today, I can't even recognize you. Does it look good? Lan Yuyu looked herself up and down. It's very beautiful. Let's go. Judging from Yilin's expression, he shouldn't mind her dressing like this. So Lan Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Make a mental note that Yilin likes to dress like this. Yilin took her out of the school and then went to the station. There are too few fun places in Qingyuan County, so Yilin plans to go to the city for some fun today. Qingyuan County is 100 kilometers away from Jiangxing. There is no highway in the county at that time, so it takes 2 hours to take a direct bus. On the way, Lan Yuyu felt so sleepy that she fell asleep with her head against the window. Afraid that she would feel uncomfortable, Yilin gently let her lean on his shoulder to sleep. If he wasn't afraid that she would have a big reaction when she woke up, Yilin really wanted to hug her and let her have a good sleep. In this way, Yilin watched her quietly sleeping on him all the way. Yilin gently stroked Lan Yuyu's face. This contact filled Yilin with mixed emotions. She cried heart-wrenchingly the night she was buried in her previous life. It would have been great if I could have protected her like this at that time. The more Yilin thought about it, the more he felt guilty towards this girl. Fortunately, God had eyes and gave him a chance to make it up to her. Soon the bus arrived at Jiangxing bus station. This was too fast. Yilin felt a little regretful. If he had known that he could have such contact with her in the car, he would have gone somewhere farther away. Little Bean Sprout, we're here. Although Yilin didn't have the heart to wake her up, he had to get out of the car at this moment. Along the way, Lan Yuyu slept soundly. When she woke up, she found herself leaning against Yilin, and her face turned red. Yeah, oh, we're here. Let's go quickly then. Lan Yuyu was embarrassed and spoke incoherently. After getting off the train, Yilin asked curiously, Little Bean Sprout, why are you so sleepy? Did you not sleep well last night? Lan Yuyu nodded, and then said delicately, I was the only one left in the dormitory. I was afraid of the dark, so I didn't sleep well. Lan Yuyu told Yilin the truth. If it was someone else, she would definitely not say it. But Yilin's words can be told to him. Although they have only been in contact for about 10 days, Yilin has already become the person she trusts the most. After hearing Lan Yuyu's words, Yilin realized that she was the only one left in the dormitory. Yilin suddenly felt distressed. He knew that Lan Yuyu was afraid of the dark. She was very scared in the classroom when there was a power outage in the school. She was just a girl who was afraid of the dark, but she came to the cemetery alone that night. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid that night, but the person buried in the cemetery was the one she loved the most. After leaving the station, I took her to have breakfast, and then we went to the zoo. Jiangxing Zoo is quite famous. As a sub-provincial city in Jiangnan province, Jiangxing is much more well-known than the provincial capital Nanjing. Not only is it well-known, this city itself is very strong, both in terms of its economy and tourism. Although it is a heavy industrial city, Jiangxing is surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, with picturesque scenery and one of the best water quality in the country. It is said that Jiangxing's landscape is the best in the world. Therefore, many people from other provinces think that the capital of Jiangnan province is Jiangxing. There are amusement projects in Jiangxing Zoo. With one ticket, you can watch animals and have fun. It is a very popular scenic spot. Plus the National Day holiday, there were huge crowds of people. Yilin slapped his forehead when he saw this. With so many people here, he could forget about going to play those rides today. But since I was already there, I decided to go in and take a look. After squeezing for quite a while, I finally managed to buy 2 tickets. Yilin came over, handed the ticket to Lan Yuyu, and then the two of them went to line up for ticket checking. Lan Yuyu took a look at the ticket price, 50 yuan, and she silently noted it down in her mind. Entering the zoo, Lan Yuyu was full of curiosity. She had seen many animals in books, but she had never seen one in real life. Watching along the way, Lan Yuyu was no longer as timid as before. She jumped happily in front of Yilin. Yilin looked like an old father, with a look of satisfaction on his face. It turns out that she could be so happy and smile so brightly. I rarely saw her smile so happily before. People who didn't know her would think she was a shy girl who didn't like to smile. When we entered the Valley of Beasts, the big tiger inside gave us a polite roar. Lan Yuyu was so scared that she rushed back and grabbed Yilin's arm tightly. Yilin was so happy that he begged, Brother Tiger, please roar more quickly. Every time they arrived at a place, Yilin would take several photos of Lan Yuyu and sometimes ask passersby to help them take photos together. When we arrived at the ostrich park, there were activities. Yilin asked Lan Yuyu to ride on the ostrich and run around, but she didn't dare. The administrator said enthusiastically, Little girl, don't be afraid. Our ostriches are very docile. If you really can't help it, you can ask your boyfriend to carry you for a walk. If you come to a zoo and don't ride on an ostrich to take pictures, how can you call it a zoo? After listening to this, Yilin held Lan Yuyu and walked around. This is a good suggestion. When Lan Yuyu heard the word boyfriend, she blushed and quickly explained, that Yilin is not my boyfriend. We are just classmates. It's okay. Classmates are classmates. They can also carry you for a walk. After saying that, the administrator pulled Lan Yuyu to the side of the ostrich. Lan Yuyu looked back in fear. Fortunately, Yilin was following her. Yilin handed the camera to the administrator. Sister, can you take a few photos for us? The administrator didn't expect Yilin to bring his own camera, so he said, Handsome boy, we have a special camera for taking pictures. Yilin knew the rules. He could play for free, but taking photos required payment. Yilin was very tactful and put a $20 bill into the administrator's hand. Sister, please help me. The administrator was delighted and took the camera. No problem. Handsome boy, you can go up too. After getting the benefit, the administrator immediately replaced the seat with a smaller one for 2 people. This kid is quite good at dealing with people, so let's give him a hand. After the two put on protective gear, the administrator helped them onto the bird. Chasing the bird and running wildly, Yilin stuck closely to Lan Yuyu's back. As the ostrich walks, there's constant contact and friction between the two. This made Yilin's blood boil, and he felt like he couldn't hold back his gun. Fortunately, it didn't take long to run a lap, and it was over in a short while. Otherwise, Yilin would have suffered a lot. Since he was being paid, the administrator worked very hard and took dozens of photos of Yilin in one go. After leaving the ostrich farm, Lan Yuyu said to Yilin, "Yilin, did you notice? The mat was a bit hard and hurt me." Yilin replied with an embarrassed look, Yeah, it does hurt. That mat is not good." As they walked, they saw the bathroom, and Yilin quickly said, "Little bean sprout, I'm going to the bathroom to wash my face." Good. Lan Yuyu was quietly waiting for Yilin by the roadside. Yilin went to the bathroom and rinsed his face with cold water, and finally his blood pressure came down. The two then headed to the performance area. Chapter 32, Lucky Star. There are several sections in the zoo performance area. The first performance was the circus. Lan Yuyu was stunned by the performances of monkeys, lions, tigers, and various birds. Then we went to the oceanarium, where the penguin and dolphin shows ended, and then we went to see the killer whales. After the killer whale finished its performance, it used its tail to hit a ball into the crowd. This is a surprise prepared by the aquarium, and the tourist who catches the ball becomes the lucky star. The lucky star will not only get a discount on today's ticket, but will also receive a commemorative card of the River City Zoo. The ball flew straight towards Lan Yuyu. The girl standing in front of Lan Yuyu reached out to catch it, but the ball was too slippery and it slipped out of her hands. Lan Yuyu was afraid of being hit by the ball, so she stretched out her hand to block it and just happened to catch the ball. The girl in front saw Lan Yuyu catch the ball and looked at her with hatred. Then he said angrily, "This lucky star is mine. I received it first. Please give it back to me." Her best friend also said viciously, "It was obviously my best friend who received it first. You should return it quickly." Lan Yuyu had never thought of catching this ball. It would be a pure luck for her to catch it. She was a little overwhelmed when she received this ball, and now she was being bullied by someone. She was so scared that she didn't dare to look the other person in the face. She lifted the ball up. "Sorry, I caught it by accident." Here you go." The girl was about to take the ball, but Yilin pulled Lan Yuyu's hand and the ball back. People should have dignity and trees should have bark. She's a girl, and you're stealing her lucky star. How can you be so shameless? Yilin cursed angrily. Shun Bingrong was about to retort to Yilin, but the moment she saw Yilin's face, she was stunned. It's the first time I see a boy with such clear eyes. He can almost be described as untainted by the mud. Handsome, so handsome. The host had come to Lan Yuyu and asked her with a smile, "Girl, what's your name?" Shin Bingrong didn't care to admire Yilin at this time and said to the host, "I caught the ball first." The host did see her touch the ball, but she didn't catch it. He smiled and said, "Girl, you received it first, but you didn't catch it. We determine the ball based on whoever has the ball in their hands. So the lucky star is her." The host pointed at Lan Yuyu. It was then that Lan Yuyu saw Shun Bingrong's face. She was frightened and said quickly, "She got it first, so give it to her." Yilin knew that Lan Yuyu was rather timid and didn't dare to offend anyone. When she saw that this woman was so fierce, she was frightened and didn't want to cause trouble, so she gave up this lucky star. But how could Yilin allow that? With him around, no one could bully his bean sprouts. Yilin said to Lan Yuyu, "Little bean sprout, what's yours is yours, and no one can take it away from you." But Lan Yuyu wanted to explain something else. Yilin didn't give her a chance to continue. "Don't say, but, host, her name is Lan Yuyu." Upon hearing the name, the host immediately grabbed Lan Yuyu's hand, raised it high, picked up the microphone, and announced, "The lucky star of this show is Ms. Lan Yuyu. She will be exempted from the admission ticket and will receive a Jiangsheng Zoo commemorative card." Yilin was too lazy to pay attention to Shun Bingrong and her gang, and was busy taking pictures of Lan Yuyu. After the announcement, the host said to Lan Yuyu, "Miss Lan, let's go on stage and take a photo together and get a commemorative card." Lan Yuyu looked at Yilin, then asked the host, Can we take a photo together?" The host smiled brightly. "Of course you can. Your boyfriend is so handsome. What a perfect match. We will exhibit your photos together in our museum. Of course, there are benefits. We will give you free tickets. You are already a lucky star. Not only will you get free tickets, but we will also refund you the money you paid for the tickets. How about that? Is that okay?" When she heard it was free, Lan Yu obviously had no objection, but she wanted to see whether Yilin was willing. At the same time, he also explained, "Well, we're just classmates. not boyfriend and girlfriend. Seeing how close the two are, the host knows that, if it's not the case now, it will probably be soon. After all, which girl would be willing to date a boy if she didn't like him? They would only be willing to play together if they had a good impression of him. Of the two young men, it was this young man who had the final say. The host asked Yilin, "Handsome boy, is this okay?" Yilin replied, "Of course, but the photos are only for exhibition and cannot be used for other purposes. Don't worry, it will never be used for anything else." After that, the host led the two people onto the stage. Seeing Shun Bingrong in a daze, her best friend Wang Qingyao woke her up. "Bingrong, don't be angry." Shun Bingrong came back to her senses. "Did you hear what I just said?" "What did you hear?" "The man just now said her name is Lan Yuyu." Shun Bingrong pointed at Lan Yuyu, who was taking a photo on the stage. "Lan Yuyu." Wang Qingya was a little shocked. "Lan Yuyu? This name is so familiar, but that girl doesn't look like Lan Yuyu." The comparison between the two is like a swan and a toad. Shun Bingrong is considered a beauty in the #1 middle school in the city, but this woman is much more beautiful than her, except that she is a little thinner. I guess they have the same name and surname. So this can't possibly be the ugly duckling? Bingrong, could it be that they have the same name? Shun Bingrong shook her head. No, that voice, her words and actions, and that figure. She is Lan Yuyu, the ugly duckling in our class. But why did she? So pretty, huh? Is there any need to think about it? She was called an ugly duckling a lot in school, so she had plastic surgery during the summer vacation. Otherwise, why did she drop out of school? She spent all her money on plastic surgery, so she had no money to continue her studies. Shun Bingrong was filled with jealousy when she saw that face just now, especially because such a handsome boy was following her and protecting her. The key point is that this boy didn't even look at me. Although there was a bootlicker beside him, he was far inferior to that man. In other words, there was some money at home, and Shun Bingrong carried it with her as a wallet. Otherwise, just ignore this kind of lickspittle. Wang Qingya echoed. That means she had plastic surgery. I heard her family isn't well off. She has no money, but still wants to have plastic surgery. How shameless. Poor boy. He was deceived by her hypocritical appearance. Shun Bingrong felt sorry when she saw Yilin taking a photo with Lan Yuyu on the stage. That boy is quite handsome. Wang Qingya said to Yilin, "What's the point of being handsome if you don't have eyes?" Shun Bingrong got angry when she thought of Yilin scolding her just now. If it were any other boy, he would have wagged his tail the moment he saw her, but that bastard on the stage was actually mean to him. He really had no eyes and couldn't recognize a beautiful woman. He is indeed blind to fall in love with Lan Yuyu, Bingrong. It's a pity that his lucky star was picked up by the ugly duckling Lan Yuyu. Wang Qingyao was indignant for her best friend. What's mine is mine. Shun Bingrong decided to go outside and ask Lan Yuyu to take it out. She turned her head and looked at Chun Jie beside her. Chun Jie kept staring at Lan Yuyu on the stage. This girl was even prettier than Shun Bingrong. Have you seen enough? Seeing Chun Jie like this, Shun Bingrong became even angrier and walked out directly. Chun Jie was startled back to his senses by the sudden scolding and hurriedly chased after her. Bingrong, don't go, wait for me. Chapter 33. You can't insult her, and you can't bully her. Outside the aquarium, Chun Jie took a lot of effort to coax Shun Bingrong. When he heard that the lucky star was Lan Yuyu, he was very surprised. But he was also very confused. She was so beautiful. Could it really be Lan Yuyu? Plastic surgery? That's impossible, right? Chun Jie still didn't believe it. Bingrong, did you recognize the wrong person? I can't possibly be mistaken. She is Lan Yuyu, the ugly duckling. Not only did she steal my rank before, but she stole my lucky star this time. Shun Bingrong said this angrily. Wang Qingya said indignantly on behalf of Shun Bingrong. Chun Jie, Bingrong was bullied, and you still question her for recognizing the wrong person? Are you a man? Didn't you say you like Bingrong? Being questioned by the goddess, Chun Jie patted his chest and said, Don't worry, this lucky star belongs to Bingrong, and no one can take it away. Bingrong, we will wait for them here, and I will help you get justice later. When Chun Jie heard that the girl was Lan Yuyu, he immediately lost his favor for her. Thinking about how he had stared at her for so long and made Shun Bingrong angry, he felt very regretful. I have to coax Shun Bingrong into submission quickly. I finally got her out, and I can't let her go home in anger. Afraid that Chun Jie would get violent with anyone he saw, Shun Bingrong said, Don't worry, let's expose Lan Yuyu's ugly face to that boy first. Chun Jie was stunned. What boy? Wang Qingya. The boy who went on stage with Lan Yuyu? Can't you see him? I see it, I see it. Although Chun Jie said he saw it, he actually didn't notice Yi Lin's existence at all. He was just staring at Lan Yuyu. But he didn't understand why she had to go to such lengths. Could it be that Shun Bingrong was interested in him? This is not possible. This is not allowed. He asked, why do you want to expose Lan Yuyu's ugly face? Shun Bingrong said angrily, are you stupid? You don't even understand this. If we say that the handsome boy that Lan Yuyu went through so much trouble to get plastic surgery to catch up with ran away, do you think Lan Yuyu would be so angry that she would die? I understand. Chun Jie suddenly realized that women are indeed the most vicious. Soon, Yi Lin and Lan Yuyu came out. They were immersed in joy and did not notice the three people standing at the door glaring at them. Lan Yuyu, stop. Being ignored, Shun Bingrong called out to Lan Yuyu angrily. Lan Yuyu stopped and looked back and found that it was Shun Bingrong and the other two. They all looked unfriendly, especially Chun Jie, who looked like he was going to hit someone. She was a little scared. Seeing Lan Yuyu's frightened look, Yi Lin became angry. He didn't expect that there was such a shameless woman in the world. Lucky Star can't catch it by itself, and you're still not done? Yi Lin said to Shun Bingrong impatiently. Wang Qingya, with a kind face, revealed Lan Yuyu's ugly face to Yi Lin. Handsome boy, don't be angry, listen to me. You have been deceived by this ugly duckling. Yi Lin was confused, but he knew that the woman was calling Lan Yuyu an ugly duckling. Why did she scold Lan Yuyu? Because of her ugly face? Lan Yuyu's appearance was 10 blocks away from hers. How could she dare to call someone else an ugly duckling? Without waiting for Yi Lin to get angry, Wang Qingya continued to explain, Lan Yuyu used to be in the #1 middle school in the city. We were classmates. She used to be very ugly, poor and ugly, a veritable ugly duckling. She was so ugly that she had plastic surgery during the summer vacation. She used up all the money in the family and had no money to continue her studies, so she dropped out of school. I guess she stole the money from her family to have plastic surgery. So, handsome boy, don't be fooled by this artificial face. Hearing these words, Lan Yuyu shook her head, tears in her eyes, and whispered in denial. No, no, no. She felt wronged and was afraid that Yi Lin would believe this and stay away from her in the future. She didn't dare to retort loudly because the man, the one called Chun Jie, would hit her. Yi Lin was extremely angry. I was originally happily hanging out with Lan Yuyu, but I didn't expect that she would be unhappy because of these few bitches. Although Yi Lin didn't know Lan Yuyu's past, he knew that Lan Yuyu had not had plastic surgery. In her previous life, until graduation, Lan Yuyu's beautiful face was hidden under her thick bangs. If it weren't for herself, she wouldn't be able to show such a beautiful side of herself. I saw Yi Lin looked very angry. Shun Bingrong looked very proud. This handsome guy must be very angry that Lan Yuyu deceived him, right? After Wang Qingya finished speaking, Shun Bingrong believed that Yi Lin would no longer care about Lan Yuyu. She pressed, Lan Yuyu, be smart and give me the commemorative card. It originally belonged to me. Ugly freak, return the commemorative card to Bingrong obediently. Otherwise, you know what will happen. Chun Jie rubbed his hands together. Lan Yuyu thought back to the past and prepared to hand over the things in her hand. Yi Lin hugged her and said, Little bean sprout, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Lan Yuyu was frightened by Yi Lin's sudden hug and didn't know what to do. She stayed in his arms, motionless. Boy, protect her? You're not taking the wrong medicine, are you? I advise you to bring the things over here, or you'll get beaten. Chun Jie was not afraid of Yi Lin at all. This boy looked like a good student. Will a good student fight? A good student will only get beaten if he fights. Chun Jie believes that he can beat Yi Lin with one hand. It's okay if you're shameless, but it's not okay to insult her, and it's even more unacceptable to bully her. Yi Lin let go of Lan Yuyu, stepped over, grabbed Chun Jie by the collar, and started beating him up. The main reason why Yi Lin grabbed Chun Jie's collar was that he was afraid that this guy would run away. He had his uncle watching over him at Qingyuan Middle School, so he couldn't be too arrogant. Once he left the school, which bastard would dare to attack him? This guy still wants to bully Xiao Duya. He is really asking for a beating. Chun Jie didn't react at all, and when he did react, he was still beaten up with no power to fight back at all. Yi Lin, the former school bully of Qingyuan Middle School, was known as the Little Bully. Fighting was a common occurrence for him. Although Chun Jie is a basketball student, he usually can only bully weaklings like Lan Yuyu, and he has only had a few real fights. Little bean sprout, they've bullied you before, I'm going to get back at you today. Yi Lin talked as he beat him, venting his anger. Thinking of the moment when Lan Yuyu died hugging his tombstone in his previous life, Yilin would not allow anyone to bully her again. The more he felt that Lan Yuyu was miserable in her previous life, the more ruthless Yilin became. Lan Yuyu didn't expect Yilin to fight for her. She was so scared that she quickly advised him, "Stop fighting, Yilin, don't fight anymore." Shun Bingrong and Wang Qingya were also stunned. They didn't expect this boy to be so fierce. Afraid of scaring Lan Yuyu, Yilin stopped and kicked Shun Jia away, then said to the two women, "Apologize to her immediately, or I will tear your mouths apart." Yilin looked at Shun Bingrong and Wang Qingya as if he were a plague god. "Yilin, there's no need." Lan Yuyu came over and grabbed Yilin's hand, fearing that he would continue to hit people. Wang Qingya was so frightened that she thought of what she had just said and quickly apologized to Lan Yuyu. "I'm sorry, Yu. I'm sorry. I just have a bad mouth." "No, that's not necessary." Lan Yuyu was a little flattered. "Lan Yuyu, I'm sorry." Shun Bingrong was also frightened. Looking at Yilin's attitude, she knew that he would really hit someone if she didn't apologize. After all, she was a pretty girl in #1 middle school, but this stunning beauty was of no use to Yilin. "Go away, and don't let me see you bullying her again." Upon hearing this, Shun Bingrong and Wang Qingya ran away. They didn't even look at Chun Jia, who was being beaten. Although Chun Jia was angry, he didn't dare to fight with Yilin again. This guy looks like a good student on the surface, but he is really cruel when he beats people. Thinking that Shun Bingrong must be mad at him, Chun Jia hurriedly chased after her. Yilin looked at Chun Jia and lamented that there were so many bootlickers in this world. This person is just despicable. He desperately pursues something he knows is unattainable, but in the end, it is all in vain. After getting rid of these bitches, Yilin began to coax Lan Yuyu. "Shout Dia, were you classmates with them?" Yilin tried to find a topic first. Lan Yuyu nodded. "So how did they bully you in the past?" Lan Yuyu was reluctant to talk, but after Yilin's repeated coaxing and deceiving questioning, she finally told the whole story. The reason why she was willing to say it was because she trusted Yilin very much. After hearing this, Yilin didn't expect that Lan Yuyu was bullied because she stole the places from these people. #1 high school in Jiangsheng is a key high school. The school offers bonuses for every major exam. If you don't want to be robbed of your money by Lan Yuyu, then you're naturally bullying her. After all, she is easy to bully. After listening to Lan Yuyu's narration, Yilin regretted that he had not slapped those two women a few times. Yilin said to Lan Yuyu, "Little bean sprout, I am here for you. No one can bully you in Qingyuan Middle School. You can get as many points as you can. If you pass the exam to #1 middle school, you will bring honor to our school. If you bring honor to our school, you will bring honor to Teacher Lung. Teacher Lung will be very happy." "Really? Will Teacher Lung be very happy as long as I pass the exam of #1 middle school?" Lan Yuyu looked innocent. "Yes, so you have to work hard in the next City Unified exam." "Okay, I will definitely do well in the exam." Lan Yuyu suddenly gained confidence. She didn't dare to do too well in the exam before because she was afraid. But now she no longer has this concern because as long as she does well in the exam, Teacher Lung will be happy. And she really wanted Teacher Lung to be happy, but at the same time, she didn't want to disappoint Yilin. Thinking back to when Yilin hugged her and protected her just now, Lan Yuyu felt so safe. It's nice to be protected so you won't be bullied. It would be great if Yilin could always protect himself like this. But she knew that this was impossible. Yilin liked Ling Facua, and he would protect Ling Facua in the future. However, Lan Yuyu was already very satisfied after being protected by Yilin this time. Thinking about how good Yilin was to her, Lan Yuyu decided to go back to school to help Yilin and speak well of Yilin to Ling Facua. Chapter 34, I Bought It Just For You. After leaving the aquarium, Yilin and Lan Yuyu went to other places in the zoo. Originally, Yilin wanted to go to the amusement park, but there were too many people and it would take half a day to queue, so he had to give up. After finishing their visit to the zoo, the two went to the center of Jiangxing City. During that time, Yilin found an excuse to trick Lan Yuyu into having a meal with him. Originally, Yilin wanted to buy a small gift for Lan Yuyu, but Lan Yuyu didn't want anything. Even when Yilin secretly bought it for her, she returned it. There was really no other choice. Yilin had to look for another opportunity. As evening approached, the two arrived at the station and prepared to go back. When entering the station, Yilin saw several beautiful fabric hairbands hanging in front of a shop outside the station. Yilin said to Lan Yuyu, "Little bean sprout, wait for me here." After saying that, he walked towards a shop. Taking off a blue and white hairband, Yulin asked the boss, "Boss, how much is this hairband?" The boss replied with a big smile, "Little handsome boy, you have a good taste. This is the latest and most fashionable hairband. It's the best gift for your girlfriend. I usually sell it for 50 yuan, but since you're so handsome, I will give you a discount and sell it to you for 30 yuan." After hearing this, Yulin exclaimed, "What a guy. He really thinks he is being taken advantage of." Nowadays, this thing can be bought for a few dollars elsewhere, but this boss directly increased the price tenfold. The black-hearted merchants really deserve to be called a train station. They will cheat as many people as they can, and they only do one-time business. $5, if you give me that, I'll buy it," Yulin said. When the boss heard this, he was stunned. It was the first time he saw someone bargaining like this. "Hey, handsome boy, stop joking. I'll lose a lot of money if I sell it to you for $5. No, $20, that's the lowest price. If you want it, take it." Yulin put the item back up without hesitation. The boss explained so much, which meant that the price was promising. The boss can still make money by bargaining in advance. It's just a matter of how much. If he really lost money, he would not bother to explain and would simply not sell it. Putting the hairband back in place, Yulin turned and walked towards the station. Yulin had just taken 2 steps when the boss caught up with him, holding a hairband. Hey, handsome boy, come on. $5 is $5. I'll sell it to you at a loss today." Yulin laughed to himself when he saw his boss pretending to be reluctant to let go. This boss is so talented. It would be a shame if he didn't become an actor. Yulin immediately took out $5 from his pocket and handed it to the boss, then took the hairband and left. "Thank you, boss. May you make a fortune." Looking at Yulin's graceful back as he left, the boss felt like he had been ripped off. Seeing Yulin coming back with the hairband, Lan Yuyu asked worriedly, "Yulin, why did you buy a hairband?" "Oh, I bought it as a gift to someone else," Yulin replied. However, Yulin did not say who he would give it to, and he couldn't get it to Lan Yuyu right away. "If I give it to her now, she will definitely return it." When Lan Yuyu heard that Yulin bought it as a gift, she felt relieved. When he was shopping just now, Yulin always wanted to buy something for himself. Although she breathed a sigh of relief, Lan Yuyu didn't know why she felt a sense of loss in her heart. She thought that what Yulin bought as a gift should be given to Ling Facua. This hairband is really nice. The more she thought about Lan Yuyu, the more she felt an indescribable discomfort, and she didn't know why. They bought tickets and boarded the bus for the return trip. When they arrived in Qingyuan County, Yulin sent Lan Yuyu back to school. "Come to the bottom of Shangmei Building," Lan Yuyu said to Yulin. "Yulin, wait for me." Hearing this, Yulin looked expectant. Could it be that she has a gift for me? After a while, Lan Yuyu ran down and handed Yulin a stack of money. She roughly calculated that she had free admission to the zoo and earned 50 yuan. So the money for the train ticket and the meal should be about 150 yuan. She ran back to the dormitory, counted out 100 yuan from her backpack, added the 50 yuan for today, and gave it to Yulin. Lan Yuyu was glad that she had hit the lucky star today. Otherwise, she would not have enough money to give to Yulin. There is still more than 20 yuan in the bag, which should be enough for me for a few days. Looking at the stack of money in Lan Yuyu's hand, Yulin asked in confusion, "Xiao Dia, what are you doing?" "Yulin, I don't know how much money I spent on our trip today, but it should be this much. I'll give you the money." Yulin definitely would not accept the money, and he felt a sense of loss. When a girl is very clear about the distinction, it means the relationship is not yet there. Of course, Yulin couldn't just tell her no, so he had to find a reason to push it back. Otherwise, this silly girl would stop playing with him in the future. "Little Bean Sprout, are we good friends?" Yulin suddenly asked. "Yes," Lan Yuyu answered without hesitation. At present, apart from family and teachers, Yulin is indeed the one closest to her. "If we're good friends, you don't need to give me money. Today I'm treating you. Next time you can treat me instead." But Lan Yuyu wanted to say something, but Yulin interrupted her. "Little Bean Sprout, if you give me money, it means you don't want to be friends with me, and I will be sad." "Will you be sad?" No, Yulin is so good. I can't let Yulin be sad." Thinking of this, Lan Yuyu took the money back. "Then I won't give you any money. Yulin, don't be sad." "I won't be sad if you don't give me money." Seeing her put the money into her skirt pocket, Yulin took out the hairband that Jiang Cheng bought from his pocket. "Little Bean Sprout, this is for you." "Ah." Lan Yuyu was shocked. "Yulin, didn't you say you bought this as a gift?" "Yes, I bought it just for you. You can wear it on your hand when you go to bed at night. It will be like I am with you, and you won't be afraid of the dark at night." "Really?" Lan Yuyu was half believing and half doubting. Really? I'm not lying to you. Thank you, Yilin. Lan Yuyu was very happy. She originally thought that this was a gift for Ling Facua. Suddenly, the uncomfortable feeling in her heart disappeared. Yilin knew that it would be impossible to ask her to go out and play tomorrow. But if he doesn't look for her, Yilin will definitely not be able to do it. Now Yilin wishes he could stay by her side 24 hours a day. So he said, "Little bean sprout, can you give me some tutoring tomorrow afternoon?" Lan Yuyu quickly nodded and agreed. Okay. See you tomorrow afternoon then. So go up quickly. Then I'll go upstairs. Yilin, you should go home soon. After saying that, Lan Yuyu hurried back to the dormitory. Arriving at the dormitory, Lan Yuyu stared at the photos taken at the zoo in a daze. They stood on each side, with a dolphin in the middle and a killer whale jumping out to cooperate in taking photos. After looking at it for an hour, she reluctantly clipped the photo into the book. Looking at the hairband in her hand, she hurried to the mirror to tie her hair. Wearing a JK uniform, Lan Yuyu almost couldn't recognize herself. At this moment, she suddenly felt that she seemed to be a little good-looking. Thinking of this, she quickly shook her head. No, no, no. How can I be good-looking? It's the hairband that is good-looking. Before going to bed at night, Lan Yuyu wore the hairband on her hand, and her mind was full of the scenes of playing with Yilin today. Thinking of Yilin protecting me, Yilin taking me out to play, and Yilin giving me things. She smiled sweetly and slept soundly. After Yilin returned home, he immediately called Huangbai to come and take him to Huangbai's home. After taking photos for a day, they must be developed. Chapter 35. Teach your own brothers. It has to be said that developing film is still very troublesome. Huangbai was not very skilled at it, and he learned it by watching his father develop films frequently. It took half an hour just to roll up the film. After an hour, Huangbai finally developed the film. Originally, Huangbai wanted to help Yilin develop the photos, but Yilin refused. First, Huangbai's skills are not good. Once his father's stuff is used up, he will definitely be weakened. Second, Yilin didn't want Huangbai to see these photos. So I took the film and prepared to leave. Huangbai was bored at home when his parents went out for a trip. He wanted to go out and play with Yilin, but Yilin told him to stay at home and read. He really regretted not traveling with his parents and thought that he could play games without restraint when he was alone at home during the holidays. As a result, he felt it was boring after playing for just one day, mainly because playing alone did not give him the same passion as before. Ever since Lan Yuyu transferred to another school, Yilin rarely played with him anymore. Huangbai felt like he had been heartbroken. Thinking about Yilin studying every day, I was afraid that I would have no topics to talk about with my good brother in the future. And the fortune teller said that if you want to date Chinsini, you have to get into university. Thinking of this, Huangbai decided not to play anymore and went back to his room to read. Yilin took the film to the printing shop and asked them to make 2 6-inch photo albums. After negotiating the price, he gave the film to the boss. The next morning, Yilin went to his store to reconcile the accounts first. The business had just started and the company had no finance, so Yilin could only come here every day to collect the debts. The reason why I collect money every day is that I am worried. After all, I earn more than 1,000 yuan a day. Second, I have no money now and I'm not familiar with the suppliers. If I want them to supply me with goods, I have to pay them immediately. Yoka has been open for 5 days, with an average daily revenue of 1,500 yuan. Excluding the cost of raw materials, Yilin now earns more than 6,000 yuan. Yilin paid the September salary to 6 employees. Although it was only for a few days, he still paid it. The basic salary is 50 yuan a day, and the commission is calculated based on 10% of the store's net income. So the commission in September is 100 yuan. The 5 new girls worked for 4 days and each received a salary of 300 yuan. Qin Hui started working on the 23rd, worked for 8 days, and received a salary of 500 yuan. Several girls thought it was good. It was a good salary in the county. 300 yuan for 4 days, so more than 2,000 yuan a month would be no problem. Qin Hui was jealous. This guy had earned 4,000 or 5,000 yuan in just 5 days of opening. After finishing work in the store, Yilin rushed to the printing shop to pick up the photo album, and then went to buy groceries. Today he plans to cook something delicious himself. After working all afternoon, Yilin prepared his own lunchbox, then went out to the store to buy 2 cups of lemon juice. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yilin arrived at Shangmei Building. Lan Yuyu had been waiting for Yilin downstairs, holding a few books in her hands. She returned to her previous ugly duckling look today. Seeing Yilin, she ran over happily. "Yilin, you're here." Seeing that she was a little tired, Lin asked with concern. Little bean sprout, have you been waiting for me for a long time? No, I just came down. Although Lan Yuyu said this, her tiredness betrayed her. When she thought about seeing Lin today, she woke up early. I first went to the classroom to wait, then went to the downstairs of the dormitory to wait, wanting to see Lin as soon as possible, but the waiting time always passed very slowly. You're lying. I can see you're almost unable to open your eyes. If you lie, your baby will be without an asshole. Lin regretted saying the last sentence and felt like he was cursing himself. Lan Yu even felt like she was carrying a baby when they kissed, so she naturally thought that what Lin said was true. She immediately explained, Lin, actually I came down this morning. I didn't have anything to do, and I was afraid that you would come and wait for me. So I went downstairs first so that you could see me when you came. Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't I say in the afternoon? Why did you come down this morning? Thinking that if she lied, the child would have no butthole, Lan Yuyu said truthfully, I just want to see you earlier and then go to tutoring. Hearing this, Lin felt a pang in his heart, but at the same time, he was happy. He felt sad because he felt sorry for Lan Yuyu, but he was also happy because he already knew how important he was in Lan Yuyu's heart. Isn't the person you can't wait to see your sweetheart? However, Lin knew that Lan Yuyu was still a naive person when it came to love. She herself didn't know that this was what it meant to like someone, and if she rushed to confess her feelings, she would only end up making things worse. Lin was not in a hurry, nor did he confess his feelings. Lin still remembers clearly what Lan Yuyu said in his previous life. In the next life, can you chase Xiao Dia like you chased Ling Facua? Yes, I spent so much time and energy chasing Ling Facua in my previous life. If she confessed to Lan Yuyu like this, she would be at a great loss. So Lin now just wants to take good care of her. What Lin wants is that one day in the future, Lan Yuyu will understand all this and be willing to be with him. Lin asked her tenderly, Little bean sprout, haven't you eaten yet? Lan Yuyu was afraid that Lin would buy her something again, so she answered without thinking, Lin, I've eaten. As soon as she answered, she smelled the fragrance of rice and her stomach started to growl. Seeing this, Lin said, Little bean sprout, you are lying again. I. Lan Yuyu didn't know how to explain, and her face turned red with anxiety. Okay, I haven't eaten yet either. I'm going to cook for you myself today. Let's go eat first. After saying that, Lin took Lan Yuyu to the stone table beside the pond. Lan Yuyu was very happy here that Lin made the meal himself. Now she is too lazy to refuse when Lin brings her food, and she has even gotten used to it. She knew that even if she refused, Lin would always find a way to make her eat him. Lin was very considerate and helped her open the lunchbox, and then helped her insert the tube to drink. Lan Yuyu took 2 bites and praised, Lin, it's delicious. She wasn't being polite when she said this. Lin's cooking was indeed better than Yiagwa's. After all, it is the cooking skill that I learned as a bootlicker over many years. If Ling Facua knew that Lin cooked for Lan Yuyu in order to pursue her cooking skills, she would probably be so angry that she would jump into the pond. However, she might never have the chance to know in this lifetime that Lin learned cooking skills just to pursue her. The one who is doing things to help others is Ling Facua. Hearing Lan Yuyu's praise, Lin felt very happy and felt that the meal tasted even better. After eating, Lin took out a photo album and said, Little bean sprout, these are the photos we took when we went out to play yesterday. I'm giving them to you. Although Lan Yuyu wanted it, she didn't take it. Instead, she said, Lin, take it. If you give it to me, you won't have any left. I made 2 copies. I kept mine at home, and this one is just for you. Especially for me. Lan Yuyu took it and put it into her bag with a look of care. Don't you want to take a look? Seeing that she didn't open it, Lin thought she didn't like it. Lan Yuyu smiled happily and said, I'll look at it when I get back. Let's read the book first. After saying that, he took out the textbook and taught Lin. At this time, Huang Bai came to the school and hurried over with a few books. Brother Lin, I guess you were at school. Lin didn't understand why this guy was looking for him, so he asked, What's the hurry? Huang Bai didn't look at Lin, but smiled at Lan Yuyu and said, Classmate Lan, can you also teach me? I also want to improve. Lin's face turned black, this guy. But I'm helping Lin with his work now. Lan Yuyu was a little embarrassed. It's okay. Wait until you finish teaching Brother Lin, then you can teach me. I spent the whole night studying math by myself, and there were many things I couldn't understand. You must teach me. If I can't get into college, my happiness in this life will be over. Yilin almost couldn't help laughing. This guy really believes that Chen Sini will be with him if he gets into university. Little did he know that the old charlatan only said vaguely that he could find his sweetheart. Chen Sini can be the sweetheart, but the sweetheart may not always be Chen Sini. Little bean sprout, just teach me. I'll teach Huang Bai. Yilin didn't want Lan Yuyu to suffer this. Teaching myself was just a pretense, but teaching Huang Bai was real teaching. It's okay if a smart person can learn it once you teach him, but it's really frustrating if a stupid person still can't learn it even after being taught many times. Huang Bai was a little reluctant. Yilin wanted to teach him. This good brother's grades are usually ranked lower than mine. Can he be trusted? But he didn't dare to refute and said, Brother Lin, my happiness is in your hands. Have you really learned it? You don't believe me? How could that be? I believe you, Brother Lin. How do we solve this problem? Yidin. Good guy, he said he believed it, but he took the test directly with the questions in his hands. Yilin decided to show off his skills and explain the topic Huang Bai pointed out in detail. Huang Bai was shocked. This guy actually learned it. He actually spoke better than Li Depeo. Even a poor student like himself could understand it after listening for a while. Huang Bai no longer had any complaints. After studying until the afternoon, Yilin asked Huang Bai to treat him to a meal and continued studying in the evening. Originally, when Yilin was tutoring with Lan Yuyu, Yilin was just looking for an excuse to be with Lan Yuyu. Now, there are really two people teaching Huang Bai. Of course, Yilin had no complaints. Although there was such a light bulb, it was not a bad thing. You have been pretending to learn, but now you don't have to pretend anymore. Just teach Huang Bai seriously. After all, you have to teach your own good brothers yourself. Lan Yuyu would have no complaints. She was simply helping Yilin with his studies. Having one more person was also tutoring. The next day, the three of them sat at the stone table to study as usual, and did not finish until they were ready to go to self-study in the evening. The students were almost back to school, and Lan Yuyu went to class 5. She had been thinking about helping Yilin pick up girls for several days. Chapter 36. If you are sick, you need to treat it. Lan Yuyu came to class 5 classroom. She was a little scared because she was not good at socializing. After standing there for a long time, she organized her words several times before she mustered up the courage to ask the classmate sitting at the door, Hello, classmate, can you help me call Ling Facua from your class? After saying this, Lan Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief as if she had accomplished a huge task. After hearing this, the classmate shouted to the front row, Ling Facua, someone is looking for you. Ling Facua turned around, confused. Looking for me? Who is looking for me? Could it be that Yilin came to deliver a love letter? That's impossible. That bastard Yilin always comes to me directly. He doesn't need anyone else to help call me. Ling Facua walked to the back door with confusion, and then saw Lan Yuyu at the door. Ling Facua was surprised. It was her. Yilin found the ugly guy who made him angry. Even in this state, he still had the nerve to pretend to deceive Yilin and not even look in the mirror. No one comes to see me for no reason. Why is she looking for me? Could it be that she knew that Yilin had been pursuing her every day in the past, and that Yilin was acting with her, and she believed it, and now she came to persuade her to let go? Ling Facua was immediately displeased with the thought that an ugly girl had the nerve to snatch a man from her. He asked in an unfriendly tone, Are you looking for me? Yes. Lan Yuyu replied. Now she finally knew who Ling Facua was. She didn't expect that this person was Ling Facua, whom she had seen before. I met Yilin in the corridor. I met him when I went to the library, and a few days ago during the monthly exam. Every time they met, the girl scolded Yilin. Yilin must have done something wrong to her, which is why she was so angry when she saw Yilin. But she is really beautiful, and her grades are the best in the school. No wonder Yilin likes her so much. Lan Yu suddenly felt a little envious of Ling Facua. It was a very happy thing to be liked by Yilin. He Xiaowei said that if you like someone, you will think about him all the time. So Yilin must be thinking about Ling Facua all the time. How could Lan Yuyu not be envious? Sister Facua, my name is Lan Yuyu, and I'm from class 1. Lan Yuyu introduced herself first. Ling Facua said impatiently, I know that you and Yilin are desk mates, but please don't call me sister. I don't have a sister as ugly as you. What do you want from me? Lan Yu didn't care that Ling Facua said she was ugly. She was used to it. On the contrary, she was a little happy to hear that Ling Facua knew that she and Yilin were desk mates. Yilin likes her, and Yilin and I are desk mates. So in this case, the relationship between me and Ling Facua should be closer, right? Yes, Yilin and I are desk mates, Facua. Oh, I have something to tell you. Lan Yuyu almost called her sister again, but she stopped herself quickly because she felt unhappy at the thought of calling her sister. Don't call me names, it makes me sick. Ling Facua became more and more impatient, mainly because every time she saw Lan Yuyu, she would think of the affectionate scenes of her and Yilin. Then what should I call you? Lan Yuyu was very confused. She felt sick when people called her name. It seemed that she was really seriously ill. I must tell her later that she cannot delay treatment if she is sick. Don't call me anything. Just tell me what you want from me. Oh, that's it. I want to tell you that Yilin really likes you. What a joke. Don't I know he likes me? He used to come to me every day to confess his love to me. Do you need to tell me this? Ling Facua said this with a proud look on her face. Seeing that her tone was a little irritable, Lan Yuyu guessed that she must still be angry with Yilin. I don't know how Yilin made others so angry. Well, what I want to say is that you should stop being angry with Yilin. Yilin is really a good person. He is not a bad student. He has been studying hard every day recently. Also, he has a good heart. I used to be often bullied, but after transferring here, Yilin took good care of me and brought me lunchboxes and lemon fruits almost every day. Actually, I didn't want it, but if he didn't want it, he would have thrown it in the trash, so I had no choice but to eat it for him. Just yesterday, we went to Jiangxing to play, and I met a former classmate who was bullying me, and he protected me. Yilin is a really good person. Ling Facua, don't be angry with him anymore. He really likes you. We're just friends, and he is very nice to me. So, if he likes you so much, he will definitely treat you better. If you are still angry with Yilin and ignore him, Yilin will be sad. Shut up. Ling Facua really couldn't bear to listen any longer. Who was ignoring who? Not only did that bastard Yilin not treat me well when they met, he also blocked my Penguin account. Now he is so nice to this ugly woman. Is he humiliating himself to get revenge? Ling Facua was so angry that she yelled directly. Her shout startled all the students and made them look over. They didn't know what had made Ling Facua so angry, and they were curious and pricked up their ears to listen to gossip. Are you showing off to me? Don't think that Yilin is nice to you because he likes you. I tell you, he is just acting for me. With your appearance, do you think Yilin will like you? Stop daydreaming. You don't know what you have to show off. What do you do to compete with me? You have no looks, you are skinny, and in terms of grades, are you better than me? I am the best in the whole school. Go back and tell Yilin that if he plays a trick with me again, I will never forgive him. Ling Facua was very angry. Is Yilin such a bastard? His fake play with this ugly duckling is almost becoming real. He sends her lunch boxes and lemon fruits every day and takes her out to play. Will he be happy only when he gets so mad at her that he dies? Lan Yuyu was frightened by Ling Facua's aura. When the other students heard Ling Facua's words, they began to whisper to each other. Wow, this melon is really delicious. It is not difficult to guess from Ling Facua's words that the two women are fighting for a man. It's still that guy Yilin. But they didn't understand. Didn't Ling Facua usually dislike Yilin? Why was she competing with him now? Seeing Ling Facua so angry, Lan Yu didn't dare to stay any longer and said, Ling Facua, don't be angry. I'll go back and tell Yilin to stop acting. After saying that, Lan Yuyu turned around and prepared to go back to the classroom. Thinking of the important things she hadn't said yet, she turned back and said, Ling Facua, you must go for treatment in time if you are sick. Don't delay. Lan Yuyu felt sad when she thought that her mother's condition became more and more serious because she delayed treatment due to lack of money. So she gave this kind reminder. Even if Ling Facua is angry and dislikes me, I have to tell her this. She will be with Yilin in the future, so she can't get sick. Mom's illness makes her father frown every day. Lan Yuyu doesn't want Yilin to be frowning every day in the future. When Ling Facua heard this, she was furious and yelled, You are sick. You are crazy. Lan Yuyu thought for a few seconds and said, But Yilin didn't say I was sick. Yilin said a few days ago that you were sick. What was it called? Let me think about it. What was it? Oh, I remember now. Yilin said that you have a disease called self-love. He also said that doctors can't cure this disease, but don't lose heart. It can definitely be cured. Also, you felt sick when I called your name just now. This is also an illness. If you are sick, you must get treatment. You must get treatment. Lan Yuyu told Ling Facua seriously, and then ran back to the classroom. Ling Facua was also shocked when she heard what Lan Yuyu said. She just thought that the woman in front of her couldn't be really crazy. When the other students heard Lan Yuyu's words, they almost couldn't help laughing. Even though this classmate didn't look that good, his words really made Ling Facua very angry. It was Ling Facua who was obviously scolding others for calling her name because she felt disgusted, but in the end, she was the one who got angry with her by using the same words. It's really high. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Lan Yuyu returned to the classroom and told Lin that Ling Facua asked him not to act anymore. Chapter 37. First in the school, monthly exam. After hearing what Lan Yuyu said, Lin was stunned. Little bean sprout, I'm not acting in front of Ling Facua. My kindness to you is genuine, and I don't like Ling Facua anymore. Lin explained it clearly to the silly girl. Don't you like Ling Facua anymore? But Wang Xiaoqing said you like her. She's really beautiful. Lan Yuyu was a little bit unconvinced. After all, she had heard a lot about Lin's glorious deeds in the dormitory. Besides, Ling Facua is so beautiful and outstanding. So many people should like her. Lin is also very outstanding. They are really a perfect match. Xiaodia, why do you believe Wang Xiaoqing, but not me? Is there anyone who knows better than me whether I like her or not? Lan Yuyu thought about it and agreed. Since Lin himself said that he doesn't like it anymore, then he definitely doesn't like it anymore. Lan Yuyu was a little happy. To be honest, she didn't like Ling Facua either. The first time she saw Ling Facua, she was scolding Lin, and she was still scolding Lin the next few times she saw her. Besides, she is sick. If Lin doesn't like her, she won't be with Lin. Who do you like then? Lan Yuyu asked, saying that once she had found out the truth, she could go and tell Lin's sweetheart how good Lin is. After all, Lin is so good to me, I must do something to help him. Little bean sprout, you will know the person I like in the future. Oh, Lan Yuyu wondered who Lin liked. She turned her head and looked at Huang Bai. Seeing that she looked thoughtful, Lin looked at Huang Bai with a surprised expression. I suddenly had a bad feeling and asked hurriedly, Little bean sprout, don't let your imagination run wild. I'm not interested in men. Oh, so that's it. I'm scared to death. Lan Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Lin usually hangs out with Huang Bai every day. If he doesn't like Ling Facua, then it might be Huang Bai. When we were popularizing AIDS knowledge at the #1 middle school in the city, the teacher said that men are most likely to get the disease when they are together. So she was worried that Lin would be with Huang Bai, but men cannot be with other men. As the bell rang, everyone returned to the classroom. Lung Yinxiu followed closely into the classroom. She walked to the podium and took a look. She saw that the seats were full, so she did not call the roll. Students, the holiday is over and it's time to get back to studying. We only have less than a year left. After saying that, she took out the order transcript. The results of this monthly exam have come out. Some students have made great progress, while others still need to work harder. Lung Yinxiu's face was full of joy. Seeing her expression, the whole class guessed that their class would definitely do very well in the exam this time. Qin Tianzhu asked excitedly, Teacher, is our class ranked first? Lung Yinxiu smiled even more and replied, Not only is our class ranked first in the school, but our class is also ranked first in individuals. What? All the students were shocked. Ling Facua wasn't the first this time? Everyone looked at Chun Sini. Chun Sini lowered her head a little embarrassedly, feeling a little proud in her heart. Qin Tianzhu excitedly gave a thumbs up and said, Sini, you are awesome. You made our squad leader proud. Chun Sini was embarrassed to answer. What are you talking about? The teacher didn't even read my name, and you knew it was me? Having said that, she felt in her heart that this person was herself. Sini is definitely not the top student in the school this time, but Sini is also very good and ranked 5th in the school. Lung Yinxiu's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Chun Sini. The original joy turned into loss. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. She felt so wrong that she almost cried. The whole class was also shocked when they heard this. A class of students won first place in the school, but the first place was not Chun Sini. Who is that? Everyone was guessing. Lung Yinxiu didn't keep anyone in suspense and said directly, The student ranked first in the whole school this time is Lan Yuyu, who scored 645 points. The test paper this time was quite difficult, and this score is already super impressive. Even if the top students in the city took the exam, they would only get about this score. Ling Facua, who ranked 2nd in the school, only scored 624 points this time. Lan Yuyu couldn't be happy when she heard that she ranked 1st in the school. She really didn't want to get 1st place, so she decided to score 645 points. I had clearly calculated it, but I didn't expect to make a mistake. This test paper was too difficult for me. Huang Bai looked at Lan Yuyu like a fool. I was so shocked that the teacher arranged a genius to be Lin's desk mate. Is this intentional or deliberate? Lin had mentioned to him before that the principal was his uncle. All the students looked at Lan Yuyu. Lan Yuyu felt very uncomfortable being stared at by so many people. It was just like the #1 middle school in the city. The scene was similar when I got first place in the school. Later, I was bullied. Yilin moved a little closer to her, blocking the gazes of many people, and then said, "Congratulations to Lan Yuyu for winning first place for our class. Let's applaud." But it was a bit awkward because at that moment, only Yilin and Huang Bai were applauding. Fortunately, Lung Yinxiu was stunned for 2 seconds before she started to applaud, and then applause broke out in the class. After the applause, Li Junwei said unhappily, "Yilin, it's not you who got first place in the exam. Why are you so excited? It's not me who took the test, but it's my desk mate who took the test. I'm happy for my desk mate. Do you have any objection?" Yilin retorted angrily. Qin Tianzhu was speechless. Li Junwei stood up immediately at this time. "Teacher, I made a bet with Yilin before the exam." Li Junwei was afraid that Yilin would cheat later, so he prepared to tell Lung Yinxiu about the bet before the exam. Lung Yinxiu asked with interest, "Oh, what bet? Tell me about it." Li Junwei replied, "Yilin said that he could rank in the top 30 in the class this time, so we bet that he wouldn't be in the top 30. He said before that he would clean the class for a month, so if he wins the bet, I will take care of the rest of his duty days. If he loses, I will add 1 more month." Lung Yinxiu looked at Yilin and asked, "Yilin, is this true?" "Yes, teacher. Originally, Qin Tianzhu wanted to bet with me, but I didn't agree if he lost and became my grandson. After all, it would have a bad influence, and I don't lack grandchildren." Yilin not only admitted the bet with Li Junwei, but also spoke sarcastically about Qin Tianzhu. Qin Tianzhu got angry when he heard this and stood up directly. "You don't dare to gamble, saying that it has a bad influence. Then let's change to a better influence. If I lose, I will mop the ground for a month. If you lose, you will also mop the ground for a month. You must mop the ground every day, twice a day. Do you want to gamble?" Yilin provoked me like this, I must get my face back. And this is definitely a winning game. If Yilin dares to agree, he will just go and mop the floor obediently. If he doesn't agree, he will be a coward and he can save his face. Qin Tianzhu felt that he would always win. Bet. Yilin didn't care. He was confident anyway. Lung Yinxiu said that the exam was difficult and he might rank higher. Although the school does not allow this kind of behavior, the teacher sees that you are full of hot-bloodedness, so this bet will stand. Next time, you're not allowed to have this kind of behavior, but you must be willing to accept the loss. Lung Yinxiu said, "Teacher, rest assured, I will definitely accept the loss." "Me too." Qin and Li answered one after another. In their opinion, Lung Yinxiu's words were meant for Yilin. This is not the first or second time that Yilin has done such a thing. Even if Yilin cheated and refused to do it, they were still willing to take the gamble. Gambling can make Yilin embarrassed and make him looked down upon by his classmates, so why not gamble? Chapter 38 Yilin cheats. The bet between the 3 people immediately aroused the curiosity of the whole class. Lung Yinxiu did not announce Yilin's results immediately. She knew that as soon as she announced it, the whole class would definitely be noisy discussing it. So she finished her words before announcing them. She praised, "I just said that some students in our class have made great progress, especially Yilin. He has made the greatest progress. His efforts these days are obvious to all his classmates." Qin Tianzhu didn't want to hear these words, so he asked, "Teacher, how many points did Yilin get in the exam?" Yilin scored 520 points this time, ranking 267th in the whole school. Lung Yinxiu looked at Yilin with a rare look of satisfaction. "Oh," the whole class sighed. Qin Tianzhu's eyes widened. "Teacher, but didn't see it wrong." Lung Yinxiu handed the class report card to the study committee member under the podium. Cindy read out everyone's grades. Chin Cindy picked up the class report card and read it out according to the school ranking, class ranking, and score. When Yilin's name was called, his score was exactly the same as Lung Yinxiu said, ranking 24th in the class. How is this possible? Qin Tianzhu muttered to himself. He couldn't believe it. He suddenly remembered that before the exam, he went to check the examination room arrangements to see if he would be in the same examination room with Ling Facua. After watching it, he was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred because Yilin was sitting next to Ling Facua. There is no doubt that Yilin definitely copied Ling Facua. Maybe he even forced others to copy for him. Damn it, it's really damn terrible. Qin Tianzhu gritted his teeth in hatred. Li Junwei also found it hard to believe that Yilin had scored such a high score, but he didn't think as much as Qin Tianzhu. If I lose, I lose. After all, I have been cleaning every day since I became the labor committee member. I just need to do a little more this month. After Chun Sini announced the class results, Lung Yinxiu said, Qin Tianju, Li Junwei, Yilin ranked in the top 30 this time, so you will be responsible for class hygiene in October. If any points are deducted for hygiene one day, I will have a talk with you. Qin Tianju was not convinced. Teacher, Yilin definitely plagiarized others. He couldn't possibly get such a high score. When the whole class heard what Qin Tianju said, they all expressed doubt. In fact, Lung Yinxiu also didn't believe that Yilin could get such a high score. However, as a teacher, she couldn't say this to Qin Tianju unless she was caught in the act. However, Lan Yuyu stood up immediately when she heard Qin Tianju's words. The small body contains great anger. She said angrily, Qin Tianju, you said Yilin copied others. Do you have any evidence? The whole class didn't expect that the usually taciturn new classmate would actually speak up for Yilin and be so angry. Qin Tianju expressed his guess. What more evidence do you need? Yilin sat next to Ling Facua in this exam, so he must have copied Ling Facua's answers. As everyone knows, Yilin often harasses Ling Facua, and he might even force her to copy his answers. Lan Yuyu immediately retorted, You are talking nonsense. Yilin's results are the result of his own hard work. You are not a worm in his stomach. How do you know that he worked hard to get the exam? Yilin was smiling brightly because Lan Yuyu helped him to curse. I still sigh in my heart that it's my own woman who is on my side. However, when he heard Qin Tianju scolding Lan Yuyu, he looked at Qin Tianju with murderous eyes. Yilin replied angrily, You are not a worm in my stomach. How do you know that I didn't work hard to get the exam? Qin Tianju was frightened by Yilin's eyes. This guy was not a good person. If he was really provoked, he would not hit him in front of the teacher, right? When Lan Yuyu heard what Yilin said, she immediately said, Yes, 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 you are not the worm in Yilin's stomach. You know nothing. Huangbai also stood up and cursed. Qin Tianju, can't you afford to lose? Qin Tianju replied angrily. Who can't afford to lose? I didn't say I don't do the cleaning. I just think it's shameless to cheat for a bet and force others to copy the answers. Without Yilin's explanation, Huangbai spoke like a machine gun. What evidence do you have? Do you know how hard Yilin is working now? He is even taking tutoring lessons with Lan on weekends. Besides, my brother Lin is very talented. You only remember that he ranked last in the exam. Have you forgotten that he was once the first in the school? If my brother Lin had not been interested in studying before, how could Ling Facua have the chance to be the first in the school? I don't know who is shameless. If you can't afford to lose, don't bet. Fortunately, brother Lin didn't agree to your previous bet. You, an unfilial descendant, can't afford it. Hearing the last words, Qin Tianju suddenly became furious and pointed at Huangbai and said, Say it again. Seeing the sparks, Lung Yinxiu slammed the podium, causing a cloud of dust. What are you arguing about? What's there to argue about? Qin Tianju, if you lose, you lose. Why are you saying so much? You said Yilin cheated. Do you have any evidence? Teacher, does this require evidence? Qin Tianju was puzzled. Anyone with a brain would know that Yilin definitely plagiarized. You have no evidence. What are you talking about? Shut up. I believe in Yilin. I have seen his performance these days. Originally, Lung Yinxiu was also skeptical. But after hearing what Huangbai said, she instantly became convinced that Yilin did not cheat. Yes, Yilin was admitted to Qingyuan Middle School based on his own strength, and he was once the top student in the school. Moreover, his previous scores were enough to get him into the #1 middle school in the city. However, he was in his rebellious period, and his mother was afraid that he would run away and learn bad things, so she kept him in Qingyuan Middle School. But in the end, he still became a bad person, and his parents divorced because of this. Yi Shui, who was in the first year of high school, was Yi Lin's younger sister. She was also extremely smart and was admitted to the #1 high school in the city. She was also left in the county by her mother for easy care. So even if such a smart student doesn't study, he will never rank last in the school. Yi Lin must be hiding his incompetence. As soon as Lan Yuyu transferred to the school, this guy behaved so well and his real skills were revealed. What is his purpose? Could it be that he fell in love with Lan Yuyu at first sight and fell in love prematurely? Although I am an adult, I am still a high school student and dating is not allowed. Lung Yinxiu decided to ask him later what this guy was up to. Lung Yinxiu got angry and the whole class became quiet. Although Qin Tianju was not convinced, he did not dare to confront Lung Yinxiu again. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, Lung Yinxiu asked Yilin, Yilin, the teacher believes that you did not cheat, but you have made such rapid progress. Share your learning experience with everyone. Upon hearing this, Yilin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had learned all this knowledge from being Ling Facua's bootlicker in his previous life. How would he explain this? You can't teach everyone to be a bootlicker, right? Yilin took the opportunity to praise his deskmate. Teacher, actually all this is thanks to my deskmate. She patiently tutors me every day, which is why I can make such rapid progress. Thanks to you for arranging such a good deskmate for me. After saying this, Yilin did not forget to flatter Lan Yuyu. Lan Yuyu listened to Yilin. It was obviously Yilin's own hard work. She was just helping him. How could it be all her credit? Lan Yuyu quickly explained, Teacher, I'm just teaching him, but Yilin is very smart. He can solve any problem as soon as I teach him. He also works very hard. Whenever he has time, he asks me for tutoring. It's not a huge achievement. Lan Yuyu felt a little amused when she saw the two of them being polite to each other. But after looking at it this way, she suddenly felt that these two little guys were quite suitable. But even if they are suitable, we can't fall in love. At least until after graduation. Yo-yo, teacher got it. Yilin's progress is due to his own efforts, but also to your contribution. I hope that my classmates can learn from Yilin's spirit of hard work. Only by studying hard can one be admitted to the university of his dreams. Now is not the time to play around. College life is very wonderful. Once you get into college, you can play however you want. Huang Bai quickly asked, Teacher, can we date in college? More than that, in college, you can even get married and have kids, not to mention dating. And you can even get extra credits if you get married. Of course, the teacher does not suggest that you date or play around every day in college. You still need to study what you need to study, otherwise you will be useless in the future. Yin Haoqing said frivolously, Teacher, have you ever been in a relationship in college? Hearing this, a trace of sadness appeared in Lan Yuyu's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Yilin happened to see it. It was an expression full of regret. Lan Yuyu had a story. Maybe the reason she hasn't gotten married or had a relationship for all these years is because of this regret. Lan Yuyu laughed and said, How could the teacher have ever been in love? When the teacher was a student, he studied very hard. Now that he is a teacher, he worries about you every day. He doesn't have the time to do that. Then, following this topic, the whole class began to ask Lan Yuyu what college life was like. Everyone was full of curiosity and anticipation. This also includes Yilin. He didn't have college time in his previous life. While others went to college, he was roasting sweet potatoes at the entrance of the university. After chatting for a while, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. Lan Yuyu said, Yilin, come with me to the office. Hearing this, Qin Tianju suddenly felt happier. Lan Yuyu took Yilin to the office for questioning. What she just said was still useful. Chapter 39, Love Warning. When Yilin and Lan Yuyu walked downstairs, they met Li Xingfeng, the head teacher of Class 5. Li Xingfeng really couldn't stand Lan Yuyu. There are so many male teachers in the school trying to court Lan Yuyu, but she doesn't like any of them. I don't know what you are so high and mighty about. You are still not married at such an old age, and you dress up extravagantly every day. It really disgraces the image of a teacher. In addition, in the first monthly exam of this school year, the first place went to Class 1, which made Li Xingfeng feel even more uncomfortable towards Lan Yuyu. It was just a difference of a few points. If it weren't for that freshman transferring into Class 1, and if Yilin hadn't cheated, then the first place would definitely have gone to Class 5. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Li Xingfeng said sarcastically, Oh, Teacher Lung, what a coincidence. Vomit here. Congratulations to our class for taking first place this time. Lan Yuyu replied with a fake smile. Teacher Li is so polite. It's just a 1-month exam. What are you congratulating me for? Li Xingfeng looked at Yilin, who was following behind Lan Yuyu. He looks like a good student, but unfortunately he looks like a dog. The monthly exam is also a big test. It's rare for Class 1 to get first place, so congratulations are in order. I guess the student behind Teacher Lung is Yilin, who made the most progress in this monthly exam, right? Li Xingfeng praised him on the surface, but her words were full of sarcasm and contempt. Hello, Teacher Li, I am Yilin. Yilin bowed politely and greeted. Well, classmate Yilin, you must study hard in the future. Don't let yourself move up by more than 1,000 places this time, and then fall back by more than 1,000 places in the next exam. After saying this, Li Xingfeng left arrogantly. Yilin knew what Li Xingfeng meant and replied, Teacher Li, don't worry. The #1 student in the school is giving me extra lessons now. It's impossible for him to fall behind by more than 1,000. Lan Yuyu was furious when she saw Li Xingfeng like this. She didn't know what was wrong with this old woman. She was always hostile to him. Not wanting to get angry, at least Xingfeng, Lung Yinxiu turned to Yilin unhappily and said, "Why are you talking so much?" Knowing that Lung Yinxiu was unhappy, Yilin did not reply to avoid becoming a punching bag. He followed Lung Yinxiu to the office. When I entered the office, Lung Yinxiu was sitting there, while Yilin was standing aside like a child who had done something wrong. Because the students are back to school after the holiday, only the class teachers are here at school tonight, and there are 4 senior Chinese teachers who are class teachers. As for the other 3 class teachers, their classrooms are on high floors, so when they need to supervise the classes during holidays, they basically stay in the classrooms during breaks and seldom come down to the office. Therefore, there are no other teachers in the office except Lung Yinxiu. Lung Yinxiu chose this kind of alone time because she didn't want other teachers to know what topic she would talk about with her students next. Lung Yinxiu asked Yilin, "Do you know why I asked you to come to the office?" Yilin guessed that Lung Yinxiu probably thought that he had copied Ling Facua in the exam, so she asked him to come to the office for questioning. A student who usually ranks last in exams suddenly makes great progress and is easily questioned or disbelieved by others. Yilin replied, "Yes, the teacher thought I copied other people's answers during the exam. The teacher trusts you regarding the exam, but he wants to see you for something else." Lung Yinxiu did not doubt Yilin. She had recently seen Yilin studying hard, and she also knew that the boy was quite smart, so it was not impossible for him to get such good grades. She had no reason to doubt it. It's not about the exam. Yilin didn't know what Lung Yinxiu was up to. However, being called to the office alone is not a good thing. "Thank you, teacher, for trusting me. I don't know why you asked me to come to your office. I hope you can tell me." Seeing Yilin say this, Lung Yinxiu said, "It's nothing. I'm just curious. Why have you changed your appearance since Lan Yuyu transferred here? Is there any secret between you and Lan Yuyu?" Yilin replied, "Teacher, you think too much. It's not because of Lan Yuyu that I changed. I really became enlightened. It just happened that Lan Yuyu transferred to my school when I became enlightened. I just found out that she was good at studying, so I asked her to teach me. Over time, our relationship naturally improved. Lan Yuyu and I really don't have any secrets. Even if there are secrets, they are about studying. Do you really think that the teacher is not an experienced person? Just look at the way you look at Lan Yuyu. Your eyeballs are about to fall on Lan Yuyu. Don't think that I can't see that you are interested in Lan Yuyu." At this point, she continued, "I just don't understand. What on earth attracted you to Lan Yuyu? She's plain looking, and her family isn't well off, so she can only help you with your studies. Could it be that you're after this?" Of course, Lung Yinxiu could see that Yilin was not really using Lan Yuyu to help him with his studies. It can be seen from the fact that they are together that there is affection between them. If Yilin really just lied to her to help him with tutoring, why would he show such affectionate eyes to Lan Yuyu? Hearing Lung Yinxiu say that she took advantage of Lan Yuyu, Yilin quickly explained, "Teacher Lung, I didn't take advantage of Lan Yuyu. In Yilin's opinion, Lung Yinxiu and Lan Yuyu are related. If he doesn't have a good impression of her, she will try to stop him when he proposes marriage to her in the future." "Then what's going on between you two?" Lung Yinxiu asked. "It's nothing. We are classmates, or more precisely, desk mates. Isn't it normal for desk mates to help each other with their studies?" Yilin knew what Lung Yinxiu was going to ask, so he just refused to admit it. "Don't be nervous. I'm not here to scold you or criticize you. I just want to chat with you. Sit down." Lung Yinxiu found a chair for Yilin to sit on. Yilin felt like he was being pricked by needles as he sat on the chair. Although Yilin is older than Lung Yinxiu in both his previous lives, he is still timid in front of teachers, especially his own head teacher. "I don't know how you fell in love with Yo-Yo, but for now, it seems like a good thing for you two to stay together. I found that since Lan Yuyu met you, she has been smiling more and more, and she is no longer as timid as before. At least she dared to scold others for you just now. As for you, after meeting Yo-Yo, your academic performance has been getting better and better. However, the school does not allow dating. First, it has a bad influence, and second, it affects studies. Although you have both made progress by being together, it does not mean that you can be together openly. Rules are rules. I hope that your relationship will remain the same before graduation, and that you keep your love to yourself. Don't hurt Lan Yuyu, or I will not forgive you." "Teacher Lung, what are you talking about? What about love?" Yilin pretended to be stupid and didn't understand. They were never in a relationship in the first place, so Yilin doesn't have to admit anything. For Yilin, unless Lan Yuyu takes the initiative to clarify their relationship one day, he will just continue to protect Lan Yuyu like he does now. Seeing Yilin pretending to be stupid, Lung Yinxiu gave him a bunch of warnings. As the bell rang, Yi Lin felt relieved. Lung Yinxiu was very satisfied with this conversation. Although Yi Lin was playing dumb during the conversation tonight, she knew that the effect had been achieved. It will be enough as long as it can serve as a warning to Yi Lin. On the one hand, this warning is to protect Lan Yuyu's physical integrity. The other side is to prevent Lan Yuyu from getting emotionally hurt and thus affecting her college entrance examination performance. As long as the relationship is not confirmed, there is no risk of falling in love. Lung Yinxiu asked Yi Lin to move 5 sets of basketball uniforms from under her desk, and then the two went to the classroom. Chapter 40, Being Scorned by the Whole School. While Yi Lin was away, the entire floor was in an uproar. Students from various classes were discussing several things intensely. The first thing is that Ling Facua and Lan Yuyu are competing for a man, and this man is Yi Lin. The second thing was that Yi Lin cheated in the exam. In everyone's opinion, Yi Lin copied Ling Facua's results this time. Ling Facua was also shocked when she heard these words from her classmates. She clearly remembered that she had covered the test paper and answer sheet tightly. So how did Yi Lin copy her answers? I just can't figure it out. When Ling Facua heard someone say that she and Lan Yuyu were competing for a man and that she deliberately gave the answers to Yi Lin to copy in order to please him, she was extremely angry. Cheerleading? How funny. Yi Lin is such a bootlicker. Do I need to rob him? Or is she competing with that ugly transfer student from class 1? She is so ugly that she has no right to compete with me. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Ling Facua really wanted to tear these people's mouths apart. She directed all her anger towards Yi Lin. It's all because of that bastard Yi Lin. If he hadn't plagiarized me, wouldn't all these troubles have happened? Li Xingfeng came to the classroom and saw Ling Facua looking aggrieved. She asked with concern, "Facua, what's wrong? You don't look very well." When Ling Facua heard what the teacher said, she almost burst into tears of grievance. "Teacher, they all said that I gave the answers to Yi Lin to copy, but I really didn't. During the exam, I was afraid that Yi Lin would copy, so I covered it tightly. I don't know how he copied it." Hearing this, Li Xingfeng looked at the whole class angrily. "What nonsense are you talking about? You're not allowed to talk nonsense in class in the future. If I hear someone slandering classmates again, I will never forgive him." After scolding her, he comforted Ling Facua, saying that she was the golden child in his class and must be coaxed. After Ling Facua calmed down, Li Xingfeng said to the whole class, "This time, class 1 scored a few points higher than ours, all because Yi Lin copied Facua's words, allowing their class to get first place by chance. We must get first place back next time. So from today on, our class must study harder, and we must make use of the time even when eating or going to the toilet. If you can memorize 10 words in half an hour while eating, then you can accumulate a little more knowledge than others." With Li Xingfeng's encouragement, the whole class was full of enthusiasm. I don't know if it's because Li Xingfeng and Lung Yinxiu don't get along or something else. In the entire senior year class, Class 1 and Class 5 are like mortal enemies. The first place in this monthly exam was taken by Class 1, and it was because Yi Lin cheated. All the teachers and students in Class 5 were very angry. On the other side, Lung Yinxiu and Yi Lin came to the classroom, and the whole class was noisy. Lung Yinxiu yelled as soon as she entered. "What are you arguing about? Do you have so much to say? Don't you know the class bell is ringing?" With the appearance of Lung Yinxiu, the whole class suddenly became quiet. At this time, Qin Tianju stood up and said, "Teacher, Yi Lin has brought shame to our class." As Qin Tianju took the lead in speaking, the other students also started to complain. The situation got out of control, and Lung Yinxiu couldn't calm down even after shouting at the top of her lungs. It was obvious that her classmates were extremely resentful. "Shut up." Lung Yinxiu punched the podium. She was really mad at the moment. She couldn't calm down even after 5 or 6 minutes of stressing. Seeing Lung Yinxiu furious, the whole class finally shut up. Qin Tianju added, "Teacher, we would rather not have the first place that Yi Lin got by cheating. Now the whole school is talking about it. It's really embarrassing. Shut up." Lung Yinxiu glared at Qin Tianju, wishing she could slap this guy twice. After taking a few deep breaths, Lung Yinxiu calmed down and said, "Yi Lin, tell us, did you copy other people's answers?" Yi Lin had been standing next to Lung Yinxiu, holding a pile of jerseys. Hearing this, he came out and said, "I swear, I wrote all the exams by myself. If I lie, I will be struck by lightning." After hearing Yi Lin's words, most of the class didn't believe it except for a few people. Given Yi Lin's previous behavior, even if he swore, it would be bullshit. He will get the last place in the next exam again, and then the whole class will be humiliated by others again. When Lan Yuyu heard Yilin's words, she had no doubt about her students and said to the whole class, "No matter what others discuss or say, as classmates, we are a collective and share honor and disgrace. We should believe Yilin. He swore that he didn't plagiarize, so he didn't plagiarize. We got the first place in the exam, which is the result of the hard work of our whole class. This matter ends here. The school sports meet will be held on the 6th when the first and second year high school students return to school. This is your last sports meet in high school. Students who have registered should give it their all. Students who have not registered are not allowed to run around during the school sports meet. They must be cheerleaders on site to cheer for the athletes." As Lan Yuyu spoke, the students' attention was diverted and they began to discuss the sports meet in a low voice. According to class customs in previous years, the prize money won from collective events in the sports meet was used to buy snacks. However, Class 1 was not very good at sports, and the prize money at the end of each sports meet was basically only enough for one lollipop per person. This is only possible if some students who won awards in individual projects contribute their prize money. Lan Yuyu called 4 classmates up and then asked Yilin to take them to the bathroom to change into their uniforms. Among them are naturally Qin Tianju and Li Junwei. When they arrived at the bathroom, Qin Tianju said to Yilin with an unhappy face, "Yilin, you were able to copy Fei Xue's answer this time, but I wonder whose answer you will copy next time. You will definitely embarrass our entire class next month." Yilin had already changed his clothes. Hearing this, he said, "Did you eat in there just now? Why is your mouth full of rice?" After saying that, he left the bathroom and went back to the classroom. Qin Tianju didn't understand what Yilin meant. He asked Li Junwei, "What is he talking about?" Li Junwei was speechless because he couldn't understand what was being scolded. He explained to Qin Tianju. He said, "You ate shit in there and your mouth was full of shit. Damn, this bastard, if he wasn't running fast, I would definitely beat him to a pulp." Qin Tianju went out angrily. Li Junwei shook his head. After Yilin became obedient, Qin Tianju's temper became much worse. Did he forget that Yilin is the school bully? And if the tiger doesn't show its power, people would really think he's a sick cat? If I really fight with Yilin, no one knows who will be left with nothing. The 5 boys changed into their uniforms and stood on the podium. Lan Yuyu said, "They have already ordered the girls' uniforms over the weekend. They brought these 5 sets of basketball uniforms to school for you boys to try on. You can see which one is suitable. Let's order the uniforms in this class first." After Lan Yuyu finished speaking, the whole class started chattering about it, and everyone had their own aesthetic. The 5 colors of jerseys, red, pink, purple, black, and yellow, each have their own merits, but they all look good. Lan Yuyu asked Chun Sini to cut some white papers and then distribute them to the students so that they could fill in the votes. Both male and female students can vote. Since the uniforms are bought with class funds, naturally everyone has the right to vote. As for why girls did not vote on jerseys, it was because they thought boys had poor taste and were vulgar. Because the sleeves of the clothes chosen by the boys for them last year were terribly large, so they were afraid of being exposed when playing basketball and played timidly, otherwise they would not have been ranked so low. Therefore, several girls who play volleyball ordered their own uniforms during the National Day holiday, and they also kindly helped the boys pick out 5 sets for them to try on. Chun Sini and her desk mate distributed the cut paper cards. When sending it to Huang Bai, Chun Sini accidentally touched Huang Bai's arm. This touch immediately made Huang Bai imagine a lot. She actually touched me? Does she like me? The master is right. If you study hard, you can grasp happiness. Huang Bai immediately believed the master's words a little more. As the voting ended, several class committee members began to count. I don't know if it's because Yilin is handsome or for some other reason, but the pink suit he wore received an unusually high number of votes. After selecting the style, Lan Yuyu asked Qin Tianju to count the height and weight of the students who signed up for basketball, and also told them to practice basketball after class in the next few days. Qin Tianju agreed readily, but he had no intention of practicing with Yilin, Huang Bai, and Yin Haoqing at all. In his opinion, 5 of them were enough to play in the game, and Yilin and the others were just making up the numbers to get a chance to play. Chapter 41. Clarifying the Injustice. After class, Lan Yuyu went to find Li Jianya. The answer sheets are now in the marking room and will be distributed to teachers of each subject tomorrow. Knocked on the door of the Academic Affairs office. "Come in," said Li Jianya, who was sitting inside. Seeing that it was Lan Yuyu who came in, he asked, "Teacher Lung, what's the matter?" "Director, I want to go to the examination room to look at the answer sheet. Li Jianya was puzzled. What's wrong? Lung Yinxiu explained. As for Yi Lin's exam, the whole school is saying that he copied other people's answers. As his class teacher, I need to clarify for my students and save our class's reputation. When Li Jianya heard this, he realized that he had heard a lot of discussions about this matter. Compared to Lung Yinxiu, he was more anxious. If Yi Lin really got such a high score, he would have to have a good talk with Yaigua. But if Yi Lin really copied from others, he should be educated. After all, there was no place for him to copy during the college entrance examination. The students are discussing this matter heatedly now. If Yi Lin really did not plagiarize, as an elder, I must help Yi Lin clarify it. Li Jianya smiled and said, Teacher Lung, let's go and check it out tomorrow. The examination room is sealed now, and I can't open the door for you. Okay, then I won't disturb the director. After saying that, Lung Yinxiu left. In fact, she also knew that Li Jianya could not open the door. There were 3 locks in the marking room, one for Li Jianya and one for the principal and vice principal. The reason for this trip was because she wanted to tell Li Jianya that there was something that needed to be clarified. In the classroom, the 3rd evening self-study session. Students stay to study voluntarily during the 3rd evening self-study period, so there is no teacher present and class discipline is maintained by the class leaders. However, the students who stayed behind were basically reading. Those who didn't read had already gone out to play, and those who were day students had also gone home. Yi Lin accompanied Lan Yuyu and would take her back to the dormitory after class. After sitting in the classroom for half a class, Yi Lin discovered that Huang Bai seemed to be possessed by evil spirits. Sometimes he smiles foolishly, and sometimes he reads seriously. Yi Lin was so scared that he stood up with a book and started to shoot. Huang Bai was already thinking back to the time when he, Chen Sini, and their family of 3 went out for fun. His beautiful fantasy was interrupted, and he looked over angrily. Seeing that it was Yi Lin, his anger immediately turned into resentment. Brother Lin, why did you hit me? I thought you were possessed. Yi Lin sat down. Huang Bai said excitedly, Brother Lin, do you know what just happened? Yi Lin was curious. What happened? When I was handing out cardboard just now, Chen Sini touched my arm. Huang Bai said with a silly look on his face. Yi Lin was speechless. When handing out the cardboard, maybe someone just accidentally touched it. Yi Lin really couldn't tell that Chen Sini was interested in Huang Bai. On the contrary, he saw a look of disgust. But it is always like this in many cases. When a person likes someone, even if the other person glances at him, her casually, she will feel that she likes him, her. Not to mention that Chen Sini touched Huang Bai. Yi Lin now understood why Huang Bai was grinning. This guy must have thought of the scene of himself and Chen Sini together. Yi Lin did not discourage Huang Bai, but encouraged him, Fatty, that shows that you are right to study hard and lose weight now. You must work harder in the future, and don't forget what the master said. Brother Lin, don't worry. I'm reading. Huang Bai picked up the book and started reading it carefully. He marked the parts he didn't understand and asked Yi Lin when it was time for tutoring. Now he can take the initiative to learn and lose weight without Yi Lin's urging. Thinking of the happy scene of the family of 3 just now, Huang Bai felt endless motivation. After the 3rd evening self-study get out of class, Yi Lin sent Lan Yuyu back to the dormitory and then went home with Huang Bai. After leaving the school, Huang Bai asked Yi Lin to drive him home, saying that he had to memorize his lessons and driving was a waste of time. Yi Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If this guy had been working so hard, it would not be a problem for him to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Yi Lin sent Huang Bai home, but it was too late. Huang Bai asked Yi Lin to drive the motorcycle back, saying that he would run to school tomorrow morning. It's rare that his brother has such motivation. Yi Lin listened to him and hoped that this guy would not fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days. The next day, during morning reading time, teachers of various subjects came to the marking room to pick up answer sheets. Li Jianya asked the teachers to draw out the answer sheets of Ling Facua and Yi Lin. Because I was not the class teacher and did not come last night, the subject teacher had no idea what was going on and just took out the answer sheet and left. Li Xingfeng knew that Li Jianya was going to investigate Yi Lin. Now that the bastard's plagiarism was settled, she looked very proud. Although Lung Yinxiu believed in Yi Lin, her heart was beating wildly because Yi Lin's progress was indeed outrageous. Seeing that Lung Yinxiu was a little nervous, Li Xingfeng said maliciously, Teacher Lung, you still have to write this exam carefully by yourself. Ling Yuyu ignored Li Xingfeng's sarcastic remarks. The other class teachers didn't say anything either, just looked on with a look of confusion on their faces. No one paid any attention to her. Li Xingfeng felt a little embarrassed. She asked Li Jianya, "Director Li, you also suspect that Lin plagiarized, right?" Li Jianya found this a bit harsh and replied unhappily, "Teacher Li, I don't suspect Lin of plagiarism. I've seen him work very hard recently. It's just that there are too many rumors, so I think it's necessary to clarify it." After listening to this, Li Xingfeng said sarcastically, "Yes, it's rare for our school to have a student who has made such rapid progress. I don't believe he cheated. Let's compare the answer sheets, and we'll know if he cheated." "Well, please, teachers, please arrange the answer sheets of the two students." After placing the answer sheets facing each other, Li Jianya said, "I believe many teachers suspect Lin of cheating. Now the answer sheets of the two are here. You can check them for yourself. You will know if he cheated by comparing the answers." Li Jianya felt relieved when he said this. Just last night, he called the two principals, and the three of them had already looked over the answer sheets. Although the principal didn't like Lin, he was his uncle after all. When he heard that Lin had made great progress, he was very concerned. The moment he saw the answer sheet, he felt that his nephew could be saved. After looking at the answer sheets for the two subjects, Lan Yuyu smiled. At this moment, she knew that it was impossible for Lin to copy Ling Facua's. However, after looking at the Chinese answer sheet, she was a little angry. She had written all the correct answers for the questions that would easily lead to loss of points, and filled in all the wrong answers for the questions that should not lead to loss of points. He didn't do the dictation, and even for the composition, he wrote an eye-catching beginning, but he stopped after writing a few lines. It feels like watching a movie until the very exciting part, and then the commercials start. This is not just the case with the Chinese language test. It's the same with other subjects as well. I got all the difficult questions right, but all the simple questions wrong. Many teachers were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Did this guy do it on purpose? They thought that they should teach Lin some basic knowledge during class. Li Xingfeng was in high spirits just now, but now she has a bitter face. Lin wrote many questions better than Ling Facua. He was able to solve a problem that even Ling Facua couldn't. In this case, accusing him of plagiarism is just asking for humiliation. Seeing Li Xingfeng's expression, Lan Yuyu felt very happy. She said, "Teacher Li, my students all wrote their exams honestly. I heard that your class misunderstood that Lin had plagiarized and stole your first place. You made a big fuss. You must explain it to them when you go back, and don't let the students continue to misunderstand." Li Jianya also said, "Teacher Lung told me that Lin has been studying with Lan Yuyu for half a month without sleep or food. I also saw that during the exam period, he was studying with Lan Yuyu by the pond. His results are the result of his hard work. Teachers, please go back and explain this to your students, and don't wrongly accuse them. Don't forget that Lin was once the top student in our school. He wasn't that bad. He just rebelled for a while. Now he has turned over a new leaf, so help him improve his academic performance." On Saturday the 4th, we made up for Monday's class, the first English class, where Manhwa explained the monthly exam paper. She took special care of Lin and would come to ask him every now and then if he understood the questions that he shouldn't have made any mistakes on. Not only Manhwa, but all the teachers were very caring towards Lin. At the same time, I also asked why I got those simple questions wrong. Lin had his own excuse, saying that he had been looking at these difficult questions during this period and had not reviewed the simple questions at the beginning. Lan Yuyu also helped Lin explain that he had indeed been looking at the big questions at the back during this period. Thinking that he had made such great progress in just half a month, he was truly a child prodigy. After hearing this explanation, the teachers did not ask any more questions, but instead patiently explained to Lin. Lin was flattered by the sudden concern of these teachers. But this is good. It is all within Lin's expectations. In this way, your next test score will be even better. With Lan Yuyu helping me with my studies and all the teachers teaching me seriously, I will be able to shut others up even if I got first place in the school exam next time. After all, these teachers will get angry with anyone who dares to admit that they cheated. The next day, we were still discussing the test paper. After school in the afternoon, since the first and second grade students returned to school, the third grade students living in the dormitory can leave school before the evening self-study. Several people in dormitory 202 went out, and Lan Yu didn't have anything to buy, so she stayed in the dormitory. She was bored, so she lay on the bed and picked up the photo album to look through it. Gao Mingming came to the dormitory and saw Lan Yuyu looking at something intently. I tiptoed in secretly, ready to take a peek. Chapter 42. Oops, I've been discovered. Gao Mingming secretly came to the bedside, reached out, and took Lan Yuyu's photo album away. Lan Yuyu, What are you looking at so fascinated? Lan Yuyu was so scared that she quickly said, "Ah, I didn't see anything. Ming Ming, give the album back to me quickly." Album? Gao Ming Ming glanced at it twice. Ming Ming, don't look at it. Lan Yuyu climbed down from the bed anxiously. Wow, the girl in the photo is so pretty. Yeah, how come Yilin knows her? Gao Ming Ming looked at the girl in the photo and couldn't figure out who she was no matter how hard she tried. But she is really beautiful, even prettier than Ling Facua. Ming Ming, give it back to me. Lan Yuyu wanted to snatch it back. Gao Ming Ming immediately turned around and dodged. Let me see. Don't look, don't look. Lan Yo Boluset Embadats. Hey Yo-Yo, why are you so anxious? It's not your photo anyway. As Gao Ming Ming was speaking, she noticed something strange. Huh, that's weird. Why does this JK outfit look so familiar? Then she saw Lan Yuyu's clothes hanging under the bed and suddenly realized what was going on. This set of clothes is exactly the same as the one he gave to Lan Yuyu. This photo album belongs to Lan Yuyu. Could it be? Gao Mingming suddenly had a bold idea. Could it be that the girl in the photo was Lan Yuyu? If it wasn't her, how could she have this photo album and be so afraid of others seeing it? Hey, is that you, the girl in the photo? When Lan Yuyu heard this, she replied in panic, No, no, no. Isn't it? Gao Mingming showed a thoughtful expression. Yeah. Mingming, please give the photo album back to me. Lan Yuyu not that really. It's not you. Why do you cherish this album so much? Let me see it. As Gao Mingming spoke, she flipped through the photos one by one. Mingming, stop looking. Lan Yuyu felt embarrassed. Hey, who is the girl in this photo? Why is she wearing the clothes I gave you? She is. Lan Yuyu couldn't find an excuse for a moment, and she didn't know how to answer. She's Yilin's girlfriend, right? No, not a girlfriend. Lan Yuyu quickly denied it. When she turned to the end, Gao Mingming discovered something unusual. The last two photos have something in between them. What was taken out was an envelope, which contained photos and commemorative cards taken in the Jiangxing Zoo Oceanarium. Written on the outside of the envelope was a line of words. Jiangxing Zoo presents to the lucky star, Ms. Lan Yuyu. Gao Mingming looked at Lan Yuyu in surprise. You, the girl in this photo, is really you, my God. Lan Yuyu denied it just now, and she was still half believing and half doubting. But now Gao Mingming is very sure that this is Lan Yuyu. I didn't expect Cinderella to be right next to me. Mingming, don't tell anyone else. Lan Yuyu knew that explanation was of no use, so she had to ask Gao Mingming not to spread the news. Gao Mingming was so immersed in her own surprise that she couldn't hear what Lan Yuyu said at all. I understand. So that's how it is, I thought, no wonder. At this moment, Gao Mingming knew why Yilin suddenly lost interest in Ling Facua. I know why Yilin suddenly changed and why he was so nice to Lan Yuyu. I finally understand why Yilin takes tutoring classes with Lan Yuyu every day. Which boy wouldn't be tempted when meeting such a beauty? Unfortunately, even if someone discovers that Lan Yuyu is a beauty, there is no chance for other boys to succeed. After all, Lan Yuyu talks about Yilin all the time now. Gao Mingming came back to her senses with excitement and said to Lan Yuyu, Yuyu, you hit it well enough. Change your clothes quickly. I want to see the true face of our 202 beauty. As he said that, he took off his JK uniform and asked Lan Yuyu to put it on quickly. Unable to persuade Gao Mingming, Lan Yuyu had to change her clothes. Then she tied a high ponytail with the hairband Yilin gave her, and then used a black hairpin to clip up the loose hair that could not be tied up. Although she is without makeup, she is as beautiful as a fairy. Gao Mingming was stunned. The baby's young face was full of surprise. Yo-Yo, wait for me. As she said that, she quickly went to her bed and took out her cosmetics. Then he pulled Lan Yuyu to sit down and put on makeup for her. Gao Mingming lightly drew her eyebrows and added some blush, and at this moment Lan Yuyu looked even more beautiful. After applying makeup on these two areas, Gao Mingming found that her makeup was no longer useful and adding more makeup would be redundant. Beautiful, so beautiful. Oh, you're so beautiful. Gao Mingming had a silly look on her face. At this moment, she wished she was a big toe picker. Does it look good? Lan Yuyu looked at Gao Mingming with an innocent face. She didn't think she was that pretty. She's pretty. Even Ling Facua isn't as pretty as you. When Lan Yuyu heard this, she felt a little happy for some reason. Yo-Yo, just be like this from now on. Don't act like the ugly duckling anymore. No. Lan Yuyu immediately rejected Gao Mingming's suggestion and quickly changed her clothes. Gao Mingming was very confused. Don't all girls like to be beautiful? Why do some people like to dress up as ugly? Why? Yulin said that the way I looked just now could only be seen by him. After saying this, Lan Yuyu returned to her previous appearance. Hearing this, Gao Mingming felt that Yulin was really a fool. But thinking about how beautiful Lan Yuyu is, she can understand it. After all, you're not afraid of thieves stealing, but you are afraid of thieves thinking about it. After changing clothes, Lan Yu said with some pleading, Ming Ming, you must not tell them this. Don't worry, I won't tell. At this moment, Gao Mingming really wanted to slap Wang Xiaoqing in the face. She said every day that Yi Lin couldn't possibly like Lan Yuyu, and used Lan Yuyu to make Yi Lin like Ling Facua. Little did they know that they really like Lan Yuyu. However, Gao Mingming had already promised Lan Yuyu not to tell anyone, and she would not tell anyone either. Yo-yo, actually I think Yi Lin is really excellent. Gao Mingming gave a sincere compliment. Yes, Yi Lin is really good, but the classmates don't know how good Yi Lin is. And Ling Facua, Yi Lin likes her so much. Yi Lin is so good, but she still ignores Yi Lin. It's really too much. Lan Yuyu stood up for Yi Lin. Gao Mingming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This silly girl actually thought that Yi Lin liked Ling Facua. Yo-yo, you didn't go to class 5 to look for Ling Facua the other day, did you? There have been a lot of rumors about Lan Yuyu these past few days, saying that the ugly duckling from class 1 went to class 5 to snatch a man from the school beauty Ling Facua. I went there. I wanted to tell her how good Yi Lin is. Lan Yu said seriously. Gao Mingming burst out laughing. It was so funny. Although she is deeply loved by Yi Lin, she still helps him to pick up girls. She was very angry when she heard that Yi Lin ignored Ling Facua. Lan Yu hangs out with Yi Lin every day, and she goes to Ling Facua to praise Yi Lin. Ling Facua must have been so angry that she must have died. Speaking of Yi Lin, Gao Mingming remembered the purpose of her visit to Lan Yuyu, to seek tutoring from a top student. Yo-yo, can you take me with you when you go to tutor Yi Lin in the future? I also want to improve my grades. Lan Yuyu agreed without even thinking. Okay. After agreeing, Lan Yuyu asked, Ming Ming, how much is the clothes you gave me? Why are you asking? Do you want to buy another set? No, I'll give you the money. No, I have too many clothes at home. They're thrown away anyway. I will give them to you. As long as you don't mind, it's fine. Why do I need any money? Seeing how well Lan Yuyu was wearing the outfit, Gao Mingming wanted to give her a few more sets. She suddenly felt like she was creating a goddess. No, my mother said that you can't take other people's things for free. Hey, but I'm not someone else. I'm your good friend, and you promised to help me with my lessons, so consider it as a reward. Gao Mingming continued to coax her for a while, and Lan Yuyu gave up the idea of giving her money. After the second evening self-study get out of class, Gao Mingming did not go home. At this time, Huang Bai was sitting at the table in front of Yi Lin in the back row. Gao Mingming came over and said, Fatty, move aside. I want to sit inside. Huang Bai saw Gao Mingming holding a few books and asked in confusion, What are you doing? I'm asking my roommate for tutoring. Do you have any objection? Huang Bai remained motionless. No problem. Seeing this, Gao Mingming simply pulled open the table and walked in. Lan Yuyu asked Yi Lin, Mingming wants to take tutoring lessons with me. Is that okay? Yi Lin naturally had no objection. Little bean sprout, this kind of thing depends on whether you're willing or not. You don't need to ask me. Yi Lin didn't have any aversion to Gao Mingming and felt that she was very nice to Lan Yuyu. The four of them were studying very seriously in the back and did not go home after class. They only left after the security guard came and asked them to go back to sleep. The three of them first sent Lan Yuyu back to the dormitory. It was too late, so Yi Lin asked Huang Bai to drive Gao Mingming home. His home was nearby, so she could just walk back. Chapter 43, 1,000-meter race. The next day, after the flag-raising ceremony, the whole school held the opening ceremony of the sports meeting. In the afternoon, the sports competition officially began. Yi Lin was going to compete in a 1,000-meter long-distance race. He was wearing his jersey and stretching on the playground to warm up. On the football field, a sunny and handsome boy was warming up, attracting the attention of many girls. In this non-mainstream era, many boys either have side bangs or long hair. Boys like Yi Lin who have a short flat head are indeed a breath of fresh air. It's really hard to pull off this hairstyle without some good looks. Yi Lin is now very famous. The lower grades had just returned to school and were able to eat 2 big melons. Yi Lin plagiarism incident. The ugly duckling and the school beauty compete for a man. Thinking about how an ugly duckling like Lan Yuyu dares to compete with the school belle for men. Although they are not as good as Ling Facua, They're still 100 times prettier than Lan Yuyu, right? Therefore, many girls cast admiring glances at Yilin. Yishui, your brother has become so handsome. A girl in the first year of high school drooled at his sight. Siki, don't be fooled by his appearance. He has done so many bad things. Yishui disliked Yilin from the bottom of her heart. But he is really handsome, and he's become better now. He has directly improved by more than 1,000 places in this monthly exam. He is simply a male god. Yishui, please give me his penguin ID. The more I look at Shinseki, the more I like her. She meets my standards for a partner very well. Forget it, I deleted his penguin account a long time ago. Yishui couldn't stand her best friend's infatuated look and answered unhappily. Yishui, please help me get one. Shinseki just acted coquettishly. Go by yourself if you want to. If you really hook up with him, our sisterhood will be severed. After saying that, Yishui walked towards the basketball court. Today, the boys in their class were going to have a competition. Qin Tianju stood beside Yilin. Seeing so many girls looking at him, he was very proud and showed off what he thought was his most handsome look during warm-up. Passing by the runway, Shinseki waved to Yilin on the football field. Yilin didn't see it, but Qin Tianju saw it. Those two schoolgirls were really pretty. The one next to them seemed to be Yishui, the campus beauty from the first year of high school. Qin Tianju waved in response with excitement. It turns out that the sports meet is my home court. The girls were so fascinated by me that they actually greeted me on their own initiative. If Ling Facua comes over later, she will definitely be impressed by my handsomeness. Before he even started running, Qin Tianju had already imagined the scene of countless girls rushing towards him after he finished running. Seeing Qin Tianju waving, Shinseki looked disgusted and complained, "Who is that idiot? I didn't say hello to him. Why did he respond? I'm speechless. Let's go. The game is about to start." Yeju Urgit. Yilin, don't pull too far away from me. Our class can't afford to lose this person. Qin Tianju said to Yilin proudly. Yilin ignored it. It's just 1,000 meters, and at this age, when he is as energetic as a wolf, he can finish it easily. At this time, Lan Yuyu, Gao Mingming, and Huang Bai came over. There's a bulge inside Lan Yuyu's school uniform, and no one knows what is hidden inside. When she came to the side, Lan Yuyu said, "Yilin, come on. Come on, Yilin. Come on, brother Lin." Gao Mingming and Huang Bai followed behind to encourage. Qin Tianju was a little angry. "Why don't you cheer me on?" he asked. "Where are the others? Why don't they come and cheer us up?" Gao Mingming explained. "The girls in our class are playing volleyball, and Teacher Lung is there encouraging them." Huang Bai asked, "What's wrong? Can't you run without anyone cheering you on?" Qin Tianju also retorted angrily. "Who can't run? Do you think everyone is as fat as you? It's enough to just run. Why do you need someone to cheer you up? You're so squeamish," Huang Bai said unhappily. Just then, Ling Facua and Zhao Rongrong came over. Yilin ignored her for so many days. Ling Facua was really panicked. And after the results came out, she found that Yilin was really working hard to improve. He is so handsome, sunny, and motivated now. Ling Facua thinks he is worth considering. Seeing Ling Facua coming over, Qin Tianju said proudly, "If you don't cheer for me, someone will cheer for me. Look, my goddess is coming." Several people turned their heads to look over. Ling Facua was dressed very beautifully today, wearing clothes that showed off her figure. She came in front of Yilin and Qin Tianju. Flying snow, Qin Tianju took the initiative to say hello. Ling Facua ignored him and said to Yilin, "Yilin, come on." Yilin was too lazy to pay attention to her and walked away from her. Zhao Rongrong couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, "Yilin, what do you mean? Facua came over to cheer you up, and you ignored her?" Yilin looked over and said with a smile, "I didn't ask you to come here. If you have this intention, you should cheer for the boys in your class." Yilin pointed at Ren Xinghong, who was furious not far away. Ling Facua got angry when she heard Yilin's words and ran straight to Class 5. Facua just decided to give you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. After leaving a word, Zhao Rongrong followed. Ling Facua and Zhao Rongrong left, and Huang Bai laughed so hard that he fell over. "Qin Tianju, isn't your goddess here to cheer you up? Why is she ignoring you?" Ha ha ha. It was already very embarrassing, and Huang Bai's words were simply heartbreaking. With a snort, Qin Tianju went straight to the runway to prepare. I went there too. After saying that, Yilin also went to the runway. There are 8 tracks, with 2 students from each class, and classes 1 to 4 taking the field. With a gunshot, 8 students rushed out of the runway. Instantly, the stadium was filled with cheers. God, Yilin, come on. Come on. Yilin, you are the best. Yilin, my male god, moi. Suddenly, a uniform and very loud voice rang out. When everyone looked, they saw a group of girls holding bouquets in their hands and shouting in unison under the command of one person. These girls all admire Yilin. They come from all grades and classes and spontaneously organize themselves to cheer for Yilin. All the boys who were running together cursed, saying that Yilin was a bastard and had no moral principles. These girls are such a morale killer. Yilin took the lead from the start and sprinted forward. Idiot, how do you run 1,000 meters like this? At this speed, he won't be able to run even after one lap. Hasn't this stupid thing ever run before? Qin Tianzhu cursed in his heart. The boys in other classes were also a little shocked. How could they sprint after running 1,000 meters like this if they used up all their energy in one go? Afraid that Yilin would lose badly and bring shame to the class, Qin Tianzhu rushed up to chase Yilin. However, Yilin ran too fast and had to run half a lap with all his strength before he caught up with him. At this time, everyone else just thought that these two guys in Class 1 were crazy. Yilin, can you run? If you run like this, will you have the energy to sprint again later? Slow down and conserve your energy. Qin Tianzhu said earnestly that the most taboo thing when running is talking, but he was afraid that Yilin would run for 5 or 6 minutes. So he had no choice but to remind him. Mind your own business and keep quiet. After saying that, Yilin rushed out with all his strength again. You're crazy, idiot. Qin Tianzhu started cursing. But on second thought, it's better for this guy to lose. Let him embarrass himself. As long as I get a rank, Ling Facua will definitely look at me with higher regard. Chapter 44 Long Distance, Running Record-Breaking. On the football field, Lan Yuyu, Gao Mengmeng, and others were cheering for Yilin desperately. When passing by them, Yilin waved back, which made many girls jealous. In the last half lap, Yilin ran a little harder, but his speed did not drop much. He left the people behind him half a lap behind and rushed out of the finish line. No one expected that this young man would come in first. They wanted to catch up, but they were unable to do so. Although he slowed down, the gap was too big and they could not catch up with Yilin at all. Qin Tianzhu was in a more miserable situation. He disrupted his own rhythm when chasing Yilin and also wasted a lot of energy by talking. I ended up finishing 7th. Yilin walked into the football field and a group of girls surrounded him. They took out various drinks they had bought and gave them to Yilin. Lan Yuyu ran over and took out a bottle of mineral water from her school uniform. Seeing Yilin was surrounded by people, she couldn't get in at all. What's more, the drinks they gave me were all delicious, but I only had a bottle of water. Feeling a little sad, Lan Yu tightly held the bottle of mineral water in her hand. Please make way. Thank you. Please make way. Yilin pushed through the crowd. Ling Facua stood outside the crowd, holding a bottle of happy water in her hand. Seeing Yilin refusing to accept the drinks from the group of girls and walking towards her, she felt very proud. Sure enough, he still only wanted the water I gave him. Yilin, this is for you. Ling Facua handed over the Coke gently. No. After the refusal, Yilin walked towards Lan Yuyu, who was standing a few meters behind Ling Facua, holding a bottle of mineral water with her head lowered. Seeing this, Ling Facua was extremely angry. Qin Tianzhu just came out at this time, and she threw the Coke to Qin Tianzhu in anger. I'll give it to you. After saying that, he left angrily and didn't even bother to watch the second game between the boys in his class. Qin Tianzhu was overjoyed. The goddess actually bought him water? He was originally sulking because of his poor running performance, but suddenly he smiled happily. Yilin took the water from Lan Yuyu's hand. Xiao Duya, did you buy me some water? Hearing Yilin's voice, Lan Yu looked up. Yilin, what are you doing? What's wrong? Yilin opened the water and took a few sips. Why don't you want their drinks? Mine doesn't taste good. Lan Yu felt a little aggrieved. As long as you buy it, it tastes good. Really? Lan Yu looked serious. Yilin touched her head. Really? Seeing Lan Yuyu, Yilin turned around and said to the group of girls behind him, Thank you for cheering me on just now, and thank you for bringing me water. I appreciate your kindness, but I just want to drink the water she brought me. After saying that, Yilin took Lan Yuyu away. These girls didn't think Yilin could drink all the drinks they bought, but they all prayed that Yilin would drink his own. Many girls even secretly opened it and took a sip from it. So, if Yilin drank it, it would be considered an indirect kiss. Unfortunately, Yilin accepted none of them. When they saw that Ling Facua was also rejected, They felt a little comforted. After all, if the school beauty's advances were rejected, then it's not shameful to be rejected too. I thought Yulin was a cool and aloof male god, but I didn't expect him to be apologizing. In an instant, the group of girls became excited again. The nature of their admiration for Yulin has changed now. It is no longer simply about wanting to be with Yulin, but about supporting him and regarding him as an idol. My male god is so handsome. My manhwa is so loyal. That girl is so lucky. I'm prettier than her. Why doesn't the male god choose me? Is the male god such a superficial person? He doesn't even like the school beauties. The male god only cares about fate. You probably don't know, right? That girl's name is Lan Yuyu, and she ranks first in the school. She's actually a genius student. Then she and the male god are a perfect match. I agree to this marriage. A group of girls looked at Yi Lin's departing back and chatted with envy. The results of the first round of the 1,000-meter long-distance race came out, and the host announced on the stage. In the 1,000-meter long-distance race for senior boys, the first place in the first round is Yi Lin from Class 1, Senior 3, with a time of 3 minutes and 1 second. Yi Lin has broken the school long-distance running record. Let's congratulate and applaud him. Second place, 7th place, Chin Tianju from Class 1, Grade 3, with a time of 3 minutes and 40 seconds. At this time, on the volleyball court, when a group of students heard the broadcast, they were all stunned. Chun Sini said in disbelief, I just seemed to hear Yi Lin break the record. Did I hear it wrongly? It just broke the record. Squad leader Xiao Yuchi added. Yi Lin is so amazing. In an instant, a group of girls in the class jumped up excitedly. Those who didn't know the reason would think that their class won the volleyball game. Lung Yinxiu also didn't expect that Yi Lin broke the school long-distance running record. She didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. When a group of students playing in the volleyball court heard the news that Yi Lin had broken the record, they even forgot to hit the ball, and their opponents picked up a point for free. Seeing this, Lung Yinxiu said, What are you doing? It's not you who broke the record. Why are you so excited? You don't even want to catch the ball? Play well. With Yi Lin's good start, the girls' volleyball playing became more and more exciting. Yi Lin and the other 3 came to the volleyball court. Lung Yinxiu saw Yi Lin and said happily, You are good, really good. Drink a bottle of water and take a rest. Thank you, teacher. Yo-Yo gave me some water to drink just now. Seeing that her class had a score 10 points ahead of others, Gao Mengmeng said happily, Teacher, why is our class so good this year? Our class is pretty good, okay. Huang Bai said this without blushing or beating his heart. Huang Bai, you have no shame, but I still have some dignity. Gao Mengmeng doesn't agree with what Huang Bai said. Class 1 is always abused in the sports meet every year. You're right. Our class is very strong, but we just haven't shown it yet. Huang Bai, the teacher is looking forward to your performance in basketball. Lung Yinxiu said it, as if on purpose. When Gao Mengmeng heard what the teacher said, she also had a bad look on her face and said in a mean way, Huang Bai, you have to perform well. Our class is so good this year. Don't let you be the only one who is not good. Huang Bai was so embarrassed that he didn't dare to speak. How could he be so good when he couldn't even dribble the ball? But think about it. With 8 people signing up, they wouldn't let someone who can't play basketball go on the court, right? Otherwise, it's not just your own face that will be embarrassed. It's the whole class's face. At this time, Qin Tianju also came back, holding the bottle of Coke in his hand as if it were a treasure, and couldn't let it go. There was a lewd smile on his face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Li Junwei was a little thirsty, so he said, Lao Qin, give me 2 sips of Coke. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianju hurriedly grabbed the Coke. Go away. Buy it yourself if you want to drink it. This is specially given to me by Ling Facua. Ling Facua gave it to you. Li Junwei looked unconvinced. Yes, she saw that I was running so hard, so she bought me some Coke and waited for me at the finish line. Qin Tianju said this with a happy face. It's going so fast. Great. Lao Qin, take the school beauty. You'll be the biggest winner of our senior year. The sound of the 2 people bragging reached Gao Mengmeng's ears. Gao Mengmeng said disdainfully, Qin Tianju, just brag. I saw it. Ling Facua bought this Coke for Yi Lin. Yi Lin didn't want it, so she gave it to you. She even bought it especially for you. How dare you say that out loud? Li Junwei looked at Qin Tianju with strange eyes. Wow, so that's it. Qin Tianju would never admit that it was true. It was clearly given to him by Ling Facua. He came out late and did not see the scene where Ling Facua gave the Coke to Yi Lin. He only knew that as soon as he came out, Ling Facua threw the Coke to him. Gao Mengmeng, do you like me? Are you jealous of Ling Facua being nice to me? So you said this on purpose? Gao Mingming opened her eyes wide, unable to believe that Qin Tianju would say such a thing, and said angrily, I like you, Ba. You think too much. Why don't you look in the mirror to see what you look like? After saying that, he quickly ran aside to prevent this guy from thinking too much. In the volleyball match, a group of girls won the victory without any danger. The long-distance race was also over. Yi Lin won the first place in the men's 1,000-meter long-distance race for senior high school students and broke the school record. After winning 2 games in one day, Lan Yuyu was so happy that she walked with her head held high. Chapter 45, Inspiring Cheers. The next afternoon, it was the boys' class turn to play basketball. The competition notice was sent out this morning, Class 1 versus Class 12. Class 12 is an ordinary class with many boys who can play basketball. So the 8 people selected are all basketball experts. On the basketball court, before the game started, the whole class was lifeless. Lan Yuyu consoled him. It's okay, just try your best. We have a chance to win. Qin Tianju, you arranged some tactics for us. When Qin Tianju heard the notice in the morning that they were going to fight with Class 12, he lost his temper. If we play against the top class, there is still a chance of winning. After all, they're all nerds. But Class 12 is an ordinary class, and there are many sports students in it, so there's no point in fighting them. Of course, since Lan Yuyu had spoken, Qin Tianju didn't dare to lose his temper and called everyone over to form a circle. When the game starts, pass the ball to me as soon as you get it. When defending, you must keep close to your opponent and don't pass around. Otherwise, it will be chaotic. He talked a lot, and then gave instructions one by one on how to play. Of course, except Yi Lin, Huang Bai, and Yan Haoqing. Qin Tianju had no plan to let these 3 people play, so it made no difference whether he gave them guidance or not. Huang Bai heard this guy say a lot, and his 3 brothers were not arranged, so he asked unhappily, Qin Tianju, what about us? You are the substitutes. If we can't fight anymore, you could just come up and fill in. Huang Bai was unhappy when he heard this. My brother Lin is the little prince of basketball, and you want him to be a substitute? What do you mean by prince or not? You guys don't usually come to practice with us. How can we cooperate? Did you ask us to go? Huang Bai was a little angry. Since he had already signed up, could he at least show up on stage? I don't have to go, but Yi Lin must go because he's a very good basketball player. Now that Qin Tianju doesn't give him this opportunity, Huang Bai can't wait to beat this guy up. Hearing several people quarreling, squad leader Qiao Yuqi shouted, What are you quarreling about? What's there to quarrel about? Isn't it embarrassing to quarrel before the fight even starts? Hearing this, the 2 of them shut up. Fatty, being a substitute is pretty good, Yi Lin said and went to practice. Qin Tianju thought Yi Lin was going to show off his skills, but Yi Lin just took the ball and made a random shot. Not to mention making the shot, the ball couldn't even touch the rim. Seeing this, Qin Tianju said with disdain, Huang Bai, is this the little prince of basketball you mentioned? Huang Bai was speechless. Why did Yi Lin fail at the critical moment? Although other teammates don't like Qin Tianju's playing style, which is too individualistic, they prefer to play with Qin Tianju instead of Yi Lin, Huang Bai, Yan Haoqing, and other losers. You guys should stop making trouble. Just watch carefully. That's right. Don't let others say that there's not even one person in our class who can play basketball. Several people said a sentence each and then went to practice. Yi Lin shook his head. He hadn't practiced for a long time and was a little uncomfortable touching the ball. Yi Lin held the ball and hit it, looking very unfamiliar with it. In fact, Yi Lin did not hit the ball well at all. He was just feeling the weight and feel of the ball. You can't even dribble the ball, what a joke. Qin Tianju's face was full of disgust, and then he made a beautiful 3-step layup in front of Yi Lin. After practicing for 10 minutes, the referee blew the whistle and players from both teams came on the court. The players from Class 12 are all about 1.8 meters tall. Just by watching, you can tell that Class 1 was going to lose without any suspense, so apart from the students in the class, not many people were willing to watch the match between Class 1 and Class 12. This kind of one-sided slaughter is not exciting just by thinking about it. Qingyuan Middle School has 8 basketball courts, and each grade holds 2 games at the same time, so everyone chooses the court with the most intense competition to watch the fun. After the referee checked the players' names, both teams came on the court and then fought for the ball. The referee threw the ball into the air, and the students in Class 12 grabbed the ball, passed it, and made a layup in 3 steps. The coordination was smooth, and the whole process took less than 10 seconds. Then the first class served the ball, and just as the ball entered the line, it was intercepted by the 12th class, who made a reverse shot and scored another 2 points. After 2 quarters, halftime break, Class 12 scored 29 points and Class 1 scored 5 points. With this gap, the battle is basically over. At this time, a group of girls rushed over to the basketball court to find Lan Yuyu. They watched 2 games, and Yulin clearly signed up but didn't play. What's going on? They are here to cheer for their idol. Teacher, why doesn't Yulin come on stage? Yes, teacher. We are here to cheer for your class. Yes, teacher, let Yulin go on stage. Lan Yuyu was stunned. What was going on? She looked at Yulin. Yulin waved his hands, looking innocent. Seeing the scene, Qin Tianju said with ill intention, Teacher, we are tired. Let Yulin and the others go next. Huang Bai could see that Qin Tianju knew he was going to lose and didn't want to embarrass himself. He angrily asked, You beat us like this and asked us to go up and embarrass ourselves? What are you talking about? If you're not going to compete, why did you sign up? Do you want us to play 4 games in a row? Seeing that several boys lost so badly, they were all very emotional, and a bunch of girls asked Yulin to play. Lan Yuyu said, Okay, Huang Bai, stop talking. The 3 of you can go up and fight as you please. I understand, teacher. Yulin responded. He stood up. Fatty, Haoqing Zihui Xiaohai, let's go to the next game. After saying that, Yulin walked towards the court. Yulin, come on. Lan Yuyu waved to Yulin. Don't worry, Ziadushua. I will try my best. Class 1 will not lose. Yulin looked back and smiled. This smile made a large group of girls who came to cheer her on envy her so much. At this moment, Gao Mingming suddenly felt that Yulin was so damn handsome. How come Huang Bai, who was his brother, looked so dead? He was not even half as handsome as Yulin. Halfway through the game, the venue is changed and the players come on the field. God, Yulin, come on. Come on. Yulin, you are the best. Yulin, my male Gamwa. The girls who had just gone to find Lan Yuyu lined up, picked up the bouquets, and cheered for Yulin. The uniform cheering is more cheering than that of a cheerleading team. The students in Class 1 were dumbfounded, and the students in Class 12 were also dumbfounded. Lan Yuyu and the head teacher of Class 12 were also dumbfounded. What is going on? Seeing that Class 1 had reinforcements, the students of Class 12 decided not to lose, so they also cheered for their class. Class 12, come on. Class 12, come on. The students in Class 1 were also instantly excited. One class after another. Never ordinary. Come on, Class 1. Come on, come on. At this moment, we can lose the ball, but we must not lose the momentum. The 3 cheering voices on the field were in unison, forming a 3-way confrontation. Qin Tianju was speechless. Why wasn't there such exciting cheering when he was on the court? Just hearing this sound makes one's blood boil. If these people had cheered me up like this just now, I wouldn't have lost so badly, right? There are 8 basketball courts, and the sudden commotion by the senior high school students attracted countless curious people. They all thought the game on this basketball court was not interesting, so they didn't even watch it. The people are cheering so loudly now, probably because the competition is extremely intense. In an instant, the competition venues of Class 1 and Class 12 were packed with people. However, when they saw the score, some people walked away again. He's shouting so loudly, it seems like he's just talking nonsense. Yulin hasn't participated in any sports meets since he was in high school, so no one knows how good he is at playing basketball. But even if you're a master, it is impossible to fight back with such a big gap. Therefore, the students in Class 12 can rest assured. Chapter 46, the score is tied. A long whistle sounded and the game continued. Huang Bai served the ball. Yulin received it, moved very quickly, turned around, and easily avoided his opponent who was trying to block him, and made a layup in 3 steps, scoring 2 points. At this moment, all the girls in the audience screamed, The male god is so handsome. Male god, male god. Yulin, come on. Countless girls cheered. At this moment, even an old cow can plow 2 acres of land. It was Class 12's turn to serve, and when they crossed the center line, they threw the ball to their teammates under the basket. Yulin jumped and intercepted the ball directly, then used his skill techniques and fake moves to easily avoid the defense of 2 people. It was a quick layup, and someone jumped up before Yulin, so the shot would definitely be blocked. Yulin pulled the ball back with a pull-up shot and then shot it from the other side, scoring another 2 points. In less than a minute, 2 goals were scored and the cheers became louder. Class 1 was originally lifeless, but Yulin's brilliant ball skills instantly gave everyone hope. The game went back and forth on the field, and Yi Lin scored goals frequently. After playing for 5 or 6 minutes, the players from Class 12 found that they were no match for Yi Lin if they fought alone. If one person can't stop it, use 2 people. If that still doesn't work, use 3 people. At this time, the court was very spectacular. As soon as Yi Lin got the ball, 3 players from Class 12 immediately blocked Yi Lin. Now Yi Lin couldn't get the ball into the 3-point line and couldn't make a layup. At this time, the boy standing opposite Yi Lin said admiringly, "Brother, you are awesome." If you had played earlier, the outcome would have been unpredictable. While he was talking, Yi Lin stood up and shot a 3-pointer. Swoosh! The basketball went into the basket accurately, a very beautiful 3-pointer. He was able to make a 3-pointer even when blocked by 3 people. His strength was so strong that the audience outside the stadium screamed. Thanks for the compliment. Be serious. We haven't lost yet. After throwing the ball, Yi Lin said something and then ran to the center line to defend. With Yi Lin's appearance and his superb skills, the venue for the match between Class 1 and Class 12 was packed with spectators. Basically all girls. Lan Yuyu was trapped in the crowd, with screams coming from all around her. She felt like her eardrums were about to burst. If her class wasn't competing, she really wanted to escape from here. This is not a game of basketball. It's simply a large-scale star-chasing event. Seeing how powerful Yi Lin was, the other 4 players in the class cooperated with him with all their strength. As soon as he gets the ball, he looks for Yi Lin's position and passes the ball to him. When Yi Lin was besieged, he wanted to help Yi Lin break out. At the end of the 3rd quarter, with Yi Lin's full effort, Class 1 scored 25 points. At this time, Class 12 had 39 points, and the gap between the 2 classes was 14 points. Yi Lin scored 20 points in 1 quarter, and Class 12 became a little anxious. Originally, they thought the outcome was decided, so the 3 main players of Class 12 came off the court at halftime, giving the 3 substitute teammates who did not play a chance to appear. Unexpectedly, Yi Lin showed up halfway. These 12 classes did not dare to be careless and formed their strongest lineup to play in the 4th quarter. Their tactics are also simple, which is to defend with all their strength and just get the ball to delay time. After all, Yi Lin is so strong, whether he is dribbling or defending. This guy can definitely become a professional player. When Zhou Zhengqi, the physical education teacher in charge of basketball students, saw Yi Lin, it was like seeing a big treasure. He never expected that besides basketball students, there were boys in the school who were so good at playing basketball. If he joins the school team, Qingyuan Middle School will definitely be ranked in the top 3 in this year's Jiangcheng High School basketball competition. He was glad that he came to join the fun. Seeing that it was a student from Class 1, Zhou Zhengqi came to Lan Yuyu and said, "Teacher Lan." Lan Yuyu was encouraging Yi Lin and the others at this time. When she heard someone calling her, she turned around and found it was Zhou Zhengqi. She asked, "Teacher Zhou, what's the matter? I just want to ask what that boy's name is." Zhou Zhengqi pointed at Yi Lin. "His name is Yi Lin. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" Lan Yuyu didn't know why a physical education teacher like him came to see Yi Lin. And the game is going on right now. Is this guy going to ask Yi Lin to go somewhere? We had hope of winning, but if we really called Yi Lin away at this time, we would definitely lose. When Zhou Jingqi heard that the boy was Yi Lin, he immediately felt that the situation was easy. I've heard of this guy, a big troublemaker in the senior year of high school. This guy's a poor student and has little hope of getting into college, but if he applies for college as a basketball student, he might be able to get into a good sports college. If you ask him to join the basketball team, he will join without hesitation. After all, which high school student doesn't want to go to college? And doesn't want to go to a good college? Zhou Jingqi was so excited that he wanted to go find Yi Lin. Lan Yuyu quickly stopped him. "Teacher Zhou, what are you going to do?" "Oh, I'll talk to Yi Lin. Our class is in the middle of competition. What do you want to do by calling away our main players at this time?" Lan Yuyu was a little unhappy. What was so urgent? And what could be so urgent for a physical education teacher? "Oh, yes, he's still in the game, I'll look for him later." Zhou Jingqi was so surprised that he forgot it was still game time. After a 2-minute break, Yi Lin changed the tactics for everyone. He knew that he would definitely face an interception by 2 or 3 people from Class 12. Therefore, in the last quarter of the game, Jiang Zihui and Hu Xiaohai were responsible for offense, while Huang Bai and Yin Haoqing were responsible for serving. As the whistle sounded, the last quarter of the game began. Yi Lin dribbled the ball and held back 3 people. At this time, Jiang Zihui and Hu Xiaohai took advantage of the gap and came to the basket. Yilin threw the ball towards the crotch of his opponent, who was blocking him with his legs crossed. The man thought that Yilin was too strict and would get angry and want to take revenge on him, so he was so scared that his legs tightened. But he was safe and sound. The ball hit the ground and bounced back in front of Hu Xiaohai, who was behind. Hu Xiaohai immediately passed it to Jiang Zihui. Jiang Zihui shot without hesitation and scored another 2 points. At this time, Class 12 served the ball, and all the members of Class 1 ran across the midfield to prepare for defense. As a result, Class 12 came over slowly, and Class 1 tried to intercept them. So, Class 12 passed the ball, mainly wasting time. Don't shoot if you can avoid it. After all, Yilin is very good at grabbing rebounds, and if he fails to make a shot, it will be snatched away. After delaying for a while, Class 12 finally found a sure shot opportunity and shot the ball. It was Class 1's turn to serve. As soon as Yilin got the ball, he realized the other team's intention and became a little angry. He turned around and dribbled the ball, passing 5 players in a row, and finally made a perfect 3-step layup. The whole process was smooth and moving forward at full speed. Awesome, this ball is so awesome. Zhou Jingqi was so excited that he clapped his hands vigorously. The whole audience cheered, especially the girls who liked Yilin were the most crazy. Even the girls who didn't like Yilin were also moved by his handsomeness. After getting excited, Zhou Jingqi kicked Qin Tianju, who was sitting on the ground, and complained, "Qin Tianju, Yilin from your class is so good at playing basketball. Why didn't you tell me?" Qin Tianju felt very aggrieved. Damn it, Yilin never played basketball at school, so who knew he was so good at it? But thinking about Zhou Jingqi's temper, he knew he would be kicked again if he explained, so he chose to remain silent. Seeing this, Zhou Jingqi kicked him again. "I'm asking you a question." Qin Tianju wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Teacher Zhou, I am wronged. I really didn't know he could play basketball. He never said he could play basketball, and he never played basketball in school. If I knew, our class wouldn't have lost so badly in the first 2 quarters. Is that so? Then I have wronged you." After that, Zhou Jingqi found another excuse to scold. "Look at him, learn more, you're still a basketball student, your skills are half as good as his, right?" Qin Tianju did not refute, but moved 2 steps away to keep a safe distance from Zhou Jingqi. Seeing that Class 12 was dragging their feet with the ball and looked listless, Yilin thought this was an opportunity. He rushed over, grabbed the ball, and shot directly. Before the players of Class 12 could react, Class 1 scored 2 more points. After fighting back and forth for 5 or 6 minutes, it was obvious that Class 1's tactical arrangement was more effective and Class 12 was completely led by the nose. When Yilin was dribbling the ball, they needed 3 people to stop him, but when 3 people stopped Yilin, they would miss anyone and they would not have any initiative at all. Under Yilin's leadership, Class 1 actually tied the score, but the last quarter was up, with the score at 46-46. The game is still undecided, so Class 1 and Class 12 will have to play an overtime game. Chapter 47, The Final Shot. At this time, the games on the other 7 courses had already ended. In an instant, the playground of Class 1 and Class 12 was surrounded by people. In overtime, the hope of winning is great, and Qin Tianju wants to play, because he saw Ling Facua watching the game at the sidelines. "The goddess is here. How can the winner be without me?" When Yilin and the others came down to rest, Qin Tianju stood up and said, "You have worked hard, Huang Bai, Hao Qing, and Xiao Hai. You can rest in the last 5 minutes. We will replace you 3, so that we have a better chance of winning." Hearing these words right after they came off the field, Huang Bai, Yin Haoqing, and Hu Xiaohai looked at each other and then at Yilin at the same time. It was obvious that the 3 of them didn't want to leave. Yilin directly refused and said, "No need. We work well together." "Yilin, what are you talking about? This game concerns the honor of the whole class. This is not the time for you to fight with me. The 3 of us will play together with you. It will be better than now, right?" Qin Tianju directly used class honor to pressure others. Hearing this, Huang Bai said angrily, "Have you some shame? We played 2 quarters together, and you scored 5 points while we tied with 46 points. If we played earlier, why would we need overtime? Before the game, I said that Lin was the little prince of basketball, but you didn't let Lin play. You saw that we were going to lose, so you let us play because you were afraid of losing. Now that we have a chance of winning, you want to play. Can you please have some shame?" Qin Tianju ignored Huang Bai and continued to talk to Yilin. "Yilin, you don't want our class to lose, do you? We can definitely win if we form a strong lineup." Yilin thought for a moment and replied, "We cooperated well. We have a tacit understanding after playing 2 games. There is no need to change players. Yilin admitted that Qin Tianzhu was right, and the lineup was indeed stronger after the substitutions. But what's the point of having a strong lineup if you don't know how to cooperate? In the first two quarters, Yilin could see that Qin Tianzhu played basketball too heroically. As long as the ball was in his hands, he would never give it to anyone else, even if he died. If it weren't for him, Class 1 wouldn't have only scored 5 points in the first two quarters. As the saying goes, there can't be two tigers in one mountain. A team only needs one leader. Yilin naturally didn't want Qin Tianzhu to play. What he wants now is someone who can cooperate, not someone who is good at fighting. Hearing Yilin's words, Qin Tianzhu was anxious. Yilin, now is not the time to be angry. Let's put aside any conflicts we had before and talk about it after the game. Our class must play with the strongest lineup in this overtime. I'm the captain, listen to me. Oh, fine then, you go in and take my place. I'll take a break. I'm tired anyway. After saying that, Yilin sat down on the ground and drank some water. If you want to replace me, I don't believe our class can't win without you. Qin Tianzhu was not polite at all. He didn't think he was worse than Yilin. At this moment, Wang Xiaoqing came over and grabbed Qin Tianzhu. What are you replacing for? You don't have time to compete for others. Why don't I have time? Qin Tianzhu pulled Wang Xiaoqing away. Okay, Qin Tianzhu, you said it yourself. Ling Facua asked me to find you and ask if you were free. She had something important to tell you. Since you were not free, I'll go over and tell her. After saying that, Wang Xiaoqing turned and left. When Qin Tianzhu heard this, he quickly ran over and grabbed Wang Xiaoqing. Then he turned around and said to Yilin and the others with a smug look on his face, "You guys fight on your own. Ling Facua has something important to tell me, so I can't play." Thinking about the bottle of Coke that Ling Facua gave him yesterday, Qin Tianzhu was having all kinds of wild thoughts all day long. Now Ling Facua is in a hurry to come to me. There must be something important. Maybe she wants to confess her feelings to me. The more Qin Tianzhu thought about it, the happier he became. After about 2 minutes of rest, the referee blew the whistle and overtime began. Yilin and his team are still the original team, but Class 12 has come out with the most powerful lineup. Qin Tianzhu pulled Wang Xiaoqing out of the crowd and asked expectantly, "Where's Facua? Where is she?" Qin Tianzhu looked around for Ling Facua, but didn't see her. Could it be that she was trapped inside and couldn't get out? Don't look for her anymore. Ling Facua didn't look for you. I lied to you, Wang Xiaoqing said. Qin Tianzhu was very angry when he heard this. Wang Xiaoqing, what do you mean? Are you kidding me? It's fun, right? Do you know what you made me miss? Wang Xiaoqing explained. Qin Tianzhu, don't be ungrateful. I'm trying to save you. Save me? What do you mean? Qin Tianzhu didn't understand why Wang Xiaoqing saved him. I say, were you courting death just now? You still want to play for Yilin? What are you thinking? Why can't I replace him? I'm no worse at playing basketball than him. Come on, this score was earned by Yilin and his team with great effort. All the girls outside the court are cheering for Yilin. If you lose on the court, won't they eat you alive? Even if you win, what good is that? They are chasing Yilin, and then they will say you are shameless and steal the limelight. Wouldn't you feel uncomfortable when people gossip about you? Don't forget, 3 women on one street. This is a group of women who can make you famous. Qin Tianzhu thought it made some sense, but wouldn't Yilin be the center of attention? This basketball game is played at their home court, and Ling Facua is watching the game now. It's so painful that I can't show off in front of the goddess. However, Qin Tianzhu had no chance to play. Overtime had already begun and lasted for several minutes. The last 5 minutes of overtime were extremely intense. Class 12 was determined to stop Yilin even at the cost of committing a foul, and refused to give Class 1 any chance to score. Seeing this, Huang Bai did not hesitate and rushed forward like a humanoid tank. After playing for 4 minutes, neither class scored a single goal. With 1 minute left, Class 12 scored a goal and took a 2-point lead. Class 1 brought the ball to the basket, and Hu Xiaohai was about to shoot, but was blocked by Class 12 and the ball was taken away. Class 12 grabbed the ball and planned to drag it out until the end, but they didn't expect that Yilin suddenly intercepted the ball while they were dribbling, and he stood up and dunked directly. At this moment, the cheers from the audience were deafening. The two classes tied again. With half a minute left, Class 12 served the ball and ran away quickly. After fighting for too long, Yilin's physical strength was exhausted and he was stopped again. So Team 1 was unable to catch up. In the last 10 seconds, Class 12 scored another goal. Victory was assured, and it was impossible to score a goal with one shift in 10 seconds. At this time, outside the field, Class 12 had already started celebrating. Qin Tianzhu was cursing, mad. Look, if you had listened to me, you would have one a long time ago. In the last 10 seconds, all hope was on Yilin. Yin Haoqing served the ball to Yilin, who got the ball and rushed straight to the opposite side. However, the 5 people from Class 12 directly blocked Yilin's way. No matter how powerful Yilin was, it was impossible for him to break through the defense of the 5 people. There was no choice, but Yilin passed the ball to Huang Bai, who had just run into the center line. Huang Bai received the ball and was a little confused. The others were behind him. Who should he pass the ball to? At this time, Yilin yelled, "Fatty, throw the ball. Throw the ball." Huang Bai had never learned how to shoot, so he just threw the ball out with one hand from the center line. As soon as the ball left his hand, the whistle sounded and the game was over. At this time, all the members of Class 12 jumped up and cheered. Swoosh! Huang Bai's blindly thrown ball went in, a decisive shot in the last second. Class 1 hasn't reacted yet. At this time, Li Junwei jumped up and said excitedly, "It's in, the ball is in, a 3-pointer, one more point and then we win. We win. We win. I win, I win." At this moment, everyone in Class 1 went crazy. They rushed in, lifted up the 4 players who were playing on the court, and threw them into the air. In addition to the entire class of teachers and students who were very happy, a group of Yilin's female fans outside the venue were also equally excited. They all shouted, "Yilin! Yilin! Yilin!" If Yilin hadn't been surrounded by a group of classmates, these female fans would have definitely taken the opportunity to take advantage of him. In this situation, if anyone wants to take advantage of Yilin, it will definitely be done without anyone noticing. Yilin saw Lan Yuyu standing blankly outside the field. He really wanted to find her, but he was lifted up by a group of people and had no chance to get out. Huang Bai was too fat and no one could lift him up, so he did not enjoy the same treatment as Yilin and the others. Gao Mingming rushed over and slapped him on the back. "Fatty, you're awesome. I love you so much." Gao Mingming, why do you have to use so much strength to beat people? What do you know? Beating is love and scolding is love. Don't you know? Yeah. Huang Bai was about to blow towards Gao Mingming's chest. Suddenly realizing that this guy was a woman, Huang Bai quickly stopped and said, "Forget it. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. If you had dared to hit just now, I would have killed you, fatty. Your last shot was so cool. Tell me what you want to eat. I'll treat you, but you have to take me home after tutoring tonight." "No, I'm trying to lose weight. Eat it if you want." The game ended and people gradually left. Zhou Zhengqi wanted to find Yilin, but felt that now was not the right time. After all, it was the competition period. It seemed a bit like favoritism and fraud for a basketball coach like me to go to Yilin, so I thought it would be better to wait until the sports meet is over. Chapter 48, Happy Enemies. After the game, Yilin and Lan Yuyu went to have dinner. Lan Yuyu was feeling a little depressed on the way. Seeing this, Yilin asked, "Xiaodia, what's wrong with you? Why are you a little unhappy?" Lan Yuyu didn't know why she was unhappy and couldn't explain it, so she remained silent. "Are you sick?" Yilin quickly touched her forehead. Fortunately, everything was normal. "Yilin, I'm not sick, you know. Just now many girls came to cheer you up," Lan Yuyu said sourly. After hearing this, Yilin had some idea. It turned out that she was jealous. If Lan Yuyu is jealous, it means that she cares about me very much and considers me as her own, and she will not allow anyone else to take me away. Yilin was a little happy. "Is this why you're unhappy?" Yilin asked with a grin. No. Lan Yuyu quickly denied it, even though it seemed like that. "But what's wrong with others cheering for Yilin? Why should I be unhappy? Little bean sprout, no matter how many people come to cheer for me, only your encouragement can make me move forward, and I only want to drink the water you give me." Yilin took out the bottle of mineral water in his hand and shook it in front of Lan Yuyu. Hearing this, Lan Yuyu felt warm in her heart and stopped having these random thoughts. "Yilin, let's go to the cafeteria quickly, otherwise there won't be enough food if too many people come." Good. The two of them trotted into the cafeteria, which was already crowded. Fortunately, during the sports meet, the cafeteria specially opened a channel for athletes. Athletes were queuing in this channel, and there were not many people. Yilin directly pulled Lan Yuyu over to queue up. "Yilin, I'm not an athlete. Isn't this bad?" "Little bean sprouts. It's okay. We can just order one serving later. But if we only order one portion, how are we going to eat it?" Lan Yuyu felt that she had encountered a big problem. "Order more, and we can eat together." Yeah. Lan Yuyu had no objection. At this time, the players from Class 12 who were following Yilin saw this and deliberately said loudly, Can the people in front have some manners? This passage is for athletes only. Lan Yuyu got a little nervous when she heard this. It was obvious from her face that she was not an athlete. Yilin ignored this person. In the end, he refused to give in and was obviously angry about losing the game. Can you guys in the class please have some shame? When Yilin heard the other party mentioning Class 1 by name, he turned around and asked, "Are you scolding us?" "I will scold anyone who cues up in a disorderly manner. I'm an athlete, right? If you don't need your eyes, just donate them." After saying that, Yilin didn't intend to pay any attention to him. "You're an athlete, is she?" The man pointed directly at Lan Yuyu. At this time, countless pairs of eyes in the cafeteria were watching the excitement. Lan Yuyu was afraid that things would get out of hand, so she said anxiously, "Yilin, how about we change places and line up again?" "Little bean sprout. Ignore him, he's just a fool." After saying that, Yilin turned Lan Yuyu around. Seeing this, the athletes of Class 12 decided to use magic to defeat magic. "Everyone from Class 12, come here, line up." After saying that, 7 or 8 students from Class 12 came in and cut in line. The people behind had opinions at this time, but Class 12 has an excuse. They can't be blamed if they say Yilin was the leader. If they want to blame someone, they should blame Yilin. Scolding Yilin, unless you have nothing better to do. Don't be fooled by Yilin's obedient appearance now. What he did in the past is deeply rooted in people's minds. Who wouldn't be afraid of revenge? Anyway, since they didn't want to get involved in the grudges between the two classes, the people behind had to endure it. It was Yilin and his friends' turn to get food. Yilin ordered 4 dishes, then took out 2 extra meal coupons and bought 2 large chicken legs, then left the window. Yilin stopped beside a group of people from Class 12 and deliberately said loudly, "There are only 2 people in our row, and we only get 1 meal. Do you think all the people in Class 12 also get 1 meal? You are a class of high-quality people, so you can't cut in line." Hearing Yilin's words, the people in Class 12 looked embarrassed. After Yilin finished speaking, he went with Lan Yuyu to find a place to eat. The athletes behind Class 12 were already very angry. After Yilin finished speaking, the person following him immediately said sarcastically, "You don't look like athletes, so you must be accompanying him for dinner, right? Remember to only order 1 portion of rice. I also believe that you, Class 12, should be very well-mannered." Upon hearing this, those people from Class 12 who had cut in line walked away in anger without even eating. After all, they had lost so much face, and they couldn't bring themselves to go back and queue up again. And the topic of conversation in the cafeteria later on will definitely be the embarrassing incident they just made. It will be better to leave early, so as not to be embarrassed by listening to those words later. Yilin went to the soup place and got 2 small bowls, and then the 2 of them ate a meal together. Suddenly remembering something, Lan Yuyu asked, "Where are Yilin, Meng Meng, and Huangbai? They ate together yesterday, but today they were gone." Lan Yuyu was worried that they had nothing to eat. "Don't worry, they're all-day students and went out to eat," Yilin explained. Just now in the court, Huangbai said that Gao Meng Meng wanted to treat him to a meal, so he gave the meal coupon to himself. It's only been a few days, and the 2 have become so familiar with each other. They bicker all day long, just like a pair of bickering lovers. At this moment, outside the school, Huangbai and Gao Meng Meng had also finished their meal and were on their way back to school. Huangbai said he wanted to lose weight, so Gao Meng Meng took him out for a steak. Gao Meng Meng sat on the back of the motorcycle and complained, "Fatty, sit forward a little. You're squeezing me out. I only have a small space to sit here. Why are you creating such a big space between me and me?" Huangbai complained that there was enough space between the 2 of them for another person. Men and women should not touch each other. Gao Meng Meng was unwilling to move forward even a little bit. If he got too close, the fat guy would hit him as soon as he braked. But it's hard to control the car if you do this. What if you fall? That's because you don't have good skills. Bullshit. I'm the best motorcycle driver in Qingyuan. Huangbai drove left and right and finally arrived at the school gate. After parking the car, Gao Meng Meng quickly said, "Fatty, come on. I'll treat you to the best drink in our county." "I'm losing weight." Huangbai was not very willing to do so. He couldn't lose weight, and Chin Sini would not like him. "Lose your head. You just said you wanted to lose weight, but you ended up eating 2 servings of steak. Men's mouths are deceitful. Get out of here." Having said that, Gao Meng Meng dragged Huangbai to Yoka opposite the school. At this time, Yoka is crowded. Students entering the school always want to bring a cup in, and people outside also want to buy a cup to quench their thirst or take it home for their children. A lot of people, Gao Mingming had a worried look on her face, and it was obvious that she didn't want to queue. Fatty, didn't you say you were losing weight? Go line up and buy it for us. Why do I have to line up? If you, a grown man, don't queue, why should I? Ms. Guan AI, please be a gentleman. I don't even have to queue up to buy things here. Gao Mingming was full of disbelief. You were just bragging. Don't cut in line. I won't care if you get beaten up. Huang Bai walked straight to the front. Sister, give me 4 cups of lemon fruit. Hey, Xiaobang is here. Please wait a moment. Where is the boss? Why didn't he come with you? Qin Hui asked. The boss is busy dating in school. After a while, the waiter brought 4 glasses of lemon juice to Huang Bai without charging him any money. Gao Mingming was shocked when she saw this. Not only did he cut in line, but he also didn't pay. What is going on? Hey, Fatty, is this shop owned by your family? Huang Bai chuckled and said, It's not me who drives it. It's my brother who drives it. Your brother? It's Yi Lin. This shop is owned by Brother Lin. This is a secret. Brother Lin didn't let me tell anyone. I told you this because I treat you as a brother. Don't spread it around. Go away. Who is your brother? What? You want to be my brother before you become my sworn brother? Brother Lin and I have never been sworn brothers, so you don't deserve that privilege. Get lost. You old woman, go to hell with your brother. You said this was opened by Yilin? Are you sure? Gao Mingming couldn't believe it. Why would I lie to you? Brother Lin told me that I can drink as much as I want here from now on. Otherwise, why do you think they are so polite to me? Huang Bai said this with a look of pride. This shop is so popular. Won't Yilin be able to make a lot of money? That's for sure. Brother Ling once asked me to invest in opening this store, but I refused. Why? You don't even want to make so much money, you pig. Gao Mingming didn't understand. How did I know it was so popular? Huang Bai does feel a little regretful when he thinks about it now. But I just felt a little regretful, and I wasn't jealous of it. Even if Yilin opened it, you didn't have to pay, but you wouldn't have ordered 4 cups, right? Why are you so greedy? Gao Mingming looked at the lemon in Huang Bai's hand and cursed. What are you thinking? You drink 1 cup, I drink 1 cup, then Yilin and Lan Yuyu won't drink too. Yes, I forgot. Sorry. Gao Mingming was a little embarrassed. She was only thinking about herself and Huang Bai and forgot about the other 2. However, after knowing that this shop was opened by Yilin, Gao Mingming admired him more and more. Smart, handsome, and financially savvy, he is indeed the Prince Charming in girls' minds. But she wondered why she was not interested in Yilin. Maybe it was because Lan Yuyu got there first. She doesn't like to destroy other people's feelings. She thought it would be great if this idiot Huang Bai was half as powerful as Yilin. Suddenly, Gao Mingming was disgusted with her own ideas. I was thinking that something was wrong with me these days. Why was I always comparing that loser Huang Bai with Yilin? Chapter 49. The drunkard's intentions are not drinking. After self-study in the evening, Huang Bai sent Gao Mingming home. Gao Mingming's home is not a residential house, but a self-built villa. There are mountains and water in the yard, just like a small park. Mingming. Huang Bai had just stopped his motorcycle when a slightly accusatory voice came from behind. Mom, why are you here? Gao Mingming quickly got out of the car and handed the helmet to Huang Bai. Aren't I waiting for you to come home? Who is this? Gao Mingming's mother pointed at Huang Bai, who was sitting on the motorcycle, and asked. Looking at this flashy motorcycle, you can tell that this fat boy is a bad boy. Mom, he is my classmate. His name is Huang Bai. Hello, Auntie. I'm Mingming's classmate, Gao Mingming. I'm going home. Huang Bai stepped on the accelerator and quickly fled. Mingming, are you in love? Looking at Huang Bai's receding back, Gao Mingming's mother asked. Mom, what are you talking about? You didn't misunderstand that I was in love with him, did you? It's very possible. Tell me the truth. Did you lie to your dad and tell him you were taking tutoring classes at school and then secretly hang out with that guy? Gao Mingming was furious after hearing this. Mom, what are you thinking about all day long? I'm in love with him? How is that possible? With his ugly appearance, no one would like him. I'm really tutoring with my classmates at school. Gao's mother led Gao Mingming into the house and locked the door. Really? Really? I'm not lying to you. Didn't I tell you that there's a very talented girl who transferred into our class? She got first place in the school in this monthly exam. And she gave extra lessons to one of our male classmates. Yilin, you know him, right? I know. Your father and I once joined forces with other parents to demand that the school expel him. How could this bastard actually ask others to tutor him? Gao Mingming answered with admiration. Yes, Yilin took tutoring lessons with her for about 10 days. She scored 520 points in the monthly exam. She went from the bottom to the top few hundred in the school. She scored higher than me. Hearing this, Gao's mother was also shocked. He won't cheat, right? Gao Mingming opened the door and walked in. Impossible. Many people in the school also suspected that he plagiarized others. Later, the teachers checked the answer sheets and found that he had written it himself. How is this possible? How can someone who normally performs so poorly get such a high score in just 10 days? There must be something wrong. Gao Mingming smelled a fragrance as soon as she entered the door. Mom, did you eat something delicious with Dad while I was away? At this time, Gao Mingming's father brought over a pot of hot pot. What are you talking about? If you don't come home, your mother and I will have to wait for you to come home before we can eat. Why is the food so good tonight? Gao Mingming was puzzled. Putting down the hot pot, Father Gao said, we opened a new branch in the city today to celebrate. What were you talking about just now? Gao's mother smiled and said, nothing. Mingming said that Yi Lin was the guy we asked to be expelled from school before. He was usually at the bottom of the class. He took tutoring classes with that Lan, and this time in the monthly exam, his score was higher than Mingming's, and he was in the top few hundred in the school. Is there such a thing? You wouldn't copy someone else's work, would you? Gao's father was very interested in this topic. After all, he was a guy who couldn't be fired even after joint reports. Gao Mingming picked up a meatball and said while shouting, impossible. He usually pretends to be stupid. He once ranked first in the school. How could such a person be stupid? He is so amazing now. Looking at their daughter's admiring eyes, the two had a bad feeling. Father Gao asked, how is it so powerful? I tell you, he is not only good at studying and playing basketball, but also good at doing business. In today's basketball game, we were about to lose. At halftime, the score was 5-29. Our class had 5 points, and then Yi Lin came on the court. Gao Mingming described the scene with gestures, and it sounded like a god descending to earth. The more Gao Mingming admired Yi Lin, the more solemn their expressions became. If it's really as he thought, that bastard will never be able to enter the Gao family. She would never allow her daughter to get together with such a person. The bad impression of Yi Lin has been deeply rooted in Gao Mingming's parents' hearts. He is just a little gangster and is extremely bad. After talking about Yi Lin's basketball deeds, Gao Mingming pretended to be mysterious and said, and do you know? I discovered a big secret today. Seeing her parents' expectant faces, Gao Mingming explained, that's the Yodia shop outside the school gate. It's owned by Yi Lin. Oh my God. I can't believe that a high school student like him actually opened such a popular shop. Do you think he's good at business? Hearing this, the two were shocked. They are all in the catering business. Gao Mingming's parents have paid attention to the store in front of the school, which is indeed very popular. Father Gao asked in disbelief, Mingming, are you sure he opened that shop? Yes, it's the fat guy who just sent me home. He is Yi Lin's good brother. He just took 4 cups of fruit tea for free today. He also said that Yi Lin once tried to get him to invest, but he refused because he thought it was risky. How stupid. Hearing this, Father Gao threw away his previous bad impression of Yi Lin and asked, Mingming, you are now taking tutoring with a transfer student in your class, and Yi Lin is also taking tutoring with her. So do you usually take tutoring together? Gao Mingming quickly ate a few bites of meat and said, together. Fatty, Yi Lin, and Lan Yuyu and I are studying together now. Lan Yuyu and Yi Lin usually teach me. I have learned a lot in the past few days. What they teach is much better than those tutors you find. I can learn it as soon as I listen. Yi Lin is still teaching you. Gao's mother couldn't believe it. Yeah, isn't that right? He's pretending to be dumb, but he's actually very smart. If it weren't for Lan Yuyu transferring to the same school and becoming his desk mate, this guy wouldn't have revealed himself as a hidden academic tyrant during the college entrance exam. Seeing her parents puzzled, Gao Mingming explained, let me tell you a secret. Yi Lin likes Lan Yuyu, but Lan Yuyu is a good student and Yi Lin is a bad student. If he wants to pursue Lan Yuyu, he can only become a good student. So he became a good student and stopped pretending to be stupid. A high school student is talking about love all day long, so hurry up and eat yours. Gao's mother was afraid that her daughter's premature love would affect her college entrance examination, so she wanted her to talk less about this topic. Father Gao thought thoughtfully. It is indeed possible for a boy to change for the person he likes. Then why did he pretend to be stupid before? Gao's mother said, is he sick for a good person to pretend to be a poor student? You don't understand. Boys of this age are in their rebellious period. If they meet a few bad friends, they can only pretend to be a bad student in order to hang out with these bad friends. Gao Mingming nodded. I think what Dad said is right. All of Yi Lin's former friends were poor students, including Huang Bai and the fat guy just now. Oh, changing for love, reminding you of your youth. Mother Gao looked at Father Gao with an unfriendly face. What are you talking about? Why am I thinking about youth? Father Gao was indeed recalling the past just now, but he could not admit it, otherwise he would be dead. Hee hee, Ming Ming, your dad used to be a dog licker and was very affectionate. Gao's mother told Gao Ming Ming about Gao's father's youth. While the two were talking, Father Gao quickly changed the subject. Ming Ming, next time, ask Lan Yuyu to come to your house for dinner. What? Gao's mother asked, not knowing what this guy was thinking. They're giving your daughter extra lessons. Why don't you treat them to a meal? Can't you just explain it clearly in one sentence? Just say you want to treat someone to a meal. How would I know what you're going to do? Okay. I'll make it clear next time. Dad, Mom, but Lan Yuyu is quite shy. If you invite her directly, she probably won't come. But if Yulin invites her, she will definitely be willing to come. Gao Mingming knew Lan Yuyu's personality, and she only dared to go out when Yulin was around. This was exactly what Gao's father meant. He just wanted to date Yulin, but he said this when he heard that Yulin liked Lan Yuyu. He had other intentions. Then you can ask Yulin to bring her here. Don't the four of you often study together? Yulin is also teaching you knowledge, so why don't you come together? But don't you hate Yulin? Gao Mingming was puzzled, and was also afraid that when Yulin came home, her parents would scold her and warn him to stay away from her. I didn't like him before, but didn't you say he's become very good? It would be nice to meet him, so we can feel relieved. Then I'll invite them over this Saturday. After dinner, the family went back to their rooms to rest. When they arrived at the room, Gao's mother asked Gao's father what the meaning of asking Yulin to come home was. She knew that it was impossible for her husband to invite Lan Yuyu to dinner. Sure enough, when Mr. Gao expressed his intention, Mrs. Gao realized that he had other intentions. Fortunately, I didn't refuse it outright. Chapter 50, the end of the game. The next day, there are classes in the morning and sports competitions in the afternoon. There are competitions for both boys and girls in Class 1. At the end of the game, the girls' volleyball team lost. This time, Yilin, Qin Tianzhu, and other boys played together and easily won the game and entered the top 5. The top 5 are Class 1, Class 9, Class 14, Class 15, and Class 19. The top 5 finals will adopt a point system, and each class will take a turn. 3 to 4 games can be played every afternoon. Therefore, the top 10 competition has just ended, and the classes that enter the top 5 will continue to compete, which is a test of the player's endurance. We continue to play 2 more games. In the first game, Class 1 played against Class 9 and won. The second game is against Class 15. Due to lack of strength, Class 1 lost the match to Class 15. The game ended quite late, and Gao Mingming was worried that Yulin and the others would have no food to eat later. So she asked Lan Yuyu to go with her, and the two of them went to the cafeteria to get some food first. After dinner, the two sat at the table to guard the food. I didn't have a chance to ask for dinner all day. Just as Yulin and the others hadn't arrived yet, Gao Mingming couldn't wait to say, Yo, come to my house for dinner on Saturday. Lan Yuyu was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Ah, are we going to your house for dinner? Yes, my parents heard that you helped me with my studies, so they wanted to treat you to a meal to express their gratitude. Ming, but I'm not free on the weekend. Lan Yuyu made an excuse. But Yulin will be there too. Are you sure you don't want to go? Hearing that Yulin was also going, Lan Yuyu did not hesitate too much and replied, Yulin is going too? Well, if Yulin is going, I will go too. He just said he was busy, but when he heard Yulin was going, he became free. Gao Mingming teased her deliberately. But Yo, didn't you say you were busy on the weekend? Lan Yuyu quickly explained, Ming, I was worried that Yulin would have to make up lessons with me on the weekend, so I said I was busy. At this time, Yulin and Huangbai found them. What are you talking about? Yulin asked. The two of them sat down listlessly. There's nothing to talk about. Let's eat quickly or the food is getting cold. Gao Mingming said. After eating for a while, Gao Mingming asked Yulin, come to my house for dinner on Saturday. Yulin was confused. Why? My parents heard that you helped me with my studies, so they wanted to treat you to a meal to express their gratitude. At this time, Lan Yu looked at Gao Mingming blankly. She had just asked herself the same question. Didn't she say Yulin was going too? Why did she ask again? And Yulin didn't seem to know about this. But I don't have time on weekends. Yulin refused directly, saying that he had to go to the store to reconcile the accounts on the weekend, and eating was not as important as tutoring with Lan Yuyu. Besides, Gao Mingming's parents hated her so much that they even went to school to expel her. I'm afraid this is a Hongmin banquet, so it's better not to go. No time? Fine then. Only Yo will be with me on Saturday. Gao Mingming looked regretful. Little Bean Sprout, are you going? Yulin was puzzled. This shouldn't be the case. Before Lan Yuyu could explain, Gao Mingming said, Yuyu just promised me that she would invite you to come with her. Are you really busy? After saying that, Gao Mingming quickly picked up a chicken leg from her own bowl and put it into Lan Yuyu's bowl to divert her attention. Hey, you eat this chicken drumstick. I can't eat anymore. Ming, I don't want to eat. I'm full. Lan Yuyu quickly took the chopsticks and tried to pick it back. Huang Bai reached out the bowl and took it. Are you full? Give it to me. After today's high-intensity competition, Huang Bai felt like he had lost 10 pounds and was extremely hungry. Yilin looked at Lan Yuyu and saw that she had no objection, so he decided to go. Yilin replied, If Xiao Dia goes, then I will go too. Okay, it's a deal. When I get home tonight, I'll ask my mom to buy some groceries for Saturday, and we'll celebrate your outstanding performance at the sports meet. Gao Mingming didn't ask Yilin for help. Didn't you say you were not free on the weekend? After all, Lan Yuyu is easy to coax, and he really wouldn't go if Yilin confronted him like that. Just agree to it. Originally, Gao Mingming planned to ask when Yilin was alone, but Yilin followed Lan Yuyu all day long, never leaving her side, so there was no chance at all. Fortunately, Lan Yuyu didn't explain anything now. It seemed that after hearing Yilin say so, she had no objection. Huang Bai was a little sad because Gao Mingming called them and left them out. She said that her parents invited them to dinner to thank Lan Yuyu and Yilin for teaching her knowledge, so there was definitely no share for her. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt, so Huang Bai just ate his meal quickly. Seeing this, Gao Mingming couldn't help but want to laugh. She just deliberately didn't call Huang Bai. Fatty, you two, come along when the time comes. We are a small group of 4 now, and we can't be missing anyone. Gao Mingming was afraid that he would cry out of grievance, so she spoke quickly. Gao Mingming has experienced this feeling of loneliness. It's like 3 people are walking, and the 2 people in front are talking and laughing, but the person behind will feel lonely and feel like he has been abandoned at that moment. Therefore, Gao Mingming did not leave Huang Bai alone for too long. Hearing this, Huang Bai was so moved that he almost shed tears. Is there a share for me? Of course there is. You take me home every night. Even if there is no credit, it is still hard work. Good brother, it's rare that you remember my kindness. Hearing this, Gao Mingming stood up and slapped his fat head that looked like a boiled egg. Get lost, who calls you a brother? Then she grabbed Huang Bai's big fat ears and said, I am a woman. Huang Bai was in so much pain that he kept screaming, Not my brother, not my brother, you're a great beauty, super great beauty. Ming, please let me go, it hurts. You're smart. Gao Mingming let go with one hand. Yilin watched with a smile. These 2 people were quite interesting. The next day, the basketball game continued, and all the top 5 classes took a turn. Class 1 and Class 19 are tied with 3 points and will play the championship match next. Class 9 scored 2 points and got 3rd place. Class 14 and Class 15 each scored 1 point each and are competing for the top 4. The championship match and the semi-final match will be held during evening study time. After dinner, the competition officially started at 7 p.m. The competition was extremely intense, and the cheers on the playground were deafening. Especially the girls who came to cheer for Yilin. They formed circles around him. Outside the school, hearing the cheering, a little girl named Xiling from Yoka asked, Sister Chin, are these people shouting the boss's name? That should be the case. I heard there is a basketball game tonight. I guess the boss is playing basketball. Hearing this, Ling was stunned, her heart filled with longing for campus life. She only regretted that she didn't study hard. If she had continued studying, maybe she could have met a boy as outstanding as her boss. The game ended and Class 1 lost. Although Yilin was very powerful, the strength gap between the 2 sides was too great, and he was powerless to turn the situation around. In addition, Qin Tianzhu wanted to show off too much in the last game and made frequent mistakes. Otherwise, he could have scored a few more goals. Although it cannot affect the losing situation, at least it will not be a very ugly loss. On the other side, Class 15 won the semifinals. At this point, all competitions of the Qingyuan Middle School sports meet have ended. Class 1 was very satisfied with this result, as it was a height their class had never reached before. Before Yilin came on the court, they didn't even dare to think about making it into the top 10, let alone the top 5, or even the current championship game. Chapter 51, Her Confession. After the game, Ling Facua stood outside the playground holding a bouquet of bright red roses. Tonight she was wearing a black dress. The skirt was not very long, revealing a pair of long white legs. These days, Yilin has been breaking into her world all the time. He is so sunny and charming. The way he is now, he is finally qualified to be my boyfriend. So, Ling Facua decided to accept Yilin tonight. There are so many girls in the school pursuing Yilin. She wants to hold Yilin in her hands and make those girls envious. Wave after wave of students came out of the stadium. Ling Facua hid the flowers behind her back and waited anxiously for Yilin to appear. At this moment, she really couldn't wait to see Yilin. Seeing Ling Facua standing at the entrance of the stadium dressed up carefully, many boys stared at her intently, and some even turned back to take a few more glances as they passed by. The boy who thought he was very handsome tried to chat with Ling Facua, but Ling Facua pretended not to hear him and ignored him. Yilin, Lan Yuyu, Gao Mingming, and Huang Bai came out together. Seeing Yilin, Ling Facua smiled and called him in a tender voice, Yilin. The four of them turned to look. Yilin was puzzled. What did she want to do with him? Would he be having another attack and say that he was such a good basketball player just to show off to her? Then I'll say something like, even if you're a great basketball player, I won't forgive you. Yilin glanced at Lan Yuyu, and seeing that she had no emotion or change, he asked, what do you want to talk to me about? Ling Facua took out the rose hidden behind her and handed it to her chest, showing a sweet smile. This flower is for you. I have decided to forgive you, and I think you are qualified to be with me now, but I want to wait until after graduation before announcing our relationship. Okay? The school beauty personally gave flowers to someone to express her love, and it happened at the entrance of the stadium. A crowd of onlookers instantly gathered around. Wow! Countless people cheered, and countless people envied. Who says there is no spring for bootlickers? Look at Yilin. He has been a bootlicker for many years, and now he has caught the school beauty. Lan Yuyu felt that she should be very happy now. After all, Ling Facua was the girl that Yilin liked, and she was willing to be with Yilin now. But she didn't know why she felt sad, as if she had just lost $100. Huang Bai wanted to scold Ling Facua, but Gao Mingming covered his mouth. Fatty, this is none of your business. Don't say anything, or I'll tear you apart. Gao Mingming believes in Yilin. Although Yilin has been pursuing Ling Facua for a long time, she always feels that Yilin will not abandon Lan Yuyu. If Yilin had heard Ling Facua's words before, he would have run around the campus with joy. But now, I really don't feel anything. I even feel a little disgusted. What does it mean to be qualified to be with her? Leave your flowers and qualifications to others. I'm not worthy of them. After saying that, Yilin took Lan Yuyu's hand and said, Little bean sprout, let's go. Ling Facua suddenly felt heartbroken and yelled, Why? I've already bowed to you. What else do you want from me? Why are you still acting for me? Yilin, you obviously like me very much. Why are you willing to make me unhappy? Hearing this heart-wrenching cry, Yilin turned around and said, Ling Facua, I did like you before, but I don't like you anymore, so please don't be so sentimental anymore. You're lying. Ling Facua didn't believe it at all. Believe it or not. After saying that, Yilin took Lan Yuyu away. Ling Facua was so angry that she threw the roses at the fence of the stadium to vent her anger. The petals fell all over the ground, and she wiped away her tears and ran back to the classroom. She deserves it. She used to hook up with Brother Lin. Huang Bai Kurset. Fatty, have you heard of Later? Gao Mingming asked. I haven't heard of it. What does it mean? This is a song with a line in it. Some people, once you miss them, you'll never see them again. Gao Mingming looked to Huang Bai with deep affection. Oh, I understand. You know what? This song really suits Ling Facua. She deserves it for missing out on Brother Lin. The two hurried back to the classroom. Although the game was over, it was only a little after 8 o'clock, so they went back to read some more books. Soon Ling Facua's affairs spread throughout the school. There are also many versions. What is a dog who licks the dog counterattacks and becomes a male god, and the school beauty confesses her love but is rejected. The school beauty failed to express her love, and the male idol held the ugly duckling's hand on the spot. The latest result of the school beauty's fight for a man, the ugly duckling wins. Back in the classroom, Ling Facua lay on the table and started crying. Zhao Rongrong was frightened. What was going on? She cried bitterly. When Ling Facua's mood recovered a little, she found out that the school beauty had broken up. No, it's not called heartbreak. After all, we're not even in love yet. It should be considered as a confession being rejected. Ling Facua always thought that Yilin liked her, so she always treated Yilin with condescension. She never expected that when she accepted it, Yilin no longer liked her. Judging from the current situation, Yilin has already moved on from this relationship, but Ling Facua has just fallen into it. In this instant, he went from being licked to being the one licking the dog. Zhao Rongrong said, Facua, I think Yilin really doesn't like you anymore. Impossible. He liked me so much before and confessed his love to me every day. He would buy me whatever I wanted. How could he not like me? He was just acting on purpose to annoy me and get close to that ugly duckling. Facua, maybe he really wasn't acting. You clearly said that he was acting for me. How come he's not acting anymore? What can she use to compete with me for that ugly duckling? But her grades are top in the school, and sometimes a person's love for someone isn't just based on appearance. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. Those men couldn't even walk when they saw me. I don't believe Yilin doesn't like me. He's with such an ugly woman every day. Isn't he afraid of having nightmares? Zhao Rongrong was speechless. She thought her best friend must be crazy. Couldn't she see that Yilin had changed? I no longer want to be her bootlicker. Maybe Yilin is too outstanding now, and Ling Facua wants to conquer him. Yes, Ling Facua is like this. The better you treat her, the less she will cherish you. On the other side, Yilin noticed that Lan Yuyu was a little unhappy, probably because she was jealous again. It took a long time of coaxing and deceiving before she finally smiled. When Qin Tianju heard what Yilin had just done, he immediately felt that Yilin was much more pleasing to the eye. He walked to Yilin's desk and asked in disbelief, Old Yi, do you really not like Ling Facua? She just wanted to be with you. She's Ling Facua, the school beauty. How could you reject her? Dislike. Okay, as long as you don't like Ling Facua, we will be brothers from now on. After saying that, Qin Tianju started cleaning with great enthusiasm. Suddenly thinking of something, Qin Tianju chuckled and said, Old Yi, remember to call me when you bully Ling Facua next time. Without waiting for Yilin and the others to ask why, Qin Tianju said, Then I can be a hero and save the beauty. As long as I help her scold you a few times, she will definitely fall in love with me. Yilin, Huang Bai, and Gao Mingming were all speechless. Lan Yuyu said angrily, Qin Tianju, if you dare to scold Yilin, I will tell Teacher Long. Hearing this, Yilin immediately felt that Lan Yuyu was very cute and wanted to hug her. Lan Yuyu, I'm not really scolding old Yi. You know what Zhou Yu meant by beating Huang Gai, right? We are acting on purpose for Ling Facua to see. As long as I catch up with Ling Facua, I will treat you to a big meal. Even acting is not okay. Yilin, we won't act with him. Lan Yuyu said this angrily. Okay, his idea. I'll listen to you. Qin Tianju exclaimed, wow. Lan Yuyu is not very tall, but very fierce. Thinking of something important, Qin Tianju said, Old Yi, the squad leader said that you made the greatest contribution to this game, and you will go to receive the award at the award ceremony tomorrow. How about you please be kind and let me go? After all, I am the captain. Yilin knew what this guy was thinking. He must be trying to show it to Ling Facua. However, Yilin didn't care about going on stage to receive the award and just satisfied Qin Tianju. Said, You can go if you want. I have no interest in going on stage. Okay, I'll go talk to the squad leader right away. Dropping the broom, Qin Tianju rushed to the front row to find the squad leader. Chapter 52, Awards Carnival. The next day, Friday, after the morning class, the whole school gathered during the break for the sports meeting award ceremony. Qingyuan Middle School Principal Su Qifeng took the stage to deliver a speech. Yilin looked at his uncle. His mental state had been getting worse and worse in recent years. He was probably worried about his precious son. It was his eldest cousin who introduced Yilin to bad things. I don't know how he is doing now. Su Qifeng said a lot of polite words, and finally the awards ceremony began. Each project is sent to 3 grades together. The first award was for the field event. Class 1 monitor Qiao Yuchi won second place in the high jump in the senior class. After the field events, it's time for the track events. All the award-winning athletes and class representatives have come on stage, except Yilin. After all, breaking the school record in long-distance running is the last thing he should do. Su Qifeng didn't expect that Yilin, this bastard, would break the school record. The host announced, In this track and field competition, a student from our school broke the school long-distance running record. His name will be engraved in the history of our school. So let's welcome this student to the stage with warm applause to receive the award. Please invite Yilin to the stage to receive the award. Yilin walked out of the class line and headed towards the flag-raising platform. There was not only applause, but also countless cheers from the audience. Li Jianya turned his head and whispered to Su Qifeng, Principal Su, your nephew is very popular with girls. You won't have to worry about finding a wife in the future. Su Qifeng smiled with relief. Yilin came to the stage, and Su Chifeng personally presented the award to him. After putting the gold medal on Yilin, Su Chifeng reminded him, "It's rare for you to fight for your reputation. I hope you can study hard in the remaining time, and don't be like your cousin." Yilin didn't say anything. Looking at his uncle's behavior, he guessed that his eldest cousin was still causing trouble like before. The awards ceremony for the track and field events is over, and next is the awards ceremony for the ball games. First, the awards for table tennis, badminton, and volleyball were presented. Finally, the awards ceremony for the men's basketball game was held. First, the participating class received encouragement awards, followed by the top 10. The last 5 to appear were the top 5. Qin Tianzhu stood on the stage holding a large banner and looked in the direction of Class 5. Such a handsome moment must be seen by Ling Facua. When he saw Ling Facua and found that she didn't even look at him, Qin Tianzhu wanted to run down to her and show off. Next, please invite the MVP of this basketball game to come on stage to receive the award. Please welcome Yilin. As the host's voice fell, the whole audience screamed. Yilin suddenly felt like a star. Yilin came on stage, and Ling Facua watched him walk up intently. This scene made Qin Tianzhu feel itchy. Ling Facua looked towards the stage, facing Yilin, and Qin Tianzhu immediately waved and greeted Ling Facua. Unfortunately, Ling Facua ignored him and just looked at Yilin. It was unclear whether there was love or hate in her dark eyes. After the awards ceremony, the principal gave a speech. Then it was Li Jianya who finished the game. Li Jianya coughed twice and said, "Congratulations to the students and classes who won awards in this sports meet. Students who didn't win awards should not be sad. There will always be wins and losses in life. Work hard and you'll be the next winner. I declare the 2008 Qingyuan Middle School Sports Meet a complete success. Students, please don't move yet. We are not dismissed yet. I have one more thing to announce. There are still 2 months until New Year's Day. Starting from next week, each class can rehearse for the New Year's Day party. In principle, it cannot take up class time. In November, the school will conduct the first program screening. Okay, dismissed." The award ceremony took the whole morning, and there was only one class left, which was arranged by the class teacher. There will be no more classes in the afternoon, and this half day will be used for class activities. Every year during the sports award ceremony, each class would basically use their prize money to buy snacks and eat, drink, and have fun in the classroom. Classes that don't have much bonus can use class funds to buy it. Class 1 was very proud this time. Lan Yuyu walked into the office with her head held high. Yilin hung the 2 gold medals on Lan Yuyu and also gave the record-breaking envelope bonus to Lan Yuyu. However, Lan Yuyu didn't want it, so Yilin asked her to hand it in later to be used as funds for class activities. Gao Mingming looked at Lan Yuyu with envy on her face. Not only Gao Mingming, but every girl on the way back to the classroom was envious when she saw the ugly duckling with 2 gold medals hanging next to Yilin. It's not fair that I'm not good-looking, but I could be favored by Yilin. 10 minutes after the meeting, almost all members of Class 1 returned to the classroom. After a while, Lung Yinxiu came in with a smile on her face. Seeing the teacher so happy, Chinsini smiled and said, "Teacher Lung, this is the first time I see you so happy." "Of course I'm happy. The top student in the school is my student. The one who broke the school record in the sports meet is also my student. Plus, you guys have won so many awards. How can I not be happy?" Lung Yinxiu couldn't stop smiling. "Teacher, you look younger and more beautiful when you smile." Xiao Yuqi suddenly felt that Lung Yinxiu looked very beautiful when she smiled. Yeah. Lung Yinxiu was extremely happy. "Really, teacher, you are the school belle of our school." Hearing this, Lung Yinxiu couldn't help laughing. "This is the first time I heard that the school beauty is a teacher's." "Okay, stop being so joking and let's get down to business. Qin Tianzhu, hang our class's awards and banners on the blackboard at the back." "Okay, teacher. Class monitor, how much money did our class win in this sports meet?" 400 yuan for the basketball game, 100 yuan for the volleyball game, 100 yuan for the 400-meter relay race, plus 50 yuan for my high jump and 50 yuan for He Xiaowei's badminton, a total of 700 yuan. Xiao Yuqi took out his notebook and read. After listening to this, the whole class collectively exclaimed, "Wow." In previous years, it was basically 200 to 300 yuan, but this year there's so much money. This class activity is really great. Just then, Lan Yuyu raised her hand. "What's wrong, Yo-Yo?" Lan Yuyu walked up to the stage and took out an envelope. "Teacher, this is Yilin's bonus. He said he would use it for class activities." Lung Yinxiu looked at Yilin. "Yilin, There are 500 yuan in here, are you sure? Teacher, I could not have won the first place without the encouragement and support from my classmates. As the ancients said, happiness alone is not as good as happiness with others. It is more interesting to spend this money together with everyone. Okay, squad leader, remember this. The whole class sighed, and many people admired him. Yilin was so generous, and other athletes were not stingy either, and also contributed their prize money. But not as many as Yilin. After all, they couldn't get any ranking. The most is 30 yuan, and most of the time the school gives 5 yuan as a reward to students who did not win the prize. After Xiao Yuqi finished the statistics, the total amount was 1,395 yuan. After school at noon, Xiao Yuqi led the class leaders to buy snacks. The whole afternoon was spent in carnival. In addition, Xiao Yuqi and her friends bought a big cake, and the whole class fell into chaos. Lan Yuyu was covered in cream. Li Jianya was inspecting the class activities. As soon as he walked to the door of Class 1, he was hit by a large ball of cream. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he was pulled in by the students, and then countless hands smeared cream on him. Seeing someone attracting fire, Lan Yuyu quickly stepped aside. Li Jianya was so anxious after being smeared by the students that he shouted, "Stop! What are you doing? Stop it now." The students were so drunk that they couldn't hear anything. Li Jianya wiped the cream off his eyes, finally opened his eyes, and looked around for several times before he saw Lan Yuyu. He asked angrily, "Teacher Lung, don't you care about it?" Lan Yuyu smiled and said, "Director, I can't control it. This is what youth looks like. Just enjoy it." Okay. Li Jianya rolled up his sleeves after hearing this. Seeing that Li Jianya was really angry, the classmates didn't dare to make trouble anymore. Li Jianya angrily smeared cream on his body twice, and then smeared it on his classmates with an excited look on his face. Lan Yuyu was also dumbfounded by this scene. I thought Li Jianya was going to be furious, but it turned out that the usually serious director of political education was actually mingling with the students. Facing the attacks from his classmates, Yilin protected Lan Yuyu tightly until they finished eating the cake. Lan Yuyu was the only one who escaped in the class, but she couldn't miss out on the joyous occasion. Yilin scraped the cream off his body and smeared 2 marks on her face. Chapter 53, More Beautiful Than a Fairy. On Saturday, because Gao Mingming asked them to go to her house early, Huang Bai got up early in the morning, dressed himself up, and then came to pick up Yilin. Huang Bai arrived at Gao Mingming's house with ease. "Fatty, give me the car, you go in first. Aren't you going in together?" Huang Bai felt a little embarrassed to go in by himself. "I still have to pick up the little bean sprouts." After saying that, Yilin pushed Huang Bai off the car, then did a Thomas spin on the motorcycle. Huang Bai was full of envy. His posture was so cool, but he couldn't learn it. Every time he did this, the car fell to the ground. Yilin went to the school to pick up Lan Yuyu and walked over slowly. "Little bean sprout, hold on tight, or you'll fall, and it will be bad." "Oh." Lan Yuyu immediately grabbed Yilin's clothes around his waist tightly. When they arrived at an intersection, Yilin suddenly braked. Lan Yuyu had no time to react and fell directly on Yilin's back. "Little bean sprout, it's too dangerous. You'd better hold on to me, or you'll fall and it will be bad." "Huh? No, Yilin, I'm holding on tightly. I won't fall." Seeing that his trick failed, Yilin had no choice but to continue driving forward slowly. But it would be too fast to just go there directly. Yilin finally had the opportunity to have close contact with Lan Yuyu, so he chose the longest route. "Is Mengming's home so far away, Yilin? She would be too tired to come to class." Lan Yuyu felt a little sorry for Gao Mingming as she had to walk such a long distance every day. "It's not that far, Zaidushua. I think I took the wrong road." "Huh? Well, what should we do? How about we call the police?" "No, don't worry. We'll go back the same way. I should remember the route by then." When he was almost at Gao Mingming's house, Yilin returned the same way and then slowly came to the door of Gao Mingming's house. At this time, Huang Bai had not gone in yet. He was sitting on the side of the road, looking completely devoid of energy. Seeing Yilin, he immediately stood up and walked over. "Brother Lin, where have you been? What took you so long?" Yilin got lost just now. Fortunately, he remembered it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to get here. Lan Yuyu quickly explained. "Get lost." Huang Bai was shocked. Yilin could not get lost in Qingyuan County unless the sun rose from the west. "Yeah, I can't remember how to get there all of a sudden." "Fatty, why don't you go in?" Yilin was afraid that the fat man would talk too much, so he quickly changed the subject. "I'm just embarrassed to go in alone. I wanted to wait for you to come and go in together, but you guys didn't arrive until an hour ago. If I had known, I would have gone in first." Huang Bai complained. Sorry, fatty. We didn't mean to take so long. Lan Yuyu quickly apologized. Little bean sprout, he was willing to wait. No need to apologize. Student Lan, don't apologize. I was willing to wait. Otherwise, I would have gone in long ago. Huang Bai didn't dare to make Lan Yuyu unhappy. The last time he said Lan Yuyu was ugly, he was beaten up by Yilin. Knowing that Lan Yuyu is Yilin's Achilles heel, it is better to stay away from her to avoid getting kicked by Yilin again. Let's go in quickly, Yilin said, and the three of them walked towards Gao Mingming's house. Knowing they were coming, the Gao family did not lock the door. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a vivid landscape painting. The 1-meter-deep pond is crystal clear, with hundreds of koi swimming in it, many of which are as thick as thighs. Behind a small garden is a 3-story villa. Yilin didn't feel any emotion at all, as he had seen many villas that were better than this one. Huang Bai was very surprised. It turned out that Gao Mingming's house was so high-end that he couldn't feel it because of the wall outside. Huang Bai felt that his family had some money, but compared to Gao Mingming, it seemed far behind. At least he didn't live in this kind of house. Huang Bai sighed, saying that you really couldn't tell that Gao Mingming was a rich second generation. Lan Yuyu was so shocked that she was speechless. This place was so beautiful. She had never seen such a beautiful house before. It's so much better than my own home, where it always rains. Is this Mingming's home? Lan Yuyu couldn't believe it. Yeah, little bean sprouts. Do they look good? It looks good. You will live in a house like this in the future. Really? Yading. Of course it's true. As long as you study hard, get into a good university, and find a good job, you will be able to live in a house like this. Yilin did not say that he would earn money for her, but let her work hard on her own, which was the real affirmation of her. Anyway, I will bring her into my company in the future and give her whatever amount of money I want. Yeah. Lan Yuyu, not that repeat then. If I study hard, I will be able to live in a house like this in the future, so I must study hard for the exams. This way, Mom and Dad won't have to live in that shabby house anymore. Hearing the noise, Gao Mingming went out. You guys are here. Seeing everyone, Gao Mingming ran over with a happy face. My parents are going to Jiangsheng to do something. They may not be back until noon to cook. Let's go play at home first. After saying that, Gao Mingming grabbed Lan Yuyu and went home. Yilin and Huang Bai followed behind. Arriving in the hall, Gao Mingming said, Yilin, fatty, play by yourselves. There's a little overlord in the drawer under the TV. After saying that, he pulled Lan Yuyu upstairs to his room. Yilin and Huang Bai took out the little overlord from the drawer and connected it to the TV. I have to say that although Gao Mingming is a girl, she has a lot of super game cards. After playing 2 games of Contra, Huang Bai was really too bad, so the two of them started playing Super Mario. As a result, Huang Bai couldn't grab the mushrooms and was unwilling to play anymore. Finally, the two of them started a king of fighters PK. Gao Mingming pulled Lan Yuyu into her room. Looking at the room, which was bigger than her own living room, Lan Yuyu felt a little overwhelmed. Gao Mingming pulled her to sit on the dressing table. Then the transformation began. Mingming, what are you going to do? Hey, Yo-Yo, let me dress you up. Lan Yuyu wanted to refuse, but she couldn't resist Gao Mingming at all, so she could only let her do what she wanted. Gao Mingming braided her hair into a half-tied princess style and put on some light makeup. After finishing her makeup, she opened the wardrobe. She picked out a light yellow long skirt that suited Lan Yuyu's figure from hundreds of skirts, and then asked Lan Yuyu to put on. After Lan Yuyu changed her clothes, Gao Mingming looked very satisfied. She covered Lan Yuyu's eyes and pulled her to the mirror. Let go of your hand. Yo-Yo, open your eyes. Lan Yuyu opened her eyes and was surprised to see herself in the mirror. She seemed to be more beautiful. Yilin will definitely like you the way you are now. Gao Mingming said. Really? Of course it's true. Let's go down. Mingming, why don't you continue like this? Lan Yuyu, I'm sorry. Gao Mingming pulled her out directly. At this time, Huang Bai had been KO'd by Yilin dozens of times, and suddenly felt that this game was boring. Hearing some noise coming from upstairs, he looked back. This was an amazing sight. I saw Gao Mingming pulling a super beautiful girl down. Huang Bai's eyes sparkled. Gao Mingming, is this your classmate? Give me his penguin ID. Gao Mingming heard this and came down and punched him angrily. Yilin. Lan Yuyu lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Yilin. Little bean sprout, you look really good like this. Lan Yuyu was very happy to hear this. I thought that Mingming had not lied to me, and Yilin liked me like this. Yilin looked at Gao Mingming in confusion. Knowing what Yilin was going to ask, Gao Mingming explained, we are in the same dormitory. What's so strange about me knowing that Yuyu is pretty? Yilin thought about it and agreed. At this moment, the only one who was surprised was Huang Bai. He walked over in disbelief. You or Lan Yuyu? Lan Yuyu nodded. At this moment, Huang Bai understood why Yilin was so good to Lan Yuyu. It turned out that she was a Cinderella. No wonder Yilin hit himself when he said Lan Yuyu was ugly. At this moment, Huang Bai wanted to slap himself twice. How is this ugly? She is even prettier than a fairy. Fatty, go to school and keep Xiao Duya's identity a secret, or I'll beat you to death. Yilin was afraid that Huang Bai would say something wrong when he returned to school, so he warned him. Huang Bai chuckled. Brother Lin, you are so outstanding. No one can take Lan away from you. Don't let Lan pretend to be ugly. Let everyone feast their eyes. People say that looking at beautiful women can prolong life. Gao Mingming slapped him in the face and then started beating him. I kept it a secret when I asked you to, but you're still looking at beautiful women. You want to live a long life, right? Huang Bai felt aggrieved. Although Gao Mingming was a rich second generation, she was also a tigress. Who would dare to marry this woman in the future? Chapter 54, Cooking Skills. Several people sat on the sofa watching the show. Half an hour later, Huang Bai was the only one among the four who was still immersed in shock. There's still more than 2 hours until noon, and Gao Mingming's parents will go home to cook, so we probably won't be able to eat until the afternoon. Since I'm free anyway, I might as well take this opportunity to cook a big meal for Lan Yuyu. Mingming, your parents won't be back until noon. How about we cook for ourselves? Now is a good time for your parents to come home and have dinner. After all, it's someone else's family, so Yilin still asked Gao Mingming for her opinion. Shall we do it ourselves? But I can't cook, can you? Gao Mingming didn't have any objections, but she basically never went into the kitchen, or she would just go in to cook some instant noodles. She couldn't cook at all. Huang Bai shook his head. I can't do it either. I know a little bit. Lan Yu said. Really? I've done this before at home. That's great. Anyway, I don't know when my parents will be back at noon, so we can make something to eat first. After saying that, Gao Mingming took Lan Yuyu to the kitchen. Yilin was a little shocked. He didn't expect Lan Yuyu could cook. That would be a good opportunity to try her cooking skills. The four of them walked into the restaurant, and Gao Mingming opened the kitchen door. The kitchen was fully equipped, including 6 gas stoves. Lan Yu looked at the big kitchen and was stunned. This is nothing like my own kitchen. After walking around in a circle, I can't even see a wood stove. Gao Mingming was looking forward to seeing what dish Lan Yuyu would make next. Hey, the meat is in this refrigerator, the vegetables are in this fresh-keeping refrigerator, and the seasoning is in this small fresh-keeping refrigerator. Gao Mingming pointed at several refrigerators and explained. Lan Yuyu said awkwardly, Mingming, I don't know how to use your kitchen. She usually cooks with firewood at home, but Gao Mingming's house is full of things she has never seen before. Not to mention cooking, Lan Yuyu doesn't even know how to cook rice now. Seeing Lan Yuyu's embarrassment, Yilin comforted her. Little bean sprout, it's okay. I'm here for you. Go wait outside. I'll cook. Yilin, you can also cook. Gao Mingming was a little shocked. I often make it myself when no one is at home. Yilin explained. Yilin, let me help you. Lan Yuyu wanted to help Yilin. Little bean sprout, no need. You are wearing such beautiful clothes, you can't do these. It won't look good if it gets dirty. But I'm afraid you'll get tired. It's fine. After saying that, Yilin opened the refrigerator and selected ingredients. Yilin was also shocked when he opened the refrigerator. There are all kinds of meat. They are all frozen goods and need to be taken out and thawed. The sink was filled with water, and Yilin picked out a bag of frogs, a bag of chicken wings, and a bag of chicken feet to thaw. While thawing, open the refrigerator and check. I found a few bags of fresh meat, which seemed to have been bought this morning. A big bag of ribs, a bag of pig's trotters, a bag of beef, a fish, and a big bag of shrimps and crabs. As soon as Yilin saw the ingredients, he immediately thought of what dish to cook. Take out the ribs and blanch them in water. Pour in ginger slices, chop green onions, and cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. The 3 people did not leave the kitchen, but stood aside and watched Yilin operate. Seeing Yilin's smooth operation, Gao Mingming was a little impressed. This guy really knows how to cook. Fatty, learn from your brothers. Look at you, you don't know anything. Whoever marries you in the future will be unlucky. Huang Bai retorted without losing face. Don't you know how to do it? You should learn from my brother Lin. Otherwise, how can you be a good wife and mother in the future? Whoever marries you in the future will be unlucky. While the two were arguing, Yilin had already blanched the ribs, then rinsed them and divided them into 2 portions, one larger and one smaller. Pour oil into a small hot pot and then add rock sugar. Fry until sugar turns brown, pour in a large portion of pork ribs, turn to high heat, and then stir fry in the pan. Oh my god, this is so cool, isn't it? Huang Bai was so impressed by this wave of operations. I feel like Yi Lin's cooking is even better than the chef in my restaurant. Gao Mingming was also impressed by Yi Lin's handsomeness. Lan Yuyu was staring at it, thinking that when she usually cooked, she would just fry the fat to release the oil, then add the vegetables and stir fry until cooked, and then add some salt and MSG. Fortunately, I didn't make it, otherwise it would taste terrible and Yi Lin would definitely dislike it. Yi Lin stir-fried the ribs until golden brown, added a ladle of water, then put in star anise, tangerine peel, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and other seasonings, and simmered over low heat. Then light another stove, put the pot on it, pour the blanched small portions of ribs in, add chopped carrots and corn, and simmer over low heat. At this moment, the chicken wings and chicken feet have been thawed. Yi Lin took out a little of each and fried them until golden brown. Then pour them into the casserole. Then take out some shrimps and crabs, process them, fry them until fragrant, and pour them into the casserole. Then add seasoning and water and boil. Then take out the frying pan and fry the remaining chicken wings until both sides are golden brown. Meng Meng, is there any Coke at home? Yi Lin asked if there wasn't any, he could ask Huang Bai to go out and buy some. Yes, I'll get it for you right away. Gao Mingming went to the restaurant and got a bottle of Coke. Then Yi Lin boiled the cola and the fried chicken wings. Having already made braised spare ribs, Yi Lin decided to just cook the pig's trotters. Take the pressure cooker, wash the pig's trotters, then cut a white radish and add water to cook directly. Then fry the fish and pour the side dishes on top. None of the 6 stoves in the Gao family's kitchen were idle. As expected, good tools can get twice the result with half the effort. If there weren't so many stoves, Yi Lin wouldn't dare to cook so many hard dishes. After all, it takes 1 or 2 hours to cook one dish. If an ordinary kitchen only has 2 stoves, it will take at least a day to cook these dishes. After 2 hours of hard work, Yi Lin finally finished making most of the dishes and was ready to serve after the sauce had been reduced. At this moment, Yi Lin suddenly felt extremely tired. If it wasn't for Lan Yuyu, he wouldn't bother to suffer this. Gao Mingming, Lan Yuyu and Huang Bai went to the restaurant and cleaned the table. Then Huang Bai went in and brought out dishes one by one. Braised spare rib soup, crab meat pot, cola chicken wings, fried fish, stewed pig trotters, spicy frogs, boiled beef, and blanched prawns. Gao Mingming was stunned by the table full of delicious food. If my mother made it, it would definitely not be so rich. This is even more sumptuous than the New Year's Eve dinner at home. Yi Lin came out of the kitchen with a tired look on his face. Lan Yuyu hurried over to greet him. Yi Lin, these dishes are so good. You are amazing. Hearing Lan Yuyu's words, Yi Lin's tiredness was swept away. Little bean sprouts, I made this especially for you. Is it made especially for me? Lan Yuyu was very happy and thought Yi Lin was a really good person. Brother Lin, you are too strong. Huang Bai gave a thumbs up immediately. Gao Mingming also praised. Yi Lin, this smells so good. You are so amazing. At this time, Gao Xingxiang returned home and parked his car in the garage. Then the 3 of them got off the car, and Lu Meijin was carrying a large bag of things. It smells so good. Is it because we came back too late and Meng Meng and the others went out to pack some food for us to eat? Lu Meijin said. Gao Xingxiang replied, eat it if you have already eaten. The children should be hungry at this time. If Master Zhu cooks it, he will have to wait until the afternoon. After saying that, the 3 of them walked into the house. Chapter 55, Being Noticed by the Big Boss. Hearing the door open, Gao Mingming knew her parents were back and ran over to greet them excitedly. Dad, Mom, you're back. Seeing his daughter's excited look, Gao Xingxiang smiled and said, you're back. Your classmates are still here, right? I brought Master Zhu back from Jiangsheng to cook for you. Dad, you don't have to do it. Gao Mingming said happily. Lu Meijin quickly asked, Mingming, have your classmates left? Mom, I haven't left yet. Hearing this, Lu Meijin breathed a sigh of relief. If I leave, all these things I bought will be in vain. Have you eaten yet? Mom, not yet. We are waiting for you to come back and eat together. Come back and eat together? Did you guys go to the restaurant outside and pack up the food? Gao Mingming explained, I didn't go out to buy food. Yi Lin has already prepared the food and is waiting for you to come back and eat together. Has Yi Lin prepared the meal? Gao Xingxiang was a little surprised. He can cook. Lu Meijin was also surprised. Yeah, come here quickly, or it will be cold soon. Gao Mingming pulled her parents over. When they entered the restaurant and saw the table full of food, the three were shocked. These dishes are well cooked and look delicious. Gao Xingxiang looked at the three young men standing next to the table. He knew the fat guy. He often picked up and dropped off his daughter to school recently. Yilin should be this handsome guy. This guy had long hair and looked nonchalant before, but I didn't expect that he looked so serious now. They are completely different people. Gao Xingxiang asked Yilin, "Yilin, did you cook all these dishes?" Yilin replied politely, "Uncle Gao, I made it. I used your kitchen and ingredients. I hope you don't mind." "What are you talking about? How could Uncle blame you? Mengming's mom and I happened to be delayed today. I'm really sorry. Now, I can have a chance to taste the cooking skills of you younger generations. You are both good at literature and martial arts. You are much better than my girl." Gao Xingxiang had a smile on his face and liked Yilin more, and more the more he looked at him. Gao Mingming did not refute. She admired Yilin. This guy was really too strong. He was simply the dream lover of all the girls in Xingyuan Middle School. It's just that I don't have any feelings for him, mostly because of Lan Yuyu. Gao Mingming has this kind of personality. No matter how good a boy is, as long as she knows that he has someone he likes, she will not interfere. Master Zhu looked at the dishes and smiled. "Boss, it looks like I don't have to cook today." "Old Zhu, what are you talking about? Don't we have dinner yet? Don't even think about being lazy. Sit down and eat first." Then everyone took their seats. Master Zhu tasted each dish and praised, "Not bad, although it's a little lacking in heat. It's better than most chefs. You are a very talented chef." Being told that he was almost done, Gao Xingqiang was afraid that Yilin would misunderstand him. So he explained, "Yilin, Lao Zhu rarely praises people. What he said means that you can open a store." Yilin also knew his own cooking abilities. He was okay at cooking home-cooked dishes, but to compete with a chef would be like showing off one's prowess in front of Guangong, so he was not angry. "Thank you, Master Zhu, for the compliment. If I had known that my uncle would bring a chef here today, I wouldn't have made a fool of myself." Master Zhu laughed. The young man was very humble. "Shaolin, are you interested in being my apprentice?" Yilin refused. "Thank you, Master Zhu, for liking me, but my ambition is not to be a chef." "It's okay, Xiaolin. Do you want a drink?" Master Zhu wanted to clink glasses with Yilin. He could drink, but fearing that it would have a bad influence in front of Lan Yuyu, Yilin refused. "Master Zhu, I'm still studying and can't drink. I'll drink a glass of soup with you." "Good." The two men stood up, clinked their glasses, and drank them all in one gulp. Gao Xingqiang stood up and said, "Yilin, I went to school and asked them to expel you before. I'm sorry. Now that you don't care about it and teach my daughter knowledge, I will punish myself by drinking a glass of wine." Gao Xingqiang drank it all in one gulp. "Uncle Gao, what are you apologizing for? I know what kind of person I was in the past. Expelling me is to get rid of harm to the school. I should apologize to you." Yilin stood up and drank a bowl of pork rib soup. Lu Meijin looked at Lan Yuyu, who was standing next to Yilin, and asked, "Are you Lan Yuyu?" Lan Yuyu nodded. "Auntie, I am. You're so handsome. Wow. Thank you for helping Meng Meng with her homework. If you need anything in the future, just tell your auntie. Just treat this place as your own home." Lu Meijin heard from her daughter that Lan Yuyu's family conditions were not very good, so she cared about Lan Yuyu very much. "I also bought a lot of clothes for Lan Yuyu. A large part of the things I just picked up were clothes for Lan Yuyu. After all, Gao Mingming really approves of Lan Yuyu, and she doesn't charge any money for teaching her daughter. As Gao Mingming's mother, it's her duty to buy some clothes for her." Everyone was talking and laughing, but no one paid any attention to Huang Bai. Huang Bai suddenly felt that he was abandoned by the whole world. "Xiaobang, is your father a golden dragon?" Gao Xingqiang asked Huang Bai. Huang Bai was happy that someone finally remembered him. "Yes, Uncle Gao, my name is Huang Bai. If I remember correctly, your father is an engineer, right?" "Yes. I'm planning to build a factory in the city. Ask your father if he has time to take on this job." Although Gao Xingqiang had drunk a few glasses, he spoke very seriously. Huang Bai was a little surprised. "A project could be developed from this meal?" "Thank you, Uncle Gao. I'll tell my dad when I get home." "What are you thanking me for? Please drive carefully when you pick up my daughter from school. I only have this one daughter. If anything goes wrong, I will beat you to death. And take off all the colorful stuff on your motorcycle so you don't look like a gangster." Gao Xingqiang gave a warning. "Okay, Uncle Gao. I'll tear them all down when I get back." Huang Bai didn't dare to disobey. Lu Meijin liked this crab pot very much. She pointed at it and asked, "Yilin, how do you make this dish?" "Annie, this dish is called crab pot. I invented it myself, and I plan to open a shop with this dish when I make some money. The method is not difficult. Just fry the ingredients, stew them, and then collect the sauce at the end. Yilin answered it. In fact, this dish was made intentionally by Yilin. The Gao family runs a hot pot restaurant, and they're the big bosses. You'll definitely smell business opportunity when you eat this dish. If you're willing to help yourself, you don't have to save money bit by bit to open a store. After all, no one has opened a shop selling crab pot yet, so it should be no worse than the yoga business. Gao Xingxiang also thought that the dish was delicious, and after hearing Yilin's words, he looked at him with a higher opinion. First the tea, and then the crab pot. Yoka has been successful, and there is no doubt that Yilin has already opened a store to prove it. Gao Xingxiang's many years of experience in the catering industry make him feel that crab meat pot will definitely be popular in the future. But Yilin is only a high school student, and he is a business genius. Such a smart person must have great ambitions. No wonder he refused to be Lao Zhu's apprentice. If it were someone else, he would have knelt down and become his disciple long ago. How can such a person be considered an ordinary person? Originally, Gao Xingxiang only planned to acquire Yilin's yoka, but now he has changed his mind. Compared to a shop, he cares more about Yilin as a person. Wouldn't the wealth that Yilin will create in the future be comparable to that of a few milk tea shops? After eating and drinking, Gao Xingxiang called Yilin to his study room alone. Chapter 56 Business Contract. When he arrived at the study, Gao Xingxiang found a stool for Yilin. Sit down. Uncle Gao, what's the matter? Being interviewed alone, Yilin couldn't figure out what Gao Xingxiang was going to say. Shaolin, do you have a partner? Gao Xingxiang likes this boy a little bit and plans to recruit him as his son-in-law in advance. Uncle Gao, I'm still a student now. Don't be so reserved. Uncle is just asking casually. You're not young anymore. You can get married when you go to college in a year. Uncle Gao, you're joking. I think I'm still young, and it's too early to talk about marriage. Haha, kid. When your uncle asks you, you have to answer honestly. What do you think of my Meng Meng? Uncle Gao, Meng Meng is very good. Not only is she an excellent person, but she is also beautiful. She is worthy of being your daughter, Uncle Gao. So, but do you like her? The more Yilin listened, the more outrageous it seemed to him. It turned out that this old man had asked him to come here to be a matchmaker for his daughter. Uncle Gao, I already have someone I like. Yilin knew that if he didn't confess, this matter would never end. Gao Xingxiang could also see that Yilin had been picking up food for Lan Yuyu, who was standing next to him. But it's always right to ask. You are still so young. Who can predict what will happen in the future? You kid, you just said you don't want to get married. Gao Xingxiang smiled and shook his head, pointing at Yilin. Uncle Gao, is this what you want to talk to me about? Yilin was a little unconvinced. Of course not. I just asked a few more questions because I think you meet my ideal of a son-in-law. Let's get down to business, Xiaolin. I heard that you opened the yoga shop in front of the school. I drove it. How does he know? This was Yilin's first reaction. But think about it. It's not difficult for such a rich boss to know this. But what is his purpose? Gao Xingxiang asked again. How much money can you make in a month? Not counting the cost, it should be around 50,000 or 60,000. That's not bad. I'm going to buy your store and give you 200,000. In addition, after you graduate from college, you can come directly to work in my company and start as a senior executive. How about that? Gao Xingxiang went straight to the point. These conditions are indeed very good. In the future, Xingxiang Group will be a very strong catering company. Its executives will earn $1 million a year and will never have to worry about food and drink. Now, if you agree to Gao Xingxiang, you can basically get away with it. However, Yilin was even stronger than Gao Xingxiang in his previous life, so his goal is not just a small annual salary of 1 million. He wants to become bigger and stronger. Uncle Gao, thank you for your kindness, but I have my own ideals, and I won't sell yoga either. Yilin refused firmly. Gao Xingxiang was not unhappy about being rejected, because he never thought that Yilin would agree to this. If I really agree, then I have really chosen the wrong person. He had 2 goals today. One was to take Yilin as his son-in-law, and the other was to invest some money in him. You want to make money and open more stores, right? Yes. But have you ever thought about this? You don't have money now. By the time you save enough money and want to open more branches, your things will have been copied by others. This tea and crab pot is not a difficult job, and someone else might make it better than you. Gao Xingxiang wanted to test Yilin, so he asked, Uncle Gao, these things are indeed easy to copy, but the brains of the operators and the brand value cannot be copied. Tell your uncle about it in detail. After hearing Yilin's words, Gao Xingxiang immediately became interested. Yilin also knew that Gao Xingxiang would not ask these questions for no reason. Maybe he wanted to invest in him, so he had to convince him. Yilin patiently explained, "What I made is indeed easy to copy. But Uncle Gao, you also said that they copied me. If I can make these too, I can make more. But they can't, they can only copy me, and the copied things will always have different tastes. Moreover, I publicize that my products are made with top-notch fresh ingredients, and the production process is completely transparent. This allows people to eat with peace of mind and also establishes the brand image. Even if a shop with exactly the same taste appears in the future, my brand has already been established, and other copies will always be just knockoffs. One is the genuine product, and the other is a knockoff. The prices are similar, so people will definitely choose the genuine product when buying. So the only way for a copycat to be competitive is to lower its price, but if it does, it has to cut corners, otherwise it won't make any money. But once it cuts corners, its product will definitely not be good." After listening to this, Gao Xingqiang felt that there was some truth in it. It's easy to say, but difficult to do. That sounds good, Xiaolin. If Uncle Gao invests some money in your milk tea shop, how will you use it? Gao Xingqiang said, as if jokingly. That depends on how much Uncle Gao invests. What about $1 million? Purchase equipment, recruit staff, rent storefronts, and open branches in all 5 districts of Jiangqing. So how do you plan to distribute the profits? This is what Gao Xingqiang cares about most. The investment must at least be profitable, otherwise he would not say the word if. 30% of the shares of Yoka Beverage Company Limited will be transferred to you, Uncle Gao. The 1 million you invested will be gradually returned with the company's profits. Yi Lin said, considering the popularity of Yoka, Gao Xingqiang has made a lot of money with 30%. Moreover, if it is not for the purpose of making money faster, there is no need to divide the red leaf forest. With Yoka's momentum, it can earn 50,000 to 60,000 yuan a month and open 1 more branch a month. However, my career has just started now. If I could get a big backer, my future will be much easier. Gao Xingqiang was not very happy to hear this, but he was also quite shocked to hear that Yilin had established a company. You also established a company? This is necessary to prevent the products from being stolen by others. Yilin answered truthfully. Gao Xingqiang was somewhat impressed. Fortunately, he did not open a Yoka restaurant directly in the city, otherwise he would have been sued. 30% is a little too little. A 50-50 split would be fine. Yilin refused outright. 30% is my greatest sincerity. If it were someone else, I would only give 10%. Uncle Gao, in fact, my company can still get off the ground without your investment. It just takes a little longer. As you know, I need to have a say in my own company, so I need at least 51% of the shares, and I will keep the 19% in case of emergency. So 30% is enough. I can assure you that even 30% will allow you, Uncle Gao, to make a lot of money. If you don't want to, forget about the investment. How does this boy look like a high school student? Seeing that Yilin didn't seem to be bargaining, Gao Xingqiang didn't say much. He had always been optimistic about Yilin. Okay, Uncle will invest 1 million in you, and you can allocate it yourself. We will sign the contract this afternoon, and the funds will be transferred to your company account the next day. Gao Xing personally invested in Yilin. Yilin replied somewhat awkwardly. Uncle Gao, although my company is now established, it is just a shell company. Gao Xingqiang smiled and said, that's easy. You give me 40% and your company, Shengxiang Group's finance department, will help you manage it temporarily. How about that? Yilin thought about it and realized that smartphones would become popular in a few years. In order to quickly make his first pot of gold, he made software without hesitation. Anyway, Yoka Beverage Company Limited will only be a subsidiary of Yolin Group in the future. Can? Yilin agreed. Seeing Yilin agreed so readily, Gao Xingqiang suddenly felt that his offer was too little. If he had known earlier, he would have taken the full 49%. In the afternoon, Gao Xingqiang asked the legal department of Shengxiang Group to draft the contract. Yilin looked at it and found no problems, so he signed it with Gao Xingqiang. Yilin was very satisfied with the meal. He didn't expect that he could negotiate a big deal. It seems that he will have to help Gao Mengmeng with her studies in the future. This little lucky star. After lunch in the afternoon, Yilin and the others went back. Lu Meijin gave Lan Yuyu several bags of clothes, and Gao Mengmeng also gave her several of her unworn skirts, including the little skirt that Lan Yuyu was wearing today. Lan Yuyu tried to refuse, but finally Yilin coaxed her into accepting it. Yilin, Huang Bai, and Lu Meijin also each received a thermos cup. After the 3 young men left, Master Zhu also returned to Jiangqing. After seeing everyone off, Lu Meijin pulled Gao Shengqiang into the room. Chapter 57, The Fatty's Rage. Lu Meijin couldn't wait to pick up the contract and look at it. Zojabavikal. She was confused. That guy has already set up a company, so Yoka can't be acquired by Shengqiang Group. Gao Shengqiang explained. We invested 1 million. How come we only get 40%? Lu Meijin was puzzled. Gao Shengqiang recounted his conversation with Yi Lin in the afternoon. After hearing this, Lu Meijin couldn't help but admire him. Is this a high school student? During the afternoon chat, Gao Xingxiang also discovered that Yi Lin was not an ordinary person. After he finished his meal this afternoon, he gave us some suggestions for Gao Lao Zhuang Hot Pot. Would you like to listen to them? Lu Meijin said curiously. Hurry up and tell me. He said our hot pot restaurant business could do better. The first is to improve the quality of service and treat customers as gods. In a word, in addition to helping customers eat, all other services should be provided as much as possible. The second is to organize activities, such as the membership point system. When a certain number of points are reached, one can come to the store and enjoy a set meal for free. The third is birthday activities. When a customer has a birthday, the store will give out free cakes, sing birthday songs for the customer, and wish the customer well. The fourth is the activity of old members bringing in new members, where old members can enjoy discounts by bringing in new members to become members. Fifth, there is a membership day every month, and members can enjoy discounts on that day. 1-year membership has a 10% discount, 2-year membership has a 20% discount, 3-year membership has a 30% discount, and so on, with the highest discount being 50%. What do you think? Gao Xingxiang looked at his wife with a smile on his face. This, my God, this guy is simply the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. Xingxiang, let me tell you, if we follow these few points of his, I am sure that our hot pot restaurant business will definitely reach a higher level. Look how excited you are. Having already been excited, Gao Xingqiang looked calm at this moment. How can I not be excited? This guy is simply a business genius. I now feel that the people in our planning department are all useless. How come they can't think of these methods? So, this kid has a bright future. Gao Xingqiang admired him very much. Then why didn't you bring him into our company? Lu Meijin complained. I pulled it at the beginning, but they didn't want to. Gao Xingxiang was also helpless. Didn't he want such a genius? It was because they looked down on our company. Then you didn't introduce Meng Meng to him? These kids are already grown up. Lu Meijin even wanted to tie Yilin up and make him her son-in-law. I told you, they don't like our daughter. He still doesn't like Meng Meng. Although he may have a bright future, isn't he still a poor boy now? He actually looks down on his own daughter. Isn't he too arrogant? Lu Meijin got angry when she heard this. He didn't say he didn't like her, and he even praised Meng Meng a lot. But didn't you see him being very close to Lan Yuyu during the meal? He already has a lover. No matter how good your daughter is, she can't win his heart. Hearing what you said, this kid is indeed unusually good to Yuyu. What a pity. The younger generation has their own destiny. Don't raise the bar for your future son-in-law because of Yilin. Our son-in-law will be fine as long as Meng Meng likes him. As long as the person is honest, loyal, handsome, smart, filial to his parents, rich, and doesn't go out to eat, drink, gamble, or have sex, that's fine. Lu Meijin was speechless. The first sentence seemed to be considering Meng Meng, but the second sentence made it seem like Meng Meng could become a nun in this life. On the other side, Huang Bai returned home. As soon as I reached the door, I heard my parents arguing. Golden Dragon, why are you blaming me for this? If you don't blame you, then why do you blame me? It's just a glass of wine. He asked you to drink it, so why don't you just drink it? Why are you scolding him? I'm your wife. What do you mean by asking me to drink with others? We are here to bid, not to offend anyone. He is drunk. Can't you just be patient? This project is about to be completed. Where will the next project be done? You can't let the people below starve to death, right? But you know he's just looking for trouble. Just remember that I rejected him before. Doesn't he just want money? At worst, I can give him 1 million tomorrow, and you won't lose your project. At this time, Huang Bai pushed open the door. The two of them quickly adjusted their mood after hearing the noise. Huang Jinlong smiled and said, "My son is back." Wu Yanli also smiled and said, "My dear son, have you eaten yet?" Huang Bai's eyes were red with tears in his eyes. "Dad, Mom, is someone bullying you? I'm going to beat him up right now." "What are you talking about, silly son? Who can bully your dad?" Huang Jinlong said, patting his chest with his big belly. "You lied to me. I heard everything just now. Son, don't worry about adult affairs. Just focus on studying hard." Wu Yanli comforted her son. Huang Bai pulled his parents to sit on the sofa, temporarily put aside his anger, and said excitedly, "Dad, Mom, Are you worried about not being able to find a project? I have something important to tell you. The two were puzzled. What made Huang Bai so happy? Huang Bai wiped away his tears and said, I went to my classmate's house for dinner today. That's it. Just this matter made their son so happy. Huang Jinlong and Wu Yanli looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Do you know whose house we are going to? Who is it, son? Gao Mingming. Gao Mingming. The two of them didn't know each other at all, and it sounded like the girl. Could it be that this guy was in a premature love relationship? Are you so happy just because you're going to a girl's house for dinner? Yes, her home is on Shoxing Road, a villa a little closer to Xiangshan. There are mountains and water in the villa. It is very beautiful. Huang Bai explained. Mr. Gao's home. Huang Jinlong was a little shocked. Wu Yanli didn't know who Mr. Gao was. When she passed by there every day, she felt it was nothing special because of the high wall. The expressions of his father and son are a bit exaggerated. What Mr. Gao? Wu Yanli asked. How many people with the surname Gao and Xingyuan are still serving as chairman? Gao Xingxiang, the chairman of Shengqiang Group. Golden Dragon explained. Hey Bai, are you saying you want to have dinner with Director Gao's daughter today? Wu Yanli was shocked. Seeing his parents' surprised expressions, Huang Bai thought, is it really that necessary? Yes, we are classmates and friends. I often take her to and from school recently. You are not in a relationship, right? Huang Jinlong was a little worried. He knew what kind of person his son was. Gao Xingxiang looked down on this guy. If he knew that his son was in love with his daughter, he would be in trouble. As for Gao Mingming, that tigress, who dares to date her? We are just ordinary friends. Hearing this, Huang Jinlong breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Yanli said, Jinlong, since your son has been to Director Gao's home, why don't you let your son tell Director Gao about this? Mom, what are you talking about? Huang Bai asked curiously. Xingxiang Group is planning to build a factory in Jiangxing. Your father and I want to bid for it, but we were blocked by someone who said we could do the job if we were paid 1 million yuan. Why are you telling this to your child? Huang Jinlong was a little angry. He didn't want a child to get involved in these things. Dad, I haven't finished yet. The big thing I'm talking about is that I went to Gao Mingming's house for dinner today. His father said that the city is planning to build a factory and asked if you have time to take on the job. What? The Golden Dragon jumped up directly. Son, is this true? You're not lying, are you? Wu Yanli also looked disbelieving. Huang Bai took out the business card that Gao Shengqiang gave him when he returned home from his pocket. I'm not lying to you. This is the business card Uncle Gao gave me. He said if you can answer it, just call him. Huang Jinlong took the business card and was overjoyed. My dear son, you are truly a treasure to your parents. Wu Yanli hugged her son excitedly. Seeing his parents so happy, Huang Bai finally smiled. We must find out who the bastard is and beat him up. Chapter 58, Accidental Merit. A few days later, Huang Bai found out who the person was who blackmailed his parents. So he told Yilin that his parents were being bullied and wanted Yilin's help. Brother Lin, this bastard was rejected by my mom when he first pursued her, and he still holds a grudge against her. He is trying to trip up my parents and even wants to blackmail them for 1 million. I must beat him up. Huang Bai was furious. Yilin admires him. He is really worthy of being at his age, full of vigor and vitality. Thinking about going to Jiangxing on the weekend, Yilin decided to go crazy with Huang Bai. When the weekend came, Yilin told Lan Yuyu that he was going to Jiangxing this week and asked her to have a good rest. Fortunately, she has a good relationship with Gao Mingming, so Lan Yuyu didn't go anywhere on weekends. She just tutored Gao Mingming in the dormitory. In the evening, Yilin and Huang Bai took a bus to Jiangxing. Then I took a taxi to Chaoyang Avenue in Jiangzhou District. The two men arrived outside a bar. Brother Lin, that guy comes here every night. Yilin was a little surprised and asked, Fatty, how do you feel it so clearly? A few young guys who used to work with my dad in the engineering team were working in Jiangxing. I gave them some money and asked them to help me find out. Huang Bai explained. The two sat on the curb, watching the people passing by. It was past 8 o'clock and the sky was gradually getting dark. A thin and somewhat wretched man walked into their sight. Huang Bai took out the photo and compared it. Brother Lin, that's the guy. When he comes out, is the sack ready? Yilin asked. Huang Bai made an okay gesture. The two waited outside for 3 full hours, and at almost 12 o'clock, the man finally came out. He looked very satisfied and walked unsteadily, probably because he had drunk quite a lot. After walking a few steps on the street, Huang Bai put a large sack on him and started beating him up. Yilin was a little puzzled. How come this man didn't smell of alcohol at all, but looked drunk? As the fight went on, the man on the ground suddenly started to twitch. Fatty, stop it immediately. Fearing that someone would get killed, Yilin quickly pulled him back. Huang Bai was also frightened when he saw this. How could this guy be so weak? He only kicked him twice. When the sack was pulled open, the man's eyes were rolled back and he was foaming at the mouth. Fatty, call 120 quickly. Yilin was also scared. Huang Bai quickly took out his cell phone and called for help. Soon an ambulance arrived and took the man away for emergency treatment. Because Huang Bai was the one who called for help, and based on the principle that whoever makes the call is responsible, they also followed him to the hospital. Sitting outside the ward, Huang Bai regretted it very much. Brother Lin, we are not going to jail, are we? Yilin was also a little panicked. This thing really broke into pieces if touched. It was clearly just a few hits, so weak. As the two were panicking, many police cars arrived at the bottom of the hospital with lights flashing. Huang Bai was shocked when he saw this scene through the window. It's over, it's over. I'm dead now. Yilin was a little confused. He was just beating up a person, not a vicious criminal. There was no need for so many people to catch him, right? There's also a special police car. What is going on? Brother Lin, everyone has their own share of responsibility. You could just push everything onto me later. Huang Bai decided to take on everything himself. Fatty, I don't think they are coming for us. As Yilin was speaking, a team of police officers came over. Brother Lin, he came here just for us. Huang Bai was about to cry. The closer the police got, the faster Huang Bai's heart beat. However, the police officers simply ignored the two of them and walked into the emergency room. Huang Bai breathed a sigh of relief. After a few minutes, a police officer came out. It's over, it's over. That guy must be dead. It's over. Chen Sini, I will marry you in the next life. Huang Bai muttered to himself with a look of despair on his face. The police officer came up to the two men and asked, "Two brothers, where did you rescue the man inside?" Yilin remained calm and replied, "Outside a bar on Chaoyang Avenue in Jiangzhou District. I forgot the name of the bar." "Did he come out of the bar?" "Yes." "Do you remember the place?" "Remember." "Then take us there right now." After saying that, he pulled Yilin and Huang Bai into the special police car. The scene of Yilin and Huang Bai being taken away by the police was seen by Chun Jie, who came to the hospital to buy health products. He followed them from a distance, and the moment Yilin and Huang Bai got into the car, he quickly took out his cell phone and took a few photos. Under Yilin's guidance, the police soon arrived at the place. The 6 words "Heaven on Earth" bar are shining. The police quickly surrounded the bar. One group is in place, over. Group 2 is in place, over. 3 groups are in place, over. Inside the car, the police officer who was with Yilin and Huang Bai's intercom rang. Hearing the sound, he gave the order, "Move, don't let anyone escape." During the police operation, Huang Bai confessed his crime to the officers in the car. Seeing that Huang Bai took the responsibility himself, Yilin took the initiative to say, "I also had a hand in the beating. If someone died, I am also responsible." The police officer smiled and said, "He was smoking something he shouldn't have smoked here, and he overdosed it and fell down. No one hit him. You were just kind citizens passing by and called 120 to save him." "Ah," Huang Bai was shocked. "Isn't this the case?" Yilin slapped Huang Bai on the forehead. "What? It's just as the police officer said." Huang Bai reacted, "Yes, yes, we saw him fall and saved him. You have done a great service to the country tonight. You look like students. Which school are you from?" Not daring to hide it, Yilin said, "We are students from Qingyuan Middle School in Qingyuan County." "Officer, what is going on?" The officer took note. The doctor at the hospital called the police and said that the man had smoked something he shouldn't have. The police have caught a lot of people like this recently, but they haven't been able to find where they went to smoke. As long as this bar is an illegal place, then you guys deserve the credit. These are not secrets, the officer told the two. Reporting to the blue team, a large number of capsules and white powder were found at the scene. All suspects have been controlled. Over. Watch carefully to prevent any secret rooms. Receive. Half an hour into the operation, people in the bar began to be brought out one after another. Each one wore a silver bracelet. An hour later, the arrest operation was over. All these people were taken to the Public Security Bureau for questioning. In order to protect the safety of Yilin and the others, Officer Lan never let them appear from beginning to end, and even asked someone to send them back to Qingyuan County after the operation was over. Before leaving, Officer Lan left a business card for Yilin and the others, telling them to contact him if they encountered any difficulties. After returning to Qingyuan County and leaving the police car, Huang Bai suddenly felt the air was fresh. "Brother Lin, I almost thought my life was over." "Me too." Yilin had the same feeling but looking back, it was so exciting. The next day, Yilin went to Jiangxing again and rented shops in 5 districts, including Jiangzhou District, Jiangnan District, Jiangbei District, Jiangdong District, and Jiangqingnu District. Running around. At this moment, Yilin deeply felt the importance of the car. When I make money, I must buy a car first. After renting the shop, the next step is to recruit people. After printing the posters, Yilin posted them on the convenience columns in every urban area, and those who were interested could add his own Penguin account. After resolving the issue, Yilin returned to Qingyuan County. Yilin assigned the task of purchasing equipment to Gao Xingqiang. After all, he also had shares in this company. Originally, Gao Xingqiang could have done all the tasks directly. However, as his business is in its early stages, Yilin is worried and thinks it would be better for him to rent a shop and hire people himself. The next day, Qingyuan Middle School was in an uproar. Every corner of the school was covered with photos of Yilin and Huangbai being taken away by the police. There was a blank space under the photo with a line of words printed on it. The little bully Yilin from Qingyuan County was arrested by the police in the hospital. Even the special police were dispatched. I'm afraid someone might have died. Chapter 59, Spreading Rumors. When Yilin saw these photos, he immediately felt something was wrong. What is going on? Who took these photos? What does it mean to leave this word? What is the purpose of exposure? Is this revenge from drug addicts? Many of these people are desperate criminals, and Yilin felt a little scared. Before morning reading, Yilin quickly ran to the bathroom to call Officer Lan. Hello, who is this? Officer Lan's voice sounded a little tired as he hadn't had a good rest for 2 days and 2 nights. Hello, Officer Lan. I'm Yilin from Qingyuan Middle School. I'm the one who took you to the bar the night before yesterday. I remember. What's wrong? What happened? Hearing Yilin's anxious voice, Lan Hao asked. Officer Lan, I feel like we're being retaliated against. Then Yilin narrated the story again. Lan Hao frowned after hearing this. This shouldn't be the case. If these people really wanted revenge, it would be too much of a joke. And he was very sure that after 2 days of operation, everyone would be caught. Such a danger cannot exist. I will investigate this matter thoroughly, and I will come to the school later to help you explain it. After Lan Hao finished speaking, he called a clerk, took the banner he had just made, and went to Qingyuan Middle School. During morning reading time, Lung Yinxiu immediately called Yilin and Huangbai to the office. What's going on? Lung Yinxiu asked, pointing at the photo on the table. Teacher Lung, this is what happened. Huangbai wanted to explain what happened that day. Before he could say anything, Yilin stopped him. Fatty, you can't talk nonsense about this. Huangbai quickly shut up. Lung Yinxiu looked at Yilin angrily. Teacher Lung, we really can't tell you about this. Officer Lung will be coming to our school soon, and he will explain it to you then. Seeing Lung Yinxiu's dark face, Yilin said again. Anyway, we didn't do anything bad, and it's not like what's written in the photo that we caused a death. If we really did cause a death, would we still be able to return to school? When Lung Yinxiu heard this, she thought it made sense. If it was really as the photos said, how could the police release these 2 people? Since Yilin said that the police would come to the school to explain, there was no need to think too much. Then go back to class. If you hear your classmates gossiping, don't get into a fight. Just pretend you didn't hear it. Lung Yinxiu said. Got it, teacher. Yilin and Huangbai went back to the classroom. After the 2 left, Lung Yinxiu went to Li Jianya to report the matter. Li Jianya went to talk to the principal again. After listening to this, Su Qifeng asked Li Jianya to hold an emergency meeting immediately. Before the matter is confirmed, students must not be allowed to spread rumors, especially not to the ears of parents. Rumors can also kill people. Soon, the school broadcast sounded, asking all class teachers to come to the conference room for a meeting immediately. There are 20 classes in 1 grade, and some classes have deputy class teachers. Soon, nearly 100 teachers came to the conference room. Li Xingfeng stood next to Lung Yinxiu and said, Teacher Lung, Yilin in your class is really capable. He even caused a death. Now our school is going to be famous. Lung Yinxiu was a little angry. Is this what a teacher should say? He angrily retorted, Teacher Li, you said my student caused a death. Do you have any evidence? Evidence? Aren't those photos posted all over the campus evidence? Are you still protecting your shortcomings at this time? Li Xingfeng hated Yilin to the extreme. Can those things be evidence? You are a teacher. Use your brain to think about it. If Yilin and his friends really killed someone, how could he come back to school safely? Lung Yinxiu instantly looked down on this person. It is understandable that you feel angry because your class ranking was snatched away. But we can't slander a student just because of this, right? People like this don't know how to teach and educate. The other teachers thought Lan Yuyu was right and that this was most likely a prank by the students. After all, Lin is very famous in the school now. With so many students in the school, it is normal for some people to be jealous. A few minutes later, Li Jianya and Su Qifeng came to the conference room. Su Qifeng sat down, holding up a few photos, and said into the microphone, "I won't say any more nonsense. I believe many teachers have seen these photos. The emergency meeting today is also because of this matter. How many teachers believe this? Raise your hands so I can see." There were a dozen or so teachers raising their hands, including Li Xingfeng. Seeing this, Su Qifeng cursed. "I think the teachers who raise their hands are just pigs. Don't you have any brains to think about it?" Hearing this, Lan Yuyu held back her laughter for a long time. Li Xingfeng blushed, as she was the one who raised her hand the highest just now. "You just believe whatever others say about this kind of thing?" Yilin is in school now. I want to ask you, if he is a murderer, can he come back to school safely? Can he still stay in school? If you think about it yourself, you will know that this is definitely a rumor. The police will come to the school to explain this matter later. Before that, we have a few things to do. Take out your notes and follow the instructions I'm going to give you. After all the teachers were ready, Su Qifeng continued. First, collect all the photos from the students. Second, tell students in your class not to spread rumors, especially outside the school, and certainly not to let the rumors reach the ears of parents. Third, ask the person who spread the rumor to surrender himself. Otherwise, he will not be let off easily if he is found out. The meeting is adjourned. All the teachers left the meeting room and returned to their respective classes to emphasize the matter. Halfway through the second class, Lan Hao finally arrived at Qingyuan Middle School. As soon as they arrived at the school, Su Qifeng came over to greet them. After some negotiations, Su Qifeng finally understood the whole story and felt relieved. During the break, the school held a flag-raising ceremony. After the flag-raising ceremony, Lan Hao came on stage, holding up the photos and asked, "Classmates, have you all seen these photos?" Many students in the audience nodded or answered that they had seen it. "I am a police officer in the photo. I believe many students were misled by this photo and thought that Yi Lin and Huang Bai were murderers. I solemnly tell you here that the words on the photo are rumors. Yi Lin and Huang Bai are not murderers. They are also good young people in our Jiangshang city who are brave and righteous. A few days ago, they helped our police solve a major case, but I won't tell you what the case was." Lan Hao asked the clerk who came with him to bring the banner. "I originally wanted to prepare thoroughly before coming here to present the awards to these two students, but after this incident, I could only come here in a hurry to explain. Today, I will present the banners to Yi Lin and Huang Bai first, and will give out subsequent rewards later. Yi Lin, Huang Bai, please come to the stage to receive your awards." Hearing Lan Hao's words, Yi Lin and Huang Bai walked forward. The two men came onto the stage, and Lan Hao gave each of them a banner. The banner has 4 big golden characters, "Dare to Act for Justice," written in cursive script, and the issuing unit is Jiangxing Public Security Bureau. "Xiao Wu, take a picture," Lan Hao ordered. Yi Lin and Huang Bai held the banners and stood on Lan Hao's side. "You guys go down first," Lan Hao said after the photo shoot. After the two of them left, he said seriously, "I don't know what the purpose of this student who spread the rumor is, but I hope you can go to the principal and surrender yourself today. Otherwise, I will deal with you severely. At the very least, it will affect your studies, and at the worst, you will go to jail. Don't think we can't find out. From the angle and time of the photo being taken, as well as the location where it was printed, we can easily catch you. Our finding out is different from you turning yourself in." After saying that, Lan Hao returned the microphone to the school. Su Qifeng came out and said angrily, "This matter is of a very bad nature. I hope the students who did this will come to my office today. As long as they turn themselves in, I will give them a lighter sentence. Regarding this rumor, the whole school is not allowed to spread it anymore. Otherwise, the same punishment will be imposed. I hope you can learn more from Yi Lin, who is not only well-groomed, but also serious about his studies and has made great progress. He is now a good young man who is brave enough to do what is right." The misunderstanding was resolved, and after a few words of nagging, the principal announced the disbandment. After the show, many students stood up for Yi Lin. Although they didn't like Yi Lin before, that was in the past. Yi Lin has become a better person now and is still so outstanding, so naturally not many people hate him. Most of them admire Yi Lin and regard him as an idol or role model. To slander Yi Lin would be to bring discredit to Qingyuan Middle School, and they would never allow that. Moreover, using such despicable means to slander others is really despicable. Therefore, all the students in the school were discussing who this person was all day long, and they would scold him to death if they caught him. Lan Hao went back to Jiangcheng City and waited for a day. Finally, the principal called and said that no one had turned himself in, which made Lan Hao a little angry. Then investigate and find the person out. After all, this kind of behavior is deadly. What if some drug addicts slip through the net and see this photo and seek revenge on these two students? Fortunately, those people have all been arrested, otherwise Yilin and Huangbai would be in danger anytime. Chapter 60, The Mastermind. The next day, Lan Hao found a shooting location based on the angle of the photo and then went to the hospital to retrieve the surveillance video. It didn't take long to spot the person who took the photo. Lan Hao checked the purchase records in the hospital and found out that the young man's name was Chun Jie. Knowing who took the photo, he copied the video back to the Public Security Bureau and then retrieved Chun Jie's personal information. It didn't take long to find this person's contact information. Before looking for Chun Jie, Lan Hao contacted Yilin to inquire about the situation. When school was over, Lan Hao called Yilin. Yilin, the person who took the photo has been found out. His name is Chun Jie. Do you have any conflict with him? On the other end of the phone, Yilin thought about it and realized that he had never heard of this person in his past life or this life, and he didn't even have the slightest impression of him. Officer Lan, I don't know this person. Don't know him. Lan Hao was also confused. They didn't know each other, so what was Chun Jie's purpose? I really don't know him. I don't even have any impression of him. Yilin said again. Okay, I'll investigate it. It shouldn't take long to resolve. After saying that, Lan Hao hung up the phone. It seems that the only way to find out the reason is to find out this Chun Jie. Considering that Chun Jie is a student, arresting him directly will have a bad impact on him. Even though he was a little angry, Lan Hao still sent a message to Chun Jie, asking him to come to the police station and surrender himself. After school at Jiangxi No. 1 Middle School, Chun Jie asked Shen Bingrong to have dinner with him. Originally, Shen Bingrong didn't want to have dinner with him, but Chun Jie said he had a big secret to tell her. Seeing Chun Jie's excited look, Shen Bingrong was curious and agreed to have dinner with him. As Shen Bingrong's best friend, Wang Qingyao also went along. The three of them came to Gao Laozhuang Hot Pot. Shen Bingrong and Wang Qingyao ordered a lot of expensive dishes, since there would be someone to pay for it anyway. After the dishes were served, the three of them began to blanch them and eat them. Chun Jie said excitedly, Bingrong, I have avenged you. Revenge. Shen Bingrong was a little confused. That guy from half a month ago, the boy who was with the ugly duckling Lan Yuyu at the zoo. Do you remember? Chun Jie explained. Shen Bingrong has always remembered that handsome face. Even in the past half month, she often thinks of his face. I also dreamed of being in love with him. Ever since she met Yilin, Shen Bingrong's heart was suddenly filled with love. He was her dream lover. Hearing Chun Jie say that revenge was about Yilin, Shen Bingrong became a little worried and asked anxiously, Chun Jie, what did you do to him? Bingrong, don't get excited. I'll tell you slowly. Then Chun Jie told them about the scene in which he took photos of Yilin being taken away by the police in the hospital and told them that he printed hundreds of photos, then sneaked into Qingyuan Middle School, pasted those photos in every corner, and left a message on the photos. After hearing this, Shen Bingrong was shocked. She widened her eyes and said, Chun Jie, did he really kill someone? Do you have any evidence? There is no evidence, but why would the police take him away if he hadn't committed any crime? I checked that guy out. He was a school bully in Qingyuan County and did all kinds of evil things. But for some reason, he became a good student after Lan Yuyu transferred there. But I guess he was just pretending to be a good student. After all, a dog will always eat shit. He must have come to Jiangchang to fight and then beat someone into the hospital. There was a SWAT car at the scene, and even the SWAT was dispatched. It's obvious that someone must have died, Chun Jie said with certainty. Chun Jie, this is just your guess. How can you accuse someone of a crime without any evidence? Bingrong, I'm not talking nonsense. I saw this with my own eyes. Even if he didn't commit a crime, this photo can still disgust him. Who asked him to bully you? I just want to help you vent your anger. I guess he is now like an ant on the hot pot, being scolded all over the place. Chun Jie looked very proud. Wang Qingyao praised. Chun Jie, you did a good job. You let them snatch Bingrong's lucky star. Now they know that we are not easy to mess with. After Wang Qingyao said this, Shen Bingrong thought about how her lucky star was snatched away and how Yilin was not tempted by her and would rather protect the ugly duckling, and she became angry. Even if what Chun Jie did was unreasonable, Shen Bingrong felt that he was right at this moment. Chunjia's cell phone rang with a text message alert. He turned on his phone and looked. Student Chunjia, you are suspected of committing a crime. Please surrender to the Jiangxing Public Security Bureau immediately and accept investigation. Otherwise, you will be arrested. Jiangxing Public Security Bureau Lan Yuyu. After watching it, Chunjia cursed. Who is so bored to play such a prank? What's wrong? Wang Qingya asked curiously. Chunjia threw his phone directly on the table. Look, this guy said I was breaking the law. Isn't it funny? He is totally sick and he's doing this kind of prank. It must be done by the school team. They wanted to trick me into going to the police station and then record me and laugh at me. Shen Bingrong felt that this didn't seem fake and said, Chunjia, could this text message be true? How is that possible? Don't you know the police number is 110? Which police station would use such a private number to send messages to the public? Besides, I haven't done anything bad. I have a clear conscience, and I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking on my door. Having said that, Chunjia still quickly thought about the bad things he had done recently. Secretly watching the discs that my father hid on the closet. Isn't this considered a crime? Chunjia really couldn't remember what illegal or criminal things he had done recently. Since he has not done anything bad, it must be someone who is deliberately trying to frame him. At this moment, Chunjia feels that his judgment is true. Although she didn't like Chunjia as a classmate, Shan Bingrong didn't want anything to happen to him. You haven't done anything bad? But didn't you just say that you went to Qingyuan Middle School to spread the word that Yilin was a murderer? Could it be because of this? Impossible. How can such a small matter violate any law? What crime can it be? This is fake. I heard that there are a lot of scam text messages recently. Maybe this is a scam text message. They just accuse you of a crime and then ask you to pay money to settle it. Wang Qingyao also said at this time, yes, I have also seen this kind of news. So, don't worry, just eat and drink. If I really committed a crime, the police would have come to arrest me long ago. Why would they send a text message? Just so I can know in advance and escape easily. After saying that, Chunjia took a bite of beef. After hearing what he said, the two felt that it made some sense. Until the next morning, no one came to arrest him, which made Chunjia even more certain that this was a scam text message. Lan Hao did not see Chunjia come to the Public Security Bureau to surrender, so he went directly to Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School to ask for him. When they arrived at the school gate, Lan Hao got out of the car and talked to the guard, asking him to call the school leaders out. Soon, the director of political education of Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School arrived at the school gate. Lan Hao didn't say anything more and went straight to the point and told the school that they were here to take Chunjia back to the Public Security Bureau for investigation. The director of political education wanted to know what happened, but Lan Hao didn't say what it was. He just asked them to call the person out. Knowing that the police have their own rules, the director of political education did not ask any questions and immediately reported the matter to the principal. After the principal found out, he immediately notified the head teacher of class 3 of grade 3 and asked her to take Chunjia to the school gate. Chunjia followed the head teacher and said, Teacher Chui, take me to the school gate. What's going on? Chui Guangshan only knew that the police were looking for Chunjia, but he didn't know what the specific reason was. I don't know what happened. The principal said someone is looking for you at the school gate and asked me to take you there. Soon, the two arrived at the school gate. When Chunjia saw a police car and two policemen parked at the school gate, his face turned pale. It was really the police looking for me. But I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I have never done anything shady. Why? Could it be that he was really caught because he was secretly watching the DVDs that his father hid in the closet? Chapter 61, Money Makes the World Go Round, not to mention people. When they arrived at the Public Security Bureau, Lan Hao did not take Chunjia to the interrogation room, but took him to his office. Lan Hao asked angrily, Why didn't you come to the Public Security Bureau to be investigated? Or did you not receive the text message notification? Chunjia replied, I received the text message, but I thought it was a scam call. Lan Hao was speechless, but there was nothing he could do. After all, there have been a lot of text message scams like this recently, and this guy has a high awareness of anti-fraud. Do you know what you've done wrong? Lan Hao got to the point. Officer, I don't know. I haven't done anything bad recently. Chunjia also wanted to know why he was brought here. Don't know? Well, let me tell you. On October 11th, which was a few days ago on Saturday night, you were taking photos in the hospital, right? Chunjia didn't dare to hide it. I took a few photos. Officer, is it illegal to take photos? Whether taking photos is illegal or not depends on what you're photographing. Then I will delete all the photos now. Please let me go back. Anyway, Yilin has already been disgusted, so Chunjia doesn't care whether he keeps those photos or not. Kid, you think too simply. There's no need to say so much nonsense. Just answer whatever I ask. Lan Hao's attitude made Chun Jie feel uneasy. After you took the photo, what did you do with it? I didn't do anything. After taking the pictures, I went home and went to bed. Chun Jie didn't dare to admit that he went to the printing shop, let alone admit that he went to Qingyuan Middle School to discuss Yilin. He now realized that this matter seemed serious. You'd better be honest. Even if you don't tell me, I know what it is. If you tell the truth, I can give you a lighter sentence. Officer, everything I said is true. Chun Jie felt guilty when he said this. It's not up to you to decide whether it's true or not. Even if you don't tell the truth, we know what happened. After taking the photos, you went to the printing shop and then to Qingyuan Middle School. As for what you did, you know it yourself. Defamation of others constitutes defamation, which is punishable by up to 3 years in prison. Once sentenced, you are finished. With a criminal record, no university will accept you, and you will not be able to take any public office in the future. Not only are you finished, but your descendants will suffer because of you. Seeing Chun Jie's guilty look, Lan Hao had already concluded that this guy was the one who did it, so he deliberately said it out loud to scare him. Of course, this is not entirely to scare him. If Yilin does not forgive him, he may really be sentenced to 3 years. Only then did Lan Hao understand why no one acknowledged him as a student of Qingyuan Middle School. It turned out that if he did such an immoral thing, he was not a student of Qingyuan Middle School. Chun Jie didn't expect the matter to be so serious that there was actually such a thing as defamation. He always thought that no one would find out he did this, and even if they did, he would just apologize. The police already knew what happened, so how could Chun Jie dare to argue? He didn't want to go to jail. If he did, there would be no chance for him and Shun Bingrong in this life. He told Lan Hao everything that had happened. Lan Hao asked in confusion, "What is your motive for doing this?" Chun Jie continued to tell the story of what happened in the zoo half a month ago. Finally, he begged, "Officer, I really know I was wrong. I can go and apologize to Yilin. I don't want to go to jail. Some things you do have to bear the consequences. It is not up to you to decide whether you go to jail or not. Moreover, Yilin has been recognized by the city's Public Security Bureau as a hero, but you spread rumors that this hero is a murderer. If this rumor spreads to the whole county, the whole city, or even the whole country, what will be the impact on Yilin? Have you ever thought about it? As for the incident with the zoo you mentioned, they didn't do anything wrong. The only thing they did wrong was that they started a fight with you first, but you were also the ones who insulted others first. Ask your parents to come over. I will come up with a solution. As for whether you will go to jail or not, that depends on Yilin's opinion." Chun Jie was extremely regretful at this moment and was completely shrouded in fear. He contacted his parents in a trembling voice and asked them to go to the police station to rescue him. When Chun Changsho and He Ailian heard that their son had been arrested by the Public Security Bureau, they rushed over immediately. When he arrived at the Public Security Bureau and learned about the whole incident, Chun Changsho was so angry that he wanted to beat Chun Jie to death. He Ailian quickly pleaded, "Officer, my son can't go to jail. He is still young and has a bright future. Going to jail will ruin his future." As he said this, he stuffed an envelope that was almost bursting with stuff in Lan Hao's hand. Lan Hao was furious and threw it to the ground. "You are using this to test the cadres? Which cadre can't stand such a test? Are you insulting me?" Lan Hao turned sideways and pointed at his armband. "I am a people's policeman, serving the people. Do you believe I can arrest all of you?" Chun Changsho was so frightened that he quickly picked up the envelope and yelled at He Ailian, "What are you doing? Why are you using this thing to insult others?" After scolding He Ailian, Chun Changsho put on a smile and said to Lan Hao, "Officer, calm down. My wife is desperate and is trying all kinds of methods. We only have this one son, and he can't go to jail. Please help me think of a solution." Lan Hao said to them, "It's no use for you to beg me. If you don't want your son to go to jail, go and seek forgiveness from others. I suggest that you go to Qingyuan Middle School and apologize to Yilin in front of all the teachers and students in the school, and take the initiative to help him resolve the misunderstanding. Then make a private appointment with Yilin to settle the matter privately. As long as he doesn't sue, your son won't have to go to jail." Chun Changsho felt a little embarrassed to apologize in front of the whole school. He asked, "Officer, can't you apologize to him privately? Do you have to apologize in front of the whole school?" After doing such a shameless thing, he still wanted a bargain. Lan Hao scolded, "When your son spread the rumors, did he tell others privately? Instead of thinking about how to win others' forgiveness, you're thinking about bargaining. Put yourself in their shoes. If your son was being rumored like this, Would you be willing to accept such an insincere apology? It's really funny. I'm confused, officer. Can you help us settle the matter privately with Yilin? It doesn't matter how much money he wants. As long as he accepts the settlement, our family will thank you very much afterwards. Chen Changsho thought that if the police went to settle the matter privately with Yilin, he would definitely accept it. If he doesn't accept it, he will be ungrateful and lose face. Will the police punish him? Lan Hao was also annoyed. It turned out that they had caused the trouble themselves, and now wanted others to help them clean up the mess. He replied angrily, "I'm sorry. I can't help you with this matter. We police officers will handle it. Is this private? It means that we handle public affairs impartially." What does public affairs impartially mean? It means that your son slandered others, and there is irrefutable evidence. We will arrest him and sentence him to jail. So don't expect us to help you solve it. It's your business whether you settle it privately or not. We're just arresting people. Seeing that Lan Hao refused to change his mind, Chen Changsho and his family had to give up and leave the Public Security Bureau. Lan Hao did not force Qinjie to stay because Yilin did not file a lawsuit, so he just called Qinjie over for questioning. Of course, if the family does not apologize, Lan Hao will contact Yilin and ask him to sue immediately. The behavior of these people just now really made him angry. Half a day later, Lan Hao was called over by the director. "Director Wang, is there anything wrong?" Lan Hao asked as he entered the director's office. "Xiaolan, are you handling the slander of this student named Yilin?" "Yes. You are a stubborn person. That family has gone to the mayor. The mayor just contacted me and asked us to help settle the matter privately." Lan Hao was very unhappy and said, "Why? I can't stand this. Qinjie is so reckless. What if those people are not caught? What will be the consequences if these photos are spread? Yilin is likely to be retaliated by these drug addicts. If you ask me, Qinjie deserves it. I hope Yilin will sue him and put him in jail. I hate people who do wrong and refuse to admit it." "Okay, don't say this anymore once it leaves my office." Chen Changsho said that if his son goes to jail, he will no longer invest in Jiangxing City and all his companies will move away. The mayor already knew about Yilin's situation, but for the development of Jiangxing City, there was nothing he could do about it. You have to know that once the Chun family leaves, many citizens of Jiangxing will become unemployed and tax revenue will also decrease, which is not good for the city's development. But don't worry, they can apologize and negotiate on their own. We just need to follow them. And if they can't communicate, we will intervene to persuade them. Lan Hao said unhappily, "It's really great to be rich. You can even mobilize the mayor. Money makes the world go round, let alone people. Just keep your mouth shut and obey orders." "Yes." Lan Hao walked out of the director's office angrily. Chapter 62, Eaten Thoroughly. On Friday, Chen Changsho bought some gifts, and then the whole family came to Qingyuan Middle School accompanied by Lan Hao. When they arrived at school, Lan Hao explained the situation to the principal, who let the family in. Chen Changsho meant to find Yilin directly and settle the matter privately with him. As for Lan Hao's suggestion to apologize in front of the whole school, they had never thought of this at all. Soon, Yilin was called to the principal's office. Yilin had heard Lan Hao's explanation of the whole story and knew that this family had come to apologize. Seeing Yilin coming in, Chen Changsho quickly pushed Qinjie out to apologize. "Brother, I'm sorry. I was wrong to spread rumors about you a few days ago. I didn't mean it. Please forgive me." Qinjie bent down to apologize. "Who is your brother? If it's not intentional, then it's intentional." As soon as they met, Yilin spoke angrily. Seeing Yilin speaking like this, Chen Changsho stood up and said in a condescending manner, "Young man, forgive others when you can. My son has already apologized, so please don't mind it. This is just a token of your appreciation." He took out a pile of gifts from a coffee table behind him. Hialian also took out a bulging envelope from her bag. "There's 10,000 yuan in it. Just consider it as compensation for your reputation loss. Let's forget about it." Yilin didn't answer and sneered. "Is this your sincerity?" Seeing that Yilin seemed unsatisfied, Chen Changsho said, "Young man, these are not a small amount." "I'm sorry, I don't need money. So what do you want?" Chen Changsho asked. "As long as you don't ask for too much, it's okay to spend some money. I don't want anything. Let the law decide what your son did. What good will this do you? Wouldn't it be good to take these things? You can get so many things just by saying a few bad things. It's already a good deal. Young people of this age tend to be more impulsive." Chen Changsho was afraid that Yilin would insist on holding Qinjie responsible, so he hurried to persuade him. "Although it's not good for me, I'm happy. If there's nothing else to do, I'll go back to study." After saying this, Yilin prepared to leave. Yilin's words made Chun Changsho's family want to beat him up. As long as you don't pursue this matter any further, I'll give you another 10,000 yuan. Chun Changsho said. Seeing that he was in the right mind, Yilin was too lazy to pretend. Is your son's future worth only 20,000 yuan? Seeing Yilin give in, Chun Changsho also breathed a sigh of relief. Love costs money, and as long as money can solve the problem, that's fine. So how much do you want? Apologize to me in front of the whole school and pay me $200,000, and I will not pursue this matter any further. Upon hearing this, Chun Jia stopped being humble and cursed. Are you crazy about money? Yilin smiled and said, I really want the money madly. You can refuse it and go to jail. When I started my own business, I was a little short of money. If I had a boy like this who brought me money, I would definitely extort him for a good meal. By the way, help Lan Yuyu get justice. The Chun family is wealthy and powerful, and Yilin believes that they are willing to pay this amount of money. And by asking them to apologize in front of the whole school, I could also vent the anger in my heart. 200,000 is impossible. Young man, you are asking too much. If this really gets out of hand, you may not win. After all, you were the one who hit my son first, and then he spread rumors about you. We in the Chun Group's legal department are not here to do nothing, so we advise you to quit while you are ahead. Chun Changsho said with some threat. Yilin was not afraid at all. This old guy was trying to scare him like a 3-year-old child. Sure, then there's no need to talk about it. I forgot to tell you that your son bullied a girl named Lan Yuyu in Jiangxi No. 1 Middle School. We'll settle the matter together then. I want to see how powerful your Chun Group's legal department is. I heard that prison can teach people better than school, so it's good to stay in there for 10 or 8 years. After saying that, Yilin left without hesitation. Chun Changsho was dumbfounded. He just wanted a bargain, but he didn't expect Yilin to leave so resolutely. Officer Lan, go and help us calm him down. Tell him that we'll think about the money issue and tell him not to get too excited. Chun Changsho was so anxious that he quickly asked Lan Hao for help. Lan Hao wanted to laugh, but in order to complete the task, he had to go out and call Yilin. After Lan Hao left, only 3 members of the Chun family were left in the office. Chun Changsho looked at Chun Jia, his face full of anger. Are you bullying others in school? Chun Jia stammered and was unable to speak. It looks like this is probably true. Chun Changsho was so angry that he kicked him. I should have thrown you against the wall in the first place. What a piece of shit. You don't want to learn good things. I tried every means to send you to the best school in the city. Are you going to be a mountain king? Later in the office, Chun Changsho gave Chun Jia a loving education, with ghosts crying and wolves howling. At this time, outside, Lan Hao caught up with Yilin. Yilin, don't worry. They said they would think about it. Yilin stopped and said, Officer Lan, thank you for worrying about this for me these days. It's nothing. It's all my responsibility. Yilin, I think you should reach an understanding with Chun Changsho and his family. If you really fall out, it won't be good for you. Lan Hao Atvis. Officer Lan, what do you mean? To tell you the truth, if you don't settle with them privately, the Chun family will move all of their businesses out of Jiangxi City, and I don't know how many people will be unemployed by then. But what does this have to do with me? Have you ever thought about it? He can use this reason to threaten us to help him deal with this matter, and he can also use this reason to threaten others to do bad things to you. The Chun family's connections are still very strong, and this will have a great impact on your future. Rich people only care about their reputation. I think you should just take a few steps back. Forget about apologizing in front of the whole school. Just ask them to compensate you a few tens of thousands of yuan more on top of what they just did. After all, the rumors have been contained, and for now, they don't have a big impact on you. Lan Hao thought about it and was afraid that Chun Changsho would use his relationship to do something bad to Yilin, so he advised him to just let the matter go. Officer Lan, thank you for your reminder. The offense has already been committed. There is no need to back down. This money is not just for me. The 200,000 yuan will be used to compensate me for my mental damages, 50,000 yuan for my classmate Huang Bai, and 100,000 yuan for Lan Yuyu, the victim of bullying. This is not excessive. Don't worry, I've checked. This amount of money is a drop in the bucket for the Chun family. They will be willing to reconcile. At most, they just don't want to apologize to me in front of the whole school. Yilin was not afraid at all, as he knew that these days there were flies and tigers everywhere. Chun Changsho had strong connections now, but they would start a crackdown in a few years. By then, giving money would no longer work, so what connections would he still have? He also threatened to move the company away, but Yilin smiled. Does he dare to move? It's such a shame for him. Not to mention the penalty for breach of contract for renting the land. How many talents and employees would he lose if he really moved away? Wouldn't it cost money for the company to recruit and retrain employees in a new place? The cost of transporting equipment is not low, right? And all this effort is just for a high school student like me? Is that possible? Yilin knew that he didn't have the ability to do that. The government asked the Public Security Bureau to help Chun Changsho just to give him some face. How is it possible that the government is really threatened? By then, you will be in charge of issuing certificates and cards, and you can conduct fire inspections every few days to ensure that everything is strictly controlled. Yilin believed that Chun Changsho would rather apologize and pay 200,000 yuan than move the business and offend the government. The reason why I didn't agree immediately just now was just because I wanted a bargain. Although they are very rich, it does not mean that they will spend or give money casually. After all, they are not fools. Having already eaten them thoroughly, Yilin said to Lan Hao, "Officer Lan, go in and tell them that I will wait for 10 minutes. If they don't want to, there is no need to discuss anything. I will go to court to sue them immediately." Chapter 63, Reaching an Understanding. Lan Hao came in and relayed Yilin's words. Shin Changsho also became anxious when he heard this. That guy was so excited just now, he might really sue. Add to that bullying, and it's possible that his son will go to jail for 10 years. Shin Changsho was not willing to ruin his son's future for 200,000 yuan. In that case, then agree to him. Lan Hao went out and told Yilin that Chun Changsho had agreed and asked him to go in and talk again. Yilin turned back and asked, "What else do you want to talk about? I'll give you another 50,000 and you don't have to apologize." "How about that?" Chun Changsho said. Yilin replied, "Not really. This is a one-size-fits-all matter. If you don't even have the sincerity to apologize, how can I forgive you? Consider this 200,000 yuan as a lesson for your son, so that he will remember it from now on." "Okay, I'll apologize to you, but you have to sign a letter of apology, right?" "Okay." Yilin had no objection. "I heard from Officer Lan that of the 200,000, 50,000 is yours, and the other 150,000 belongs to your two classmates, so the letter of understanding must be signed by the three of you." "No problem." Yilin had even less objection. "If I don't sign, I don't know how to give the money to Lan Yuyu so that she will accept it." In Yilin's opinion, this money is what Lan Yuyu needs most. She deserves it too. If you have this kind of opportunity, you must fight for it. You can't let others bully you for nothing. Yilin called Huang Bai and Lan Yuyu. Huang Bai was extremely happy after hearing this. He didn't expect that he could get so much money without being scolded by many people. Originally, the criticism of this matter was directed at Yilin. After all, Yilin has become too famous recently, and the one who sticks out gets shot. Huang Bai was at most considered an accomplice, and no one scolded him at all. Lan Yuyu didn't dare to accept the money. She was afraid of being retaliated against. Yilin pointed at Lan Yuyu and said, "Look, your son scared people like this. If Lan Yuyu is unwilling to forgive your son, then I am willing to join her in the lawsuit." Seeing that the thin girl saw his son as if he saw a tiger, Chun Changsho kicked Chun Jie again. "Little girl, don't worry about taking this money. It was all caused by my uncle's son. I am willing to compensate you. Don't worry, no one will cause trouble for you if you take this money." Chun Jie also realized that it was important to ask Lan Yuyu for forgiveness, so he quickly apologized and begged for mercy. "Lan Yuyu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied you before. I beg you to forgive me. This money is voluntarily compensated for your mental damages. I will never trouble you again." Yilin quickly took the opportunity to persuade her. "Xiao Dia, he really knows he was wrong. Please forgive him. This money can be used to treat your mother's illness. With me here, they won't dare to trouble you again." Hearing Yilin's words and thinking of her mother, Lan Yuyu said cautiously, "Chun Jie, I forgive you." Chun Jie said with gratitude, "Thank you. Thank you. Please sign the letter of understanding quickly." "We will sign after you apologize in front of the whole school," Yilin said. After hearing this, Chun Changsho and his family had no choice but to do as they were told. Wait until the big break, when the whole school finishes the exercises and then gathers. Li Jianya first came to the stage to emphasize some disciplines and safety issues during the weekend holidays. Then Su Qifeng came to power. "Students, a very bad thing happened this week. There was a rumor that someone in our school was a murderer and was arrested by the police. Now that the rumor monger has been found, he will apologize to Yilin in front of the whole school. Chun Jie, come up." Chun Jie felt extremely ashamed, but he had no choice but to go ahead. As soon as he got the microphone, he bowed his head and apologized. "Good morning, students and teachers. My name is Chunjia. Because I had a conflict with classmate Yilin, I happened to see him being taken away by the police. I took a video of it, printed it out, and posted it in your school, and even made up a story that he was a murderer. Because of my ignorance, this incident has had a very bad impact on Yilin and Huangbai. Here, I sincerely apologize to Yilin and Huangbai. After saying this, Chun Jie bowed deeply. Go down. Su Qifeng took the microphone and said, Students, fortunately this incident did not cause serious consequences, and Yilin has forgiven him. I hope everyone will remember this incident and not believe or spread rumors in the future. Yilin and Huangbai were misunderstood, and I hope you will stop spreading this matter in the future. For those photos with rumors, if you have hidden them in private, please hand them over to the teacher or destroy them immediately. Otherwise, once they are discovered, the consequences will be serious. After the apology, the matter was finally settled. The last step is to sign a letter of understanding. Because the three of them were students and could not transfer money, Chen Changsho took out 200,000 yuan in cash as compensation in the afternoon. With Lan Hao as witness, the agreement was signed and the grudge was written off. When he returned home in the evening, Chen Jie was kneeling at the door with a bruised face and 3 letters of apology in front of him. Because of this bastard, Chen Changsho lost 200,000 in vain. He was so angry. He didn't mind the money. He just wanted Chen Jie to learn a lesson. Yilin was right in saying that he spent 200,000 yuan to teach his son a lesson. If these 200,000 can really make Chen Jie learn a lesson, Chen Changsho would not think it is a loss. During the weekend, Huangbai's parents finally returned home, both with smiles on their faces. After a busy week in Jiangcheng, I finally signed a contract with Xinjiang Group. The new factory of Xinjiang Group was built by them. What made them happiest was the piece of news. The guy who wanted to take $1 million from them was caught. Emotion is an addict. Huang Jinlong and Wu Yanli also understood why this person would abuse his power for personal gain. Huang Bai was very proud when he saw his parents coming back. He quickly took out a banner and 50,000 yuan from the room and recounted what had happened in the past few days. After listening to their son's narration, their eyelids twitched. It feels like that guy was arrested all because of his son. Fortunately, Huang Bai was fine. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief and warned him not to do such things again in the future. In the past, Huang Bai would have been a bloody mess by this time. However, recently he not only brought big projects to his family, but was also praised for being a brave man, so Huang Jinlong and Wu Yanli let him go. Knowing that the compensation was given by Chan Changsho, Huang Jinlong was so scared that he wanted to return quickly. I won't return it. What's the point of returning it? My son was wronged, and I should compensate him. Wu Yanli thought it was unnecessary. The Qin Group is the leading enterprise in Jiangcheng, and it has a lot of connections. Do you still want to stay in Jiangcheng after taking this money? Golden Dragon said. Wu Yanli was speechless. What her husband said made sense. It was because others were richer than her. But she felt that her son was being wronged and did not dare to ask for compensation. Huang Bai said at this time, Dad, Yilin expected you to be like this, so he asked me to bring you a message. Yilin said that Chen Changsho is angry right now. If you go to him at this time, you will become his punching bag. And if you don't want the money, he will think you want to use this as a handle to threaten him at any time. Huang Jinlong was stunned. This was absolutely correct. Did Yilin say this? How old is he? How can he come up with such an analysis? Is it possible? But when I think about it, it is impossible that this statement was made by my son. Did Yilin really say this? Huang Jinlong wanted to confirm it again. Huang Bai nodded. This made Huang Jinlong look at Yilin differently, and then he asked Huang Bai to talk about Yilin. It was so shocking that Huang Jinlong and Wu Yanli were extremely shocked when they heard it. He went from being a gangster to being a model student and even opened a super popular milk tea shop. The most important thing is that while he was getting better, he also took Huang Bai to study together and forced him to lose weight. Huang Jinlong suddenly understood. No wonder his son seemed to have lost weight. The couple decided to go and thank Yilin one day. Chapter 64, Going to her house. Saturday morning. Yilin accompanied Lan Yuyu on a bus to the countryside to go home. Lan Yuyu's home is in Deepening Village, Xiushui Township, Qingyuan County, more than 100 kilometers away from the county seat, a very remote place. The mountain road was winding and bumpy. Lan Yuyu was carsick and vomited a lot. Fortunately, Yilin took care of her on the road. After a 4-hour drive, the two finally arrived at Xiushui Township. This road was really difficult to walk on. After getting off the bus, Yilin couldn't help but vomit. Fortunately, There is no industrial pollution and the air here is very fresh. Yilin took a few deep breaths of fresh air and immediately felt a lot more comfortable. There are 5 or 6 kilometers of mountain road from Xiushui Township to Deepening Village. Before coming back, Lan Yuyu had already called her father to tell him that she would be home today. Therefore, Lan Fuge drove the ox cart to the intersection back to the village early in the morning and waited. Lan Yuyu took Yilin to the intersection back to the village and saw her father waiting there from a distance. She ran over excitedly. Dad. Seeing his daughter, Lan Fugue smiled with satisfaction. Dad, is your leg feeling better? Lan Yuyu asked with concern. It's okay. We can go out to work now. Lan Fugue said, pretending to be strong. Lan Yuyu saw the wooden crutch on the ox cart and said aggrievedly, Dad, you are lying. Why would Dad lie to you? He's almost healed now. Lan Fugue had always been worried that his daughter wasn't eating well or wearing warm clothes. Now that he saw that she had become a lot plumper, he felt relieved. It seems that Yinxiu takes good care of her, and Lan Fugue is full of gratitude. At this time, Yilin also walked up to the two of them. Lan Yuyu introduced, Dad, this is my deskmate Yilin, also my best friend. He has always taken care of me and helped me in school. Hello, Uncle. My name is Yilin. Teacher Lung is worried about Yuyu going home alone, so she asked me to accompany her back. I hope you don't mind. Yilin said, as long as I say that it was Lung Yinxiu who called me, I believe Lan Yuyu's parents will not be on guard against me. Right? No problem, no problem. Thank you for taking care of Yo-Yo. Let's go home first. After saying this, Lan Fuge untied the ox, harnessed the ox cart, and the three of them returned to the village. Occasionally a motorcycle would speed past on the road, and because it was a muddy road, it would always raise a cloud of dust. Yilin, this is how it is in our countryside. Don't be disgusted by it. Lan Fugue said. Uncle Lan, I don't dislike it. On the contrary, I find it very novel. There is no hustle and bustle of the city here. There are birds singing and flowers blooming everywhere. The air is also good. I like it here very much. I want to live here if I have a chance. Lan Fugue grinned and said, it's okay. If you like this place, come here often. Yuyu has had few friends since she was a child and was often bullied. Our family is not well off. It's rare that you don't despise her and are willing to be friends with her. As long as you come, your uncle, will slaughter pigs and sheep to welcome you. Uncle Lan, that's not the case. How could I dislike you? It's my honor to know Yuyu. She has taught me a lot of knowledge recently, which has helped me make great progress in my studies. Hearing Yulin's words, Lan Fugue's face showed a hint of pride. His daughter was a very good student, but he just couldn't understand why her grades plummeted after she entered high school. She could never do well in any exam. After chatting all the way for an hour, the three finally arrived at the village, covered in a thick layer of dust. Most of the houses in Deepening Village are stilt houses, with livestock raised on the lower floors and people living on the upper floors. Of course, a small number of wealthy families have already built small Western-style houses. Even if it is not as good as a small Western-style building, it is still a pretty good-looking stilt house. Lan Yuyu's house was very dilapidated. The lower floor had walls made of yellow mud, and the upper floors had wooden boards blackened by smoke. The house was at least 100 years old. The roof is not made of tiles, but tree bark. Due to years of disrepair, it leaks everywhere when it rains. Yilin, this is our home. Let's eat and rest first. I'll find a better place for you to live in later. Knowing that Yilin was a city dweller, Lan Fugue planned to wait for his relatives to plead for Yilin to stay overnight. Although Yilin is a city dweller, he is not spoiled. He smiled and said, Uncle Lan, just treat me as one of your own family members. You don't have to take special care of me, and you don't have to treat me as a rich young man in the city. I can endure any hardship. At this time, Lan Yuyu's mother Chung Tao heard the noise, hurried out of the house, and went downstairs to greet them. Yo-Yo, are you home yet? She said as she struggled downstairs. Mother. Lan Yuyu ran up and supported her mother. Yilin glanced at Chung Tao. Lan Yuyu's mother must have been very beautiful when she was young, but now her face is full of fatigue, and the years have left traces on her face. Then several big yellow dogs also ran down. One of them saw Lan Yuyu and wagged its tail hard and was very excited. It seemed that it must have a very close relationship with Lan Yuyu. Da Huang, I'm back. Lan Yuyu squatted down and stroked Da Huang's head. Da Huang squinted his eyes with a look of satisfaction. After returning to the house, after some introductions, Chung Tao got to know Yilin. When Lan Yuyu returned home, Lan Fugue specially killed a big rooster. The method is also very simple. Just clean the chicken and boil it directly in water. After cooking, remove the chicken and cook the vegetables in the chicken soup. A plate of chicken, a bowl of chicken soup for cooking, and a serving of dipping sauce. Although it is simple, it is considered very rich for Lan Fugue. Normally, you just add a spoonful of oil to some water, cook the vegetables, and then add some salt and MSG, and you have a meal. The four of them sat at the table to eat. Cheng Tao was very grateful to Yilin for taking care of her daughter. She picked up a big chicken leg for Yilin, and then added another big chicken leg for Lan Yuyu. Thank you, Annie, but I don't like eating chicken legs. Yilin took the chicken leg back. Lan Yuyu was puzzled. Wasn't Yilin's favorite food to eat chicken legs? She put the chicken drumstick directly into Yilin's bowl. Yilin, you are lying. You obviously like to eat chicken drumsticks. If you lie, you will give birth to a child without an asshole. Hearing this, Yilin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lan Fugue and Cheng Tao were also shocked. When would their daughter say something like this? Cheng Tao said angrily, Yo-Yo, why are you so rude? Who taught you this? Yilin told me. Yilin looked embarrassed. He wondered if he would get beaten up soon. After thinking about it, he quickly found an excuse to explain, Uncle and Aunt, you didn't eat well at school and always lied to others that he had eaten, so I said that. I didn't. Yilin, you're lying again. I ate every meal you brought me. In front of her family, Lan Yuyu became much bolder and retorted to Yilin with her head held high. When Lan Fugue heard what Lan Yuyu said, he got angry and said, Yuyu, why do you ask others to bring you food every day? Do you have no hands or feet to eat? Yilin knew that Lan Fugue had misunderstood and quickly explained, Uncle Lan, you misunderstood Yuyu. She didn't ask me to bring her food. It was because she helped me with my homework, so when my dad brought me food, he also brought some for Yuyu. Yilin, what's the reward for tutoring classmates? Yo-Yo has her own money to eat, so don't let your dad spend money in the future. Cheng Tao didn't want her family to owe anyone anything, so she said this. That's not true, Auntie. Yo-Yo helped me with my homework, so it's reasonable for me to treat her to a meal. No one owes anyone anything. It's not even worth the expense. There's only me and my dad at home, and my dad likes to cook a lot. Even if I don't bring it to Yuyu, it will be thrown away, which is such a waste. Yo-Yo, remember to pay Yilin next time. Don't ask for other people's things without permission. Cheng Tao told Lan Yuyu that she was afraid her daughter would accept things from others casually and fail to repay the favor. Auntie, you treat me as an outsider. If that's the case, how can I have the nerve to ask Yo-Yo for tutoring? I'm even more embarrassed to eat at your house. Having said that, Yilin stood up and pretended to leave. Yilin, your aunt is just afraid of owing others too much, so don't mind, just sit down. Yo-Yo's mom, don't say anything. Yo-Yo gives Yilin extra lessons, and Yilin brings her lunch. They help each other. It's nothing. In big cities, tutoring people costs 1 or 200 yuan per session, so it's nothing for your daughter to eat this meal. Lan Fugue now knew why his daughter had become plump and round. It turned out that it was because of the support of this little guy. Yes, Annie, I gave her money, but Yo-Yo didn't want it. I could only treat her to a meal, otherwise I would be too embarrassed to ask her for tutoring. Yilin quickly followed up. After dinner, Lan Yuyu took out a large bundle of money from her bag. Mom, this is the money for your medical treatment. Lan Fugue and Cheng Tao were stunned. Lan Fugue had never seen so much money in his life. Hey, where did you get this money? Lan Fugue asked seriously. Cheng Tao was also full of worries. Yilin smiled and explained, Uncle and Aunt, don't worry. Yuyu is a good student. This is the prize money she won from the competition. Bonus? That much. The two obviously didn't believe it. Seeing this, Yilin took out the forged certificate and competition content from his bag. This was something Yilin and Lung Yinxiu had discussed in order to get them to accept the money. Because I couldn't tell them directly that Lan Yuyu was bullied and that this was the compensation. If Lan Yuyu's parents said that, they would definitely be very worried and they would not dare to take the money at all. They are now the lowest class in society and cannot afford to offend anyone. They are satisfied as long as they are not bullied by others. How dare they accept this kind of money? Lan Yuyu was also unwilling to lie to her parents like this. Yilin tried to persuade her and told her that this was a white lie, and only by saying this would her mother be willing to use the money for medical treatment. Therefore, Lan Yuyu agreed to tell this lie. At this moment, the door creaked open and a burly man appeared at the door. He looked to be in his 30s. What money? Let me see. When he saw Lan Yuyu and the pile of money in her hand, his eyes were filled with greed. Chapter 65 School Bully versus Village Bully. Lan Fugue asked in a panic. Jia Gue, why did you come up here without making a sound? I heard your family was busy, so I wanted to come up and take a look. Uncle Fugue, is it time to return my money? Jia Gue stared at the money in Lan Yuyu's hand. Seeing that something was wrong, Yilin secretly turned on the recording on his phone and put it in his pocket. Jia Gue, this is Yuyu's money. I will definitely return it to you when I make money. Lan Fugue explained. You can still make money? Are you kidding me? It was obvious that Jia Gue had already taken the money. I can still earn money. When my legs are better, I will go to the city to work. I can't wait that long. How can you afford it if I delay? Either pay me back today or... Jia Gue looked at Lan Yuyu with a lewd face. Your daughter is already grown up. You can either let her marry me, then we will be relatives, and I won't ask you to pay back the money. When Lan Yuyu heard this, she quickly hid behind Yilin. Yilin didn't know what was going on, so he asked, Uncle Lan, what's going on? Chung Tao was afraid that Yilin would get into trouble by meddling in other people's business, so she said, Yilin, this is my aunt's family's business. You don't have to worry about it. Seeing Lan Yuyu treating Yilin as a savior, Jia Gue said proudly, my mother-in-law is right. Little brat, don't meddle in other people's business. I, Jia Gue, have the final say in this little piece of land in Deepening village. I don't mind other people's business. I'm just curious about what it is. Yilin said, it's okay to tell you. Lan Fugue lent me 10,000 yuan half a year ago. According to the contract, he has to pay me 50% interest every month. 6 months have passed, and the principal and interest are 40,000 yuan. He used his land to pay 20,000 yuan, and there is still 20,000 yuan left. He didn't give me a penny of the rest. It is only natural to pay back debts. I'm just here to collect the debt. While speaking, Jia Gue looked at Lan Yuyu intentionally or unintentionally. He had seen Lan Yuyu's full face, and she was so hot. Even though she was 10 years older than him, he was determined to get this woman. Uncle Lan, why are you willing to borrow from him with such a high interest rate? Yilin was puzzled. Chung Tao said helplessly with tears in her eyes, it's all my fault. Half a year ago, Yo-Yo's father had an accident, and I suddenly fainted. My family had no money for treatment. No one was willing to lend us money, knowing that we couldn't pay it back. It just so happened that Jia Gue said he was willing to lend it, so Yo-Yo's father borrowed from him. Isn't this taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Yilin said, that's harsh to hear. What do you mean by taking advantage of someone's misfortune? He was willing to lend it to me. It's written in black and white. Seeing that Yilin did not look like a country person, Jia Gue did not dare to offend him easily. So he used courtesy first and then force. So what if it's written in black and white? You are loan sharking and taking advantage of the opportunity to forcibly occupy other people's land. You are not protected by the law. Yilin said to Lan Fugue, Uncle Lan, just pay back whatever you borrowed from him. Also, your family's land belongs to the state and the village collective, so he has no right to occupy it. Jia Gue looked at Yilin with a face full of resentment. Boy, you are quite capable of managing things. Do you believe that you can't leave this village? Lan Fugue was worried that something might happen to Yilin, so he quickly begged, Jia Gue, don't bother with a kid like him. We will return the money to you right away, and we will give you the land as well. As he said this, Lan Fugue opened the bundle of money in Lan Yuyu's hand, took out 20,000 yuan, and handed it to Jia Gue. Jia Gue didn't answer and said angrily, Lan Fugue, I'm very angry now. You want to get rid of me with such a small amount of money? I give you 2 choices. The first is to marry your daughter to me. The second is to give me all the money in your hand, and we will forget about it. Otherwise, I guarantee that this brat will never leave Deepening village. Yilin smiled and said, we live in a society ruled by law now. Do you really think you are the king of the mountain? Jia Gue put his hands on his waist and said, I am the king of Deepening village, and I am the law in Deepening village. Lan Fugue knew that Jia Gue was not someone to be trifled with. Even the village police station was helpless against him, let alone a student. He handed over all the money. Jia Gue, this money is all yours. Let's forget about this matter. Uncle will apologize to you. Jia Gue said angrily, Lan Fugue, this boy has made me so angry. I want the money today too, and I want to marry your daughter. Just tell me whether you agree to this or not. How dare this guy Lan Yuyu think about me? When the reverse scale was touched, Yilin immediately opened fire at full power. He picked up the beer bottle on the table and smashed it on Jia Gue's head. Then Yilin shouted, Jia Gue, you bastard, you dare to hit me with a wine bottle, I will fight you. After saying that, he beat Jia Gue violently. Lan Yuyu and her family were stunned by this scene. Jia Gui was caught off guard and was knocked dizzy. Jia Gui, you still carry a knife? Yilin screamed again and then was beaten again. Jia Gui wondered where he got the knife. Yilin was so fierce that Jia Gui was beaten all the way to the stairs. Then, Yilin kicked Jia Gui down the stairs. He was so scared that he crawled away. Just wait, you're dead, you're dead. Jia Gui was so angry that he was shaking and lost his mind. Yilin watched him leave in embarrassment and sneered in his heart. At this time, Lan Fugue came out and said anxiously, Yilin, why did you do that? It's over now. I'll send you away. Run quickly. Yilin said, Uncle Lan, you just saw it. He first hit me with a bottle and then tried to stab me with a knife. I was just defending myself. After saying that, Yilin immediately took out his mobile phone and ended the recording. Chung Tao said anxiously, Yilin, you should leave quickly. You can't afford to offend Jia Gui. Auntie, don't worry. I want to see who can't afford to offend whom. Yilin took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, is this Uncle Gao? Gao Xingxiang was enjoying his weekend at this time, sitting by the pond in the yard and feeding the big koi. Shaolin, what's the matter? Yilin immediately told Gao Xingxiang what had happened to him and Lan Yuyu. Uncle Gao, I sent you the recording. Is there any way to get this guy in? Gao Xingxiang smiled and said, Shaolin, it's not difficult to get him in. Give me an hour. You have to protect yourself. Thank you, Uncle Gao. I'll give you another 5% of Yoka shares. In order to ensure the safety of Lan Yuyu's family, Yilin took some shares as a favor. You don't have to be so polite. Gao Xingxiang hung up the phone and called his old classmate. In the mayor's office in Jiangxing City, Shi Jinshan's phone rang. Hey, Lao Gao, what are you doing on this weekend? My great mayor, your city of Jiangxing is not very peaceful. Hearing Gao Shengqiang's veiled words, Shi Jinshan asked, Old Gao, if you have to fart, just let it out? My daughter's classmates went to a place called Deepening Village to play, but they didn't expect that the evil forces in this village were so rampant. Lending money at high interest rates, occupying other people's land, raping women in broad daylight, and even committing violence against people. I can't believe this is a city under your management. Fortunately, my daughter's classmate had learned martial art for a few days and was able to successfully defend himself. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. I have a recording here. I'll send it to you for your listening. Also, my daughter's classmate is still trapped in Deepening Village. If you're too late to deal with it, someone might die. If the situation gets out of hand, it might even become national news. After saying that, Gao Xingqiang hung up the phone. Shi Jinshan's face turned dark after listening to the recording. Pick up the phone and call the mayor of Qingyuan County. When the call was connected, he was scolded and the voice message was sent to the county magistrate. The county magistrate was scolded, and then the township head was in trouble. All his ancestors were scolded. After cursing, the county magistrate asked him to take people into the village to crack down on gangsters and eliminate evil. Priority should be given to arresting the man named Jia Gui and protecting the safety of the students. The village chief didn't expect that Jia Gui, this bastard, would be so arrogant that he would dare to offend someone who was related to the mayor. I really wanted to cut this bastard into pieces. Chapter 66. Lao Lu's Behavior. Yilin felt it was unreasonable that he had no injuries on his body. Uncle Lan, we just killed a chicken. Is the chicken blood still there? Yes, it's right downstairs. I forgot to bring it up. I'll go down and get it for you. As he said that, Lan Fugue went downstairs and brought up the bowl of chicken blood. Yilin took it and poured the chicken blood directly on his head. Most of the chicken blood had already coagulated, and the uncoagulated blood flowed down Yilin's head. Lan Fugue didn't understand what Yilin wanted, so he quickly asked, Yilin, what are you doing? Chung Tao and Lan Yuyu were also puzzled. It's justifiable if I don't get hurt in self-defense. Yilin said, if you want to act, you have to do it completely. Since the recording said that Jia Gui hit his head with a wine bottle, his head must be covered in blood. Lan Fugue and the others didn't understand what self-defense was, so Yilin explained it again. On the other side, Jia Gui escaped in a panic, furious, and vowed to kill Yilin. He went home angrily. When Jia Dafu saw his son's head covered in blood and his face horrified, he returned home and asked, Gur, what happened to you? I went to Lan Fugue's house to collect a debt, and some bastard got in trouble and beat me up like this. I'm going to kill that guy. Jia Gui felt aggrieved like a child. Jia Dafu was also very angry when his son was beaten. Dad, you have to make the decision for me. I'll take care of this for you. Go to the clinic first, and then settle the score with them later. Jia Dafu, took his son to the clinic to apply medicine. The doctor in the clinic was also surprised that this scoundrel Jia Gui was beaten into this state. He couldn't help feeling happy and immediately increased the force of applying the medicine, causing Jia Gui to howl in pain. "Can you be gentler?" Jia Gui roared. "How can I be gentle? If I don't apply it deeper, how can I remove the poison deep in the wound? Can't a grown man just be patient?" The doctor scolded. After finishing the job, Jia Dafu took Jia Gui out of the clinic and prepared to settle the score with Yilin. At this time, Shoshui Township Mayor Gua Hao came to the village with 4 police officers. After searching for a while, I finally met the father and son of the Jia family. Seeing the police, Jia Dafu rushed over and said, "Village Chief Gua, you've come at the right time. Look at what my son has been beaten into. Go and arrest the murderer." Seeing Jia Guiching like this, the fight must have been fierce. Gua Hao couldn't help but worry about Yilin and asked hurriedly, "Jia Gui, what did you do to Yilin?" "What Yilin?" Jia Gui didn't know Yilin's name and looked confused. "Don't play dumb. This is the guy you just fought with." Jia Gui reacted. "What do you mean by fighting with me? It was him who beat me. Look how badly I was beaten. He was fine, but he actually complained first. Does he have any shame?" Jia Gui complained a lot. He thought that Yilin called the police, and that was why Gua Hao came to the village. "You mean he's okay?" Gua Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He guessed that the county magistrate was worried that something might happen to his relative, so he said on the phone that Yilin was beaten half to death by Jia Gui. "What's wrong with him? He beat me so badly. Can you guys catch him quickly?" "Where is he now?" "I'll take you to Lan Fugui's house." Thinking that Yilin was going to jail soon, Jia Gui was extremely excited. Yilin called the police, but the police came to arrest him. Jia Gui felt relieved when he thought about the scene of Yilin being arrested. When Lan Fugui saw Jia Gui coming with the police, his heart sank. Jia Gui is the son of Jia Dafu. Not only is Jia Dafu the village chief, his younger brother Jia Chuanfu is also the deputy county chief. Now he's brought the police to arrest people. What should I do? "Yilin, Jia Gui has brought the police here. Why don't you hide in the bedroom first?" Yilin waved his hand. "Uncle Lan, don't worry, I'll be fine." Soon Jia Gui led the police upstairs. "When you see a boy with blood all over his head, it should be Yilin. Is your name Yilin?" When asked about himself, Yilin pretended to be in great pain and answered, "I am Yilin." Gua Hao glared at Jia Gui. "Didn't you say he was fine?" Jia Gui was also dumbfounded. Wasn't this guy fine just now? Why was he covered in blood now? "What's going on?" Gua Hao asked Yilin. Yilin weakly pointed at Jia Gui and said, "He hit me with a bottle, beat me, and tried to stab me with a knife." "You are slandering me," Jia Gui roared. Yilin pretended to tremble with fear. "Boy, why are you pretending? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kick you to death, believe it or not." Jia Gui was wronged and was extremely angry. Yilin asked several police officers for help. "Uncle Police, he scared me. I'm not talking nonsense. I have evidence." Yilin quickly played the recording. Listening to the recording, Yilin seemed to have been beaten horribly. Now Jia Gui finally understood why Yilin shouted those words when he hit him. He originally thought that this kid was talking nonsense, but he didn't expect it to be like this. This bastard was plotting against him. "You bastard, it was you who hit me. You're just pretending." Jia Gui was so angry that he went up to beat Yilin regardless of his wounds. "Hold him under control." Wu Zhongqing, director of the Shoshui Township Police Station, quickly ordered 3 police officers to restrain Jia Gui. "Jia Gui, please come with us," Wu Zhongqing said, and was about to take the person away. Seeing this, Jia Dafu quickly stopped them and said, "Why are you taking my son away?" "Village Chief Jia, your son lent money at high interest rates, occupied other people's land, abducted women, and broke into people's homes and committed crimes. Are these reasons enough?" Jia Dafu said. "Do you have any evidence?" Wu Zhongqing smiled and said, "Evidence? Village Chief Jia, don't you have eyes and ears? Aren't the recording on the young man's phone and the injuries on his body evidence?" As he said this, he pulled Jia Gui away. Jia Gui struggled desperately. "Let me go, I am wronged. Let me go, do you know who my uncle is?" "My uncle is the deputy county magistrate." "Arrest me? Believe it or not, my uncle will make you pay for it," Wu Zhongqing retorted. "Even if the king of heaven comes, you have to come with us today." "Gua Hao, are you sure you want to arrest my son?" Jia Dafu's words were full of threats. "Village Chief Jia, your son has done something wrong himself. You can't blame anyone else." The county magistrate gave the order personally, But Guahao was not afraid at all. Okay, wait. Jia Dafu was so angry that he left with a wave of his sleeves. After Jia Dafu left, Guahao said, Yilin, your injuries are so serious. I'll take you to the hospital. Guahao thought Yilin was the county magistrate's relative and was extremely polite. No, I'll go by myself. Yilin was shocked. If he went with him to check, he would be exposed. Okay, you must go check it out. I'm Guahao, the head of Xiushui Township. If you have any questions, just call me directly. Guahao left his phone number. After chatting for a few more words, Guahao and Wu Zhongxing returned to Xiushui Township. Lan Fugue saw that the village chief was so polite to Yilin, so he thought that his family must have very powerful connections. Lan Fugue felt very lucky that his ancestors were so happy that his daughter could make friends with such people. Yilin, thank you so much. Qingtao quickly thanked him. Auntie, what are you thanking me for? This is what I should do. Don't worry, I will help you get the land back, and just pay back the principal of the high-interest loan owed to the Jia family. And don't worry, Jia Gui's behavior is enough for him to go in and operate a sewing machine. After saying that, Yilin contacted Gao Xingqiang and asked him to prepare an injury assessment report and send it to the police station that was trying Jia Gui. After spending such a huge price, we can't let Jia Gui get away with it. Chapter 67 provoked a difficult person. After Jia Gui was arrested, Jia Dafu returned home and immediately called Jia Chuanfu. Chuanfu, Jia Gui was taken away by the police station. When Jia Chuanfu heard this, he asked, "What did he do wrong?" "Nothing serious. He lent money to a villager, and when he went to collect the debt, he was beaten half to death. The man called the police, and then Guahao brought people to arrest him." Jia Chuanfu was puzzled. "Guahao? Isn't he the village chief?" "Yes. He is a village head, and he led the police to arrest people. If the police were called, shouldn't they go to the police station? What was he going to do?" "I don't know either. Jia Gui has been taken away, and Guahao has accused him of several crimes, including loan sharking, occupying land, robbing women, and burglary. The first two are not crimes, they are just civil disputes, but the last two are crimes, and they will land you in jail." Did Jia Gui do this? It was written in black and white that Lan Fugue borrowed money. If he couldn't pay it back, he would use his family's land to pay it back. As for the remaining amount, Jia Gui came to his house to ask for it. In order to make Lan Fugue pay back the money, Jia Gui deliberately said that he would marry Lan Fugue's daughter. This was just a threat to Lan Fugue to pay back the money. How could it be considered as abducting a woman? As for burglary, that's impossible. It's just a fight at best. Brother, this is a bit strange. Let me ask Guahao first. Okay, these people don't give you any face. Jia Gui said today that he is your nephew. Did he arrest him to see what you think? In the end, Wu Zhongxing said, "It's useless even if the king of heaven comes. Anyone can dare to shit on our Jia family's head." "Good one, Wu Zhongxing, I know. I will handle this matter. As long as Jia Gui doesn't do anything wrong, nothing will happen. Big brother, you should ask him to be more restrained in the future. Let him learn a lesson this time." After saying that, Jia Chuanfu hung up the phone, then opened the phone book, found Guahao's number, and called him. Guahao's phone rang. He saw that the note on the number was Jia Chuanfu. He had expected that he would call, so he answered it. "Deputy County Magistrate Jia. How come you have time to look for me?" "Village Chief Gua. I heard that you arrested my nephew Jia Gui. There's nothing we can do about it." I want to listen." A higher-ranking official can crush someone to death. Guahao was unwilling to offend Jia Chuanfu, so he explained, "Deputy County Magistrate Jia, this is what happened. Jia Gui came to bully Lan Fugue's family. It happened that Lan Fugue's daughter brought her classmate home. The young man was called Yilin. When Yilin heard that Jia Gui was lending money at high interest rates and occupying Lan Fugue's land, and was forcing Lan Yuyu to marry him, he took care of the matter. Jia Gui thought Yilin was meddling in other people's business, so he hit him with a beer bottle and even took out a knife during the fight. Yilin had no choice but to defend himself and fought with Jia Gui. In the end, both of them were bleeding from their heads. I have investigated, and judging from the recording, it was indeed Jia Gui who started it first. Recording. Jia Chuanfu felt a little strange. "It's like this." Yilin said that when he saw Jia Gui coming in to collect the debt, he secretly turned on the recording on his phone and happened to record the sound of Jia Gui's attack. This is important evidence of who attacked first and who defended. It's just a recording, and you can't see it. How do you know that it was Jia Gui who started it first? Jia Chuanfu questioned. Yilin's voice was a sudden reaction, and both of them had injuries on their bodies. Lan Fugue's family also saw it with their own eyes, and they all said that it was Jia Gue who did it. Okay. Even if it's Jia Gue's fault, it's because Lan Fugue didn't pay back the money. I'll ask Jia Gue to apologize then. And Lan Fugue's family doesn't have to pay back the debt. It can all be considered as compensation. The land will also be returned to them, and the young man named Yilin will also compensate him for his medical expenses. Wow, let's leave it at that. Why would a village head like you rob a police station? You're meddling in other people's business. Are you going to change your career? Hurry up and have someone release Jia Gue. Guahao was very upset when he heard the scolding and replied, Deputy County Magistrate Jia, this is not meddling in other people's business. The higher-ups asked me to arrest Jia Gue, and I have no say in this matter. Above, Guahao simply told the truth. Deputy County Magistrate Jia, let me tell you the truth. This Yilin is not an ordinary person. I guess he is a relative of the county magistrate, and it was the county magistrate who directly told me to arrest him and protect Yilin. Now people from the county have come to take Jia Gue away. How can I have the power to let Jia Gue go? After listening to this, Jia Chuanfu was speechless and angrily said, Why didn't you say that at the beginning? Why are you wasting so much time? It's a waste of my time. Guahao was speechless. He hung up the phone and cursed in his heart. You didn't ask me to release him in the beginning? I had to explain so much in vain. When it got dark, Jia Chuanfu hurried to buy some gifts and then went to visit the county magistrate. Hey, Deputy County Magistrate Jia, what do you want from me so late at night? Seeing Jia Chuanfu coming to him without saying a word, County Magistrate Lu Hong probably knew what it was about. Old Lu, I won't come to you for no reason. I must have something to ask you. Jia Chuanfu did not hide anything. Deputy County Magistrate Jia, please tell me what's going on first. Lu Hong had no intention of letting him in. It's not a big deal, Lao Lu. Who is Yilin to you? I don't know this person. Old Lu, please don't lie to me. I know he is your relative. My nephew Jia Gue is not. Stop. Before Jia Chuanfu finished speaking, Lu Hong didn't want to listen anymore. Old Lu, you don't want Jia Gue to go to jail for this matter, do you? Lu Hong was so angry that he vented his anger on Jia Chuanfu. Jia Chuanfu, I'm telling you, your nephew has caused me so much trouble. And you still say that Yilin is my relative. Do you think I have such a powerful relative? Jia Chuanfu was confused. Why was he so angry? I'm telling you, Mayor Shi ordered this. Your nephew has been taken away by the city. If you still want to continue, stop interfering in this matter and leave now. After saying this, Lu Hong closed the door. Mayor. Jia Chuanfu was also dumbfounded. Yilin actually knew the mayor, and the mayor was actually furious about Yilin. Lu Hong was so angry that Jia Chuanfu could imagine how badly the mayor scolded him. Knowing that he couldn't intervene in this matter and might even be implicated by that bastard Jia Gue, Jia Chuanfu was extremely worried. He quickly called Jia Dafu. When Jia Dafu saw the phone call, he thought the matter was settled and said excitedly, Chuanfu, it's settled, right? I knew that with you here, Jia Gue would be fine. Jia Chuanfu said angrily, Jia Dafu, you and I should stop interacting with each other and stop causing trouble for me. Hearing the angry voice, Jia Dafu asked anxiously, what's wrong? What else? Your precious son did a good thing. Do you know who your son beat up? Who is it? Jia Dafu felt uneasy. I don't know either. Jia Chuanfu added, but that person has a relationship with the mayor. Your son beat him up, and he called the mayor, so your son was arrested. The mayor asked me to do this. Whoever you think can handle it can do it. Don't come harm me. Don't use my name to bully others in the village in the future. Otherwise, you and I will be brothers forever. Hang up right after cursing. It took Jia Dafu a while to recover. It turned out that he had offended someone very powerful. If even Jia Chuanfu doesn't dare to intervene, who else can? Jia Dafu just felt that he was doomed. He immediately prepared gifts and decided to go to Lan Fugue's house to apologize to Yilin. Chapter 68 Gifts to Apologize. Jia Dafu came to Lan Fugue's house carrying a few pounds of meat, a few bottles of wine, and a bag of eggs, and he knocked on the door. At this time, Lan Fugue's family was still in fear, even though Yilin kept comforting them that everything was fine. Hearing the knock on the door, Lan Fugue went downstairs. Who is it? Fugue, it's me, the village chief. Jia Dafu said in extremely humble words. Lan Fugue immediately became alert. Village chief, we have money to pay you back. Please let us go. At this time, Yilin was worried and followed out. Uncle Lan, who is it? Just as Lan Fugue was about to explain, Jia Dafu's pleading voice came from outside. Fugue, open the door first. I'm here to apologize. These things are all our fault. Yilin recognized the voice, and it turned out to be Jia Dafu. The fact that he came to beg for mercy meant that Gao Xingqiang had already handled the matter. Village chief, please go back. I will pay you back tomorrow. Lan Fugue was unwilling to open the door no matter what. Anyway, let's wait until Lan Yuyu and Yilin return to school. Pay back the money? Jia Dafu got a headache when he heard this. How could he dare to ask for money at this time? He just hoped that his son could return safely. Jia Dafu no longer had the domineering attitude he used to have in front of the villagers, and he just knelt at the door. Fugue, this is all my fault. I'm kneeling down in front of you. Please open the door. I'm here to apologize to you sincerely. Hearing Jia Dafu say, kneel down, Lan Fugue looked through the crack in the door, and in the moonlight, he really saw Jia Dafu kneeling on the ground. Lan Fugue was so frightened that he quickly opened the door and helped him up. Village chief, what are you doing? Seeing Lan Fugue opening the door and helping him up, Jia Dafu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that as the village chief, he still had some weight. As long as we can persuade Lan Fugue and let Lan Fugue help persuade Yilin, there will still be room for maneuver. Jia Dafu made a face full of regret and said, Fugue, I just found out the whole story. My unfilial son actually did such a thing, lending you a loan with high interest and occupying your land. That stinky boy is really not a human being. I didn't understand the situation clearly and thought that Jia Gue was beaten for no reason and came here to seek justice today. However, I didn't expect that it was all that brat's fault. You beat him well, and it was right. There was nothing wrong in breaking his legs or arms. Now that the matter has been clarified, I am here to apologize. You do not have to pay back the money you borrowed from Jia Gue. Your family's land is still yours. It is my fault that I, the village chief, was incompetent and did not discover it in time. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it first. Jia Dafu handed the gift in his hand to Lan Fugue. No, village chief, you can't do this. Lan Fugue quickly took the things down and returned them. Yilin watched Jia Dafu's performance silently. You know how to apologize now. What were you doing before? Yilin didn't believe that this had happened for so long, and Jia Dafu didn't know about it. During the conversation just now, Aunt Chung said that the Jia family often bullied the villagers. When a bad guy bows his head, it is not because he has become kind, but because he cannot defeat you temporarily. Once you fall into despair one day, he will definitely retaliate double. Fugue, we are really wrong about this matter. There is nothing we can't do. Please accept it. Your daughter doesn't come home every day, and her classmates won't come back to your house every time. If you accept the money and cook them a delicious meal, you're looking down on me as the village chief if you don't accept it. After hearing what Jia Dafu said, Lan Fugue didn't know what to do. Yilin felt that these words were all threats. It seems that Jia Dafu is apologizing, but in fact he is retreating to advance. If you don't accept it, it means you look down on him. If you dare to look down on him, you will suffer the consequences in the future. It also implies that Yilin will not come to the village often, and you will suffer when Yilin is away. Fearing that Lan Fugue would succumb to Jia Dafu's tyranny, Yilin stepped forward. What? Are you so shameless? What can you do if I look down on you? Yilin said unhappily. Lan Fugue thought that Jia Dafu would get furious when he heard this, but he never expected that he immediately nodded and bowed like a pug. It was the first time that Lan Fugue saw the village chief being so humble. Little brother, I was just looking for you to apologize. Jia Dafu put on a fake smile. Yilin thought his stiff smile was creepy under the moonlight, and it would be better for him not to smile. Apologize to me for what? What happened today is all my son's fault. I was also confused. I came to cause trouble without understanding the situation clearly. I'm also wrong. Fortunately, you are not seriously injured, little brother. We have deeply realized our mistakes. I'm sorry for this. I only have this one son, and my 3 daughters are married far away. If he goes to jail, who will take care of us in our old age? Little brother, please be generous and forgive him this time. Jia Dafu begged with his eyes wide open and took out a brick-sized object wrapped in a black plastic bag from his pocket and stuffed it into Yilin's hand. Lan Fugue felt that Jia Dafu was very pitiful and wanted to say a few words to help him. After all, Lan Fugue's family is too kind, and good people are often bullied. This time you were merciful and spared others, but they will not remember your kindness, but will only think that you are easy to bully. Yilin didn't give Lan Fugue a chance to speak and threw the thing that Jia Dafu stuffed into his face at him. He said angrily, "Apologize? Do I have to forgive you if you apologize? If you apologize, does that mean that what happened today never happened? If you do something, you have to pay the price for your behavior. If I hadn't been here today, would your son have let Lan Fugue and his family go? Uncle Lan had money to pay back today, but your son refused to take it. Uncle Lan decided to give him all the money, just asking him to let them go, but he was unwilling to accept it. Your son just wanted to rob people. If you were so kind, why didn't you help Uncle Lan's family when they were in trouble half a year ago? Your son borrowed from someone else's loan shark, and you didn't know about it half a year later? Your son occupied other people's land, and you didn't know about it? Without your acquiescence, would he dare to do this? Without your protection, would he dare to run rampant in the village? Would he dare to bully the people? The villagers voted you to be the village chief so that you can serve the people, not to protect their son or bully the villagers. Don't think I don't know why you bowed your head to apologize. It's just that your deputy county magistrate of the Jia family has no right to take care of this matter. Get out of here immediately." Yilin Zhu said angrily. After hearing Yilin's words, Lan Fugue pondered deeply. Yes, if it weren't for Yilin, would the village chief and his family let my family go? Moreover, this matter has been going on for so long. Jia Dafu must have known about it, and he condoned Jia Gui's behavior. His daughter was almost kidnapped, but he just wanted to forgive this man and speak for him. Yilin's anger made Jia Dafu dare not breathe. Afraid that Yilin didn't understand, he picked up the thing in the black plastic bag, tore it open, and explained, "Little brother, there is 50,000 yuan in it. I'm here to apologize to you. Do I look like someone who is short of money? Don't insult me with your filthy money. Get out of here right now. I get angry when I see your family." Yilin felt distressed that he had to spend 5% of his shares to solve the problem. After paying such a huge price, Lao Deng actually wanted 50,000 yuan to settle the matter. It was ridiculous. Even if it was 500,000, Yilin would not be willing. Jia Gui must go to jail and be imprisoned for 10 or 8 years. He'll be well behaved when he comes out. If he comes out now, with such a strong hatred, Lan Yuyu and her family will be in danger at any time. You have to be cruel. Only if you are more cruel than the bad guys will he not dare to provoke you again. Jia Dafu was afraid that the more he angered Yilin, the bigger the problem would get. After all, Yilin was already angry, so he immediately left without looking back. "Stop." When I heard Yilin's voice, I thought things were turning around. Jia Dafu's angry expression immediately turned into a smile, and he took out the 50,000 yuan that he had put in his pocket and said, "Little brother, are you willing to forgive us? I just want to warn you. If anything happens to Uncle Lan and his family while I'm away, I'll make sure your whole family is in big trouble. I swear that my family will never cause trouble to Lan Fugue and his family again. But if anything happens to them, it has nothing to do with me. Mr. Jia, don't you understand me? If anything happens to them, I will look for you. If you can't find the murderer, then it was you who did it. You can get out now." Jia Dafu felt extremely aggrieved. What was this? So not only can I not take revenge in the future, but I also have to protect Lan Fugue's family at all times? But what else can we do if we don't protect them? He doesn't even dare to fart against his own brother Jia Chuanfu. He is just a small village chief, not even an official. How dare he offend a person who can mobilize the mayor with just one word? Chapter 69 Peach Accident. After scolding Jia Dafu away, Lan Fugue locked the door and the two went upstairs. As soon as she entered the room, Chung Tao asked worriedly, "Why are you guys arguing again? Is everything all right?" "It's okay. There was no quarrel. It was just that Jia Dafu came with something to apologize, and I scolded him." Lan Fugu et lai. Yo-yo dad, since the village chief has come to apologize, why don't you take advantage of the situation and let this matter go? Chung Tao was worried that she wouldn't be able to live well in the future. Lan Fugue was brave enough to say, "How can we let this go? If Yilin hadn't helped our family, your daughter would have been taken away by someone else. When did they ever think of letting us go? It didn't work even if we returned the money. It didn't work even if we gave him all the money. They are so greedy. They want money and your daughter. Have they ever thought of letting us go? Then Jia Gui should be put in jail, which can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people." Seeing him like this, Chung Tao's face turned pale with anger. "Yilin is so powerful. Why are you so arrogant? When we were bullied before, why didn't you speak so confidently? It's Yilin who is capable, not you who scared Jia Dafu away. If you do this, do we still want to live in the village? Yuyu is preparing for the college entrance examination, and Chun is preparing to graduate from junior high school. Have you considered what to do with these two children in the future? If we can't stay in a village anymore, where will we live? What will we eat? Chung Tao was so anxious that she was about to cry and didn't care that Yulin was there. He was in poor health to begin with, and started coughing violently after scolding. It took a while to recover. Yulin hurried over to comfort her. Auntie, don't worry. I can guarantee that Jia will never dare to mess with you again, and will be polite to you in the future. Lan Fugue thought of how Yulin had just scolded Jia Dafu so much that he dared not breathe, and added, "Oh, Mom, don't worry. Yulin just warned Jia Dafu." Chung Tao's eyes were filled with tears, and she didn't know whether she was moved or angry at Lan Fugue. "Yulin, you are our family savior. We have nothing. How can we repay you?" "Auntie, that's not true. Yuyu and I are good friends. Yuyu's business is my business. It's my duty to help you. Fortunately, I am accompanying Yuyu home. Otherwise, something serious would have happened." Yulin was also glad. Originally, Lan Yuyu didn't want to come along. Lan Yuyu said that the road here was difficult to travel on, and she was afraid that he would suffer. In fact, Lan Yuyu felt that her home was not good. It was shabby, and there was no place for Yulin to sleep. She was afraid that he would dislike it. Yulin pestered her for a long time, using both coaxing and deception, before she finally gave in. After all, Yulin was really worried about a little girl going back home to the countryside with 100,000 yuan in her hand. Thinking of the money Yo-Yo brought, Chung Tao took out most of it and gave it to Yulin. "Yulin, take this money. Annie's family doesn't have much, but Yo-Yo got so much bonus." Yulin quickly refused. "Auntie, no, I don't need anything in return. How can this be possible?" "Auntie, it's really not necessary. You are treating me as an outsider. Also, do you know what this money is for?" Chung Tao had no idea, so she asked, "Yo-Yo, this money is a reward from the state. Can't we use it this way?" Lan Yuyu was so scared today that she can't even speak. Yulin explained, "Auntie, Yuyu wants to use this money to treat your illness. Otherwise, we wouldn't come to the countryside on weekends." "What's wrong with me? I don't need any treatment. Just take it." Chung Tao no longer planned to treat these old ailments of his. "Auntie, if I accept this money, will I still be friends with Yuyu in the future? You are so distant, which means you don't welcome me and want to chase me away." Having said that, Yulin was about to pack up and leave. Seeing this, Lan Fugue said to Chung Tao, "Okay, Mom, if Yulin doesn't want it, don't force him to give it to him. He just took away the 50,000 yuan that Jia Dafu gave him as an apology. He doesn't need money." After saying that, she grabbed Yulin and said, "Yulin, your aunt doesn't know how to repay you. After all the trouble today, we still don't have dinner. How about this? I'll kill a few chickens to thank you. Is that okay? Otherwise, our family will feel bad." Yulin knew that if he let go, half of the chickens and ducks on the first floor would die. So he said, "Uncle Lan, we haven't finished the chicken and vegetables from lunch yet. Don't waste them. We can just heat them up and eat them." Then he said to Chung Tao, "Auntie, if you really want to repay me, then you should listen to me and go to the county to see a doctor." Chung Tao knew that medical treatment was very expensive and she didn't want to waste money on herself, so she lived one day at a time. She smiled and said, "I know my body, it's fine, I'll keep this money for." Before he could finish his sentence, he started coughing. He then started coughing up blood and fainted. Lan Yuyu was so scared that she burst into tears. Lan Fugue was also at a loss. Yulin hurriedly shouted, "Call a doctor quickly." Lan Fugue wanted to carry Chung Tao over. Yulin hurriedly stopped her. "Uncle Lan, don't move Annie. Go call the village doctor." Lan Fugue was so anxious that he immediately ran to the village clinic to call a doctor, not caring about his leg injury. In fact, his leg has almost recovered, but it is still not working properly. The village doctor was anxiously called away by Lan Fugue. She came to Lan Fugue's house and saw Chung Tao's condition. She said she was helpless and could not handle this situation at all. She performed some simple treatments, which made Chung Tao feel a little better and able to breathe smoothly. At the same time, he asked Lan Fugue to send the person to the township hospital as soon as possible. It was late at night, and Lan Fugue had no idea how to deliver the cow. The cows wouldn't move at night, and it was impossible for someone to carry the cow there. "Who in the village has a car?" Yulin asked hurriedly. "Wang, the butcher who sells pork at the entrance of the village, has a tricycle." The doctor said immediately. She originally wanted to say that the village chief had a van, but after hearing what happened today, she didn't say it. Moreover, Butcher Wang is easy to talk to and has a sweet mouth when doing business. Uncle Lan, lead the way for me. The two went out to find a car. Jia Dafu heard that Chung Tao was in trouble and Lan Fugue was in a hurry to find a car. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he stopped the two of them halfway and said, Fugue, are you looking for a car? Lan Fugue stopped and thought of something, then begged, Village Chief, please lend me your van. Yo-Yo's mother is critically ill and needs to go to the township hospital. Dafu deliberately thought about it, then made a reluctant expression and said, It's okay, but it's just about today. Yilin was very anxious. Seeing that he was talking nonsense, he went over and pulled Jia Dafu, who was blocking the way, aside. If you don't want to lend it to me, then get out of here and don't waste my time. Jia, tell you, Aunt Chung Tao is pissed off by you guys. If she has any problems, just wait and see. After saying that, Yilin pulled Lan Fugue away. Jia Dafu was so regretful. If he had known this would happen, he should not have bargained at this time. People are in a hurry to save people, so how can they have time to bargain? It would have been better if I had just borrowed it and talked about it slowly afterwards. Now, not only did he not get any benefits, but he was also responsible for what happened to Chang Tao. Jia Dafu wanted to slap himself twice. When we arrived at the village entrance, Butcher Wong was still selling pork. Lan Fugue quickly explained the situation. Butcher Wong was also a kind-hearted man. He was afraid that they didn't know how to drive or were driving too slowly, so he simply left the meat stall and helped them deliver the meat. The crowd used 4 or 5 quilts to pad the tricycle bed, and then placed Chung Tao on top. Because it was an oil-powered tricycle and was big enough, Yi Lin and Lan Fugue, father and daughter, could also sit on it. The village doctor had to stay in the village and told the soldiers not to make the road too bumpy before returning to the clinic. Although the road was not good and full of potholes, Butcher Wong often drove to various villages to sell meat and was familiar with every pothole on the road, so the driving was not bumpy. After speeding all the way for half an hour, everyone finally arrived at Shoshui Township Central Hospital. Chung Tao was taken to the emergency room. Lan Fugue didn't know how to thank him, so he pulled Lan Yuyu and was about to kneel down in front of Butcher Wong. Butcher Wong was quick to support the father and daughter. Fugue, what are you doing? Lao Wong, thank you so much. Lan Fugue, a grown man, was so moved that he wiped away his tears. Look at you. Anyone who encounters this kind of thing will help you. Do you have any money? If not, I sold meat today, and now I have 1,000 yuan in my bag. Knowing the situation of Lan Fugue's family, Butcher Wong asked. Old Wong, yes. Yo-Yo just won a prize in the exam and was rewarded 100,000 yuan by the government. 100,000? Butcher Wong's eyes widened. How could this be possible? He could barely make 100,000 yuan a year. Seeing that Butcher Wong didn't believe him, Lan Fugue took off his bag, unzipped it, and took out 1,000 yuan. Old Wong, you are really rich. Thank you so much for tonight. Take this as a gift. Butcher Wong quickly stuffed the money into his bag and said, Dudu, this is life-saving money. Your wife doesn't know how much money she needs now. You are very generous. Thank me. Chung Tao is well now. Just treat me to a meal when you return to the village. I haven't closed my butcher stall yet. I'll go back to the village first. I'll help you collect the quilts in the car. Butcher Wong left after saying this. Yi Lin hurriedly chased after him, and when he caught up, Butcher Wong had already sat on the tricycle and was about to start the car. Uncle Wong, wait a minute. Butcher Wong didn't recognize Yi Lin and thought he was probably Lan Fugue's relative, so he asked, Young man, what's wrong? Yi Lin took out 200 yuan from his pocket. Uncle Wong, thank you for your hard work tonight. I thank you on behalf of Aunt Chung Tao. No, keep the money to buy candy. After saying this, Butcher Wong went back in a flash. Many of the righteous are butchers. Yi Lin sighed and went back. At this moment, he prayed that nothing would happen to his future mother-in-law. They have suffered all their lives, but they haven't had the chance to enjoy life yet. Chapter 70, The Court's Decision. About half an hour later, the doctor came out. Yi Lin, Lan Fugue, and his daughter were sitting at the door waiting, and they stood up immediately when they saw the doctor come out. You're all Chung Tao's family members, right? Yes. The three responded one after another. She's fine for now, but the situation is not optimistic. She has many problems such as lung disease, gastrointestinal disease, muscle damage, etc., which are probably caused by overwork. The crisis just now occurred because of lung disease and emotional stimulation, which cause coughing up blood. If not treated, it may be life-threatening within a year or two. The conditions in our township hospital are not very good, so it is difficult to help her recover. I suggest you go to the county hospital or a better hospital for treatment and recovery. Hearing this, Lan Fuguei and Lan Yuyu were very worried. Doctor, can you send us to the county hospital by ambulance tomorrow? Yilin thought that given Chung Tao's situation, it would be difficult for her to take a bus to the county. After all, the bus would stop and go frequently, and the journey would be long, tiring, and noisy. If things go wrong, Chung Tao might get carsick, which would make the situation worse. I'm very sorry, but our township hospital only has one ambulance, so we can't use it casually in case of emergencies that require going to the county. Your condition isn't very serious, so you could just take the bus. The doctor said there was nothing he could do. The next day, Yilin called Guahao. An ambulance won't work, but the township government must have a car. Although private cars are not as insured as ambulances, they're definitely better than buses. Guahao was sitting in the office, humming a little tune at this time. He was gossiping with his friends in the county. When he learned that Jia Chuanfu was scolded by Lu Hong, he felt so happy. The phone rang, and seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Guahao answered it and asked, "Who is this?" "Hello, Mayor Gua. I'm Yilin, the one from yesterday." Yilin was afraid that Guahao would not remember him, so he introduced himself and then told him the situation. After hearing this, Guahao said it was no problem and directly sent someone to drive a van to the township hospital to take them to the county town. Guahao watched them leave Xiushui Township and felt more relieved. Yilin has such strong connections, and now that he owes me a favor, it could be considered as an extra piece of mind in my hand. Guahao noted Yilin's number in case he lost his way. After returning to Qingyuan County, Yilin asked the driver to go directly to Qingyuan County People's Hospital. After receiving the patient's diagnosis and the township hospital's report, the doctor immediately took Chung Tao for a comprehensive examination, and the results were basically the same. The doctor explained the condition and consequences to Lan Fuguei and his daughter, and in emergency situations they recommended surgery as soon as possible. Lan Fuguei was shocked by the doctor. He didn't expect that his wife, who seemed fine at ordinary times, was actually so seriously ill. Lan Yuyu had tears in her eyes. He must be cured, even if he has to sell everything he has. Lan Fuguei did not hesitate at all. Chung Tao then went through the hospitalization procedures. Yilin stayed with her until the afternoon and only took Lan Yuyu back to school when class was about to start. Because there was no one to take turns, Lan Fuguei had to stay in the hospital to accompany the patient, which was also a test for his health. During evening self-study, the class monitor was asked to watch the class, and Yilin and Lan Yuyu were called to the office by Lung Yinxiu. In the office, I saw Lan Yuyu's eyes were red and swollen. I knew she had been crying for a long time. I asked, "Yuyu, what's wrong with you? Did Yilin bully you?" Lan Yuyu shook her head. She was so sad that she couldn't speak. Lung Yinxiu looked at Yilin. Yilin had no choice but to tell Lung Yinxiu what had happened in the past 2 days. Regarding Gao Shengxiang's help, Yilin explained that he and Lan Yuyu often helped Gao Mingming with his studies, and for this reason, Gao Mingming's father offered to help. Lung Yinxiu also took a breath after hearing this. She knew Jia Gui in the village, the youngest son of Jia Dafu, who had been spoiled too much since childhood and was idle all day long, bullying the villagers. He is over 30 years old and still hasn't found a wife. I heard that he tried to molest widow Wang 5 years ago and was eventually arrested. He was originally scheduled to be sentenced to 3 years, but was finally acquitted. Lung Yinxiu guessed that it was probably Jia Chuanfu's doing. I didn't expect that the bastard would fall into Yilin's hands today, and it was because of Gao Shengxiang. I guess Jia Chuanfu has no way to save his bastard nephew now. Lung Yinxiu would be very happy if Jia Gei is squatted inside, because every time she came home, this bastard would stare at her with lustful eyes, which made her extremely uncomfortable and a little scared. When she heard that Lan Yuyu's mother was ill, Lung Yinxiu took Lan Yuyu to the hospital to visit Chung Tao at noon the next day. Today is Monday, a working day, and Yilin and Lan Fuguei went to Jiangcheng People's Court. When they arrived at the court, the lawyer from Shengqiang Group's legal department helped Yilin handle the case. Before coming, Yilin told Lan Fuguei not to speak and not to be soft-hearted. In court, the two sides argued fiercely, but in the end Jia Gui was sentenced. The first charge was interfering with other people's freedom of marriage, and the sentence was 2 years. The second charge was intentional injury and was sentenced to 2 years. The third charge was burglary, which should have been punishable by 10 years in prison. However, since Jia Gui failed to steal any money, it was considered attempted robbery, and his sentence was halved to 5 years. He was sentenced to 9 years in prison for multiple crimes. Jia Gui expressed his objection to the charge of breaking and entering. It was clearly Yilin who started the fight, and he was the one who got beaten. Why was that? Unfortunately, his words were not enough and there was no evidence. But Yilin was different. Not only was there a recording, but there was also an injury assessment report which identified it as a second-degree minor injury. This made it difficult for Jia Gui to defend himself. Finally, Jia Gui said that he was also injured and said it was a fight, and he also wanted to go for a checkup. As a result, Jia Gui went to check it out, and he didn't know if he was too stubborn or what, but the result was just skin injuries, not even minor injuries. In addition, the judge concluded that Yilin was acting in self-defense, so Jia Gui had no choice but to suffer the loss. Jia Dafu wanted to settle the matter privately with Yilin. As long as Yilin was willing to negotiate, the charge of intentional injury could be dropped, and at least his son would be sentenced to 2 fewer years. Yilin was originally trying to trick Jia Gui, and he didn't want to be too ruthless, so he was willing to settle the matter privately with Jia Gui. Yilin knew that when people were wronged, they would feel very resentful. Yilin couldn't guarantee whether Jia Gui would bear grudges after he came out. What if he came out to avenge himself? That would be a great threat to Lan Fugue's family and himself. Reaching a reconciliation would not only ease their sorrow and resentment, but might even make them grateful for the love. In addition, Cheng Tao is now in the hospital and is in great need of money, so settlement on this charge is the best option. Anyway, Jia Gui will still go to jail even if there is one less charge, so the purpose has been achieved. It's no big deal to let him spend 2 years less in prison. It can reduce hatred and also give Aunt Cheng Tao more medical expenses. This deal is worth it. Finally, Yilin asked Jia Dafu to pay 50,000 yuan in compensation, and the matter was settled. Jia Dafu was so grateful that he was afraid of further trouble, so he asked Jia Gui to accept the 2 charges. Jia Gui also knew that he couldn't win the fight. After all, the other party had such strong connections, so his willingness to reconcile was already a break for him. If he really wanted to continue arguing, Jia Gui was afraid that after he was put in jail, a few words from others would make his life miserable. At that moment, Jia Gui no longer had any objections and accepted the trial result. The final result was that the court ordered Lan Fugue to return the 10,000 yuan he borrowed from Jia Gui and to pay compensation of 20% within the loan interest rate range stipulated by the state. Lan Fugue paid 12,000 yuan to Jia Gui in court. Jia Gui was convicted of interfering with others' freedom of marriage and attempted burglary, and was sentenced to 7 years in prison. He was also ordered to return the land to Lan Fugue's family. The matter was considered over. After returning to Qingyuan County People's Hospital, Yilin gave the 50,000 yuan that Jia Dafu had privately settled to Lan Fugue. "Uncle Lan, take this money." No, Yilin, this money is for you. I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I compensate her? Uncle Lan, Aunt Cheng Tao fainted because of them. This money is for Aunt Cheng Tao's medical treatment. Don't refuse. I don't know how much it will cost yet. Take it. Yilin stuffed it directly into Lan Fugue's hand. In the past few days, Lan Fugue has also gotten to know this young man roughly. He thinks he's a very good person. He doesn't know how his daughter got such good fortune to meet such a good friend, a boy at that. Lan Fugue knew that Yilin really didn't care about the money. Thinking that his wife didn't know how much money it would cost, Lan Fugue no longer refused. "Yilin, our family thanks you so much." Lan Fugue was very grateful. "Uncle Lan, don't be polite to me. We are family. When Annie recovers, I will take you to my house for dinner. I have self-study classes in the evening, so I'll leave first." Yilin felt happy and skipped all the way back to school. At this moment, he felt like he was 18 years old again. Chapter 71, Something Happened to Yoka. Lan Yuyu was not in a good mood these days, and Yilin did not pester her for tutoring, so she had just enough time to take care of the branch's affairs. Gao Xingxiang has almost finished decorating the store in Jiangxing City, and has also purchased all the equipment. Yilin posted a recruitment information in Jiangxing City, and many people added his Penguin account. Yilin had planned to go to Jiangxing to interview those who submitted their resumes last weekend. But Lan Yuyu said she wanted to send money back to her hometown for her mother's medical treatment. Yilin was worried about her going back alone, so he accompanied her to the countryside and delayed the matter. Therefore, he could only take a day off this weekend to interview new employees in Jiangxing. Although the new employees have not yet been interviewed, they must be prepared for training in advance. The training location was chosen as Jiangxing. After all, the new employees are all from Jiangxing. Yilin plans to let Qin Hui be a lecturer for these new employees. Although Qin Hui is a little older, Yilin still recognizes her very much. He is very proactive at work and eager to learn. I don't know how many times he has asked if there are any new products this month alone. Yilin could see that she really couldn't wait to learn. Of course, there are new products, but Yilin doesn't plan to reveal them yet. After all, lemons are selling so well now, there's no need to do so. The second product will be released after the branch opens. It just so happened that the contract for renting a store with Qin Hui expired today. Yilin planned to renew the contract with her and inform her that he would go to Jiangsheng to train new employees at the weekend. Yilin came to Yucha and found that the rolling door was half pulled down and the shop was not open. Yilin felt very strange. He didn't tell her that they were going to take a break today. Why did they close the store? Yilin bent down and went to see what was going on. Entering the store, a man was sitting at the dining table while others were washing tools. Seeing Yilin coming in, Duan Shubao asked, "Are you Yilin?" "I'm Yilin. Who are you?" "I'm Tan Huey's husband. My last name is Duan, and I'm here to talk to you about the contract." "That's perfect. I came here to talk to Sister Qin about this." "Mr. Duan, Sister Qin was worried that my business was not going well last month, so she only rented it for 1 month. Can we sign a long-term contract now?" "Okay, I brought the contracts. Just sign them." After saying that, Duan Shubao took out 2 contracts that he had prepared in advance and placed them on the table. Yilin took a look at the contents of the contract and was furious. The rent stated in the contract is half of the store's monthly revenue. In other words, as long as Yilin signs this contract, the store will receive half of its revenue every month. And it is revenue, not profit. You pay the costs to pay the salaries yourself, and then you have to give half of it to others regardless of the costs. This is simply robbing money. Yilin looked at Duan Shubao with a dark face. "Are you sure there's nothing wrong with this contract?" "That's correct. Look at how good the location of my store is. I have a steady stream of customers and good business. It's reasonable for me to take half of the revenue. If you feel you're losing money, you can choose not to sign. Is the business good because of the good location? Then why couldn't your wife do the business before?" Yilin said. When Qin Hui heard this, she immediately felt insulted. "I couldn't sell them before, but now I'm selling them very well. Besides, when it comes to making lemon fruits, I'm second to none. Who dares to claim to be first?" Qin Hui believes that she has fully mastered the technology, and there will be no problem in starting her own business. And after asking so many times, Yilin still didn't have any new products to teach me. He definitely didn't have any new products. Anyway, selling lemons, lemonade, and some fruit teas can make a lot of money, so Qin Hui no longer treated Yilin well. "Yilin, if you can sign, then sign. If you can't sign, then move away. How could you see that my business was not doing well before?" After hearing what Qin Hui said, and thinking about how she kept asking him if he had any new products, Yilin seemed to understand something. "I signed your contract. You were plotting against me from the beginning, right? You only signed a 1-month contract with me on purpose so that you could raise your salary. You stayed in the store to work so that you could steal my skills. How shameless. As expected a scholar, you are very smart." Qin Hui looked at Yilin's angry expression and giggled. "Boy, you dare to come out and mess around without knowing the dangers of society. You should go back to study hard. Why are you learning business from others when you haven't even grown all your hair yet?" Duan Shubao also insulted him with words. Yilin sneered. Fortunately, he didn't mention the matter of opening a branch to Qin Hui. Otherwise, he wouldn't know that she was such a person. Yilin didn't expect that Qin Hui was such a pretentious person. She was usually polite and smiling to him, but she was plotting against him behind his back. Yilin naturally would not sign this contract, as there were more than one shop in front of the school. When leaving the school gate, Yilin saw that a clothing store right next to the school gate was selling its shop. It was located opposite Qin Hui's shop and was much larger. Yilin decided to rent the shop opposite immediately after he finished dealing with things here. Yilin looked at the 5 girls he had recruited and asked, "Will you guys come with me or stay here?" When Ziling heard Yilin's words, she stood behind Yilin without hesitation. The other 4 girls didn't move a step. They have been living with Tan Hui during this period of time and have been brainwashed by her. Now Yilin has even lost his shop. If they follow Yilin, they might even lose their jobs. Seeing this, Qin Hui was very proud. Yilin did not try to persuade these people. He had told them at the beginning that if they worked with him, they would become store managers sooner or later. Now this promise was about to be fulfilled. If they were willing to follow Qin Hui, then let them go. Anyway, there is no shortage of workers, and they will regret it one day. How much do you need for these devices? I'll pay you in full so you can take them away. Yilin had already given Qin Hui 2,000 yuan for the store equipment, so it was natural that he couldn't keep it. How could Qin Hui let Yilin take the food away? It would be time-consuming and laborious to repurchase. She could earn thousands of yuan a day, so how much money would she lose if she purchased everything? She directly took out 3,000 yuan and returned it to Yilin. I won't sell you these equipment. This is the deposit and the security deposit for renting the shop. Yilin didn't say anything. He just took the money and then paid the wages to Qin Hui and the 4 girls. He deleted all the data on the computer, took away the business license and 2 health certificates, called Xiling, and left. As soon as he left, Yilin went to rent a shop next to the school gate opposite. After learning this lesson, Yilin signed a 1-year rental contract with the boss opposite. Seeing that everyone else had just received their salaries, Ling asked a little embarrassedly, "Boss, they all received their salaries. Why didn't I receive my salary?" Yilin smiled and said, "I paid them their wages only after they quit. Aren't you still telling me? Don't worry, I will pay you on time after this month." "Okay, boss, but now that the store is gone, I don't know what to do." "Don't worry, there are plenty of things for you to do. Do you remember the promise I made to you before? You will be the store manager soon." Ah! Ling was stunned. What was going on? Yilin explained, "Yoka Beverage Company Limited will open 5 branches in Jiangxing City, including this store in Qingyuan County, a total of 6 stores. At that time, I will need 6 store managers to manage the stores. I originally calculated it for you. Each of you 6 will be the store manager of the store, but unfortunately they don't have this opportunity." After hearing this, Ling was very glad that she chose to work with Yilin. Qin Hui also gave her a lot of toxic chicken soup and even promised to increase her salary by 200 yuan in the future. But Ling still chose Yilin. Perhaps it was the admiration in her heart that made her make this decision. When she heard that Yilin had opened 5 more stores, she admired Yilin even more. Yilin continued, "When you become a store manager, your base salary will be 3,000 plus commissions, and the company will pay for 5 insurances and 1 fund for you. I will recruit a few new people in the county in the next few days, and your job is to teach them how to make lemon fruits. Also, this is the new roasted milk formula I developed. You can mix it up and use this 1,000 yuan to buy raw materials for training new employees and mixing new milk tea." Yilin handed a note and 1,000 yuan to Ling. Yilin was still very confident about this girl. Ling was very happy and full of energy. "Boss, I will definitely work hard and will never let you down. Work hard in the county these days. I'll take you to Jiangshang to train new employees at the weekend. When the store opens, you can choose where you want to be the store manager." "Thank you, boss. I'll go buy the raw materials now. Go get busy." Ling left the newly rented shop, and Yilin also left to find Huangbai. Chapter 72, Asking Huangbai for Help. Yilin came to the classroom before the evening self-study time. Lan Yuyu was not in the classroom. This week, she basically went to the hospital to accompany her mother every night. At this time, Huangbai and Gao Mengmeng were sitting at the same table studying their lessons. Gao Mengmeng was so angry that she wanted to beat someone up because she couldn't teach him after explaining it to him several times. "Fatty, did I say you're a pig? I've already told you that this type of question is just a new one. I'll teach you one last time. If you still can't learn it, I won't serve you anymore." After scolding Gao Mengmeng, he carefully and earnestly told Huangbai how to write each step. "Yes." Huangbai answered with some embarrassment, "I think so. If you know how to do it, then write it again for me." Huangbai finished the question with full confidence. But in the end, he found that the answer he calculated was different from what Gao Mengmeng taught him. Gao Mengmeng slapped her head and said, "Pig, let me teach you one last time." Yilin stood behind and watched the two of them for a while. He didn't expect that Gao Mengmeng looked fierce, but she had a soft heart. The previous sentence said that he would not serve Huangbai, but he continued to teach even though Huangbai wrote it wrong. Yilin walked over and took a look and found that Gao Mengmeng was teaching relatively difficult questions. So I said, "Mengmeng, these questions are too difficult for him. You should teach him the basic questions first. His foundation is too poor. Even if you teach him once, he will forget it again later." Huangba agreed with Yilin's words 100%. "Mengmeng, Brother Lin is right. I can't answer this kind of question at all." Huangbai didn't say anything at first, so Gao Mengmeng did what Yilin said. But when she heard Huangbai making excuses to slack off, she scolded him. "If you can't write it, then don't write it. Is it because the teacher won't write the questions you can't write for the college entrance examination? Fatty, how many days are left before the college entrance exam? You just want to play every day, right? Then you might as well not take the college entrance exam. I won't serve you anymore. After saying that, Gao Mingming went back to her seat. Huang Bai was puzzled. What was there to be angry about? Brother Lin, why is Gao Mingming more worried about me not being able to get into college than my parents? I am speechless. I really can't write. Fatty, you just don't know how to appreciate the blessing you have. It's rare that Meng Meng is willing to teach you and waste her time on you. She is really worried about your future, but you still don't study hard. Yilin said happily, but I'm really serious about it. Huang Bai was sure that he was studying very seriously. Are you serious? Have you ever studied when you are alone? Have you ever memorized something? Have you ever heard of the story of drilling a hole through the wall to steal light or hanging from a beam to pierce one's own flesh? Your foundation is already very poor. So if you really want to be serious, you should spend all your time studying except for eating and sleeping. Fatty, you have one foot in the door of happiness. As long as you work hard, you will definitely find your other half. Hearing this, Huang Bai looked up at Chun Sini in front of him. Chun Sini just happened to hear some chattering behind her, which affected her studies, so she turned around and looked over. When they looked at each other, Huang Bai's heart beat faster and his mind was full of random thoughts. She was looking at me. She was watching how hard I was trying. She must have fallen in love with me. I want to study hard and work hard. Huang Bai had a silly smile on his face, and his motivation to study was instantly boosted. Seeing this, Yi Lin shook his head and slapped him on the head. Brother Lin, why did you hit me? I didn't do anything. I saw you grinning like an idiot and thought you were stupid. Fatty, I have something to talk to you about. Brother Lin, what's the matter? Yi Lin told Huang Bai about Yu Cha. After hearing this, Huang Bai slammed the table in anger. Shameless. All students, look here. Chun Sini could no longer bear it and angrily said, Huang Bai, what's wrong with you? You keep making noises. Are you going to let me study? Being scolded by his goddess, Huang Bai quickly apologized. Sini, I'm sorry. I was just excited. When Gao Mingming heard this dog-licking tone, anger burned in her heart. She stood up and walked in front of Huang Bai and punched him twice. Fatty, if you say another word, I will tear you apart alive. After throwing 2 punches, Gao Mingming felt a lot better. Afraid that Gao Mingming would come down and beat him up again, Huang Bai asked in a low voice, Brother Lin, this old woman Xin Hui is too shameless. We can't let her get away with it so easily. That's for sure. Don't worry. I have everything under control. Please do me a favor. Brother Lin, just say it directly. What do you mean by help between us brothers? Your business is my business. That's very loyal, Fatty. Tan Hui will definitely open a shop to sell fruit tea these days. Take your dad's camera and help me take a few more photos of the shop. It's best to take photos of the inside and outside of the shop, especially the product trademarks. But be careful not to be discovered, because she knows you, so you won't get beaten. As long as you help me collect the evidence, she will be in big trouble. Brother Lin, don't worry, but Xin Hui knows me. Can I ask Meng Meng to help with this matter? Whatever you want. One more thing. What's up? I just rented the clothing store next to the school, and now I need to renovate it. Can your dad's engineering team do this? Huang Bai thought for a moment and said, Brother Lin, I'm not sure about this. I'll ask for you tonight. That's fine, but don't tell your dad that I own the store. Huh? Can't you tell me? Not really. I just don't want my dad to know about this. I'm sorry, Brother Lin. I told my parents some time ago that you opened Yoti. Yilin didn't get angry after hearing this. Just say it. It's okay. Since your dad knows about it, if he can help me with the renovation, just tell him to contact me directly. Brother Lin, don't worry. Even if my dad doesn't do this kind of small job, he should know a lot of bosses in decoration business. After evening self-study, Yilin bought some things and went to the hospital. Arriving at the hospital, Yilin came to Chung Tao's ward with ease. Shaolin, didn't your uncle tell you not to buy anything when you come here? Why are you still buying? Yilin came to the hospital every day these days, and Lan Fugui addressed him in a more intimate way. Yilin smiled and said, I was worried that you guys didn't have any food, so I bought some food. Yilin put the things on the table, which was almost full. The 3 of them ate nowhere near as fast as Yilin delivered the food. Shaolin, don't buy these anymore. We can't finish them, and it would be a pity if they go bad. Chung Tao said while lying on the hospital bed, her complexion looking much better. I understand, Auntie. Yilin replied, as usual, he had to buy it anyway. After some caring, Yilin took Lan Yuyu out of the hospital and back to school. Even like this these days. Lan Yuyu attends classes during the day and comes to the hospital to accompany her mother after evening self-study. Yilin picks her up and takes her back to school after evening self-study. Watching the two leave the hospital, Chung Tao said, Fugue, do you think Yuyu and Yilin are really just friends? Lan Fugue smiled and said, if not friends, what else can we be? I am worried about them. Chung Tao felt that the cabbages she grew were about to be taken away by others. Don't worry about anything. Xiaolin is a good person. If she is really willing to call you mom, you can just be happy in the future. That's not what I meant. I think Yo-Yo is still young and doesn't understand anything. She's still studying. Why don't we talk to Yilin about it? If he really likes Yo-Yo, let him express his feelings in a few years. Let's not worry about the child. Many girls in the village are already mothers by Yo-Yo's age. Yo-Yo is still ignorant, but can't you see that your daughter is willing to stay with Yilin? Chung Tao thought about it, and it made sense. Yilin didn't do anything out of line with Yuyu. Instead, he took care of her like an older brother. Chapter 73, Crab Pot Project. Huang Bai returned home and told his father about Yi Lin's renovation as soon as he entered the door. Huang Jinlong was puzzled. Isn't there a store in front of Yi Lin's school? How can there be two stores in the same place? Huang Bai explained the whole story. After hearing this, Huang Jinlong was also impressed that there are still shameless people in this world. The next day at noon, Huang Jinlong asked Yi Lin to have a meal. In the private room of Qingyuan Hotel, Huang Jinlong ordered a table full of dishes. After class, Yi Lin and Huang Bai took Gao Mengmeng and Lan Yuyu and went directly to the hotel. Seeing Yi Lin coming, Huang Jinlong quickly stood up and said with a smile on his face, you must be Yi Lin, young man. You are very handsome, just like your uncle in his youth. I'm Yi Lin. The two men shook hands. Yi Lin had seen a golden dragon before, but this was his first time dealing with one. Hearing her husband's shameless words, Wu Yanli said with disdain, you are the only one who wants to compare yourself with Shaolin? When you were young, you were no different from a pig. I was just blind to fall in love with you. It's your great fortune to have fallen in love with me. Huang Jinlong looked at the two female classmates behind him and asked Huang Bai, son, who are these two? Huang Bai introduced, Dad, they're classmates. This is Gao Mengmeng, and this is Lan Yuyu. Gao Mengmeng? Gao Shengqiang's daughter. Huang Jinlong smiled even more brightly. Mengmeng, are you the daughter of Mr. Gao Shengqiang? Gao Mengmeng replied gently. Uncle Huang, yes. Do you know my father? Let's get to know each other. I just took over the construction project of your father's factory a few days ago. Come to our house more often when you have time to visit by. Do you know where our house is? Huang Jinlong treats Gao Mengmeng better than his own son. Gao Mengmeng had never been to Huang Bai's home, so she answered truthfully, I don't know. This is the address of my uncle's house. Come when you are free. Tell uncle when you come. Then ask your aunt to cook for you. She is a great cook. It was with her cooking skills that she caught up with me. Huang Jinlong handed Gao Mengmeng a business card. When Wu Yanli heard her past being brought up, she said angrily, why are you talking about this in front of the children? They are all students, and what they're talking about now is studying. Yes. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's sit down and eat. We must be hungry after a whole morning of classes. As Huang Jinlong finished speaking, everyone took their seats. Speaking of studying, Xiaolin, Mengmeng, and Yo-Yo, Uncle, let me toast to you. Huang Jinlong raised his glass and drank. Yi Lin and the others were completely confused. What was going on? An elder was toasting him? After drinking, Huang Jinlong explained, thanks to you for teaching my son, you are my benefactors. This kid didn't like studying since he was young, but now he has changed a lot. Not only has he lost a lot of weight, but he also studies hard. Uncle Huang, we are classmates. This is as it should be. Yi Lin said politely. Wu Yanli was also relieved and said, Shaolin, you don't know how much we, as parents, want our children to be successful. Last night, I saw Bai still reading in his room late at night. I was so happy. You guys have to help him more in the future. Yes, my son is not very smart. You must teach him more. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, tell your uncle. I will definitely help you without hesitation. Hearing his father's words, Huang Bai said aggrievedly, Dad, am I still your son? Why do you say that to me? I should also have some dignity. You haven't been studying hard, so what's wrong with me saying a few words to you? Wu Yanli retorted. Gao Mengmeng was shocked and asked, Fatty, Huang Bai, did you study until midnight last night? Yes, Mengmeng, my foundation is poor, so I can only work harder. Huang Bai was not pretending. After hearing what Yi Lin said yesterday, he really decided to give it a try. Are you crazy? Why are you not sleeping at night? You're sleeping in class the next day. Can't you arrange your time properly? Study when you need to study and rest when you need to rest. Although Gao Mengmeng was pleased that Huang Bai had a desire to learn, she didn't want him to do so. He sleeps during class and studies by himself at night. If he continues like this, not only will he not learn anything and his grades will decline, but it is also bad for his health. Huang Jinlong and Wu Yanli agreed with Gao Mingming's words, and they scolded Huang Bai again. And she told him to listen to Gao Mingming in the future, and if he didn't, Gao Mingming would deal with him. With this imperial sword in hand, Gao Mingming smiled at Huang Bai with ill intentions. This woman has a dagger hidden behind her smile, which makes Huang Bai shudder. After finishing the meal and thanking the guests, Huang Jinlong got to the point and said, Shaolin, I heard from Bai about your store. Do you want your uncle to help you get back? Otherwise, they will think you're easy to bully. It is shameless to take over the business and bully a junior. Thank you, Uncle Huang. I will take care of this myself. You said yesterday that you could help me with the renovation. We can discuss the cost over dinner today. How much is it? Yi Lin asked. The reason why he looked for Huang Jinlong was because Yi Lin knew nothing about decoration, and if he found someone to decorate himself, he might get cheated. If you ask Huang Bai to talk to Huang Jinlong about decoration, you will basically avoid being cheated. After all, if Huang Jinlong betrayed him, how would Huang Bai live his life in the future? Huang Jinlong smiled and said, just pay for the materials, and I'll take care of the rest. No, I can pay for it myself. It's just a small amount of money. You've helped Bai so much, so consider this as your uncle's thank you gift. Don't refuse it. If you don't agree, find someone else to do the renovation for you. Huang Jinlong said it directly. Seeing this, Yi Lin no longer refused. Seeing that Huang Jinlong was so eager to help him, Yi Lin decided to tell him about the crab pot project. If he could get some investment to open a store, his career would be able to take another step forward. After hearing this, Huang Jinlong hesitated. Thinking that his son missed out on Yoka, he decided to take a gamble and agreed to invest in Yi Lin and open a store in Jiangchang first to give a try. Although he was having this meal with the younger generation, Huang Jinlong was extremely happy and got drunk. Yi Lin and his friends are students, so naturally they couldn't drink alcohol, they just drank beverages. After school in the afternoon, Yi Lin took Lan Yuyu to the hospital. When he came back, he was stopped by Gao Xingxiang. Gao Mingming went home and told Yi Lin and Huang Jinlong about the crab pot. Gao Xingxiang went out immediately after hearing this. How could he be left out of this matter? When Yi Lin heard that Gao Xingxiang wanted to invest in the crab pot, he contacted Huang Jinlong. However, Huang Jinlong was so drunk and fast asleep at that moment that it was impossible to discuss the matter. Fortunately, Wu Yanli answered the phone. When she heard that Gao Xingxiang wanted to be involved in this matter, she dared not have any objections and just said that she would follow their arrangements. The final plan was to divide Yi Lin's 60% of the shares and Huang Jinlong's original 40% into two parts. The starting capital was contributed by Huang Jinlong and Gao Xingxiang, each contributing 500,000 yuan, which will be returned to the two when the store makes a profit. During evening study, Yi Lin saw Zhou Zhengqi coming to see him again, and he was about to collapse. This guy had been looking for him for half a month and still didn't give up. Chapter 74 High School Cup Basketball Game. Yi Lin, a teacher is looking for you. The classmate sitting at the door shouted. Yi Lin walked out of the classroom helplessly. Teacher Zhou, I really don't want to participate in basketball. I can get into college. Zhou Jingqi felt a little embarrassed as he was rejected before he could even say anything. It's always been students who begged me to become a basketball student. I didn't expect that I would be rejected so often when I asked for a student. It wasn't so difficult for Liu Bei to invite Zhuge Liang back then, right? However, the main purpose of looking for Yi Lin today is not to persuade him to become a basketball student. Zhou Zhengqi said, if you don't want to be a basketball student, then don't be one. But I'm not here to ask you to be a basketball student today. It's not about basketball. Yi Lin was curious about what else Zhou Zhengqi wanted to talk to him about. Asked, Teacher Zhou, what do you want to talk to me about? The Jiangxing High School Cup basketball tournament will be held in early November. I'm here to invite you to join the school team and win glory for the school. This competition is very important and can be said to be a watershed in the fate of basketball players. Many college teachers will come to watch the game, and if you play well, you may be selected. During last year's competition, teachers from Kyoto Institute of Physical Education came, but unfortunately last year's students didn't play very well and were not selected. I guess the teachers from Kyoto Institute of Physical Education will come again this year. As long as you agree to join the school team and win glory for the school, I will give you the opportunity to play. Zhou Jingqi said excitedly that for sports students, studying at Kyoto Institute of Physical Education is equivalent to studying at Peking University or Tsinghua University. Qin Tianzhu happened to hear Zhou Zhengqi's words, and he said indignantly, "Teacher Zhou, why? Isn't it a selection? Isn't it about who is outstanding and who is qualified to represent the school in the competition?" Zhou Zhengqi bluntly said, "Isn't Yilin excellent? If you are half as good as Yilin, I can give you this opportunity. If not, just step aside." Qin Tianzhu wanted to refute, but he had nothing to say. He admitted that Yilin was better than him, but he still felt it was unfair. Zhou Jingqi ignored Qin Tianzhu and continued to say to Yilin, "Yilin, you saw it too, right? Everyone rushed to go. Do you understand how rare this opportunity is?" If Yilin hadn't seen Qin Tianzhu so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick, he would have really suspected that these two people were acting for him. Yilin did not show the excitement that Zhou Zhengqi imagined and replied calmly, "Teacher Zhou, isn't this still asking me to be a basketball student? That's different. I'm not asking you to be a basketball student. I'm just asking you to join the school team temporarily to win glory for the school and also to earn honor for yourself. After this game, you can quit the school team at any time." Zhou Jingqi was determined to let Yilin participate in this game. As a basketball teacher, he knew how good Yilin was and that he definitely could not beat Yilin in a one-on-one match. Yilin has such a high talent for basketball, it would be a waste of his talent to just study. If he is trained well, he will definitely be a star in the future. As long as I get selected by university in this high school cup, what's the point of taking the college entrance examination? Moreover, Yilin's grades are the worst in the school, and he still thinks he can get into university? Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhou, but I am not interested and don't want to waste my time on this kind of thing. Mr. Zhou, please leave this opportunity and quote it to them. After saying that, Yilin turned around and went back to the classroom. Wait. Zhou Zhengqi called out to Yilin. Hearing this, Yilin stopped and turned around to ask, "Teacher Zhou, is there anything else?" Zhou Zhengqi walked up to Yilin and whispered, "Ling Facua is a member of the school cheerleading team. She's going to cheer and dance in the high school cup this time. Are you sure you don't want to go?" "No." After saying this, Yilin went straight back to his seat. Zhou Jingqi felt very strange. Didn't they say that this guy liked Ling Facua? Didn't they say that he couldn't walk when he saw Ling Facua? He had such a good opportunity to show off in front of Ling Facua, but he refused? Qin Tianzhu didn't leave. He heard what Zhou Zhengqi and Yilin said and couldn't help laughing out loud. "What are you laughing at?" Zhou Jingqi was rejected by Yilin and was very angry. When he saw Qin Tianzhu smiling, he felt like he was seeing a punching bag. "Teacher Zhou, don't you know that Yilin no longer likes Ling Facua?" Afraid of getting beaten, Qin Tianzhu explained. "How should I know?" Zhou Jingqi answered unhappily. "I thought to myself, no wonder Yilin didn't react at all when he heard that Ling Facua was going to be a cheerleader. It turned out that he had invited the wrong person." "Teacher Zhou, Yilin no longer likes Ling Facua. I guess you're the only one who doesn't know this. Give me a chance to play in the high school cup. I'll give you an idea to ensure that Yilin can join the school team to compete." In order to have a chance to perform well in the competition, Qin Tianzhu wants to negotiate a deal with Zhou Jingqi. Qin Tianzhu's bargaining chip is that he knows how to get Yilin to participate in the competition. "Qin Tianzhu, are you negotiating terms with me? I'll give you 10 seconds to consider whether to say it or not." 10, 9, 8, 2. Qin Tianzhu was speechless. This was too bullying. Stop, Mr. Zhou. Is that not enough? Hurry up. "Teacher Zhou, if you had just said that Lan Yuyu was going to be a cheerleader, Yilin would have agreed to go to the competition without hesitation." "Who is Lan Yuyu?" "What?" Zhou Jingqi was puzzled. "Who is this Lan Yuyu?" "Lan Yo-Yo, you don't know? Why would I ask you that?" "Lan Yuyu is a new student who transferred to our class last month. She is Yilin's desk mate and ranked first in the school in last month's monthly exam. Yilin and Lan Yuyu are inseparable all day long. As long as Lan Yuyu tells him to do something, Yilin will do it without hesitation. If you had just said that Lan Yuyu was going to join the cheerleading team, do you think Yilin would not go to the competition? Are you sure this trick will work?" Zhou Jingqi was a little unconvinced. "I can't guarantee it 100%, but based on my observations over the past half month, if Lan Yuyu goes, Yilin will basically agree to go." "Okay, I'll trust you this time. You dare to lie to me? You'll be comfortable during training." After saying this, Zhou Jingqi left. He came to the Chinese office to talk to Lung Yanqiu. "Teacher Lung, are you busy?" Zhou Jingqi asked. "Not very busy. Teacher Zhou wants to talk to me about something." Lung Yinxiu replied. It's like this. Aren't we preparing for the Jiangsheng High School Cup basketball game? There will be many college teachers coming to observe this game, and maybe teachers from Kyoto Sports College will come too. During the sports meet, I saw Yi Lin from your class played very well, so I want him to join the school basketball team to participate in the competition and win glory for the school. If he performs well in this competition, he will definitely be picked by college teachers. Yi Lin's grades are so poor, this is his only chance to go to college. Zhou Jingqi said excitedly. Mr. Zhou, are all you PE teachers oblivious to what's happening outside? Is Yi Lin's grades poor? Lung Yinxiu was a little surprised. It turned out that these physical education teachers didn't even bother to look at students' grades. What do you mean? Zhou Jingqi didn't understand Lung Yinxiu's reaction. As for what she said about turning a deaf ear to what's happening outside, it's not that she doesn't want to, it's just that she doesn't have the opportunity. Normally, when it comes to physical education class, the teachers of cultural subjects in the senior year always say that the physical education teacher is sick and cannot come, and then they take up the class. If I can't even see my students, how can I have the chance to understand the performance? Lung Yinxiu explained. Teacher Zhou, Yi Lin's grades are not bad. He scored 520 points in the last monthly exam. A student who can score more than 500 points, you tell me that his grades are bad. Zhou Jingqi was surprised. Yi Lin scored 520 points in the monthly exam? Teacher Lung, you are not kidding me, right? I'm not in a mood to joke with you. If you don't believe me, go check your grades yourself. So, for Yi Lin, playing basketball is not his only chance to go to college. Hearing this, Zhou Jingqi finally understood why Yi Lin couldn't be persuaded. But Zhou Jingqi has made up his mind that Yi Lin must participate in this basketball game. Chapter 75, I went there for her. Teacher Lung, even if Yi Lin's grades improve and he can get into university, could he get into Peking University or Tsinghua University? Can he get into Kyoto University? But sports are different. He is extremely talented. If he takes the sports exam, he'll have a great chance of getting into Kyoto Sports College, which is comparable to Peking University and Tsinghua University in the eyes of sports students. After listening to this, Lung Yinxiu found that it did make sense. If Yi Lin takes the cultural exam, he might only be able to get into an ordinary university, but if he takes the sports exam, he might be able to get into Kyoto Institute of Physical Education. Lung Yinxiu knew that Kyoto Institute of Physical Education was a top-notch sports school. Many Olympic gold medalists come from Kyoto Institute of Physical Education. Teacher Zhou, so you came to me to ask me to persuade Yi Lin to participate in this competition, right? Zhou Zhengxi waved his hand and replied, I have been looking for Yi Lin for half a month. He doesn't want to be a basketball student at all. Even if you, Teacher Lung, go there, as soon as you tell him about this, he will know that I asked you to persuade him, which will only increase his resistance. Then what do you want me to do? If she wasn't asked to act as a lobbyist, Lung Yinxiu wouldn't know what Zhou Zhengqi was going to do. Teacher Lung, I heard that a girl named Lan Yuyu in your class is inseparable from Yi Lin every day. They're not conjoined twins, so how can they be inseparable? But they have a pretty good relationship. That's fine, Mr. Lung. Can you let Lan Yuyu join the school cheerleading team to cheer for the students participating in the high school cup basketball game? Lung Yinxiu smiled and said, Teacher Zhou, you may not know that Lan Yuyu is very shy. She can't do things like being a cheerleader. Zhou Jingqi said seriously, Teacher Lung, if Yi Lin participates in the competition, he may have the opportunity to enter the Kyoto Institute of Physical Education. If he can enter the Kyoto Institute of Physical Education, he may become a basketball star in our country in the future. If he becomes a basketball star, our school will become famous. And he is your student, Teacher Lung, so maybe he'll be your pride in the future. A classmate in your class said that as long as Lan Yuyu goes to participate in the high school cup basketball game, Yi Lin will definitely go. Yi Lin's talent for playing basketball is really great. He is a rare talent and should not be wasted like this. That's why I came to ask Teacher Lung for help. Lung Yinxiu was also shocked to hear Zhou Zhengqi speak so seriously. This is a kind of growth for the two students. Teacher Zhou, I will give it a try, but I don't know if I can succeed. Just try if you want. After saying that, Zhou Zhengqi told Lung Yinxiu his thoughts. The next day, Friday, early in the morning, Yi Lin was called to Lung Yinxiu's office, and Lan Yuyu was also called to another office. Zhou Jingqi originally thought that Lan Yuyu was such a beautiful person that she could make Yi Lin give up Ling Facua. He was very disappointed when they met. She's not as pretty as I imagined, or rather, she cannot even be called pretty. She's just an ordinary girl. With her looks, it was a bit unreasonable to add her to the cheerleading team. Zhou Jingqi even felt a little embarrassed. But for Yilin, it's okay to be ugly. I should be able to deal with it by putting on makeup when the time comes. As for whether the dance teacher who teaches the cheerleading team agrees to accept him, there will definitely be no problem because the dance teacher is Zhou Zhengqi's wife. Zhou Zhengqi confirmed and asked, "Classmate, your name is Lan Yuyu, right?" Lan Yuyu nodded. "It's like this. I'm Zhou Zhengqi, the school's physical education teacher, and I teach basketball. I'm here to invite you to join the school's cheerleading team and cheer for the students participating in the high school basketball game. Are you willing?" Lan Yuyu shook her head. "Don't you want to? Yilin is participating in this high school basketball game. I heard that you two are good friends. Don't you want to go and cheer for him?" Lan Yuyu hesitated after hearing this. Zhou Zhengqi saw this and struck while the iron was hot and said, "This competition is held in Jiangchang Stadium, and only the athletes and cheerleaders participating in the competition can enter. Other athletes had their own good friends cheering for them, but Yilin was the only one who didn't. If you don't go, I'm afraid that no one will cheer for Yilin, no one will give him water to drink, and no one will wipe his sweat with a towel. He will be very pitiful." Zhou Jingqi described Yilin as being pathetic. Lan Yuyu had already imagined Yilin being alone. She felt distressed and said, "Teacher, if Yilin goes, then I will go too." Okay, I'll take you to the dance teacher right away." Zhou Jingqi was laughing so happily. Now it was Lung Yinxiu's turn. The other side, Lung Yinxiu asked Yilin, "Yilin, Teacher Zhou asked you to participate in the basketball game to win glory for the school. Why didn't you go?" "Teacher Lung, Teacher Zhou is trying every possible way to get me to be a basketball student. He has been pestering me for half a month. I really have no interest in playing basketball." Yilin was helpless. He could only play basketball if Lan Yuyu also played. But is that possible? Didn't Teacher Zhou tell you that Lan Yuyu was going too? Yilin heard this and asked, "Lan Yuyu is going too? What's she going for?" "Because she heard that you were going to participate in the high school basketball game and win glory for the school. She joined the cheerleading team to cheer for you." "Impossible, Mr. Lung, you are lying." Yilin simply didn't believe that Lan Yuyu would not hide this from him. "Why would I lie to you? Teacher Zhou just want to see her. When she heard that you were going to the competition, she immediately agreed to join the cheerleading team." Upon hearing this, Yilin cursed, "Zhou Zhengqi, that old fool." Lung Yinxiu didn't understand and asked, "What did you just say?" "It's nothing, Mr. Lung. Isn't Mr. Zhou lying? I won't go. I'll tell you later and ask her not to go either." "Teacher Lung, can't you see that Lan Yuyu is not suitable for this? You asked her to jump around in front of so many people. Could she do this?" There was some complaint in Yilin's words. "She can do it, Yilin. You have to believe her. In fact, she was also very cheerful when she was a child." "Teacher Lung, please don't make things difficult for her. I will just participate in the competition." Lung Yinxiu said seriously, "Yilin, this is not to embarrass her. This is also a test for her and a way for her to grow. It's impossible for her to let others protect her for the rest of her life, and it's impossible for her not to work in the future. Work requires socializing, and sometimes she will have to participate in various activities. If she doesn't grow up, how will she face life in the future? If she can stick with the cheerleading team this time, she will be more confident and cheerful in the future. What you should do is to help her, encourage her, and let her grow up on her own, instead of helping her avoid these things that she will have to face sooner or later. She trusts you now and is willing to listen to what you say, so you can help her. You need to be her spiritual support for her whole life, not her safe haven. She will have to sail far away one day, and a safe haven cannot protect a boat sailing far away." Yilin felt that what Lung Yinxiu said made sense. She needs to grow up, and I can't be with her 24 hours a day for the rest of my life. "Understand, Mr. Lung. I will take this opportunity to encourage her. I will go to this competition, but please tell Zhou Jingqi that the reason I am going to this competition is not for the recognition of some college teachers or for the honor of the school, but because of Lan Yuyu's growth. I have a small request. That is, my good brother Huang Bai and Lan Yuyu's good friend Gao Mengmeng must also go." Yilin also involved Huang Bai and Gao Mengmeng because Gao Mengmeng could protect Lan Yuyu when he was not around. The reason why Huang Bai was called over was purely to attract attention. He is a man and is fat. If he goes up to dance, he will make people laugh to death. In this case, naturally not many people would care about Gao Mengmeng and Lan Yuyu. Anyway, Huang Bai is thick-skinned, so there's no need to worry about him having any psychological burden. Lung Yinxiu said in a dilemma, "It's no problem for Gao Mengmeng to join the cheerleading team, But can Huang Bai, a boy, join the cheerleading team? It's okay. Just ask him to join the cheerleading team. Zhou Xingqi will agree. If he doesn't agree, I won't go. I will provide psychological counseling with Huang Bai. He will definitely have no objection. During the morning reading class, Huang Bai suddenly sneezed several times. He was a little surprised because the weather was not very cold. Chapter 76, Which One is the Real One? A few days passed, and Yi Lin had completed the tasks assigned to Huang Bai and took photos of Yoka inside and out. After receiving the developed photos from Huang Bai, Yi Lin immediately contacted Shengqiang Group's legal department to help handle the matter. Shengqiang Group is now the management of Yi Lin's company, so Yi Lin's affairs are their affairs, and these people are very active in dealing with this matter. However, because Yi Lin did not sign a contract with Qin Hui at the time, and there was no confidentiality agreement, there was no confidentiality issue with the formula. In other words, Qin Hui's current use of Yi Lin's products to make fruit drinks does not constitute infringement. Now we can only sue her for trademark infringement. At the suggestion of Shengqiang Group, Yi Lin decided not to sue Qin Hui for the time being and wait a few days. As long as she doesn't change the sign, she's working for herself. Huang Jinlong asked 2 teams of decorators to renovate Yi Lin's shop day and night, and it was finally open on Monday. Xiling has almost finished training the new employees. But plans cannot keep up with changes. For those who submitted resumes from Jiangchang City, Yi Lin only interviewed and signed contracts with them, and there was no time for any training. I didn't expect that Huang Jinlong's renovation would be so fast. During this renovation, Yi Lin finally understood one thing. The progress of the project depends on the speed at which Party A pays the money. The new store in Qingyuan opened, and Xiling couldn't spare the time to go to Jiangcheng to train new employees. Yi Lin had to put this matter on hold until the new store was stable. At 12 o'clock noon, with the sound of firecrackers, Yoka Qingyuan store opened. Qin Hui had a look of disdain on her face. Although this shop was opened by Yi Lin, she had always been managing it herself. She believed that customers would still choose her own shop. As expected, many people discovered that a new milk tea shop had opened outside the school, also called Yoka. However, no one went up to buy it, and they all came to ask Qin Hui out of curiosity. Qin Hui explained proudly, "The shop across the street copied ours. Did you see the girl at the counter? She learned some skills from me and wanted to start her own business." After hearing what Qin Hui said, many people felt angry. "Sister Qin, aren't they too shameless?" That's right. That's right. Sister Qin, please sue her." Qin Hui felt very comfortable when she heard everyone standing up for her. There's no need to sue her. Even though she opened a new store, people still like to come to my store to buy things, right? Sister Qin, you are so generous. Yes, Sister Qin looks like a big business person. If it were me, I would definitely sue her to death. It would be too easy for them not to sue such a shameless person. After everyone stood up for Qin Hui, they went to the new Yucha store across the street to curse people. Because Yi Lin had instructed Ling to ignore this person and just focus on her job. If someone wanted to buy drinks, she would make them. If no one came, she would take a rest. After all, Yi Lin's store is a new one, so there are still some people coming to taste the food. People who have tried the drinks at the new store were surprised to find that the fruit tea at the 2 stores tasted exactly the same, and that the new store had more products. Its newly launched roasted milk series was rich and fragrant, leaving a lasting aftertaste. In the afternoon, before class started, the day students brought the news about the 2 Yoka restaurants outside into the school, and everyone was talking about it. Most of them were scolding Xindian for being shameless. Class 1's classroom was also filled with lively conversation. After all, many students are now accustomed to buying a cup of fruit tea before entering school, so they naturally pay attention to these gossips. Wang Xiaoqing said angrily, "It's only because Sister Qin has a good temper. If it were me, I would sue that little jerk into bankruptcy." He Xiaowei, "I was wondering, the lemon fruit they bought for me at the new store tastes exactly like Yoka. That's it." Chun Sini asked in surprise, "Hasn't any of you ever bought baked milk in the new store?" The students shook their heads. Seeing this, Chun Sini continued, "This baked milk tastes super delicious, better than any baked milk I've had before. Is this true or false? Sini, is it really that delicious?" The rich aroma of roasted milk spread, and many girls were tempted. Just at this time, Gao Mingming came to the classroom, followed by 3 girls in uniform, with the words Yoka written on their clothes. Each of them was holding more than a dozen cups of milk tea, including Gao Mingming herself. "Classmate, put the milk tea here, we are leaving." After putting the milk tea on the podium, the 3 Yoka staff members left. All the students looked over with curiosity. Gao Mingming stood on the podium and said in her rough voice, "Students, today I will treat you to Yoka's new milk tea. 1 cup per person, don't take more." As Gao Mingming finished speaking, the whole class started to cheer. Huang Bai shouted loudly according to the script, "Gao Mingming, why are you so kind all of a sudden? I can't stand the shamelessness of some people. I want to support genuine products." Hearing this, many students became curious. "Mingming, what are you talking about?" Wang Xiaoqing asked puzzledly. "Did you see the new milk tea shop when you entered the school?" Many day students nodded, looking very happy. They were more willing to believe what Gao Mingming said. After all, this woman was very rich, her family had many connections, and she knew a lot of secrets. "I tell you, that newly opened shop is the real Yoka. The shop owned by old woman Qin Hui is fake." Hearing this, the whole class was shocked and confused. Qin Tianju said, "Gao Mingming, you're the one who is wrong, right? How could Sister Qin's store be a fake?" As an old fan of Yoka, Qin Tianju still supports Qin Hui very much and always buys from her store. The goods are real, but the store is fake. The newly opened store is the real Yoka. Qin Tianju smiled and said, "This new store has just popped up. Sister Qin has been selling milk tea outside our school for many years. Can't she tell who is genuine and who is fake with a brain?" "Gao Mingming, you're a hired agent of the new store, right?" Gao Mingming was furious after hearing this. She glared at Qin Tianju and said, "Yo tea is opened by my friend. How could I not know that? Qin Hui has been running the milk tea shop for so many years, but it was not popular. It was about to close down last month. How come it is so popular all of a sudden? Is it because of her?" "No, it wasn't because of her. It was because my friend rented her shop and hired her to work, but she tricked him." Gao Mingming then explained the whole story to the whole class. The whole class was shocked after hearing this. This was too outrageous. But Qin Hui usually looked so kind and amiable. Doesn't she seem like that kind of person? Qin Tianju didn't believe it and continued to question. "Gao Mingming, you said your friend opened it. What's his name? If you can't tell me, he's a shill." Gao Mingming really wanted to say something, but remembering what Yilin had said not to tell anyone about the fact that he had opened a shop, she didn't open her mouth. Qin Tianju said proudly, "You can't tell, right? You're really a shill. I said that Sister Qin is so nice. How could she do such a thing?" Gao Mingming had a point, but couldn't say anything, and she was so angry that her nose was steaming. At this time, Huang Ba started to curse. "Qin Tianju, I said you were a bitch. Is it true or false? Do you need to explain? Just go and look at the business license, and you will know. Go and see which one says Yoti. You were the one hired by that disgusting woman Qin Hui, right?" Everyone felt that what Huang Bai said made sense. After taking a look, they would know whether it was true or not. They stopped arguing and wanted to finish class as soon as possible to find out. The bell rang, and it was time to get ready for lunch reading. Gao Mingming came down from the podium, passed by Qin Tianju's desk, and took the milk tea on his table. "Gao Mingming, what are you doing?" Qin Tianju asked in confusion. "You don't deserve the milk tea I bought you." After saying that, he walked straight to the trash can at the back and threw it away. Qin Tianju looked embarrassed and a little angry at the same time. "However, I have to say that the roasted milk I just drank was so delicious. It was so delicious that I couldn't bear to drink it too quickly. I just took a sip and then threw it into the trash can. What a pity." Qin Tianju regretted that he should have drunk it all before Gao Mingming came down. Huang Bai held Gao Mingming and whispered, "Mingming, how was my cooperation just now?" Gao Mingming was so angry that she punched Huang Bai a few times. "Mingming, it hurts. Why did you hit me?" Gao Mingming said angrily. "Qin Tianju made me angry. I'm going to hit you a few times to calm down. Do you have any objection?" Huang Bai didn't dare to object. No. Mingming has finished her afternoon study. You should go back to your seat." Gao Mingming glanced at Yin Haoqing next to her and kicked the side of his chair. Yin Haoqing looked over in confusion. "Yin Haoqing, please come sit at my seat for a while." Yin Haoqing didn't want to offend Gao Mingming, so he walked up obediently. At this time, the sound of the whole class reading aloud drowned out Huang Bai's screams. Chapter 77, Court Summons, Store Closed. To celebrate the opening of the new store, Yilin took half a day off. Lan Yuyu also took half a day off because Yilin was not in the classroom and she didn't want to stay there, so she went to the hospital to accompany her mother. It was class time and the shop was not very busy. Smelling the aroma of milk, Qin Hui walked out of the shop, crossed the road, and went straight to Yilin's shop. She took a look at the menu and found that there were 2 series, the fruit tea series and the roasted milk series. I want a glass of toasted milk. Hearing the familiar voice, Xiling looked over and found it was Tan Hui. She didn't know what to do now. Should she do it or not? The other new employees had also heard Xiling talk about the store, and now they all looked at Qin Hui as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Boss! Unable to make up her mind, Xiling shouted towards the warehouse. Hearing this, Yilin came out. What's wrong? Xiling pointed at Tan Hui. Little boss, I want a cup of roasted milk. Yilin was calm. If you want milk tea, just place your order. We will make it after you pay. Hearing this, Qin Hui took out $5. Then the employees took a lot of products and mixed them, and soon a cup of baked milk was made. Qin Hui stared for a long time, but couldn't figure out what was wrong. Would you like to take it away or drink it now? Asked the clerk. Drink now. Do you need help with the intubation? Need. The clerk picked up the straw with a pair of tongs and then inserted it without touching it with his hands during the whole process. Qin Hui was stunned. Is there such a thoughtful service? Yilin, this kid really kept it to himself, but he learned a lot. After taking a sip, Qin Hui looked very satisfied. This milk tea was completely different from the powdered milk tea she had made before. Qin Hui said with some resentment, I asked you so many times before. Didn't you say there were no new products? Yilin admired this woman's courage, but he didn't know if she could still remain so calm in a few days. Yes, it was indeed not developed at that time, but it's a good thing it wasn't developed, otherwise you would have gotten it for free. Tan Hui was not angry and said proudly, Your shop is beautifully decorated, but it's a pity that there are not many customers. Look at my side. I am too busy to handle it. Then you have to be busier. I'm afraid there won't be many opportunities like this. I think you don't have many opportunities. Remember to tell me when your business goes bankrupt. I will take over your store then. I really like your decoration. After saying that, Qin Hui ordered 4 more cups of baked milk and took them back to the store. Xiling said angrily, Boss, she is too much. It's okay, ignore her. After saying that, Yilin continued to go into the warehouse. He was studying the ice cream recipe. After school in the afternoon, many students in the class rushed out of the school gate, especially Qin Tianju, who rushed the fastest. Qin Hui was very excited when she saw a large group of students rushing towards her shop. When Qin Tianju was the first to enter the store and saw the business license hanging above, he was a little disappointed. Operator, Tan Hui. Name, Huijia Milk Tea. Type, Sole Proprietor. Then, Qin Tianju rushed to the opposite side to check the business license. Operator, Su Xiling. Name, Yoka Qingyuan Store. Type, Sole Proprietor. Now you can tell at a glance which store is real and which is fake. The same went for the other students. After watching it, they all looked at Qin Hui strangely. Qin Tianju didn't get a taste of roasted milk today, as Gao Mingming took it away and threw it away. So he quickly ordered another cup. The two stores experienced a complete reversal in just half a day. Originally, the other students didn't know about this, but the students in Class 1 were afraid that others didn't know, so they spread the news everywhere. Qin Hui originally thought that these students came to do business, but as soon as they entered the store, they looked at the business license and then ran across the street. She felt that something was wrong and directly took down her business license. The next day, at the suggestion of her husband, Qin Hui and her husband forged a business license and hung it up. Operator, Tan Hui. Name, Yoka. Type, Sole Proprietor. As the news spread, many students came to investigate out of curiosity and found that both were Yoka. Isn't it Huijia Milk Tea? Why are they all the same? When I saw that Yilin store had a new Qingyuan store and Qin Hui's store was called Yoka, exactly the same name. Therefore, later classmates thought that Qin Hui was the real one, and 2 voices emerged in the school. Yilin knew that Gao Mingming and Huang Bai helped him explain yesterday, and he was very grateful. Yilin did not ask them to do this. It was just that Gao Mingming was so angry after hearing about it that she helped Yilin explain. Huang Bai was also forced by Gao Mingming to cooperate with her. To express his gratitude, Yilin decided to treat them to hot pot after school. Yilin thought that the matter was over, but he didn't expect there to be new developments. When Yilin heard the gossip that Qin Hui's shop was called Yo Cha, he was confused. What was going on? Yilin immediately contacted Shengqiang Group's legal department to investigate the matter. Soon, the Ministry of Justice reported to Yilin that there was no individual business called Yoka under Qin Hui's name, only Hui Jia Milk Tea. According to Yilin, she couldn't get the certificate in just one night, and it would take at least 3 to 5 days. Since it could not be found, and the time was unreasonable, Shengxiang Group suspected that this was a forged business license. After listening to this, Yilin asked them to immediately sue Sister Hui Milk Tea for infringing on the trademark of Yucha Beverage Company, Limited. At noon the next day, Yilin called the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and said that someone had forged the business license. Qin Hui didn't know that a disaster was about to happen to her. She was still immersed in the fact that she had renewed her business license in the past 2 days. Many old customers came again. She felt that she had defeated Yilin and was very happy. Qin Hui glanced at the shop across the street and said disdainfully, "So what if I have new products? People are still willing to come to my shop." But before she could come to her senses, a postal boy came to the store. "Excuse me, who is Tan Hui?" "I am, bro. What would you like to drink?" The postman took out a letter and said, "Hello, Ms. Qin. Here is a court express mail. It has been delivered. Please sign for it." Tan Hui was stunned. "Court express delivery?" "Yes, please sign for it." "I won't sign it." "Ms. Qin, if you refuse to accept it, the court will regard it as served. If you miss the court date, it will be very disadvantageous to you." The postman has seen this kind of situation many times. Let me explain it to you. Qin Hui had no choice but to sign for it. She had just signed for the goods when a vehicle with the Market Supervision Administration logo arrived. Because it was lunchtime, many students were walking around outside the school. Seeing this scene, they all stopped and ate the watermelons. The Market Supervision and Administration Bureau staff walked into Tan Hui's store and asked, "Excuse me, who is Tan Hui?" Qin Hui took a look at the business license and felt uneasy. She replied weakly, "I am." A staff member stated the purpose of the visit. "Hello, Ms. Qin. We are from the Market Supervision and Administration Bureau. This is our work permit. Someone reported that you used a forged business license. We came here to verify it. Please cooperate with our work." Hearing this, Qin Hui almost collapsed to the ground. What was going on? 2 staff members took down the business license on the wall, and it was obvious at a glance that it was fake. Subsequently, the Market Supervision Administration immediately sealed off Qin Hui's shop and waited for further processing. Chapter 78. Revenge After Drinking. Since the lawsuit was filed with the help of Shengqiang Group's legal department, Yilin did not need to deal with this matter. After the lawsuit, no matter how much Qin Hui argued in the face of evidence, it was of no avail. In the end, she was ordered to pay 70,000 yuan in compensation to Yoka Beverage Company, Limited. The couple felt very miserable. They had only earned a few thousand yuan, but were fined so much. To make matters worse for Qin Hui, she was sentenced to 15 days detention and a fine of 1,000 yuan for forging a business license. She was taken away by the police just after the lawsuit was over. Duan Shubao was so angry when he returned to Qingyuan County. Yilin was really too much. "I was drinking alone at home, and the more I drank, the angrier I felt." He went straight to Yilin's shop and smashed it. Su Xiling was so frightened that her face turned pale, and the other girls also stayed away from her. "Yilin, you bastard, come out here, I'm going to kill you, you son of a bitch." Duan Shubao smashed things and cursed at the same time. "You still want 70,000 yuan from me? You're dreaming. I'll give you 70,000 yuan. He got angrier and angrier as he talked, and soon the store was a mess. Su Xiling was about to call the police, but Duan Shubao heard it and snatched the phone and smashed it. "Do you think I'll kill you if you dare to call the police? Go and get Yilin over here." Duan Shubao seemed to have lost his mind. At school, Yilin was feeding Lan Yuyu. "Little bean sprouts, are they delicious?" Yilin, it tastes good as long as you make it." Now Lan Yuyu will no longer refuse anything Yilin brings, and she is even willing to be fed by Yilin himself. At this time, Huang Bai hurried to the pond. "I saw Yilin and Lan Yuyu eating on the stone table. I finally found them. Brother Lin, something terrible has happened," Huang Bai said breathlessly. Seeing Huang Bai like this, Yilin immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Huang Bai pointed in the direction of the school gate and said, "Your store was smashed." Hearing this, Yilin was shocked. What grudge could there be for someone to destroy a shop? Who did it? I don't know. There was a lot of noise inside, including smashing, swearing, and so on. Meng Meng and I passed by, but didn't dare to get close, so we immediately came to find you. Little Bean Sprout, I have something to do. I'll be out for a while. You can eat by yourself. Remember to finish it." Lan Yuyu nodded. "Go ahead, and be careful." Yilin called the police as he walked. Soon, Yilin arrived at the store, which had been smashed to pieces. Seeing the man who was vandalizing the place clearly, Yilin asked, "Mr. Duan, what are you doing?" Duan Shubao turned around and said, "Little bastard, you're finally here. If you smash my shop, I will definitely come. Duan Shubao expressed his dissatisfaction. Boy, my husband and I just want to do some business. We're sorry for you. If you're unhappy, come to us and tell us. Isn't it enough to compensate you with some money? But you're being too ruthless, aren't you? Not only did you extort 70,000 yuan from us, but you also put my wife in jail for 15 days. We have 2 children to raise and parents to take care of. You are destroying our livelihood. Yilin wanted to laugh after hearing this. He was unkind first, but thought others were unjust. But they didn't dare to provoke him. After all, Su Xiling and the others were still stopped in the store by Duan Shubao. Mr. Duan, can't we just sit down and talk? Why do you have to smash my shop? I'm going to smash it. If you mess with me, you've hit a rock. If you don't let me get by, don't even think about opening your store. I'll smash it every time you open one. How does it benefit you? Duan Shubao laughed wildly. It's not good for me, but it's bad for you. As the siren sounded, Duan Shubao went berserk. You little bastard, you dare to call the police? If you smash my shop, I will definitely call the police. Call the police if you want. I'm not afraid. I'll deal with them, and you too. After saying that, Duan Shubao rushed towards Yilin while still drunk. Yilin was not going to fight with such a drunk and irrational person, so he ran directly in the direction of sirens. Uncle Police, save me. Seeing the police coming towards him, Yilin shouted. The police car braked suddenly, and 4 policemen got out. Stop! Duan Shubao felt like Zhao Zilong reborn at this moment. How could he stop? He vowed to deal with Yilin, the bastard. However, before he could complete the task, he was pinned to the ground by the police and unable to move. After apprehending the man, the police immediately collected evidence at the scene and confirmed whether anyone was injured. When I smelled the alcohol on Duan Shubao, I knew that he was drunk and causing trouble. This kind of thing could be a big deal or a small one, so the police planned to wait until Duan Shubao sobered up before taking any action. By the next morning, Duan Shubao finally sobered up. When he found himself locked in a small room, he was confused. He was drinking at home. So why was he here? Where was this? He slammed the door. Who locked me up here? What is this place? Let me out. Hearing the noise and knowing that the person had woken up, the police officer who had been waiting in the detention center for a long time immediately went to open the door. Why are they policemen? Duan Shubao was puzzled. Awake, a policeman asked. What's going on? Why are you locking me up here? You don't remember what happened last night? Duan Shubao thought for a long time and only remembered that he drank alone at home after returning from the court, and he could not remember anything else. Seeing that he was not pretending, the police took him for questioning. As the police helped Duan Shubao recall the story, it became more and more outrageous. The police showed him the photos taken yesterday. Did I really do this? Duan Shubao couldn't believe it. If you didn't do it, why would we arrest you? And there are many witnesses at the scene. This, officer, I won't be sentenced, right? Duan Shubao was really scared. Mr. Duan, the other party has only called the police and has not yet filed a case. He said he'll talk to you after you sober up. We are aware of the conflict between you and Mr. Yi. You were wrong in this matter, and you even went to smash other people's shops. Your behavior has constituted the crime of provoking disturbances. If the other party files a case, you'll have to spend at least 3 years in prison. Hearing this, Duan Shubao breathed a sigh of relief. Since Yilin did not file a case, he probably wanted to settle the matter privately. Soon Yilin received a call from the police, asking him to go to the police station. When the two met, Duan Shubao behaved extremely humbly, like a completely different person compared to yesterday. Yilin, I will pay you the 70,000 yuan compensation immediately. I'm really sorry for what happened yesterday. I was drunk, and that's why I did that. I have parents and children to take care of. Please forgive me this time. I will compensate you for all the losses I caused you. When will the cycle of revenge end? Yilin doesn't want this matter to go on forever. With Duan Shubao's current attitude, he should accept the conditions I proposed. If you don't accept it, that's fine. You'll just have to go in and operate the sewing machine. Mr. Duan, do you know why I didn't file a case? Duan Shubao shook his head. Although what you and your wife did was very unrighteous, I don't want your child to be called the child of a labor camp inmate by others. That's why I want to talk to you and state a few conditions. If you accept them, then let this matter rest. If you don't want to accept them, then we'll do what we have to do. First, you must immediately compensate me for the infringement of Yoka. Second, you must be responsible for all losses of my store. During the renovation period, you must pay me 1,000 yuan a day until the store opens. Third, I guarantee that there will be no grudges between us after this incident. I promise. Duan Shubao did not hesitate too much. Compared to going to jail, he would rather solve the problem with money. He now regretted why he went home and drank alone yesterday. He felt relieved when he smashed things, but now he had to put on a mask of pain to pay the compensation. He regretted stealing Yi Lin's business. He thought he was a high school student and a soft persimmon, but he didn't expect to get hurt. Chapter 79, The Stubborn Mom. After reaching a settlement with Duan Shubao, Yi Lin contacted Huang Jinlong and asked a decorator to come and redecorate the store. Yi Lin asked for only one team to come for the renovation. This matter was not urgent. Even if the business was closed, there would be a compensation of 1,000 yuan a day. Qin Hui's shop was inspected, and the boss's whereabouts were unknown. It was even a question whether they would get paid this month. The four girls who had previously worked with Qin Hui asked Su Xiling to plead with Yi Lin, hoping to be able to work for Yi Lin. Seeing that Su Xiling had become the store manager, they regretted their decision. If they had followed Yi Lin, they would have had the same treatment now. After all, they had worked together for a month, and Su Xiling felt embarrassed to refuse, so she agreed to help them ask Yi Lin. When Yi Lin heard Su Xiling say this, he refused without even thinking. At the same time, he warned Su Xiling not to let others use her as a tool in the future and just do her own job well. If I accept these people as my own, it is inevitable that they will turn against me in the future. Having been a boss for so many years, Yi Lin knows that some people act like grandsons when they apply for a job, but as soon as they come in, they act like uncles. This kind of people will run away immediately when the company encounters difficulties and may even make things worse for the company. It is obvious that these four people do not have the character to stand with the company. Besides, what is most in short supply these days is workers, let alone this kind of unskilled work. Even someone who has never made it before can make a drink according to the proportions in the ingredient list. The reason why Yi Lin trains new employees is mainly to teach them how to use the equipment and how to provide services. Because the store needed to be renovated, Su Xiling and the others were free, so Yi Lin asked the five of them to take care of the matters of the new store in Jiangcheng. In order to raise compensation for Yi Lin, Duan Shubao directly sold the store. He originally wanted to give the store as compensation to Yi Lin, but Yi Lin did not accept it. Yi Lin thought that there were too many trivial things to do every day, and he still had to go to school, so he was a little overwhelmed. The important thing is that I don't have time to be with Lan Yuyu. Thinking that his father was idle at home every day and was almost getting sick from idleness, Yi Lin decided to ask him for help. Ever since Yi Lin brought home the banner commemorating his heroic act, Yi Aigua has been bragging about it to everyone he meets, fearing that others don't know about it. Yi Lin had just returned home when he heard some unusual noises at home, and then he put his ear to the door to listen. Su Qing, your son has really gotten better now. What does it have to do with me? You're being stubborn. It's none of your business. Why do you keep sneaking here? If you Shui didn't want to eat the food you cooked, I would never come here. You're so stubborn. Every time you come here, you help Yi Lin clean his room. Don't think I don't know that you just stared at the silk banner in his room for a long time. Are you relieved? No more talking. I'm leaving now. Su Qing didn't answer and opened the door directly. Yi Lin stuck to the door and dived in unexpectedly. Feeling a little embarrassed, he chuckled and said, I just wanted to open the door. Mom, why are you here? When Su Qing saw her son's new look, she was also stunned. Isn't this the look of the good son she wanted? Can I come? Su Qing said with a soft heart but a hard face. Yes, of course, Mom. Why don't you and Xiaoxua move back home so that our family can be reunited? Yi Lin felt heartbroken when he thought of the disaster in his previous life. As long as his mother moved back, this kind of thing could be avoided. Because as long as her father was there, she never had to step into the kitchen. Will you be a bad influence on Xiaoxua if I move back here? Su Qing left with the lunchbox without looking back. Yi Lin knew that his mother was a very face-conscious person, and she was just being stubborn now. If you want her to come back, you have to change her mind and become her pride. Fortunately, there is no rush. Becoming excellent is not easy. Yi Lin believes that it won't be long before his family will be able to live together again. Xiao Lin, you're back. Your mother has that kind of temper. Ignore her. Dad, do you blame me?